But. The guard was a little uneasy but couldn't say why. But what? Do you have a better way? Sun Mating glared and questioned softly. No. The guard stopped talking. Then do as I say, Sun Mating ordered. Even though Sun Mating communicated with her subordinate softly, how could she hide it from everyone present? Swear, looks like we were schemed against. Empty said excitedly. Hee, we were schemed against. He liked to be schemed against now. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Alas. She couldn't understand. Could it be that the words "I'm easy to bully" were written on their faces? Otherwise, why did people always treat them as soft persimmons? In fact, they were very toothless. Are you ready? Tell me your last words. Hong Ying said. We don't have any last words, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Why do you want my last words? Sun Mating said with some displeasure, feeling even angrier. Damn it, these people were already cursing them before they even went down. How ridiculous. In that case, your mission can begin, Hong Ying reminded. Miss Sun, I still suggest you give one antidote pill to your beast. Bai Shi said very kindly. Know my limits. You don't have to meddle, Sun Mating said irritably. Alright, consider me meddlesome, as long as Miss Sun doesn't regret it, Bai Shi said nonchalantly. Actually, she had long known that Sun Mating wouldn't appreciate it, but she was kind. She still had to remind her. That's my business too. Humph. Didn't they also not give their contract beasts antidote pills? Why don't you remind them? Sun Mating said indignantly. In her opinion, the reason this woman reminded her was obviously to see her embarrassed, so she wouldn't be fooled. I don't need to remind you. Bai Shi looked at Feng Wu and smiled. Humph. Then we don't need it either, Sun Mating said furiously. Then she summoned her flying beast, ordered her subordinates to sit up, and gave Leng Ruoxue and the others a provocative look. After that, she ordered her flying beast to carry them down the bottomless abyss. Oh. Miss Sun is really impatient. I'm not done talking yet, Bai Shi said with slight regret. Then she toured to Leng Ruoxue and the others and said, there are still many good things below the cliff even though it's dangerous. That's the reward for your mission this time. However, how much you can obtain will depend on your ability. Thank you for the reminder. Feng Wu, take us down. Leng Ruoxue thanked Bai Shi and then said to Feng Wu. Yes, master. Feng Wu transformed back into her original form. Leng Ruoxue and the others jumped onto Feng Wu's back, and Feng Wu flew them down the abyss. Oh. It's so hot. As soon as the phoenix with flames flew away, Whitey couldn't take it anymore and directly released a large amount of water attribute mystic energy to lower the temperature here. It seems like the entire Phoenix clan belongs to Leng Ruoxue now, Hong Ying said thoughtfully. Well, that little girl was really not simple. How do you know? Bai Shi asked in puzzlement. TCH, there's no need to ask. Feng Wu is the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Since she has woken up, that means she has recognized you as her master. Xiao Fan said understandingly. He had read through all the information related to Leng Ruoxue yesterday after knowing her identity, so he more or less understood the people around her. Why didn't you mention these things yesterday? Bai Shi said angrily. Humph. Xiao Fan was in charge of intelligence, but he actually didn't report such a big matter to them. It was too much. You didn't ask. Xiao Fan slipped away after speaking. Damn it, stop right there. Bai Shi hurriedly chased after him. Hong Ying and Chao Yi quickly transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. Leng Ruoxue and the others felt that their vision was becoming more and more blurry as they flew down the cliff. Moreover, the lower they flew, the darker it became, the thicker the poisonous fog in the air, and the temperature was so low that they could freeze to death. However, the flames on Feng Wu's body dispelled a lot of the coldness for them. As for Sun Mating and the others, they were not so lucky. The beast could not fly down when they were halfway there. Moreover, the beast could not withstand the poison and fainted, and the person on its back naturally fell directly from the sky. Schwer, did you hear anything? Empty, who was lying comfortably on Feng Wu's back, asked with a naughty smile on his handsome face. Wind. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Feng Wu's flying speed was obviously much faster after setting up an enchantment. She believed that they would reach the bottom of the cliff safely before long. No. I guess Sun Mating flew down by herself because she found her beasts too slow, Empty said understandingly. They just fell down. What's the big deal? This is within expectations, Leng Ruoxue said very calmly. The more they went down, the more poisonous the air became. The poor beast would not be able to fly to the bottom of the cliff without antidote pills. Bang! 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 Several loud bangs sounded from below the cliff just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking. Well. They're pretty fast. They're already here, Leng Ruoxue gloated. From the sound of it, they must have suffered a serious fall. She didn't know if they still had the ability to complete this mission. It seemed like Sun Mating and the others hadn't asked what the mission was yet. Master, we're here too, Feng Wu said helplessly. Boo-hoo. Someone arrived at the bottom of the cliff before it did. It was so big. Be careful, everyone, Leng Ruoxue reminded them. She then jumped off Feng Wu's back and looked around. Well. It was pitch black at the bottom of the cliff, and they couldn't see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. However, there were countless green lights staring at them intently in the darkness. Leng Ruoxue didn't have to guess to know that they had already become the food on the plate of the poisonous creatures at the bottom of the cliff. However, it was difficult to say who would eat who because she already felt Little Fire's excitement. Woman, there's so much food. Little Flame waved its little tail excitedly on Leng Ruoxue's wrist and said impatiently. Little Flame, don't be too excited. We are also their food, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, I know. Woman, there are a few here that I can't beat. You have to help me, Little Flame pleaded with a fawning face. Okay. Leng Ruoxue had always been protective of her loved ones, so she naturally wouldn't side with outsiders. Moreover, it was too dark here, and she didn't like it. Thinking of this, she directly used the light attribute mystic technique Boundless Light. In an instant, the originally pitch-black bottom of the cliff lit up like daytime, and the true appearance of this abyss was truly revealed in front of them. Lass, there are so many precious herbs here, the little old man exclaimed when he saw the scene in front of him. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After the bottom of the cliff lit up, they saw flowers and various herbs as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the poisonous creatures that were eyeing them covetously just now had all hidden away. It seemed like those things didn't like the day. Woman, my food is missing, Little Flame said gloomily with tears in its eyes. Don't worry. They will come out again, Leng Ruoxue promised, but she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Alas. The bottom of the cliff in front of her was beautiful. Unfortunately, it was all used to confuse people because every flower and grass here were poisonous. Yes, I have to force them out. Little Flame opened its little mouth to absorb the spiritual energy here after speaking. Little Flame was busy absorbing the spiritual energy with poison, while Leng Ruoxue carefully searched for her target. 10,000 root grass. This grass might have a very ordinary name, but 10,000 root grass was very rare, and 10,000 root grass was also one of her missions. Lass, I don't think there's anyone nearby. The little old man and the others were also helping to search, but they didn't find the target beside them. Okay, Grandpa Do, let's go take a look over there. Leng Ruoxue pointed to her left. Okay. Everyone nodded and walked to the left together. The bottom of Black Mist Cliff was wide. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked around the bottom of the cliff for about 4 hours and only walked a third of the way. However, they gained a lot. Not only did they find more than 10,000 stalks of grass, they also collected a lot of other herbs. Schwer, let's rest over there. The freak pointed at a huge rock. Okay. Everyone nodded and then sat down on the huge rock. Lass, this bottom of the cliff is really big. We've walked for so long, but we haven't finished yet, the little old man said in amazement. Yes. Grandpa Do, we need to find 15 herbs for the first mission, but we only found 5. Alas. There's still more to find. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and said helplessly. There were many herbs under the cliff, but what was needed for the mission was very rare. Lass, the herbs here are all poisonous. What a pity, the little old man said with some heartache. There was no way to refine normal pills if the herbs were tainted with poison. It's okay. It can be refined into poison. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Lass, you're an alchemist. I've never seen an alchemist as passionate about refining poison as you, the little old man said with a doting face. Grandpa Do, there's nothing wrong with poison. It can save lives at critical moments. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. That's true, the little old man said after some thought. Empty, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so cunningly? Leng Ruoxue unintentionally turned her head and couldn't help asking curiously when she realized that Empty was smiling secretly. Hehe, I'm thinking of another group. Empty explained with a light smile. He had just used his divine sense to quietly scout around and found many funny things. Schwer, they're looking for us, Empty added. Oh, they're still alive? Leng Ruoxue was a little surprised. Were these people cockroaches? They were quite inactive. Yes, but it won't last long. You'll know soon, Empty said with a smile. Damn it, you're actually hiding here. A sharp female voice sounded from behind them just as Empty finished speaking. Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help turning around, only to find 5 beggars standing behind them. Not only were their clothes tattered, but they were also covered in injuries, looking very disheveled. Who is this? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be puzzled with a smile on her beautiful face. TM Sun Mating. Damn it, don't pretend not to know us. Hurry up and hand over what you found, Sun Mating roared furiously. Damn, why were they not injured at all, and their clothes were spotless and clean, while they were covered in wounds and ragged clothes. It was really too unfair. Yeah. Do we know each other? What do you want us to hand over? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of curiosity. Of course it's the mission items you found. Hurry up and give it to us. Otherwise, we'll teach you a lesson, Sun Mating threatened fiercely. Why should we give you what we found? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. Well. She really couldn't understand this Miss Sun's thoughts. Did she really think they were pushovers? Humph. If not for you, why would we accept this lousy mission? It's all your fault, so be good and hand over the mission items you found. Otherwise, our Sun family won't let you go. Sun Mating took it for granted that the woman in front of her had caused her to accept the mission. Therefore, she had to be responsible until the end. Miss Sun, are you an idiot? Did I ask you to take on a mission? Or do you think you still have the chance to leave after taking on this mission? Well, the Sun family probably won't have the chance to stand up for you anymore. I think you should stay here obediently. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. She really didn't know what the brains of these young ladies from noble families were made of. Why were their thoughts different from ordinary people? Damn it, I won't stay in this damn place, Sun Mating roared angrily. Unfortunately, she was ignored by Leng Ruoxue and the others. Mississippi. At this moment, a guard gently pulled Sun Mating's sleeve and whispered. What? Sun Mating said irritably. Miss, don't anger them first. Let's clarify the mission and then follow behind them to do the mission. After we complete the mission and leave this place, won't these people be at Mrs. Mercy, the guard reminded softly. In fact, he saw that Leng Ruoxue and the others were dressed clean, so he suspected that they had a special method to avoid the poisonous creatures here, so he thought of this method. Yes, what you said makes sense, Sun Mating praised. Then she said to Leng Ruoxue and the others, I don't want your things now. Just tell me the contents of the mission. Leng Ruoxue looked at Sun Mating with interest and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Alas. This Sun family was really arrogant. They obviously wanted to ask for help, but their tone was still so unyielding. Did they really think they owed them? Everyone, we came down in a hurry, so we forgot to ask about the mission content. I hope you can tell us. A guard had to lower his stance and beg when he saw that Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't react for a while. However, he knew that his young miss didn't care to do such a thing. Alright. The first mission is to gather 15 herbs at the bottom of Black Mist Cliff. The second mission is to crack an array formation. The location is also at the bottom of Black Mist Cliff. However, it will only appear after finding all the herbs. As for the third mission, I don't know either, Leng Ruoxue explained simply. Oh, thank you. May I know what the 15 herbs are? The guard asked very humbly. There are 10,000 root grass, snake-concealed flower, scorpion tail needle. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. These herbs were not common, and even alchemists might not know all of them. Therefore, she had already seen a big question mark on the faces of Sun Mating and the others as expected. I hope Miss can tell us in detail, the guard said helplessly. Boo-hoo. What were these things? The 5 of them were puzzled. Told you in detail. Leng Ruoxue's face was full of innocence. The guard was depressed. They only knew the name of the herb, but they didn't even know if the herb was round or flat. How could they pick it up? Boo-hoo. Grandpa do, let's continue looking. This antidote pill only has 24 hours of efficacy. We have to hurry, Leng Ruoxue said to the others after resting for a while. Okay. The little old man and the others hurriedly stood up when they heard that. Sun Mating and the others, who had just sat down and had yet to warm up, also hurriedly stood up. Continue resting. We've had enough, the little old man said with a smile. No need. We've had enough rest, the guard said hurriedly. What a joke. Where could they find these people if they continued resting? Boo-hoo. It was easy to find them. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked in front while 5 tails followed behind them. Sun Mating and the others followed Leng Ruoxue and the others wherever they went. Sun Mating and the others also followed Leng Ruoxue and the others to pick herbs. In their opinion, whatever these people picked would definitely be needed for the mission. Unfortunately, wishes were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't care if it was a mission item. They would pluck anything that they felt was useful or might be useful in the future. Sun Mating and the others would snatch it whenever they saw which herb they picked. However, what looked like it was not the same herb. Therefore, Sun Mating and the others didn't realize that what they picked was useless. Aren't there only 15 types? Why did they pick so many? Sun Mating, who was exhausted to death, couldn't help stopping and complaining. Humph. These people must have done it on purpose. They knew that they didn't know these herbs, but they picked so many. Miss, we have to follow quickly. Our mission won't be completed if we lose them, the guard reminded. Alas. They didn't know those herbs. Therefore, there was nothing they could do even if they plucked all the grass here. Oh no, why were those people surrounding each other? They would not be able to see what kind of herbs they were picking if they blocked them. The guard couldn't help being a little depressed when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others forming a circle. However, he still thickened his skin and went forward, and he saw them picking a purple-red grass through the gap revealed in the middle of them. Schwer, it's about time. The little old man said with a naughty smile after picking about half of the purple-red grass. Yes, we can't pluck all of them. We have to leave some for others. Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. The 5 of them continued forward after speaking. Sun Mating and the others swarmed forward and hurriedly plucked the purple grass when they saw Leng Ruoxue and the others leave. Suddenly, a scream sounded from someone's mouth. Immediately after, they heard the sound of fighting. Schwer, looks like the battle is quite intense. Empty said with a smile as he listened to the banging sounds not far away. Okay, let's go back and take a look. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Well. She couldn't lead the way for them for nothing. She had to collect some benefits. The benefits were naturally those poisonous creatures. After Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to the place where the purple grass grew, they saw Scorpion that had died lying on the ground. The scorpion was purple-red all over and was the size of a millstone. Sun Meiting and the others were sitting on the ground panting. After seeing the scorpion, little flame on Leng Ruoxue's wrist hurriedly crawled down from her hand and used its sharp teeth to bite open the poisonous gland on the scorpion's tail. It sucked it as if it was tasting delicious and even closed its eyes with a look of enjoyment. Damn it, we killed that scorpion. Sun Meiting couldn't help roaring furiously when she saw a snake coming to share their spoils of war. She didn't want that ugly scorpion, but she couldn't let others take advantage of her. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue and the others ignored her words again. After little flame was full, it licked its little mouth, then glared at Sun Meiting in a show of force and crawled back to Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Then the few of them toured and left. Damn it! Sun Meiting was so angry. Miss, calm down. Now isn't the time to lose your temper. Let's follow quickly, the guard hurriedly coaxed. Alas! He didn't want this eldest miss to offend those people. After all, they had to rely on them below. Okay. Sun Meiting nodded reluctantly. She might be willful, but she also knew that she couldn't do anything to Leng Ruoxue and the others here, so she had to bear with it no matter how angry she was. Humph. She would settle the score with those people after they went out. She calculated in her heart. And then the 5 of them immediately followed. However, Sun Meiting and the others were depressed the entire way because they were always attacked by poisonous creatures. For some reason, those poisonous creatures would always run out after Leng Ruoxue and the others harvested the same herbs even though everyone harvested the same herbs. It was really too despicable. What was even more infuriating was that the little red snake would come over to enjoy the fruits of their labor every time they exerted all their strength to kill the poisonous creatures. Schwer, this is the last place, Empty said with a light smile as he looked at the radius of 50 kilometers in front of him. Yes, we are still short of the last herb. I believe the second mission location will appear after we find it all. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept the surrounding scenery. There was a deep pool here, and the water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. There were fish swimming in it from time to time. The fish were silver white in color, and each of them was the size of an adult's 2 palms. They looked very fat and delicious, but Leng Ruoxue knew that these fish were also poisonous. However, it was precisely because they were poisonous that the taste was more delicious. Master, I'm going to catch fish. Feng Wu looked at the fish in the pool. Okay, let's continue after dinner. Leng Ruoxue brought everyone to a relatively safe place to sit down after speaking, alas. They had searched for almost a day, and the first mission was finally about to be completed. In order to complete the mission early, they didn't even have time to eat lunch, and they had to eat well for dinner. Before long, Feng Wu had caught more than a dozen fat fish, and Leng Ruoxue and the others had started a fire. They prepared a pot, took out a few pieces of raw meat, and planned to grill them together. Sun Meiting and the others arrived at the last place at the bottom of the cliff in an extremely sorry state. They were so angry that they were about to explode when they saw Leng Ruoxue and the others already starting a fire and cooking. Damn! They were working tirelessly behind, but these people were preparing to eat. Who allowed you to eat? You haven't found all the herbs yet. Sun Meiting roared angrily. Of course we have to eat if we're hungry. Otherwise, how can we have the stamina to deal with those poisonous creatures later? Leng Ruoxue reminded very kindly. There's more. Sun Meiting said gloomily. They had already killed many along the way and were bitten many times. However, they showed no signs of being poisoned, and she attributed all this to the antidote pill they had eaten before descending the cliff. Of course there are. Don't tell me you think only the poisonous creatures you killed are down this cliff. Leng Ruoxue asked with a naughty smile. Alas. The poisonous creatures had already begun to become restless after Sun Meiting and the others plucked all the food from the poisonous creatures. However, they still had concerns, so they didn't dare to attack in full force. This was also letting Sun Meiting and the others off easy. Otherwise, how could they have walked here alive? Miss, I'm going to catch fish too. The guard didn't dare to not believe Leng Ruoxue's words, so he volunteered. Okay. Sun Meiting was also afraid that a poisonous substance would run out to cause trouble for them, so she agreed without thinking. Seeing that Sun Meiting agreed, the guard led the other guard to catch fish like Feng Wu. However, before they could catch the fish, they were bitten by the fish as food. The 2 of them were extraordinarily depressed looking at their fingers that were gradually turning black. Boo-hoo. Why was this? They were bitten by poisonous creatures while picking herbs, and the fish was bitten again. Why was nothing happening to them? Heaven was so unfair. However, what they didn't expect was that the matter of making them vomit blood was yet to come. Leng Ruoxue and the others had already begun picking herbs when Sun Meiting and the others were done preparing the food. Miss, let's eat quickly. Our mission won't be completed if they pluck all the herbs. The guard reminded her with a petty heart as he looked at the 5 people picking herbs not far away. At this moment, he only wanted to complete the mission quickly and had long forgotten that Leng Ruoxue and the others would not pluck all the herbs at all. What are you afraid of? We'll snatch them if we can't. Can't we deal with them with our strength? Sun Meiting said nonchalantly. Humph. Don't blame me for being merciless if these people don't leave them alone. Miss, the mission isn't completed yet, so they can't die, the guard reminded. The bottom of the cliff might seem calm, but he could already feel that the things hiding in the dark had not really appeared yet. If Leng Ruoxue and the others were alive, they could help them block the danger at the critical moment. More importantly, these people seemed to be very confident in the mission, so it was even more impossible to let them die first. Yes, I know. Sun Meiting was not stupid. She knew that before leaving this place, she could not touch Leng Ruoxue and the others, no matter how much she hated them. Boo-hoo. They knew nothing about missions. They would not be able to leave this place without Leng Ruoxue. The freak who was picking herbs said helplessly as he looked at the malicious gaze not far away, "Schwer, they're playing dirty again." Yes, I know, however, we'll let them go on the account that they can lure Little Flame's food out. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Hee hee. They were using each other anyway, so she didn't care what bad intentions Sun Meiting and the others thought. Yes, yes. Little Flame nodded vigorously in agreement after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Lass, it's about time. Leave the rest for them, the little old man blinked and said kindly. Yes, Miss Sunday. We're done picking. The rest is for you. Leng Ruoxue brought everyone to rest after speaking. Humph. At least you know your place, Sun Meiting said proudly. Then she led her subordinates to pluck the grass in a hurry. A moment later, everyone present heard a loud bang. Then the ground under their feet began to split apart, and countless giant scorpions, giant ants, and spiders surged up from the ground. Each of them was several times larger than the one Sun Meiting and the others killed previously. At the same time, countless snakes crawled over from all directions and surrounded them. Damn it, where did these things come from? Sun Meiting said with a tingling scalp. She hated these disgusting things the most, but the number of things in front of her was unimaginable. Miss, let's not act rashly. The 5 of us alone can't deal with these poisonous creatures, the guard reminded very implicitly. What he implied was that he wanted to join forces with Leng Ruoxue and the others. I know. Sun Meiting raised her eyes and looked in Leng Ruoxue's direction. However, it was fine if she didn't look. She almost vomited blood when she saw it. Damn. What was going on? Why were there so many poisonous creatures around them while they only had 2 or 3 kittens? Damn it, why don't you surround them? Sun Meiting couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation and roar at the poisonous creatures surrounding her. However, when those poisonous creatures heard Sun Meiting's words, their small eyes revealed looks as if they were looking at an idiot, and they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. Damn. Do you think we're as stupid as you? Those people were not made of tofu. They could afford to offend them. Moreover, before coming, Boss had instructed that no matter who they provoked, they couldn't provoke that little red snake. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences themselves. Miss, calm down, the guard said with a headache. He couldn't help cursing in his heart. What a pig brain. He still wanted to offend her at this time. Calm down my A**s. Isn't this bullying? Sun Meiting roared irrationally. With that, she wanted to rush in the direction of Leng Ruoxue and the others. However, before she could run, she was bitten by the giant poisonous scorpion closest to her several times. Ah. Damn it. Sun Meiting was angry. She waved the soft whip in her hand and injected mystic energy into it, attacking the scorpion that bit her. Pah. The weak scorpion died before it could retaliate. The poisonous creatures were angry when they saw their companions being killed in front of them. Ayo. Ayo. After a few howls, the poisonous creatures waved their giant claws that made cracking sounds and attacked Sun Meiting and the others. There were many poisonous creatures, but their strength was not high. They were basically not at the level of a transcendent divine beast. Therefore, Sun Meiting and the others were almost one at a time. Soon, the number of poisonous creatures decreased by a third. At this moment, Little Flame climbed down from Leng Ruoxue's wrist matter-of-factly and dashed to the battlefield to absorb the poisonous glands of the dead poisonous creatures without working. Xiaohua was absorbing happily, but Sun Meiting and the others were so tired that they vomited blood. The depression in their hearts was indescribable when they saw Leng Ruoxue and the others standing by the side, watching the commotion. They really wanted to faint if possible. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to. If they really fainted, they would probably become food for these poisonous creatures in the next second. Schwer, when should we attack? Empty looked at the battle situation and asked. Wait a while more. The largest one isn't out yet. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a light smile. Well, they had to conserve their energy. It would be impossible to count on Sun Meiting and the others for the largest ones. Okay, let's watch the commotion then. Empty said with a smile. Then he turned his gaze to the center of the battle and also glanced at the few scorpions surrounding them. The scorpions shrank their heads after sensing Empty's gaze and tried their best to reduce their presence. Boo-hoo. These people were really too deceiving. They looked like small shrimps, but they were true great white sharks in their bones. They couldn't afford to offend them. They couldn't afford to offend them. With this in mind, the scorpions looked at each other and quietly slipped away. Woman, I'm back. After some time, Little Flame, which was full, returned to Leng Ruoxue's side from the battlefield. At this moment, Sun Meiting and the others had also eliminated all the poisonous little minions. They were sitting on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Yes, are you full? Leng Ruoxue looked at Little Fire's deflated belly doubtfully and asked curiously. No. Hee hee. I've already digested the venom, Little Flame said proudly. A slightly cold voice immediately sounded in its ears just as it finished speaking. Human, how dare you kill our subordinates? Humph. You're dead meat. The one who spoke was a snake covered in black and covered in poisonous gas. This snake was nearly 100 meters in length and about 10 meters in width. Moreover, its gaze was cold and fierce. At this moment, it was staring at Sun Mating and the others tightly. Not only that, but this snake was also a level 7 transcendent divine beast. On both sides of this snake were two huge black scorpions and spiders that were like small mountains. They were level 5 and level 6 transcendent divine beasts. There were many transcendent divine beasts behind them, but almost all were around level 2 or 3. Damn it, are you blind? They have a share too. Why are you only looking for us? The scarred Sun Mating couldn't bear it anymore and roared at the snake, planning to drag Leng Ruoxue and the others into the water. Them? They didn't kill my subordinates. You killed them all. The cold snake's eyes rolled between Leng Ruoxue and Sun Mating. Then the huge snake said, and at the same time, it pouted in its heart. Humph. Who? Didn't know that persimmons had to be pinched by the weak. It wanted to find trouble with the other 5, but it could not afford to. In fact, they also treated Leng Ruoxue and the others as food when they first descended to the bottom of the cliff. However, after careful discussion, they unanimously believed that those people could not be provoked. Not because they saw the true strength of Leng Ruoxue and the others, but because of an animal's intuition and instinct. You. The snake's words almost made Sun Mating faint. This was too much of a bully. She, who had always been arrogant, never dreamed that she would one day receive such unfair treatment. Moreover, it was the beast she hated the most. How could the proud her bear this? Damn it, you beasts, do you know who I am? I'm the miss of the Sun family. How dare you treat me like this? I won't let you go. Sun Mating roared with a face full of anger. She was so angry that she even forgot that. No matter how noble her status was, it was impossible for these poisonous creatures who had lived at the bottom of the cliff to recognize her. The Sun family? I've never heard of them. Sure enough, the poisonous creatures led by the giant snake blinked in confusion, their faces full of question marks. Big brother, it seems like she wants to use her identity to pressure us. Let's not talk nonsense with her. Hurry up and attack, the scorpion beside the giant snake said impatiently. Okay, avenge our subordinates. Go. The giant snake ordered, and the poisonous creatures beside it swarmed forward. As the poisonous creatures ran, the bottom of the cliff immediately became poisonous fog. In a few seconds, the scarred Sun Mating and the others disappeared. They didn't even have the time to ask for help. After a while, the poisonous fog dissipated, and Leng Ruoxue and the others could clearly see the poisonous creatures led by the giant snake surrounding them. What? It's our turn now? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes gently glanced at the giant snake and said with a spurious smile. Misunderstanding. You're mistaken. The giant snake was stunned and then hurriedly tried to curry favor. Why else are you surrounding us? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Then she raised a slender jade hand, and a small flame danced on her tender white fingertips. What a misunderstanding. Cold sweat rolled down the giant snake's body. Boo-hoo. The flame gave it so much pressure. It would probably be lying on the ground if it didn't forcefully hold on. Oh, Leng Ruoxue answered lightly and then fell silent. Didn't you already complete the first mission? I'm here to tell you the second mission location, the giant snake explained, its little heart trembling non-stop. Okay. Do you want to check my mission items? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked calmly. No. There's no need. I believe in your credit, the giant snake said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. Those herbs were all their favorite food. However, they were all gone. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh after hearing what the giant snake said. The poisonous thing that even killed the mission person actually said that it believed her. Wasn't this very ridiculous? What are you laughing about? The giant snake asked in puzzlement. It knew that these humans were not afraid of it, but there was no need to laugh so happily. Little snake, our little fire is very interested in the poison in your bodies. Leng Ruoxue ignored the giant snake's question and looked at the poisonous thing sneaking glances at her like a little wife in front of her with a light smile. What do you mean? The giant snake's brain couldn't keep up, and it couldn't help asking foolishly. Give me the poison in your bodies, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. How can that be? The giant scorpion interrupted before the snake could answer. Teal give you two choices. One is to do it willingly, and the other is to do it ourselves, Empty said with a light smile. Can I choose the third one? The giant snake lowered its head and asked softly, but it couldn't help crying and cursing in its heart. Boo-hoo. This group of bandits. It was easy for them to accumulate some poison. Little snakes, you don't have a third choice, and I don't want much. Just give half of the poison in your bodies to my little fire, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Well, look at how kind she was. If it were others, they would probably have killed these poisonous creatures long ago. However, these poisonous beasts didn't attack them, so of course she wouldn't kill them herself. Boo-hoo. A beast with a master is a treasure, a beast without a master is like a blade of grass. The huge snake couldn't help but grumble in its heart. Then it raised its head and secretly looked at the little red snake that was not even as thick as an adult's finger, feeling abnormally depressed. It was obviously a little fellow more poisonous than them, but it still wanted to rob them. It was too much. You don't have to be reluctant. I can also share a little of the poison with you as an exchange. However, I'm afraid not many of you can bear my poison. Little Flame, which was coiled around Leng Ruoxue's wrist, said. I know. You can only give us 5. Forget the others, the giant snake said impatiently. It would be very beneficial to their strength if they could obtain this little red snake's poison. Poison. It couldn't even ask for such a good thing, so of course it was willing. Okay. Little Flame nodded and was about to open its little mouth to bite the giant snake, but Leng Ruoxue stopped it. Wait, little snake, tell us the location of the next mission first, Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. Well, she didn't know if this snake could withstand Little Fire's poison, but who would tell them the location if Little Fire fainted from the poison? The second mission is under the pool, the giant snake said and then motioned for Little Flame to begin. Little Flame nodded, and then bit the giant snake's poison sac. After absorbing almost half of the venom, it injected another drop of its poison into the giant snake's body and did the same to the other 4 poisonous beasts. As for the others, it only absorbed half of their poison. After a long time. After absorbing the toxins, Little Flame crawled unsteadily back to Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Then it looked up at her and said, Woman, I'm going to advance. Advance? When? Leng Ruoxue said in surprise. It usually didn't see how Little Flame cultivated, so why did it advance just like that? Immediately. Little Flame transformed into a red light and ran to a spacious place to prepare to advance after speaking. Before long, the heaven-earth laws descended into the abyss. After advancing, Little Flame crawled back onto Leng Ruoxue's wrist proudly. Leng Ruoxue held Little Flame in her hand and observed it carefully. Well. Why didn't this Little Flame grow up at all after advancing? Instead, it became smaller and smaller. Moreover, its body became more and more translucent, beautiful and dazzling. Woman, I'm even more beautiful. Little Flame said proudly. This was the first time it advanced since birth. Little Flame, what's your current strength? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. There really wasn't much difference apart from becoming more beautiful after this Little Flame advanced. Strength? What do you need strength for? Little Flame blinked its ruby-like beautiful eyes, its face full of question marks. Pretend I didn't ask, Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. Woman, just want poison, Little Flame said with a face full of pride. Then it looked at the 5 big poisonous creatures who were dozing off and pondered in secret. Well, if they bit it after advancing, these poisonous creatures would probably have died long ago. Oh. Let's go to the pool to complete the second mission. Leng Ruoxue said to the freak and the others seeing that Little Flame's matter was resolved. Okay. Everyone nodded and then walked toward the pool. Leng Ruoxue and the others watched carefully by the pool, looking for the entrance. Master, I think something is amiss there, Feng Wu said after observing it with the unique secret technique of the Phoenix clan. Leng Ruoxue looked in the direction Feng Wu was pointing. The bottom of the pool was covered with rocks, and the 2 pieces Feng Wu chose seemed to be slightly different in color. However, they would not be discovered at all if she didn't look carefully. At this point, she sent a stream of mystic power to hit the 2 rocks. In an instant, the pool sank, and a secret room was exposed in front of them. Schwer, should we go down? Empty looked at the pitch-black secret room and asked. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Master, I'll go down first. Feng Wu said and then ignited her vital flame. This way, they wouldn't be hurt even if there was any danger down there. Feng Wu led the way up the stairs, Leng Ruoxue and the others following closely behind. The door of the secret room closed as soon as they entered. Schwer, looks like we can forget about leaving this place if we can't break through the array. Empty teased with a light smile as he looked at the closed door of the secret chamber. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then looked at the secret room in front of her. The walls of this secret room were embedded with night pearls, illuminating the secret room as if it was daytime. The entire secret room was not big, and there were no items for missions inside. There was an array formation on one of the walls of the secret room. Well, this should be the exit. Leng Ruoxue and the others came to the wall covered with array formations and observed. Lass, I know nothing about array formations. I can only rely on you, the little old man said helplessly. In fact, array formations were not prevalent on the boundless heaven continent. Therefore, very few people specially studied them. Therefore, array formations had almost been lost long ago. Leng Ruoxue nodded and looked at the array formation in front of her. Well, this array formation was a little familiar. She should have seen it in the array formation collection left behind by her master. What was its name again? Leng Ruoxue searched her memory. She remembered that this array formation was called the illusionary array. It was an array formation that combined reality and illusion. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, this array formation should be an advanced array formation. Not many people could set it up. She didn't expect to see it here. However, this array should only be considered a simple illusionary array. Schwer, is this array easy to break? Empty asked curiously. Boo-hoo. He was also an array formation idiot. However, he knew that Schwer had specially studied it. Therefore, he was not very worried that they would be trapped here. It's not difficult as long as we find the array core, Leng Ruoxue said and then carefully searched the array formation. The freak and the others naturally didn't dare to disturb Leng Ruoxue when they saw that her thoughts were on the array formation. After more than 10 minutes, Leng Ruoxue finally discovered the abnormality and said happily to everyone, "Found it, it's here." Everyone immediately looked over, but they didn't find anything different from the places Schwer mentioned. Take a closer look. There is spiritual energy flowing on the array formation, and the direction and speed of spiritual energy flowing here are slightly different from other places, so I'm sure this is the eye of the array formation, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. With that, she released a stream of mystic power to strike the location of the array formation. Immediately, the array formation on the wall disappeared, and the exit was revealed in front of everyone. "This array doesn't look that difficult," the little old man said in puzzlement. Hee. Grandpa Do, this array is called the illusionary array. However, it can only be considered simple. The true illusionary array's eyes are not so easy to find, so we picked up a bargain. Leng Ruoxue explained with a light smile. Oh, no wonder. However, no matter what, the second mission is finally completed. Let's leave this place quickly, the little old man urged. It felt gloomy here, and he didn't want to stay any longer. Okay, let's go. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and then everyone left. After the array formation of the secret chamber was unlocked, Hong Ying, who was in the hall at the back of Black Mist Cliff, immediately sensed it. Leng Ruoxue and the others have unlocked the array formation. Hong Ying looked at the other three people. Really? The three of them hurriedly stood up in surprise. Okay. Hong Ying nodded. That array formation might only be a simple illusionary array, but there were almost no people in this world who could unlock it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help paying more attention to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Alas. He didn't know if they could complete the last mission. The last mission. Baishi hesitated, but the other three understood what she meant. Don't worry. My intuition tells me that they can definitely do it, Xiao Fan said. In fact, he was not too confident. Go do what you have to do. The last mission will probably take a long time, Hong Ying said. Then he was the first to get up and leave the hall. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the others found themselves in another secret room after coming out of the exit. This secret room was very spacious. There was a table and 5 chairs in it, as if they were specially prepared for them. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the secret room was very abundant. Previous chapter. Next. Where is this place? The little old man's face was full of question marks. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue picked up a jade slip on the table and sent her divine sense into it. We want to complete the third mission here, Leng Ruoxue explained after reading it. What's the third mission? The little old man and the others were very curious. Refine pills, divine-level antidote pills, Leng Ruoxue said softly, but she was depressed in her heart because she had never refined divine-level pills at all. Alas. Wasn't this making things difficult for them? Moreover, they had prepared food for them for countless years, presumably prepared to work hard for a long time. What? The little old man was shocked, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Grandpa Do, the third mission is to refine a divine-ranked antidote pill. Moreover, it has to be at least an intermediate divine pill and above. Leng Ruoxue explained very clearly this time. As far as she knew, divine-ranked pills were different from the pills they knew now. Even the same divine-ranked pill was divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, holy, and the best pill kings. Most of the divine-ranked pills were only elementary even if they were successfully refined. In order to refine better quality pills, one had to have more herbs, heaven, earth, people, and none could be lacking. Lass. Whether we can go out this time will all depend on you, the little old man said helplessly. Alas. A divine-level pill. Other alchemists might not know, but he knew very well that if they refined a divine-level pill, they needed to have 2 elements. First, they had to have the intrinsic divine flame. Second, they had to have sufficient spiritual energy to support them. Therefore, alchemists in this world might not be able to refine divine pills even if they had the intrinsic divine flame. The main reason was that the spiritual energy in their bodies was insufficient. Grandpa Do, I've never refined a divine pill before either, Leng Ruoxue reminded. It's okay. Your hopes are the greatest, the little old man said with a smile. Lass, he asked us to refine antidote pills. Does he have a pill formula? What about herbs? The little old man continued asking. Yes, not only do we have pill formulas, but we also have herbs and food, so we will probably stay here for a long time, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Everyone she could think of had thought of it. What else could she say? She really regretted taking this mission now. Why were you so curious about the bottom of Black Mist Cliff for no reason? Great, she was trapped here now. Suddenly, a loud bang attracted the attention of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Empty, what are you doing? Cold sweat broke out on Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she asked in puzzlement. Hee. I'll try to see if this wall is sturdy, Empty explained. Then he attacked the wall with mystic energy again and again. Empty, don't waste your energy. That wall won't break, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Why was Empty so childish? Is this wall made of millennium meteoric iron? Empty asked curiously. No, it's 10,000-year-old black iron, Leng Ruoxue said. Oh, no wonder. Empty stared at the entire wall with shining eyes, thinking how good it would be if he could steal a piece. Empty, don't have any ideas about that wall. Let's think about what you will do in the future. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. What else can we do? We can't go out again. Boo-hoo. Empty said gloomily. Then he looked at Leng Ruoxue with tears in his starry eyes, his eyes obviously saying, it's up to you. You can enter the space, Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. Okay, I'll enter the space and stay there. Empty said after some thought. Okay. What about you? Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak and the others and asked. T'll accompany you, the freak was the first to express his opinion. Lass, I'll accompany you too, the little old man said. Master, I'll go into my space. Feng Wu said. Well, she couldn't help much outside, so it was better to cultivate in her space. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, sent Empty and Feng Wu into the space, and moved Zheng Yan out. Miss, do you want to refine a divine pill? Zheng Yan asked excitedly. It's not me, it's us, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Miss, I can't, Zheng Yan said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. His spiritual energy was not enough to refine divine pills. It's okay. I've prepared spirit fruits for you, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Hee, she had thought about it, so she couldn't allow Zheng Yan to refuse. Moreover, Zheng Yan, this is a good opportunity to practice. We don't need our own herbs, what are you afraid of? Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Are those herbs enough for the two of us to practice? Zheng Yan was a little tempted. He naturally didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity like others providing. Herbs. However, if there were too few herbs, it was better to let Miss practice. After all, Miss's chances of successfully refining the divine pill were much higher than his. Don't worry, it's definitely enough, Leng Ruoxue said mysteriously. Then she picked up the storage ring on the table and handed one to Zheng Yan. Hee. The herbs in this ring were enough for them to cultivate for a few years. Zheng Yan took the ring and sent his divine sense in. Then he revealed a face full of joy and said, Hee, Miss, I will practice well. After speaking, the two of them each occupied a corner and began refining pills. A month later. Leng Ruoxue and Zheng Yan were still practicing non-stop. Moreover, they had refined more than 1,000 times in the past month, but they had never succeeded once. The freak and the little old man sat in chairs, drinking tea and chatting. However, none of them dared to speak loudly for fear of disturbing the two of them in their alchemy. Alas. It's been a month. I don't know how long more will it take to succeed. The freak sighed softly, his stunning face full of depression. Let's wait slowly. It's not ordinarily difficult to refine a divine level pill in this world. Fortunately, the concentration of spiritual energy in this secret room is not bad. Otherwise, it's impossible to refine a divine level pill, the little old man explained softly. Okay. The freak nodded and then locked his gaze firmly on Schwer. 3 months later. Leng Ruoxue looked at the ruined medicinal dregs in the pill furnace in front of her and was depressed. Boo-hoo. She actually failed again. She had lost count of how many times. Schwer, rest for a while. The freak walked to Schwer's side and said with concern. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then she hugged the freak and said aggrievedly, it's been so long, but I haven't even refined an elementary divine pill. Hee, luckily it's not your medicinal herb. Otherwise, how heartbroken would it be, the freak reminded with a naughty smile. Oh. That's true. Leng Ruoxue's mood improved significantly at this point. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak to Zheng Yan's side and carefully observed. At this moment, Zheng Yan was at the most critical stage of condensing pills. Moreover, he was afraid that he would not be able to supply spiritual energy, so he kept stuffing spirit fruits into his mouth. Leng Ruoxue and the freak couldn't help breathing when they saw this scene. Alas. Another failure. Not long later, the charred smell of the herbs emitted from the pill furnace. Zheng Yan knew that he had failed again. It was really a pity. Everything was fine before, but he kept failing at this step. This was really depressing. Miss, when did you come? Did you succeed? Zheng Yan suddenly looked up and unintentionally saw his miss, and couldn't help asking expectantly. Alas. I failed too, Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. Take it slow. How can a divine pill be refined so easily? The little old man walked over and comforted her. Okay, Zheng Yan, let's work hard together. Leng Ruoxue encouraged. Then she kissed the freak's face gently and returned to concoct pills obediently. Another month passed. Leng Ruoxue, who had been in the secret room for 4 months, finally refined a divine-level antidote. Let me see it quickly. The little old man, who had been waiting by the side, snatched the pill impatiently as soon as Leng Ruoxue's pill was out. As expected of a divine-level pill. It's actually covered in traces of spiritual energy. The little old man's eyes lit up as if he was looking at his beloved. Grandpa do, that's only an elementary divine pill. Our mission requirement is above the intermediate level. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Alas. It took 4 months before she refined an elementary divine pill. The intermediate level. It was really a long way to go. The elementary level is also a divine pill. It's better than nothing. Give this pill to me, the little old man said shamelessly and then directly stored the pill in his ring. Master, you're too much. Why didn't you tell me? Zheng En pretended to be displeased. Didn't you see it? Hurry up and go back to refine your divine pill, the little old man urged. Humph. So stingy. Zheng En said angrily and walked back very reluctantly. Although it took 4 months, being able to refine a divine pill instantly boosted Leng Ruoxue's confidence. Therefore, she decided to continue working hard and strive to refine an intermediate divine pill as soon as possible. After that, Leng Ruoxue continued to refine divine pills. However, what she refined was still elementary because she had to increase the success rate of elementary divine pills to more than 50% before she could begin to refine intermediate divine pills. Even then, she only had a 25% chance of refining intermediate divine pills. Moreover, even if she used an intermediate pill formula, she might still be able to refine elementary divine pills. With the stimulation of Leng Ruoxue's elementary divine pill, Zheng En finally refined his first elementary antidote pill 2 months later. Zheng En was so happy that he couldn't even speak as he looked at the divine level pill in his hand, which was light blue and had spiritual energy entangled in it. He just smiled foolishly. Stinky brat, don't be too beautiful. Schwer has already begun refining intermediate divine pills. You have to hurry. Otherwise, you'll be too behind, the little old man reminded Zheng En as he gently patted his head. Master, Miss is a pervert. I can't compare to her, Zheng En said spinelessly. Boo-hoo. Why were they comparing him to Miss? Wasn't this bullying? Useless stinky brat, can you have some ambition, the little old man roared, even though he knew that what his disciple said was the truth. Well, that girl was born to deal a blow. Okay, master, I'll continue then, Zheng En said. Then he lowered his head and fiddled with the herbs in his hand. Another 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Leng Ruoxue looked at the pill furnace in front of her gloomily. At this moment, there were 10 light blue pills lying in the middle of the pill furnace, but not one was what she needed. Now, the success rate of her refining elementary antidote pills could already reach more than 80%. Moreover, she was very satisfied with the number of pills she refined. But she was still unable to refine intermediate divine pills. Alas. It really made her speechless. After being depressed, Leng Ruoxue picked up the herbs defiantly and continued refining. Humph. She didn't believe that she couldn't refine an intermediate antidote divine pill. Leng Ruoxue threw herbs into the pill furnace again and again, refining, purifying, condensing, and tempering. She did it very carefully step by step, but the final pills she refined were always unable to meet the requirements. Just like that, the cycle repeated again and again. Leng Ruoxue's success rate in refining the elementary antidote pill could already reach 100%, and this almost used up another 2 months. Lass, rest for a while, the little old man came to Leng Ruoxue's side and said with concern. Alas. They had stayed here for almost a year. The girl and her foolish disciple were about to become alchemists. They kept refining pills day and night. Fortunately, they had spiritual fruits to support them. Otherwise, they would have probably exhausted their spiritual energy long ago. Alas. Refining pills was also a labor of strength. Yes, Grandpa Du, how's Zheng En's refinement going? Leng Ruoxue asked with concern. Boo-hoo. She seemed to have not left the pill furnace for a long time. Not bad. The success rate of elementary antidote pills can already reach 50%, the little old man said with satisfaction. Oh, that's good. Leng Ruoxue said happily. Then she chatted with the freak for a while and continued refining pills. After refining for another 9 times, Leng Ruoxue looked at the light blue pill in the furnace and sighed softly. Alas. Deity-level pills were so difficult. After refining for so long, the quality of her current pills still couldn't reach the intermediate level. However, the quality was a little higher than the elementary level. Thinking of this, her confidence increased a little. Half a month later. When Leng Ruoxue threw the herbs into the pill furnace again and did every step to the extreme, for some reason, she had a premonition that the chance of success this time was very high, so after condensing the pills and tempering, her eyes stared intently at the pill furnace. The freak and the little old man, who felt that something was amiss, were also attracted. However, neither of them dared to make a sound and also stared at the pill furnace intently like Leng Ruoxue. After a while, the unique fragrance of the pills emerged from the pill furnace. The 3 of them knew that the pill refinement was successful, but whether it could reach the intermediate level was unknown. Schwer, open the pill furnace and take a look, the little old man urged impatiently. Leng Ruoxue found herself a little nervous. After all, she felt very good this time, but she was also a little scared. Don't be afraid. If it's not an intermediate one, at most, I'll refine it again, the little old man comforted. However, just as the little old man finished speaking, suddenly, boom. Several loud bangs sounded in the sky above the secret room. This sudden sound shocked the few people who were not mentally prepared. What's this sound? Is there thunder? The little old man said in surprise. Grandpa Du, this secret room is made of 10,000-year-old black iron. You can't even hear thunder, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. However, just as she finished speaking, the pill furnace shook uneasily, as if it was very scared. Big sister, it's pill tribulation, Qing Ju said via voice transmission from the bracelet. Pill tribulation? Qing Ju, are you sure? Leng Ruoxue sent a voice transmission in surprise. Yes. Qing Ju nodded with certainty. Usually, pills or artifacts that could cause heavenly tribulation when successfully refined were not ordinary. Qing Ju said that the lightning just now was a pill tribulation. Leng Ruoxue told the little old man and the freak what Qing Ju told her. After speaking, she opened the pill furnace. However, as soon as she opened the pill furnace, the deep blue pill lying in the middle of the furnace obediently ran into her hand. At this moment, a message came from her mind. Advanced antidote pill. ADV. Advanced? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She had concocted it countless times, but she only wanted to concoct an intermediate antidote divine pill. However, who knew that the intermediate didn't succeed and instead concocted an advanced pill? This was too unbelievable. However, she was also a little depressed. Why couldn't she concoct the elementary and advanced pill formulas for the intermediate antidote? Pill tribulation? Lass, I heard from Grandmaster that only pills above the intermediate stage of the divine pill might have a pill tribulation. Could it be that the pill you just refined has reached the intermediate stage of the divine pill? The little old man said with a face full of joy. This pill was a little different from the previous one. However, the dark blue divine pill in her hand became unhappy before Leng Ruoxue could answer the little old man. The pill floated from Leng Ruoxue's hand and came to the little old man. It circled him a few times and then knocked into his forehead. After doing all this, the pill slowly returned to Leng Ruoxue's hand and rubbed against it coquettishly. Schwer, it actually hit me, the little old man said dumbfoundedly. Boo-hoo. He was actually attacked by a pill. No one would believe it if news of this got out. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless seeing the pill's human-like behavior. Alas. Why was this pill so spiritual? Grandpa Du, it's an advanced divine pill. It's unhappy that you said it's intermediate, Leng Ruoxue explained helplessly as she looked at the protesting pill in her hand. It's actually advanced. No wonder. Boo-hoo. I don't know, the little old man said aggrievedly. Grandpa Du, it said it forgave you, Leng Ruoxue translated for the pill. Alas. She didn't know how she knew the meaning of a pill, but she knew. Lass, does it understand what we mean? The little old man's face was full of surprise. This was really strange every year, especially this year. I'll understand. It also said that it doesn't want to be eaten, Leng Ruoxue said with a slight headache. She couldn't help muttering to herself as she looked at the pill in her hand that kept acting coquettishly. Could this still be considered a pill? Then what should we do? We still have to use it to submit the mission, the little old man said awkwardly. However, he was hit by the divine pill again as soon as he finished speaking. It hit me again, the little old man said gloomily with a long face. Grandpa Du, I'm refining an intermediate divine pill. Leng Ruoxue said. Qing Ju had also reminded her not to use this pill to complete the mission. Okay, then refine another one, the little old man hurriedly said, not wanting to be beaten again. The dark blue pill circled around them happily and then obediently stayed in Leng Ruoxue's hand after hearing what they said. Leng Ruoxue sent the pill into the bracelet and handed it to Qing Ju for safekeeping. Then she continued to concoct the pill resignedly. However, Leng Ruoxue's pills became more and more convenient since she refined this advanced divine pill. She only refined it more than 10 times, but the success rate of the intermediate divine pill actually reached 50%. Moreover, another advanced divine pill appeared, but the pill tribulation did not descend again. Lass, your success rate is really strange, the little old man, who had been watching by the side, said speechlessly. Yes. Seems like that pill is indeed different. I didn't succeed in refining an intermediate divine pill once before it, but the success rate later became so high. Leng Ruoxue looked at the intermediate pill in the furnace. And was also surprised. Well. This success rate was really abnormal. It was only more than a dozen times, but the success rate was actually above 50%. Who knew how many alchemists would want to die if news of this got out? Hee, no matter what, we can finally leave this place, the little old man said happily. His disciple had yet to refine an intermediate divine pill, but the success rate of an elementary divine pill had improved a lot. Well. He was very satisfied. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She didn't expect to stay here for almost a year. Previous chapter. Lass, I'm going to see that silly disciple. Pack up your things and then we'll leave, the little old man said. Then he ran to his disciple's side to watch. Leng Ruoxue packed up and came to Zheng Yan's side with the freak. Zheng Yan's furnace of pills had already reached the last step, so the four of them waited very patiently. After the medicinal fragrance drifted out of the furnace, Zheng Yan directly opened the pill furnace. Tease intermediate. Hee, foolish disciple, you also succeeded, the little old man said happily as he looked at the blue pill in the furnace. Hee, I succeeded. Zheng Yan smiled foolishly, a little at a loss. Congratulations. Leng Ruoxue said happily. Hee, thank you, Mississippi. I didn't expect me to be able to refine a divine level pill too, Zheng Yan said with a face full of gratitude. Silly boy, don't be too beautiful. Hurry up and pack up. We're going out, the little old man urged with a smile. His disciple had refined an intermediate divine pill. He was also proud as his master. Yes, yes. Zheng En carefully put away the intermediate antidote pill he refined and then began to pack his things neatly. Miss, I'm done, Zheng En said after cleaning up. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then sent Zheng En back to the space and moved Empty and Feng Wu out. Shuer, how are we going to get out? Empty looked around and said helplessly. Leng Ruoxue looked at Empty, then picked up the jade slip on the table, crushed it, and said, let's just wait. Is that so? Empty couldn't help rolling his eyes. He thought to himself, who did they learn this move from? A few minutes later, a door opened on a wall in the secret room. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked out seeing this. After Leng Ruoxue and the others walked out of the secret room, they found themselves outside the door of a hall. Xiao Fan appeared in front of them as the door slowly opened. You came out so quickly. Please come in. Big brother is waiting for you. Xiao Fan said warmly. Brat, we've been in there for almost a year. How is it fast? The little old man said speechlessly. It's indeed very fast. It's too normal to stay inside for 10 or 100 years. Xiao Fan smiled. In fact, he had something else to say, that only you would succeed. The little old man was speechless. It seemed like they were really fast. However, if he was trapped inside himself, he probably wouldn't be able to come out for 100 years. Follow me. Xiao Fan led the way after speaking, and Leng Ruoxue and the others followed him into the hall. In the hall, Hong Ying and the others were sitting in chairs waiting for Leng Ruoxue and the others. The three of them stood up and bowed slightly when they saw them arrive. Congratulations, Miss Leng and the others for completing our mission, Hong Ying said, hiding his excitement. How did you know that we completed the mission? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Well, she had asked Qing Ju before. The secret room was very safe and was not monitored. We saw the pill tribulation, Hong Ying said honestly. When they noticed the heavenly tribulation, they knew that the antidote pills above the intermediate level had been successfully refined. Oh, Leng Ruoxue answered lightly, but the doubts in her heart became deeper and deeper. Who were they? How did they know about the alchemy tribulation? One had to know that even alchemists might not know so much about the alchemy tribulation, and she was very sure that there were no alchemists among them. Miss Leng, you don't have to think too much. We don't have any ill intentions. However, it's not convenient to reveal our identities. You will know if you have the chance in the future, Hong Ying explained calmly after seeing Leng Ruoxue's doubts. Oh. Leng Ruoxue naturally wouldn't force him since he didn't want to say it. However, there were some questions she wanted to ask clearly. Thinking of this, she couldn't help asking, if there are no alchemists among us, I want to know how to complete the third mission. You can't complete the third mission without an alchemist. However, don't you have one among you? Hong Ying said calmly. What if we don't? Leng Ruoxue asked through gritted teeth. Then we can only stay inside forever. Moreover, the chance of death is very high, Hong Ying said very coldly. Miss Leng, our missions are all voluntary. Moreover, I've known about your information since you decided to take on the mission. Moreover, if I don't think someone can complete our mission, we will usually warn him. If he doesn't listen and insists on courting death, then we can't do anything. Xiao Fan shrugged helplessly. Why didn't you tell the person on the third mission what the third mission was before you did the mission? This was the most infuriating thing about Leng Ruoxue. In her opinion, these people were doing it on purpose. Because if others knew the content of the third mission, no one would definitely take this mission, not even her. After all, she didn't want to be trapped in the secret room forever. You are not qualified to know the third mission if you don't complete the first two missions, Hong Ying said coldly. Is that so? Isn't it because you're afraid that no one will be willing to accept this mission? Empty said with a light smile. The missions we set, even the easiest, are not something ordinary mystics can complete, so not many people chose to do the missions. For so many years, only 10 groups of people chose the missions, including you. 3 of them entered the third mission, and there were alchemists in all 3 groups. However, only you succeeded, Hong Ying explained lightly. And you have the shortest time, Flood Eagle added. We used almost a year. Leng Ruoxue reminded through gritted teeth. A year is not long for cultivators, Hong Ying said with a faint smile. I have other things to do, Leng Ruoxue continued. I know. You're going to the dragon clan. By the way, the dragon race is also looking for you all over the world. It said that the 5th elder of the dragon race is dead, Hong Ying gloated. Previous chapter. Next. Oh, that's good, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Miss Leng, hand the pill to me and you can leave, Hong Ying said very understandingly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while, then took out the white jade bottle containing the advanced antidote divine pill and handed it to Hong Ying. In fact, she originally wanted to take the intermediate one, but she didn't expect him to actually know pill tribulation, so she couldn't use the intermediate one to report. After all the herbs were provided by him. It's actually an advanced antidote divine pill. Honging opened the jade bottle and after seeing the divine pill inside, his handsome face couldn't help revealing a trace of surprise. Surprised. It was really too unexpected. He never dreamed that it was actually an advanced divine pill. It seemed like this world was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. His gaze at Leng Ruoxue and the others became even deeper when he saw this divine pill. Yes, it was purely an accident, Leng Ruoxue said very modestly. Miss Leng, I'm very satisfied with this mission item. This is your reward. Honging handed her a storage ring after speaking. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and sent her divine sense in. It was fine if she didn't see it, but what she saw scared her because there were many crystals of various facets neatly placed in addition to countless herbs and refining materials in the ring. There were so many that she was speechless. Miss Leng, are you satisfied with our remuneration? Honging asked with a light smile. Yes, I'm very satisfied. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Well, she didn't expect to receive remuneration after completing the mission. This was unexpected before she completed the mission. It's good that you're satisfied. Take this token. It should be useful in the future. Honging handed him a purple gold token and reminded him. Oh. Leng Ruoxue took the token doubtfully. This token was very heavy. There was a majestic tiger on the front, and 3-word City Lord token was engraved on the back. Well, she didn't know which city this was from, but she still stored the token and the ring in the bracelet. Xiao Fan, send Miss Leng and the others out. Honging ordered. Yes, Xiao Fan answered. Then he said to Leng Ruoxue and the others, Miss Leng, should we fetch your subordinates? Yes. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. She braced herself. She didn't forget to tell Xiao Fan before she did the mission that her subordinates were in seclusion. Boo-hoo. Then let's go. I'll send you out after picking them up. Xiao Fan smiled and led the way, Leng Ruoxue and the others following closely behind. Soon, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked to the yard they had once stayed in. Outside the yard, Leng Ruoxue blocked Xiao Fan, who was about to enter, and said, Butler Xiao, please wait here for a while. We'll go in and get someone. Okay, Xiao Fan said obediently and watched Leng Ruoxue and the others enter the yard. After more than 10 minutes, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked out of the yard in a grandiose manner. Butler Xiao, let's go. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded and then led Leng Ruoxue and the others through the secret path and out of Black Mist Cliff. On the other side of Black Mist Cliff, Xiao Fan stopped and cupped his hands at Leng Ruoxue and the others. Miss Leng, you have already left the range of Black Mist Cliff. I won't see you out. Okay, thank you, Butler Xiao. Leng Ruoxue thanked him and then left with everyone. On the way to the Dragon Clan, the freak sat on the little peacock's back, seemingly deep in thought and not saying a word. Freak, what are you thinking? You're so immersed in your thoughts. Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Schwer, did you notice that much of the thick fog in Black Mist Cliff seemed to have dissipated when we left just now? The freak asked. Yes, fool, don't think about it. That Black Mist Cliff obviously has many secrets, so let's not look for trouble. Leng Ruoxue pinched the freak's beautiful face lightly. Schwer, you're taking advantage of me again. The freak pouted slightly and pretended to be displeased. If I don't eat your tofu, whose do I eat? Leng Ruoxue teased. Yes, only mine, the freak said domineeringly and hugged Schwer tightly. Lass, don't be so mushy. Tell me quickly what remuneration did Black Mist Cliff give us, the little old man asked curiously. Grandpa do, I thought you didn't want to know. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Who said I don't want to know? I've been enduring it for a long time. I was too embarrassed to ask at Black Mist Cliff just now, the little old man said honestly. Hee, the remuneration Black Mist Cliff gave us. There are herbs, refining materials, and many crystals, Leng Ruoxue explained simply. Really? How many are there? The little old man asked happily. Oh. A lot. There are many I don't know among them, but I've handed them all to Qingju to handle, Leng Ruoxue said. Lass, quickly send me into the space. I'll take a look, the little old man said impatiently. Okay. Leng Ruoxue sent the anxious little old man in with a thought. Not long after the little old man entered, Leng Ruoxue felt the little peacock stop and couldn't help asking, Little peacock, what's the matter? Miss, a dragon is blocking the way, the little peacock complained. Well, tell it that good dragons don't block the way. Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Hee. It seemed like the dragons were about to arrive. Leng Ruoxue's words had already entered the ears of the dragon blocking their way even without the little peacock's recount. The dragon was immediately angry when it heard this. How dare you humans hide your head and show your tail? In front of you is the territory of our dragon clan, prohibiting passage. As Leng Ruoxue and the others had installed a tent on the little peacock's back, the dragon did not know who was sitting on the little peacock's back. However, it was very sure that the people inside the tent were humans. We are going to the dragon clan. Leng Ruoxue's cold voice sounded from the tent again. We dragons don't welcome humans, the dragon said without giving him any face. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Haven't you dragons been looking for me? I came knocking on your door today, Leng Ruoxue introduced herself. Previous chapter. But I heard that you looked for me all over the world to seek revenge for the fifth elder, right? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She didn't expect these dragons to change their minds. This was a little different from what she had expected, so she was very dissatisfied. That was all a misunderstanding. We looked for you to let you back into the clan. First Elder Long Shao said with a smile. First Elder, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You came to me previously to avenge the 5th Elder. As for why you changed your mind, well, if I'm not mistaken, it should be related to the Phoenix clan. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. The dragons were probably afraid because they knew that the Phoenix clan had disappeared. Of course not. You really misunderstood, First Elder said stubbornly. First Elder, no matter why you're looking for me, I can tell you very clearly now that your 5th Elder was eaten by my beasts, and the subordinates it brought are now my captives. However, I won't return them to you, Leng Ruoxue said very clearly. Leng Ruoxue, our dragon clan won't pursue the matter of you killing the 5th Elder, but you actually don't know what's good for you. You will regret being enemies with the dragon clan. The 1st Elder of the dragon clan roared in anger. Alas. This human really didn't give them face. It originally thought that this human would be moved to tears after hearing its conditions. Who knew that he didn't appreciate it at all? Thinking of this, the 1st Elder was really angry and angry. Is that so? I really want to know how I will regret it. First Elder, I'll give you some time. Go and gather the dragons of the dragon clan. Otherwise, the little dragons beside you won't be enough for my subordinates to practice. Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. You are really ridiculous. Go, let this human know the power of our dragon clan. The 1st Elder of the dragon clan was completely enraged. None of the dragons beside him moved with his order. First Elder, looks like you don't have much prestige in the clan. Look at these dragons, they don't listen to your orders at all, Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of pity after a while. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack me to compensate this human with some power, the dragon clan's 1st Elder roared with anger. However, he was still unwilling to be the first dragon drop. First Elder, let's go back and call for more clansmen, a red dragon whispered. Boo-hoo. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack. This human really gave them too much pressure. Then go back and call them. First Elder sighed and said helplessly. Yes, the red dragon answered. It turned and was about to fly away when Leng Ruoxue's voice sounded in its ears. It's best if you call your old ancestor up too, Leng Ruoxue reminded with a smile. Well. Come out. She could clean up together to avoid wasting time. The huge red dragon couldn't help but tremble when it heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Then it quickly flew away with a whoosh. There's no need for our old ancestor to take care of you humans, the dragon clan's 1st Elder roared while pretending to be calm. Is that so? Leng Ruoxue smiled and then moved the old phoenixes out of the bracelet with a thought. After the old phoenixes emerged, they were all stunned because their current image was really too inelegant. Some were drooling, combed their hair, and had fruit in their mouths. However, they quickly returned to noble phoenixes after seeing Leng Ruoxue and the others. Lass. Why didn't you say anything when you got us out? Feng Zhan complained with a depressed face. Boo-hoo. The good image it had worked so hard to maintain was all destroyed. Fortunately, not many phoenixes saw it. Otherwise, how could it train those juniors in the future? It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Oh, then where is this place? Why do I smell a strange smell? Feng Zhan sniffed hard. Well, the smell was indeed wrong. We're here in the Dragon Clan, Leng Ruoxue replied. Dragon Clan? Why are they coming to the Dragon Clan? No wonder the smell is so stinky, Feng Zhan said very disdainfully. The dragons want to avenge their 5th Elder, so I consciously came knocking on their door, Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. No, we don't want to avenge the 5th Elder. The 1st Elder of the Dragon Clan opposite was covered in cold sweat after coming out of the old phoenixes. Now that he heard Leng Ruoxue frame them, he gathered his courage to defend the Dragon Clan. Boo-hoo. Where did this human come from? Why were these old phoenixes with her? They originally thought that Leng Ruoxue only dealt with the little phoenix of the Phoenix clan. How could they expect that she didn't let go of those who had been sleeping? After seeing these old phoenixes, it couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did they provoke this human for no reason? The strength of the two races, which were originally on par, was no longer on par because of the unexpected appearance of these old phoenixes. Boo-hoo. Do you think I will believe you? Feng Zhan raised his eyes slightly and said lightly. Boo-hoo. I don't dare to lie in front of you, old man, the Dragon Clan's 1st Elder said aggrievely like a little wife. These old phoenixes were protecting their cubs one by one. It couldn't afford to offend them. You're the old man. I'm still very young. Feng Zhan roared with displeasure. 1st Elder, I can give you some time to wake your old ancestor up now, Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. Okay, go and wake those old things up. I don't want to bully the young. Feng Zhan nodded and echoed. But the 1st Elder of the Dragon Clan was a little hesitant. He would have sent someone to call for the old ancestors if they could be awakened easily. But what? Hurry up and call for it. An old phoenix with a fiery temper couldn't help roaring when it saw the submissive appearance of the 1st Elder of the Dragon Clan. Yes, the 1st Elder of the Dragon Clan answered and then slipped away from the group. Lass. Find a place to set up the tent. Those old things won't wake up for at least half a month, Feng Zhan reminded. But I heard that you looked for me all over the world to seek revenge for the fifth elder, right? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She didn't expect these dragons to change their minds. This was a little different from what she had expected, so she was very dissatisfied. That was all a misunderstanding. We looked for you to let you back into the clan. That long? Leng Ruoxue was depressed. Alas. Time was money. Okay. Feng Zhan nodded and then closed his eyes. After Feng De and the others heard Feng Zhan, they consciously set up the tent without Leng Ruoxue's instructions. At the same time, the first elder, who had returned to the dragon clan's territory, transformed into a human and came directly to the hall where the patriarch was. First elder, what's the situation outside? I've already sent people to gather the clansmen. The dragon clan's patriarch, who was sitting on the main seat with a depressed face, spoke first as soon as the first elder entered the hall. Alas. Didn't the first elder say to try not to fight if possible? Why did he ask the clansmen to gather again? It really couldn't understand. Patriarch, wake the old ancestors up. First elder sighed helplessly. The dragon patriarch stood up from his seat and said, what did you say? How can that be? First elder, you should know that we can't disturb the ancestors unless it's a matter of life and death. Of course I know that, but it's already the moment of life and death for our dragon clan, so we have to shout. First elder sighed. Is it that serious? Even if Leng Ruoxue takes in the Phoenix clan, she might not necessarily be able to destroy us, right? After all, the strength of our two clans is about the same. The patriarch of the dragon clan frowned in puzzlement. After knowing that the Phoenix clan had disappeared, he specially went to the Phoenix clan and confirmed that the Phoenix clan had not been destroyed. It was impossible for the Phoenix clan to move casually like their dragon clan. In this way, the possibility of it recognizing a master was very high. Moreover, many members of the dragon clan had disappeared. Therefore, they guessed that Leng Ruoxue's strength should be extraordinary. Therefore, for the safety of their clansmen, they finally decided not to avenge the fifth elder. That was before, my patriarch. The old phoenixes of the Phoenix clan have already woken up, and they are with Leng Ruoxue, the dragon clan's first elder said with a long face. How is that possible? Even if the Phoenix clan was forced to acknowledge them as their masters, they shouldn't joke with the lives of their ancestors. Moreover, those esteemed ancestors would never recognize humans as their masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to sleep, the dragon patriarch said with a puzzled face. Patriarch, I didn't expect it either. But I saw Feng Zhan, the first elder of the dragon clan, said helplessly. Feng Zhan was the most famous in the Phoenix clan, so he believed that the patriarch would definitely know as long as he said this name. Are you sure? The dragon clan's patriarch asked in disbelief. Patriarch, I won't be mistaken even if that old phoenix turns to ashes, the first elder of the dragon clan promised. Well, he remembered that when he was young, that old phoenix came to fight with his old ancestor for no reason, so he couldn't pretend not to recognize it. First elder, then you mean? The dragon clan's patriarch only spoke halfway before his golden eyes stared at the first elder. Patriarch, if we don't invite the old ancestor out, I'm afraid our dragon clan will disappear from this continent. Alas. We really shouldn't have provoked that human. The first elder of the dragon clan was regretful. In fact, dying a dragon was really nothing. The missing clansmen did not die, but most importantly, they underestimated Leng Ruoxue's strength. This was what made him the most regretful. At first, they wanted to settle the score with Leng Ruoxue when they knew that the fifth elder went to seek revenge on humans but instead killed himself instead of taking revenge. After all, none of the clansmen who went to seek revenge with the fifth elder returned except for the fifth elder. However, they were wary of Leng Ruoxue's strength at that time. Later on, they guessed that the Phoenix clan might recognize her as their master, so they changed their strategy. However, they didn't expect her to not appreciate it at all. Now, she kindly reminded them to wake the old ancestor up. Boo-hoo. With those old phoenixes, they had no choice but to ask the old ancestor to do it. First elder, are you sure you have to invite him? The dragon patriarch was still a little hesitant. After all, this was a big matter. Patriarch, I don't want to wake the old ancestor either, but this was Feng Zhan's idea, the dragon clan's first elder said helplessly. Alas. Then let's wake the ancestors up. The patriarch of the dragon clan sighed and cursed the fifth elder, who was long dead in their hearts. Patriarch, let's go to the forbidden area together. First elder urged. Let's go. The dragon clan's patriarch nodded, and then the two of them walked in the direction of the dragon clan's forbidden ground. 10 days later. Leng Ruoxue lay on the hanging bed and looked at the dragon staring at them cautiously. She was amused. Alas. These dragons were really acting as if they were facing a formidable enemy now. Speaking of which, were they that terrifying? They were actually guarding against them like they were thieves. Miss, the meat is grilled. At this moment, Feng De took a piece of fragrant grilled meat and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. Thank you. Leng Ruoxue divided the meat into 3, gave one to the freak, and gave one to Hor, who was coiled around her wrist. Then she held the only piece of grilled meat in her hand and said to the black dragon opposite her, you must be hungry. You have to guard the night for us every day. It's quite tiring. Do you want to eat one? I don't want to eat it. The black dragon swallowed its saliva and said with great determination. Boo-hoo. It would definitely not bow its head like food, even though it was very hungry. It wanted to be a dragon with backbone. Lass, give it to me if it doesn't want to eat. Feng Zhan said as he emerged from the tent and snatched the only piece of grilled meat from Leng Ruoxue. You're all baddies, the black dragon said fiercely with tears in its huge dragon eyes. Then it turned its back incomparably sadly. Boo-hoo. Out of sight, out of mind, out of sight. It couldn't see anything. It kept muttering in its heart, but the fragrance of the grilled meat drifted into its nose along with a little wind, making it unable to deceive itself even if it wanted to. Lass, you're really bad, Feng Zhan said with a smile. For more than 10 days, this girl had been teasing those little dragons when she had nothing to do. Now, those little dragons ran away as if they had seen a ghost when they saw them. The number of dragons monitoring them outside the dragon clan's territory decreased from nearly 100 to 1. Alas. They were becoming less and less valued by the dragon clan. How sad. You were wronged. How kind of me. I didn't take advantage of the dragon's danger. Otherwise, these little dragons would have belonged to me long ago, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. TCH, that's because you're afraid of trouble and want to capture them all in one fell swoop, Feng Zhan said understandingly. He had long understood her thoughts after interacting with this girl for a while. However, he also wanted to meet his old friend, so he did his best to cooperate. Hee. Why aren't those old dragons awake yet? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic. It should be soon, Feng Zhan said. Lass, what do you intend to do with those dragons? Feng Zhan asked again. I don't know. I'll take it first. However, they have to pay for their living expenses, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Living expenses? Feng Zhan was stunned. As far as he knew, this girl shouldn't be short of money anymore. Yes, there are too many beasts. I can't support them. Leng Ruoxue said bitterly. Lass, you have a lot of money, Feng Zhan said speechlessly. The wealth accumulated by the Phoenix clan alone was enough for her to use for a long time. Who would complain about having too much money? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Lass, just sell a few pills and you will be rich. Really, believe me, Feng Zhan said with certainty. No, we have to keep the pills for the beasts to eat. Leng Ruoxue objected. Feng Zhan was speechless. He really didn't know what this girl was thinking. She gave the easiest profitable pills to beasts to eat, then robbed everywhere. She even got a certain beast to pay for her living expenses. Just as Leng Ruoxue and Feng Zhan were chatting, a strange movement suddenly came. Immediately after, dozens of incomparably huge dragons flew out of the dragon race's territory. These dragons were giants compared to the previous dragons. Feng Zhan floated excitedly in the air after seeing the dragons appear and transformed into his huge body to confront the dragons. Leng Ruoxue quickly moved the old phoenixes out of the bracelet. What happened? An old phoenix asked with a face full of confusion. However, it immediately felt the familiar aura of the dragon race. The gazes of the old phoenixes collided, and then they flew into the air and instantly transformed into their largest original form. Why? Leng Ruoxue looked at the dozens of dragons and phoenixes in the sky and couldn't help being a little speechless. Alas! Why did nothing change so much? It blocked the sunlight. Now, the entire sky was already full of red and gold. Ruoxue was. Master, let's pack up and leave this place. Feng Wu ran to Leng Ruoxue in a hurry. Why did you leave? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. It's too dangerous here. These old dragons have always fought with our old ancestor, so we better stay away lest we get implicated, Feng Wu said understandingly. Oh. Then get everyone to pack up. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes. Feng Wu nodded. Then, she quickly packed up with Feng De and the others, and the little peacock carried Leng Ruoxue and the others out of the range that might be affected. Just as Feng Wu said, as soon as Leng Ruoxue and the others left the battle circle, the old dragons and the old phoenixes, who had been staring at each other, began to attack without a word. Immediately, the sky was dyed golden red, and the dazzling golden color intertwined with the burning flames. Dragon breath and southern spirit flew everywhere, and the water in the air was quickly evaporated. Huge dragon scales and phoenix feathers fell from the sky non-stop. Feng Wu, why didn't I know that your Phoenix clan has such a deep enmity with the dragon race? Leng Ruoxue looked at the fierce battle on the battlefield between the old dragon and the old phoenix with a puzzled face. Master, they were just joking. Feng Wu was at a loss for words. Play around? Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. Probably. That's how they fought when I was young, but it seems to be more intense this time, Feng Wu said weakly. Oh, how long do they have to fight? Do we have to decide the winner? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. There's no need. They're evenly matched, Feng Wu explained. Not necessarily. Feng Wu, do they have a rule that forbids others from attacking? Leng Ruoxue asked with a naughty smile. I don't think so. Feng Wu said after some thought, but she was a little nervous. What did Master want? That's good. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then she turned to Feng De and the others and said, do you want to go up and practice? Yes, but miss, it's too hot there. We won't be able to last long, Feng De said awkwardly. It's okay. I'll get Charm to cast a freezing spell on you, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile and then moved Charm out of the bracelet. Okay. Feng De and the others nodded. Master, leave it to me. Charm lay in Leng Ruoxue's arms and said with a light smile. Then it gently waved its little claws, and dozens of elementary mystic techniques were thrown at Fengde and the others. Soon, a layer of ice formed on Fengde and the others. Then Fengde and the others summoned their beasts and rushed into the battle between the old dragon and the old phoenix. Swear, let's join in the fun too, the freak said, his hands itchy. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then flew into the battle circle with the little peacock. The old dragons were stunned when they saw the humans and beasts who suddenly appeared in the battle. Then they glared at the old phoenix, whose face was full of innocence, and roared furiously, Fengzhan, what do you mean? This isn't my fault. I'm innocent, Fengzhan said with a wronged face. However, he couldn't help but be secretly happy in his heart. Hee, these old things juniors all cowered and didn't dare to stand out. Then who does it have to do with them? Aren't you together? The largest golden dragon roared with its huge dragon eyes. We're together, but they're not under my jurisdiction. Fengzhan flapped his huge wings and said helplessly. Then who will take care of them? The old dragon roared. My master. They are all my master's subordinates, Fengzhan explained. Master? You really acknowledged him as your master? The golden old dragon glared at Fengzhan resentfully, its huge dragon face full of disappointment, entanglement, depression, and other emotions. Boo-hoo. It didn't expect this old thing to really acknowledge him as its master. When it just woke up, it heard its junior say that this old thing might have recognized him as its master, and it even swore that it was impossible. However, now that it heard this old friend saying it himself, it couldn't not believe it even if it wanted to. Boo-hoo. Really? Longyu, didn't I just acknowledge a master? What kind of look is that? Fengzhan said helplessly. Even though the dragon and phoenix races had their own pride, he felt that Leng Ruoxue, that little girl, was worthy of them recognizing her as their master. After all, that girl's future was limitless. It was also their honor to follow such a master. Why did they sleep back then if they chose to recognize humans as their masters? Longyu widened his dragon eyes and roared furiously. If they didn't sleep, they would have returned to their hometown long ago and wouldn't have stayed here. That's different. Fengzhan said softly. A large part of the reason why it was willing to recognize Leng Ruoxue as its master was because of Fengzhan. Well. Little Master's master was definitely not wrong. What's the difference? Aren't they all humans? Longyu said angrily. My master isn't an ordinary human. There's candy to eat if you follow my master. Why don't you consider it too? Fengzhan said seductively with a smile. I don't want to acknowledge a human as my master, Longyu said stubbornly. But many dragons of your dragon race are in the hands of my master. Moreover, they might not be willing to return to the clan. Fengzhan said with a naughty smile. During this period of time, those dragons had been staying in the space so happily that they were a little forgetful. They would definitely not be willing to return to the dragon race. What do you mean? Longyu's face was full of question marks. Idle. Literally. My master didn't take them in as his underlings, but they insisted on following my master shamelessly, saying that they would rather die than return to the dragon race, Fengzhan provoked. That's impossible. I don't believe it. Call them out. I want to confront them. Longyu might be angry, but his rationality was still intact. Therefore, he would definitely not be fooled. After all, he knew Fengzhan very well and knew that this old fellow loved to play mind games and sow discord. I can't decide this. You have to ask my master, Fengzhan said very irresponsibly. Who is your master? Longyu roared. It's me, Leng Ruoxue said. Alas. It seemed like she couldn't continue pretending. Hurry up and let us dragons out. I want to ask them myself. Longyu's nostrils flared as he said angrily. His widened dragon eyes wanted to see through Leng Ruoxue. Well. In his eyes, he didn't find anything special about this human woman other than her beauty for the time being. No. Leng Ruoxue refused directly without thinking. Why? Longyu asked in disbelief. However, he couldn't understand why a mere human mystic sovereign wouldn't be afraid of his dragon might. This shouldn't be the case. You are their old ancestor. They will definitely be afraid if they come out and see you. They might even say something against their conscience. Therefore, I can't let them out, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. I won't. You have to believe me. Longyu panted heavily. No. Leng Ruoxue shook her head with a smile. You. Longyu was so angry that he was speechless. He could only glare at Leng Ruoxue with his huge dragon eyes without blinking. Old Long, my man will be jealous if you look at me with such affection. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a smile. Affectionate? Who's looking at you affectionately? Don't wrong me. Humph. Women are big trouble. Longyu's fat dragon body couldn't help trembling when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words, and his face was full of fear. Old Long, you're biased against women. Leng Ruoxue said with slight dissatisfaction. That's the truth. Longyu said nonchalantly. Nas. Fact. Old Long, do you still want to see your dragon junior? Leng Ruoxue was not interested in discussing women with a dragon, so she took the initiative again. Of course I do. I thought you refused. Longyu's dragon face revealed grievance. Yes, I won't let you meet your clansmen. However, I can let you meet outsiders, Leng Ruoxue said with a mysterious smile. Outsiders? What do you mean? Long Yu asked in puzzlement. Grandpa, big brother. Leng Ruoxue gave them a look. They immediately understood and summoned Long Hao and the first elder at the same time. Master, why are you looking for us? Long Hao looked at the first elder with sleepy eyes and asked in puzzlement. A dragon wants to see you. Leng Ruoxue shrugged innocently. Well, this was not his idea. Who is it? I'm very busy. Long Hao's face was full of displeasure. It was cultivating. It didn't have time to receive other dragons. It's me. Long Yu's eyes widened, and he used his nose to sniff Long Hao's body with all his might. Oh. What a thick imperial bloodline aura. Which branch of the imperial family was this little fellow from? He was so curious. Oh. Long Hao answered lightly. It was not very interested in the dragons on the boundless heaven continent, so it naturally would not be too enthusiastic. Little guy, whose family are you from? Long Yu asked anxiously. I don't know, Long Hao replied without much interest. How can I not know? Long Yu said in disbelief. I don't know, I just don't know. I've never seen my parents. How would I know whose family I'm from? Long Hao looked at the old dragon in front of him like he was an idiot and said lightly. Long Yu was depressed, but then he turned his gaze to the other dragon and asked, you should know who that little fellow's parents are, right? I don't know. The first elder's answer was the same as Long Hao's. How can you not know? Long Yu roared. This golden dragon was of the same race as him, so it was not stressed when it roared. I was still young at that time. I picked up the emperor in the clan, so I don't know who its parents were, the first elder said very honestly with an innocent face. Oh. Is that so? That's no wonder. Long Yu sighed softly. Then he looked at Long Hao with slight heartache in his eyes. Alas. Poor child, it actually didn't even know who its parents were. However, it was okay. He would definitely take good care of it in the future. Master, I want to go back, Long Hao said to Leng Ruoxue fearfully. The old dragon's gaze made its hair stand on end. It now regarded the old dragon with ambiguous eyes as a strange uncle. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded helplessly and then stored his frightened beast back into the beast pet space. I've decided. Long Yu looked at the disappearing Long Hao and said loudly. What have you decided? Feng Zhan asked in puzzlement. Well. The dragons were a little out of line, acting as they pleased. I've decided to acknowledge him as my master. Long Yu pointed his huge paw at Leng Ruoxue. Old man, you just said that you won't recognize humans as your masters. Feng Zhan said mockingly. Times change. That was just now. I want to acknowledge you as my master now, Long Yu said nonchalantly. Well. He had to take good care of the future emperor of the dragon race. Big brother, are you sure? The other dragons beside Long Yu couldn't help asking softly. Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's easy for the dragon race to produce a purple gold dragon emperor? Long Yu said excitedly. Alright, we'll listen to big brother, the dragon said. Old Long, you can recognize my brother as your master, but if the other dragons want to recognize you as their master, they can only look for others, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Well. Her brother couldn't take in so many dragons at once. Yes, it's their own business which master they want to recognize. I won't interfere, Long Yu said very openly. He directly recognized the master and signed a soul contract after speaking. The other old dragons each found a pleasing master and signed a contract seeing that Long Yu had already acknowledged them as his masters. However, what puzzled Leng Ruoxue was that not a single old dragon wanted to acknowledge her as their master. What was going on? She couldn't understand. Say, why don't any of you old farts recognize my master? Feng Zhan asked Leng Ruoxue's question. TCH, we don't want to be your master, the dragons said in unison. That's good. I don't want to be the same master as you stupid dragons either, Feng Zhan retaliated nonchalantly. Damn old phoenix, who did you say is a stupid dragon? Long Yu's temper rose again. Both sides glared at each other, about to start fighting again at any moment. Fight quickly. We can leave this place after fighting, Leng Ruoxue urged. Well. They couldn't intervene since both sides were considered their beasts. With this in mind, she left the battle circle with her subordinates. Lass, we won't fight anymore, Feng Zhan said hurriedly. Then he secretly glared at Long Yu. Damn old thing, its claws were really heavy just now. It had lost a lot of feathers. It would definitely become a bald bird if it continued fighting. Yes. We won't fight anymore, Long Yu said hurriedly. The dragon scales on its body were still in pain. Both sides would really suffer if they continued fighting. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked lightly. Yes, yes. The old dragons and the old phoenix nodded in unison. Alright. Hurry up and pack your things since we're not fighting anymore. We'll leave this place later, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, Long Yu and the other dragon said. They had long seen that their masters followed this girl's lead, so her words were more effective than their masters. The dragons nodded slightly at their masters and then flew back to the dragon race's territory. Feng Zhan and the other old phoenixes also returned to their transmogrification form. Alas. The old phoenixes sighed as they looked at the feathers that fell to the ground. Leng Ruoxue looked at the resentful old phoenixes with some amusement. She took out a bottle of pills from the bracelet and threw it to Feng Zhan. After Feng Zhan took the pills, he hurriedly opened the bottle stopper and ate one. Then he distributed one pill to the other phoenixes each. The remaining pills in the bottle were privately taken by it. Hee, this pill was good stuff. Before long, Long Yu and the other dragons returned with their things packed, and behind them were the juniors of the dragon race. Long Yu, are they leaving with us too? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. Yes. Long Yu answered matter-of-factly. Could he leave his juniors here since his ancestors had left? He was worried. Well. They can follow me if they want, but I can't afford to raise them. They have to pay for their living expenses, Leng Ruoxue said as a difficult matter. Living expenses? How much do we have to pay? Long Yu frowned and asked. Boo-hoo. Why were humans so greedy? Their dragon race was very poor. Swear, don't make things difficult for them. They don't look like they are rich. Why don't you let them work for you? Leng Ruohan pleaded. Xue. Oh. All right then. You can work to repay your debts for Big Brother's sake, Leng Ruoxue said very generously. Thank you, Miss Leng, the dragon patriarch and first elder said very gratefully. Fortunately, they were willing to take them in. Boo-hoo. Feng Zhan, who was watching the commotion by the side, couldn't help laughing secretly in his heart when he saw the grateful expressions of the dragons. Hee, these stupid dragons. He would probably have to count the money for them if he was sold by the girl. Leng Ruoxue glared at Feng Zhan. Then, with a thought, she stored the dragons and old phoenixes that did not recognize her in the bracelet. Where are our clansmen? Long Yu was surprised to see his junior suddenly disappear. I put them away. I can't let them wander the streets. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Where did you put them? Long Yu's face was full of curiosity, but he couldn't help thinking in his heart, how big must the beast pet equipment be to be able to store so many dragons? In a space, Leng Ruoxue explained simply. Oh. Master, bring us into the beast pet space too. Long Yu requested. Okay. Leng Ruohan nodded and then stored Long Yu away. Feng De and the others also stored their dragons in the beast pet space. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak to sit on the little peacock's back after speaking. The others hurriedly sat up, and then the little peacock flew them out of the empty dragon race territory. Suddenly stopped and stared forward with its big watery eyes in confusion. Little peacock, why did you stop? Leng Ruoxue felt the little peacock's abnormality and asked in puzzlement. Miss, we've arrived at Black Mist Cliff. However, the thick fog and the poisonous gas have all disappeared, the little peacock reported. Oh, then let's fly there directly. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes, the little peacock answered and then flew directly over Black Mist Cliff. 3 days later. The little peacock brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to Shadow City again. After Leng Ruoxue and the others entered the Shadow City, they went directly to the shop they had transacted last time, planning to purchase some herbs and refining materials. The waiter immediately recognized them and welcomed them warmly as soon as they entered the shop. Miss Leng, welcome. Are there any more herbs? Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly. Yes. A new batch just happened to arrive. Miss Leng, please wait for a moment. I'll go get it now, the waiter said hurriedly and then turned to leave. However, he was not going to the warehouse but the Shadow League's camp. Swear, could it be that the little waiter went to call for help? Empty teased with a light smile. Why are we calling for thugs? We didn't do anything bad, Leng Ruoxue said innocently. She wouldn't have come here again if it weren't for the sake of purchasing herbs and equipment materials. Empty smiled and didn't say anything. Soon, the waiter returned. However, 2 people appeared beside him. One was Yu Tian, and they knew the other. Miss Leng, long time no see. How have you been? Yu Tian said with a face full of smiles. Alas. This little ancestor finally walked into the trap. Otherwise, he really didn't know when he would be able to find her traces. He didn't know where she had hidden these 2 years. He almost turned the entire boundless heaven continent upside down, but he actually couldn't find her. Very good, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Miss Leng, do you want to purchase herbs? Yu Tian tried to make conversation. Well. Leng Ruoxue's attitude was really lukewarm, making him helpless. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss Leng, what's your current strength? Yu Tian asked very curiously. Didn't you see it? Great mystic. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Yu Tian was depressed. However, he couldn't force her to tell him if she didn't want to tell him. Moreover, he had to force her. Are the herbs ready? Leng Ruoxue didn't want to start a conversation, so she asked directly because she really didn't know what to talk about with Yu Tian. After all, she was not familiar with the Shadow League in her eyes. Yes. Miss Leng, please take a look. Yu Tian gave the waiter a look, and the waiter took off the ring on his hand and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and sent her divine sense in to look at the herbs inside. Then she said directly, Butler Yu, I want all these herbs. State a price. I also ordered someone to prepare some refining materials for Miss Leng. 100 million purple coins will do. Butler Yu said with a smile. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue took the other storage ring from the waiter and probed it with her divine sense. Yes, we let Miss Leng down last time, so our Shadow Alliance decided to sell this deal to Miss Leng at the cost price, Yu Tian said honestly. You didn't do anything wrong to me. We're just on different sides, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Then she continued, I don't want to take advantage of you. State a real price. She really didn't dare to take advantage of him, especially since the target was the Shadow League. Miss Leng, we are very sincere, Yu Tian explained. Butler Yu, the volume of transactions this time is about the same as last time, but the quality is better, so I'll pay 50 million more purple coins than last time. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Alas. Alright then. Yu Tian was a little helpless. However, he had no choice if they didn't appreciate their goodwill. Thinking of this, he hated those stubborn old things again. Nah. After the transaction, Leng Ruoxue was about to leave with everyone when she was stopped at the door. Leng Ruoxue, stop right there. Leng Wuti roared angrily. He didn't expect this damn little thing to pretend not to know him. It was really infuriating. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue turned around helplessly, but she was complaining in her heart. Couldn't the mighty young master of the Leng family pretend not to know a small character like her? She really didn't want to have anything to do with the Leng family, especially after meeting the top-grade siblings last time. This thought was even stronger. Why are you pretending not to know me? Leng Wuti questioned angrily. Oh. I'm sorry. You look a little familiar, but I really don't remember who you are, Leng Ruoxue lied through her teeth. You. Leng Wuti was so angry that he couldn't say anything. However, he was 100% sure that this innocent-looking girl did it on purpose. Leng Wuti took a few deep breaths to calm his depressed mood. Then he said, someone wants to see you. Previous chapter. See me? Do I know him? Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful watery eyes and asked curiously. Probably not. Leng Wuti said uncertainly after some thought. Oh. I won't see you then. Grandpa said not to meet strangers, Leng Ruoxue said obediently. Darling granddaughter. You wronged me again. When did I say such things? Leng Qingtian, who was innocently shot, looked at his granddaughter resentfully, feeling depressed. He's not a stranger. Leng Wuti was angry. Anyone I don't know is considered a stranger, Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. Then she gave her subordinates a look and everyone left tacitly. Leng Wuti hurriedly followed. Half a month later. In an uninhabited forest. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of depression as she glared at the innocent Leng Wuti and asked helplessly, Young Master Leng, how long do you want to follow me for? She had been depressed for the past half a month because Leng Wuti would follow them wherever they went. She found it strange that she couldn't shake him off. He might not be able to keep up with Feng Wu, but he would appear by their side in a few hours. I will always follow you unless you return to the Leng family with me, Leng Wuti said fearlessly. The Leng family is powerful and influential. A small character like me is really not suitable to appear, Leng Ruoxue declined very implicitly, even though it had been countless times. You are a small character? Then wouldn't I be inferior to even dust? Leng Wuti said with self-ridicule. In the boundless heaven continent now, whoever dared to think that Leng Ruoxue was an unknown small character, he was the first to be anxious with that person. Alas. Compared to Leng Ruoxue and the others, he was probably that small character. How can that be? You are the young master of the Leng family, one of the three major families, Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Leng Ruoxue, there are no outsiders here anyway. Why don't you kill me to silence me? Otherwise, I definitely won't give up, Leng Wuti said very resolutely. Swear, let's go since young Master Leng insists on us going back with him. Leng Qingtian couldn't take it anymore and sighed helplessly. Swear, your grandfather agreed, Leng Wuti said casually. All right. Leng Ruoxue nodded helplessly. After all, it was not good for Leng Wuti to keep pestering them like this. Let's go now. Leng Wuti said impatiently. How could he still have the composed image of a noble young master with his anxious appearance now? To be precise, his good image had long disappeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. What's the rush? We just had lunch, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. All right then. Leng Wuti answered softly. Boo-hoo. He really didn't have any status as the young master of the Leng family in front of these people. Soon, Leng Ruoxue and the others finished their meal and reluctantly followed Leng Wuti to the main city of the Leng family, Proud Cold City. They finally arrived at their destination after flying for nearly 10 days. Standing outside the tall and grand city walls of Proud Cold City, Leng Wuti asked with a face full of pride, how is it? Our Leng family's main city is not bad, right? SOSO, Leng Ruoxue said without giving him any face. You'll know that it's extraordinary once you enter, Leng Wuti said mentally prepared. Oh. Then let's go in quickly. I'm sleepy, Leng Ruoxue urged. Let's go in. Leng Wuti said helplessly. Alas. He had been pestering them for nearly a month and had more or less understood Leng Ruoxue's habits, so he was already used to it. Okay. Leng Ruoxue and the others nodded and then entered Proud Cold City with Leng Wuti. Proud Cold City was very prosperous. People came and went on the streets. Moreover, pedestrians greeted Leng Wuti very warmly when they saw him, and his signature smile hung on Leng Wuti's beautiful face. What a two-faced person. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Wuti and murmured softly. This fellow was a scoundrel in front of them, but in front of these citizens, he was so gentle, noble, and perfect. In proud cold city, my every move represents the Leng family. Leng Wude smiled bitterly after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Boo-hoo. It was so easy to be a young master. I know. Find us a inn. Leng Ruoxue reminded. No need. I've already arranged your residence, Leng Wude said proudly. I don't live in the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said. Okay. Leng Wude nodded and then brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to a yard. Leng Ruoxue looked up at the plaque outside the yard. There were 2 words engraved on it, Plum Garden. After entering the plum garden, Leng Ruoxue was surprised to find that this plum garden was indeed as its name suggested. It was planted with all sorts of plum blossoms, and the air in the yard was even suffused with the fragrance of the plum blossoms. Not only that, every building in the garden was exquisite to the point of breathtaking, absolutely worthy of being called a work of art. Are you satisfied with this place? Leng Wude asked calmly as he looked at the expressions of Leng Ruoxue and the others. It's okay, Leng Ruoxue replied softly. For some reason, looking at the grass, wood, scenery, and things here made her feel a sense of déjà vu. Was this too strange? It's good that you're satisfied. Have a good rest today. I'll visit you tomorrow, Leng Wude said very thoughtfully. After speaking, he was about to leave when he heard a familiar voice outside the door. His heart couldn't help skipping a beat, and a bad premonition followed. Third brother, how can you let an outsider stay in the plum garden? An angry and unruly voice sounded in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. However, everyone was so calm that they didn't even turn their heads, still looking at the beautiful scenery in the garden with their backs facing her. Rume, this is my business. When did I need you to tell me what to do? Leng Wude's face turned cold and he said with some displeasure. Third brother, did you forget that the plum garden is not for anyone to stay in? Leng Rume questioned with a face full of anger. She unintentionally saw third brother bringing a group of people she didn't know back to proud cold city on the streets today, so she followed secretly curiously. However, she didn't expect third brother to actually bring those people to the plum garden. Plum garden. That was the Leng family's best side yard, but it had always been uninhabited. Moreover, when she happened to break through to Great Mystic on her 20th birthday, she wanted to take the opportunity to ask the patriarch's father for it. Who knew that her father actually didn't agree to her request and even lied to her that the plum garden couldn't decide? Humph. So her father was biased and left the plum garden to her third brother. Thinking of this, she felt hatred in her heart. The plum garden had the word May, and her name had the word May. How suitable was it for her? However, she was now letting a group of outsiders stay. How could she choke down this anger? This is my business. You don't have to worry about it, Leng Wude said impatiently. Then he dragged Leng Rume out of the plum garden. After Leng Wude dragged Leng Rume away, Leng Qingtian looked at the scenery of the plum garden and sighed. Swear, it seems like the Leng family isn't very peaceful either. Grandpa, it's not strange for scheming in big families. It will naturally happen when there are many wives and children. Don't worry too much. We won't stay here for long, Leng Ruoxue comforted. Okay, Fengde, find your own rooms to stay in. Leng Qingtian ordered and then wandered around the plum garden alone. Leng Ruoxue, Rohan, and the freak had been following behind him worriedly. Alas. Grandpa misses the Ling Feng continent's home again, Leng Rohan said in realization. Ah. I remember now. Big brother, don't you think that some of the decoration methods here are similar to our home in the Ling Feng continent? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. No wonder she felt that there was a sense of familiarity here. It turned out that some of the decorations in this plum garden were in the same direction as their original home. However, the decorations were different. Moreover, she clearly felt the aura of refinement from these decorations, and this yard full of blooming plum blossoms must have used special means. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bloom so luxuriously in this season. Yes, and I seem to have seen in some of the family's records that a certain ancestor of our Leng family liked plum blossoms very much. However, our home in the Ling Feng continent had been repaired several times, so the original plum tree had long disappeared, Leng Rohan explained. Leng Qingtian had already strode to the 3 of them and asked loudly, Brats, why are you following me? Grandpa, we didn't follow you. We were also admiring the spring sunshine in the plum garden. Leng Ruoxue said as if nothing had happened. Yes. Grandpa, we're also admiring the scenery, Leng Rohan's handsome and invincible face blushed as he explained softly. Oh. Leng Qingtian finally turned his gaze to the freak and looked at him indifferently without saying anything. Grandpa, I'll accompany Schwer, the freak hurriedly explained. Oh, Schwer, are you done admiring the spring sunshine of the plum garden? Leng Qingtian asked with a smile. Okay, the 3 of them answered softly. Do you feel anything? Leng Qingtian asked expectantly. No, the scenery is beautiful, Leng Ruoxue interrupted. What else? Gone. How can it be gone? I vaguely heard someone say that this place is a little familiar just now. Leng Qingtian was a little angry. Grandpa, I didn't say that, Leng Ruoxue quickly denied. Me neither. Leng Rohan and the freak quickly denied it. Don't worry, I won't be affected. There is indeed a shadow of our family here, Leng Qingtian said lightly. He didn't know about his grandchildren, but he remembered them very clearly. However, he also knew that this didn't mean anything. After all, this was the Leng family's property. Grandpa, don't think too much. Let's take things as they come. With our current strength, there's absolutely no one who can force us, so let nature take its course, Leng Ruoxue comforted. In fact, she had already guessed that it was most likely someone related to the Ling Feng continent from the moment Leng Wuti said that someone wanted to see them. She might not want to see him, but she couldn't avoid Leng Wuti's pestering. However, if that person looked pleasing to the eye, there was no harm in dating him. If that person wanted to have any bad ideas, then don't blame her for being heartless. Yes, Shuer is right. Since we're here, let's take it easy. Let's go get some food and then rest early to recover so that we can deal with the Leng family. Leng Qingtian said with a face full of relief. With that, the grandfather and granddaughter came to the garden together, and Fengda and the others had already prepared food. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest after dinner. At the Leng family's residence. The Leng family's main residence was located in the south of Proud Cold City. Moreover, the entire south belonged to the Leng family's territory. Outsiders were not allowed to step foot here unless they obtained permission. Leng Wuti dragged his half-sister back to the main mansion and went directly to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Leng Ruoxue naturally went to complain to the patriarch's father, Leng Yimin, who loved her the most. Leng Ruoxue heard that her father was in the meeting hall and ran directly here. However, she was stopped by the guards outside the door. I'm sorry, eldest Mississippi. The patriarch is having a meeting with the elders. You can't enter, the guard said coldly and politely. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? Leng Ruoxue's temper rose. She had a belly full of anger at Leng Wuti just now but had nowhere to vent it. Now, she was stopped by a small guard, so the fire on her body ignited. You are not allowed to enter even if you are the most favored eldest daughter of the Leng family, the guard said coldly. How dare you? Guards, arrest him. Leng Ruoxue roared and ordered the other two guards. Eldest miss, please forgive us. This is our duty, the other two guards replied neither servile nor overbearing. You. Leng Ruoxue was about to teach the three guards a lesson when the door of the meeting hall was suddenly opened and the Leng family's head butler walked out. Eldest miss, the patriarch invites you in. The Leng family's head butler's cold voice drifted into Leng Ruoxue's ears. Got it. Thank you, head butler. Humph. Wait for me. Leng Ruoxue thanked the head butler with a smile on her face. Then she glared fiercely at the three guards and swaggered into the conference room. In the conference room. The patriarch of the Leng family, Leng Yimin, was sitting in the main seat. Sitting beside him was a man who looked to be in his early 30s. This man might be handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, but he did not have the slightest smile on his face. Compared to him, Leng Yimin looked slightly older. He might be equally handsome, but his bearing could not be compared to that man. However, the two of them were mystic supremacies. The other elders of the Leng family sat below them. Leng Ruoxue saw her father staring at her with a black face after entering the meeting hall. However, it was not like she had never barged into the meeting hall before, so she was really not afraid. Anyway, her father would at most pretend to scold her, and would not do anything to her. Ruoxue, don't you know that I'm discussing something with the elders? You're really becoming more and more unruly, Leng Yimin questioned very sternly. However, the elders sitting there knew very well that the patriarch loved this daughter very much. This was just for them to see, and they naturally wouldn't harp on such a small matter. I'm sorry, father. I really have something important to do, so I was a little anxious, Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of regret. She didn't have the arrogant and domineering appearance from before at all. What's the matter? Leng Yimin asked curiously, his face looking much better. Father, third brother actually let outsiders stay in the plum garden. I wanted to stop him, but I was scolded by him, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly, tears flashing in her beautiful eyes. Really? Leng Yimin said doubtfully. Well. He knew his son very well. Wuti shouldn't be so ignorant of the severity of the matter. Thinking of this, he couldn't help sneaking a look at the man beside him. However, he was slightly relieved seeing that the man's expression was still as usual. Father, third brother gave the plum garden to outsiders without the permission of the family. I wonder if he will be punished? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Eldest miss, even though this was done by the young master, we have to ask the young master before we know what happened, so the patriarch can't answer this question of yours now, an elder said. Third elder, you can't say that. Eldest miss only asks because she cares about the family, an old man with a wrinkled face said lightly. Does the 10th elder mean that we will be convicted of the young master's crime if we listen to eldest miss's one-sided words? Don't forget that the plum garden isn't under our jurisdiction. The third elder caressed his beard and said nonchalantly. Who said that the plum garden isn't under our jurisdiction? The plum garden also belongs to our Leng family. We are duty-bound to everything that belongs to the Leng family, the 10th elder said indignantly, obviously implying that the third elder didn't care about the Leng family's affairs. Then feel free to slack off. I'll make it clear first that I don't care about this matter, third elder said with a cold smile. He looked at the 10th elder as if he was watching a joke. Then he stood up, bowed to Leng Yimin, and said, Patriarch, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and left the meeting hall. The other elders present also stood up and left one after another, obviously not wanting to get involved in this muddy water. Father, how can the elders be so irresponsible? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help complaining as she watched the elders of the Leng family leave. Shut up. How can a junior like you criticize the elders? Leng Yimin glared at Leng Ruoxue and said with displeasure. Alas. It seemed like he really spoiled this only daughter of his. She actually developed her temperament that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Rume, are the people brought by Wudi staying in the plum garden now? The man beside Leng Yimin asked leisurely with an indescribable expression on his face. Yes, Leng Rume answered carefully, but she was a little nervous because she was very afraid of this man. For some reason, she was just afraid. He might be younger and more handsome than any elder in the Leng family, but she knew very well that it was okay to offend the other elders. Her father would help her settle it, but she absolutely could not offend this mysterious grand elder. Oh, I really want to see what kind of person he is. The man's voice was very soft, but everyone present heard it very clearly. Supreme Elder, Rume is willing to lead the way, Leng Rume volunteered. Wouldn't she be overjoyed if she could get the Supreme Elder to deal with those people? She couldn't help being a little smug thinking of this. Okay, Rume, lead the way. The man stood up and said to everyone, you don't have to follow. After hearing this, Leng Yimin, the 10th elder, and the others, who had just stood up, had to sit down again. Leng Yimin and the remaining elders left the meeting hall after the man left with Leng Rume. At the same time, Leng Wudi had already left the back mountain. Then he turned around to see his grandfather. His grandfather had passed the position of the patriarch to his father 2 years ago, but his grandfather's prestige in the family was still not something that his father could replace. Ever since his grandfather left the heavy responsibility of being the patriarch, he chose a relatively small side yard for cultivation. Moreover, no one dared to disturb his grandfather's cultivation except for him and a few elders who were on good terms with his grandfather. Leng Wudi arrived at the side yard. He heard his grandfather's hearty laughter as soon as he walked in. He couldn't help taking a few steps forward and came in front of his grandfather with a light smile. Grandpa, what's the matter? You're going to be unlucky. Leng Jingmu laughed happily. Grandpa, your precious grandson is going to be unlucky. Are you that happy? Leng Wudi pretended to be sad and then greeted the 3rd elder, who was sitting opposite his grandfather. Of course I'm happy. You have no idea how bored I am staying here every day, Leng Jingmu complained, his handsome face full of bitterness. Grandpa, you were the one who said you wanted to cultivate quietly. Now you find it boring, Leng Wudi said speechlessly. Alas. He was really becoming more and more willful since Grandpa stopped being the patriarch. Cultivation is very boring. Brat, tell Grandpa why you brought your friend to live in the plum garden. That place is not open to the public. Don't tell me you don't know that even people from our Leng family are not allowed to stay there? Leng Jingmu asked doubtfully. Humph. Would he not know his grandson? This boy had been cautious since he was young, and it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, if anyone wanted to see his most beloved grandson make a fool of himself, that would really be a mistake. Grandpa, how did you know about this? Did Rume complain? Leng Wudi guessed. He knew that Rume would definitely complain, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Okay. Leng Jingmu nodded. Young master, I saw Leng Rume bringing the grand elder to the plum garden. You better think of a good excuse. Otherwise, no one can help you if the grand elder becomes angry, 3rd elder reminded worriedly. He saw that the grand elder had no reaction in the meeting hall just now and thought that the grand elder would ask for the reason. However, he didn't expect the old man to actually go to the plum garden personally, which couldn't help making him nervous. Oh, it's okay. The grand elder won't blame me, Leng Wudi said with certainty. Wudi, are you that confident? The curiosity on Leng Jingmu's face became stronger. Yes, the people I brought should be from the Leng family from the Ling Feng continent, Leng Wudi said after some thought. He didn't intend to hide this matter from his grandfather anyway. Are you sure? We've lost contact for so long. I really didn't expect there to be someone from the Leng family there, Leng Jingmu said with a face full of surprise. Patriarch, what are you talking about? 3rd elder's face was full of question marks. 3rd elder, I told you not to call me patriarch anymore. Well. It's like this. The ancestor of the Leng family once left a trace of his bloodline on the Ling Feng continent. However, not many people know about this. Moreover, no one has been able to come to our place for thousands of years, so we've always thought that there were no more Leng family there, Leng Jingmu explained simply. Oh, since they are also from the Leng family, the Supreme Elder shouldn't make things difficult for them, right? 3rd elder said uncertainly. No, the Grand Elder should treat them well because the Grand Elder is also from the Ling Feng continent, Leng Jingmu explained, relieved. The Grand Elder also came up from below? 3rd elder said in surprise. He only knew that the Grand Elder was very mysterious and liked to be alone, but he didn't know that the Grand Elder was actually from the Ling Feng continent. 3rd elder, what's there to be surprised about? In fact, all the ancestors of our Leng family came from the Ling Feng continent. However, after staying in this world for a long time, many clansmen thought that they were born and raised. In fact, to be precise, our roots are all in the Ling Feng continent, Leng Jingmu said thoughtfully. Okay. 3rd elder nodded in agreement. However, he knew that the younger generation of the clan would definitely not like to hear such words. After all, in everyone's eyes, the Ling Feng continent's level was lower than the boundless heaven continent. Wudi, arrange for some people to protect and take care of them since they are staying in the plum garden. Don't let them think that we are rude, Leng Qingmu ordered. Grandpa, there's no need. Let's not let anyone disturb them. Leng Wudi refused directly without thinking because he knew that Leng Ruoxue would not use it even if he sent people. Moreover, she had many subordinates, so he didn't need to do anything unnecessary. How can that do? We have to treat the Grand Elder well on account of him. Otherwise, no one can bear his anger unless we invite the old ancestors, 3rd elder said hurriedly. Wudi, third elder is right, Leng Jingmu echoed. Grandpa, I understand them. There's really no need, Leng Wudi said helplessly. Alas. All right then. You brought her back anyway, do as you deem fit. Leng Jingmu rudely became an arm-flinging shopkeeper. He was not the patriarch now. He naturally didn't have to worry about these things. Okay. Leng Wudi nodded. Then he chatted with his grandfather for a while and left the side yard. Outside the plum garden. The man stood outside the yard and looked for a long time, deep in thought. Grand Elder, shall we go in? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking after waiting for a long time and seeing that the Grand Elder didn't say anything. Yes. The man nodded. Then Leng Ruoxue pushed open the door of the plum garden and walked in, with the man following behind her. With the support of the Grand Elder, Leng Ruoxue walked vigorously. After entering the plum garden, she brought the Grand Elder straight to the main yard because she guessed that those people would choose to rest in the main yard. After all, the rooms there were the best in the plum garden. Unfortunately, she was wrong. Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't choose to stay in the main yard at all, so she had to bring the Grand Elder around the yard to search. Finally, she found their traces in the yard closest to the garden. Grand Elder, it's them. Leng Ruoxue pointed at Leng Ruohan and Empty, who were drinking tea on a stone bench in the yard. The Grand Elder didn't say anything and just kept looking at the two handsome men in front of him. These two men could be described as dragons among men, and one of them actually looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. As for the other, he could sense a trace of bloodline connection between the two of them, so he was immediately sure that this person should be his descendant. However, what puzzled him was that logically speaking, the generation between them had already emerged for 5 generations, and their bloodlines should be very rare. However, the bloodline he felt from this young man was very strong. What was going on? He was really puzzled. At this moment, Empty and Leng Ruohan were also observing this uninvited man. However, Empty continued to drink his tea calmly after taking a few glances. Leng Ruohan looked at Empty resentfully and said very reluctantly, "This is our residence now. If the two of you have anything, you have to at least knock on the door first. This is the most basic courtesy. This is our Leng family's territory. We can come and go as we please. I order you to move out immediately. This isn't a place where people like you can stay," Leng Ruoxue roared in anger. A cold light flashed in Leng Ruohan's eyes. He gently glanced at Leng Ruoxue and said lightly, "We are guests of the Leng family's young master. If you want to chase us out, please come personally." "That's right. Let Leng Wudi do it himself. We'll move out immediately." A cold female voice sounded in the ears of the four of them. Leng Ruoxue raised her head furiously and looked in the direction of the voice. She was about to scold him when she was stunned by the drop-dead gorgeous appearance of the person who spoke. The person who spoke was naturally the extremely protective Leng Ruoxue. She was originally studying the divine pill in the bracelet, but she was told by Qing Ju that an uninvited guest came to visit. Therefore, she left the bracelet with the freak. However, she heard this conversation as soon as she walked out of the room, so she interrupted. Who are you?" Leng Ruoxue questioned with raging jealousy after coming back to her senses. She kept cursing in her heart. Damn it, how could this woman be so beautiful? She originally thought that Lan Ning'er was beautiful enough, but Lan Ning'er was simply trash compared to the woman in front of her. At this moment, she didn't expect that if Lan Ning'er was trash, then what was she? She couldn't even compare to Lan Ning'er. Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes casually glancing at Leng Ruoxue. Moreover, she saw through Leng Ruoxue's nature with a single glance. This little Mei looked pretty, but she was also not easy to deal with. "Your surname is Leng too?" Leng Ruoxue was stunned and asked. This was the first time she saw Leng Ruoxue's face, so it naturally gave her a greater shock. "What? Can't my surname be Leng?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a spurious smile. "Of course not. Not everyone is qualified to have the surname Leng," Leng Ruoxue roared domineeringly. "But my old ancestor's surname is Leng. I can't change it to another surname, right? My old ancestor might have died long ago, but at least he has left the bloodline for me, so I can only use this surname. Miss Leng, please don't take it to heart," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Moreover, the corner of her beautiful eyes obviously noticed the uncomfortable expression of the man beside Leng Ruoxue when she said that her old ancestor might die. "Humph. You can't stay in the plum garden even if your surname is Leng. Move out of here immediately and leave proud cold city," Leng Ruoxue said as if she was facing a formidable enemy. The internal competition that was held once every 10 years by the 3 families was about to begin. She definitely couldn't let this woman stay here and spoil her plans. "Miss Leng, don't you understand me? We are Leng Wudi's guests. Even if you are the young lady of the Leng family, you are not qualified to chase us away," Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. "You." Leng Ruoxue was about to continue when she was interrupted by the man beside her. "Ruoxue, don't be rude," the man reprimanded lightly. "Yes, Grand Elder." Leng Ruoxue immediately became as obedient as a kitten. Leng Ruoxue and the man glared at each other, neither of them speaking first. After a while, the man said gloomily, "Lass, you're not bad." Alas. He could tell that this girl was not afraid of him at all. Otherwise, she would not have stared at him without blinking. In the end, he could not take it and admitted defeat first. Boo-hoo. He had lived for so long, but he could not even glare at a little girl. This was really too embarrassing. However, looking at this stubborn girl, he had a premonition that their path to becoming relatives would probably be very bumpy. The grand elder of the Leng family? Leng Ruoxue murmured thoughtfully. In fact, she had noticed this man when she walked out of the room, but she deliberately ignored him. Moreover, she had guessed that this man was most likely related to the Ling Feng continent, but she didn't know if he was the one who wanted to see them. Yes, you're from the Ling Feng continent, the grand elder confirmed, and couldn't help being a little excited. They really didn't expect to see juniors from the Ling Feng continent. They thought that the Leng family from that continent was already gone. Yes, we are indeed from the Ling Feng continent, Leng Ruoxue didn't deny it. In fact, she knew that she probably couldn't deny it even if she wanted to since she came to the Leng family. Ling Feng continent? What is that place? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but interrupt. She had never heard of that place. The Ling Feng continent is the lower realm you mentioned, Leng Ruoxue explained with a light smile. Lower realm? So you came from a village. No wonder you're so ignorant. Let me tell you, don't think that just because your surname is Leng, you can climb onto our Leng family. Our Leng family won't raise you bumpkins for nothing, Leng Ruoxue reminded with a face full of disdain. Leng Ruoxue was speechless after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. She only knew today that the Ling Feng continent was considered a countryside in their eyes. Moreover, why was she inexperienced? She didn't seem to have done anything embarrassing, right? Moreover, they weren't the ones who were coming to the Leng family. Thinking of this, she couldn't help saying indifferently, Miss Leng, please understand something first. We didn't want to come to the Leng family. Your young master brought us here. So what? Don't think that our Leng family will accept you just because you can seduce third brother. Let me tell you, as long as I'm around, you can forget about marrying into the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue self-righteously roared. Leng Ruoxue was so angry that she was amused. Did this eldest miss of the Leng family have a delusional disorder? She used her gaze to ask the grand elder, but he returned her an innocent look. Moreover, the expression on his face was obviously wanting to watch the commotion. Damn it, why are you laughing? Leng Ruoxue questioned angrily. Previous chapter. Next chapter. What? You don't allow others to laugh. Miss Leng cares a lot, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Why couldn't she meet normal daughters of noble families? Could it be that the feng shui of noble families was bad, so they were raised astray? You're not allowed to smile in my territory. Leng Ruoxue was furious because Leng Ruoxue's smile was really too annoying, making her very uncomfortable. Miss Leng, are all the daughters of the Leng family like you? Leng Ruoxue widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Leng Ruoxue carefully as if she was looking at a rare animal. She asked curiously. What do you mean? Leng Ruoxue was stunned and puzzled. How rude. We are guests invited by the young master of the Leng family after all, but not only do you say we are bumpkins, you don't even allow us to smile. Alas. We know that we are from a small place, so we don't dare to request you to treat us well. We just hope that those Tom, Dick, and Harry won't bother us. Can't you even satisfy this small request of ours? Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of disappointment. Leng Ruoxue, do you want to die? How dare you say that I have no upbringing? Leng Ruoxue was furious when she heard these words. She didn't listen carefully to what Leng Ruoxue said after that. Why don't I want to live? I'm only 20 years old, and I'm in my prime. Moreover, I haven't pounced on my man yet. I can't let others take advantage of me for nothing, so I have to live well, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Humph. You humiliated me. Do you think you can still live? Leng Ruoxue said proudly. She really wanted to destroy Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face. What did I humiliate you about? Did I say that you don't have a good upbringing? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Humph. I'm the eldest daughter of the Leng family. You said that I don't have a patriarch. Not only did you humiliate me, but you also humiliated the patriarch. Therefore, the Leng family will definitely not let you go. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. In her eyes, Leng Ruoxue was almost dead. How will the Leng family deal with me? I'm so scared. Leng Ruoxue whispered fearfully, tears rolling in her beautiful eyes. Leng Ruoxue, I can spare you on the account that your surname is Leng. However, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, and even destroy your appearance. Then forget about humiliating me, Leng Ruoxue said self-righteously. Kowtow 100 times and destroy my appearance? Miss Leng is really kind. Leng Ruoxue said mockingly. It's good that you know. If the Leng family finds out, you'll die. However, if you're willing to do as I say, I'll let you live. How about that? It's very worth it, right? Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of charity. Miss Leng, let me consider it. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the grand elder gently and said with a spurious smile. Okay, I'll give you 3 days to consider. Either you die or do as I say, Leng Ruoxue said as if she was being kind. Okay, Ruoxue thanks Miss Leng first. I won't see you out. Help yourself. With that, Leng Ruoxue turned around and returned to her room as if no one was around, and the freak hiding in the corner followed. Ruoxue, let's go back, the grand elder said softly to Leng Ruoxue when he saw that there was no more commotion to watch. A trace of disgust quickly flashed in his eyes. Yes, Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly, her heart jumping with joy. Hee. The grand elder didn't accuse her of being nosy just now. He was obviously on her side. After Ruoxue and the grand elder left, Leng Ruohan looked at empty in puzzlement, as if he wanted to see some clues from his face. Are there flowers on my face? Empty said with a light smile. Leng Ruoxue's affectionate gaze would cause others to misunderstand. No, I'm just a little puzzled. Aren't their reactions a little too calm? Are we going to let that woman leave just like that? Leng Ruoxue said angrily. That woman was really too vicious. Not only did she want her precious sister to kowtow to her, but she also wanted to ruin her sister's beautiful face. Well, perhaps that was her main goal. Alas. A woman's jealousy was really too terrifying. What else? This is the Leng family's territory. Do you think we can walk out of Proud Cold City alive if we kill their eldest young miss in the Leng family? Moreover, they were just testing each other just now. As for that Leng Ruoxue, she's just a clown. Shuer isn't killing her now just to accumulate more of that woman's evil deeds. When the time comes, even if the Leng family is angry, they won't do anything to us if we kill her. Because we're in the right. Empty explained. Hee. This was also what he especially admired about that girl. Not only would Shuer not let others find any fault with the person she wanted to get rid of, she would also let others think that that person deserved it. She deserved to die. But Leng Ruoxue was about to say something when Empty interrupted him. You're too concerned. Think about it. Would Shuer let herself be at a disadvantage? She didn't fuss about it this time only to give those old things from the Leng family face. However, would she give face again and again? Moreover, with that woman's temperament, it's impossible not to provoke Shuer, Empty said understandingly. What you said makes sense, but I'm just too angry. It's not like I'm here specially to let the Leng family humiliate my precious sister, Leng Ruoxue said in an unfriendly tone. Calm down. Shuer has her own plans, Empty said comfortingly. Yes, I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Rest early. Perhaps the Leng family will come again tomorrow, Empty said with a smile. Hee. He should be able to watch a lot of good shows when he came to the Leng family this time. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and the two returned to their rooms. Leng Ruoxue and the freak had already entered the bracelet. In the purple bamboo hut, the two of them sat in each other's arms, but neither of them spoke. After enjoying a moment of silence, the freak smiled and asked, Shuer, are you afraid of the Leng family? No, Leng Ruoxue said very simply. The Leng family might be an unshakable colossus in the eyes of others, but if she wanted to attack, she would also make the Leng family suffer. Then why did you let Leng Ruoxue go just now? The freak pretended to be puzzled. His eyes glittered coldly, and a trace of bloodthirsty killing intent flashed quickly. Previous chapter. I was prepared to meet such a person since I came to the Leng family, so it's only a matter of time before I kill him. Moreover, I want to see the Leng family's attitude. After all, Leng Ruoxue doesn't represent the entire Leng family, Leng Ruoxue explained. Shuer, I'm afraid that the Grand Elder is also waiting to see our attitude, the freak reminded. Yes, that's normal. He has to know if our descendants are worth his investment. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Freak, rest early. We have to recover and prepare to deal with the endless Leng family, Leng Ruoxue reminded again. Okay. The freak nodded, and then the two of them hugged each other to sleep. Early the next morning. Leng Wuti reported to Plum Garden. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless as she looked at Leng Wuti, who was waiting for them in the living room. Young Master Leng, you're a little too early. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Yes, I specially came early to have breakfast with you, Leng Wuti said pompously. I'm sorry, young Master Leng didn't prepare breakfast, Leng Ruoxue said rudely. No way. Shuer, can you bear to let me starve? Leng Wuti said with a long face, his handsome face full of bitterness. I can bear to. You're not related to me. What does hunger have to do with me? However, what's with your expression? Could it be that something happened to a relative in the family? Leng Ruoxue said very implicitly, her words a little venomous. You're so heartless. Alas. Nothing has happened to anyone in my family yet, but it should be soon, Leng Wuti said nonchalantly, as if they were discussing other people's affairs. Updates by Calm. What did you talk about when Leng Ruoxue and the Grand Elder came yesterday? Leng Wuti asked curiously. Nothing. I had an unhappy encounter with Miss Leng. She asked me to kowtow 100 times and destroy my appearance. Otherwise, she said that the Leng family won't let me go, Leng Ruoxue described simply. Leng Wuti was stunned, but he couldn't help laughing hysterically. He was laughing so happily that he almost rolled on the ground. Is it that funny? Leng Ruoxue sighed and asked Leng Wuti, who was laughing exaggeratedly. Yes, of course. Did she say that in front of the Grand Elder? Leng Wuti was very curious. Yes, I said it in front of that old man, but he didn't react. Leng Ruoxue added in her heart, purely wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Hee. She's dead meat too, Leng Wuti said happily, unable to hide the joy on his face. Isn't that your sister? Leng Ruoxue reminded helplessly. My mother only gave birth to me, Leng Wuti said with slight disgust. He might pretend to be siblings in front of others, but he felt that it was unnecessary in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Her mother still doesn't have a title. And my mother isn't willing to raise them, so they wouldn't have any status in the Leng family at all if my father didn't love them more, Leng Wuti explained. Are the children already so old? Isn't your father willing to give a name to the person who gave birth to them? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. He wants to give it, but my mother and grandfather don't agree, so he can't do anything. However, he's already the patriarch now, so he should give that woman a title. Leng Wuti guessed. Oh. Leng Ruoxue answered lightly and then said to Leng Wuti, go have breakfast. Leng Wuti immediately stood up with a smile and followed Leng Ruoxue to the dining hall. Someone from the Leng family came to visit just after breakfast. In the garden, Leng Ruoxue looked at the beautiful woman in her early 30s. Her first impression of her was very good. Well, this woman was very beautiful. However, it was not the kind of beauty that was breathtaking at a glance, but like mellow wine, the more she tasted, the more fragrant she became. Moreover, this woman was also a mystic sovereign like her. I'm Leng Shuang, Wuti's mother, the woman named Leng Shuang introduced herself. Her beautiful eyes kept circling Leng Ruoxue. Moreover, the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Well, this girl was not bad. Wuti had good taste. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Well. You should be older than me. I'll call you big sister. Leng Ruoxue said with a fox-like smile on her face. Well. This woman's gaze at her was becoming more and more fervent, and she had to be wary. Big sister? Leng Shuang was stunned and a little depressed. This seniority was too poor. May I know why big sister is here? Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly. Oh. To see me, of course, to see you. Leng Shuang originally wanted to say that she wanted to see her daughter-in-law, but she was afraid of scaring the little girl, so she quickly corrected herself. I heard from Leng Ruoxue that you are invincible. Leng Shuang probed. She deliberately stopped mid-sentence because she really couldn't read this little girl's mind now. This girl probably didn't treat Wuti as she thought. Big sister, how can I believe the words of the eldest daughter of the Leng family? She wants me to destroy my appearance and kowtow 100 times. Moreover, she only gave me 3 days to consider, Leng Ruoxue complained. There's such a thing? Why? Leng Shuang was a little puzzled and couldn't help hating in her heart. Leng Ruoxue was indeed like her mother, both vicious. Because I said that she doesn't have a good upbringing. She wants to chase us away and even said that we are bumpkins, Leng Ruoxue explained, her beautiful face full of grievance. Hee. She knew how to act too, and she was definitely better at it than Leng Ruoxue. She indeed doesn't have any upbringing. Don't be afraid. She won't dare to do anything to you with me around, Leng Shuang promised. For some reason, she liked Leng Ruoxue the moment she saw her, so she naturally resembled her. Big sister, I'm afraid I'll accidentally do something to her. Leng Ruoxue said innocently. That's okay. I'm here. Leng Shuang was stunned, and then she said with a smile, This girl really won my heart. Okay, I'm relieved, Leng Ruoxue said with a sigh of relief. Lass, is there really nothing between you and Wuti? Leng Shuang asked stubbornly. Alas. How good would it be if this girl could be her daughter-in-law? Big sister, I already have a fiancé, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She could feel that this woman liked her, and she had a good impression of Leng Shuang, so she naturally told the truth to put an end to Leng Shuang's thoughts. Alas. That's a pity. In that case, I'll acknowledge you as my god-sister. Leng Shuang said after some thought. This girl might be much younger than her, but she just found her pleasing to the eye. Moreover, she couldn't say that she wanted to acknowledge her as her god-sister since she was calling her elder sister. Therefore, it was more suitable to be her god-sister. Then I'll acknowledge you as my elder sister, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Well. The fate between people was so strange. She and Leng Shuang felt like old friends at first sight even though it was their first time meeting. Moreover, she knew very well that Leng Shuang recognized her as her sister and had the idea of being her backer. Therefore, she couldn't refuse Leng Shuang's good intentions or the good feelings between the two of them. Good sister. Alas. I've wanted a sister since I was young so that I could dote on her well. I finally have one today, Leng Shuang said happily, the joy on her face absolutely coming from the bottom of her heart. Mother. How can you treat her as your sister? Leng Ruoxue and Leng Shuang were chatting happily. Leng Wuti, who was hiding in the dark and eavesdropping, couldn't help but jump out. Boo-hoo. He was only stunned for a moment, but an ant actually ran out. This was really. He was about to go crazy. Why can't I acknowledge her as my sister? Leng Shuang asked in puzzlement. Well. She really didn't know why her son had such a big reaction when she only acknowledged her as a sister. She was originally my friend. Now that you've acknowledged her as your sister, what should I call her? Leng Wuti asked through gritted teeth, his face red. Well, of course he was angry. We acknowledge us. It has nothing to do with you. We are still friends. However, I won't object if you want to call me aunt, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. You, don't even think about it. Leng Wuti glared and shouted. He wouldn't call that little girl his aunt. He wouldn't even call her that. Leng Wuti's strong reaction couldn't help making the two very unscrupulous women laugh happily. In fact, they knew very well that this was only between the two of them and had nothing to do with their relatives, so they naturally didn't expect such a reaction from their families. Silly boy, we'll hand ours over, and you'll hand yours over. The well water doesn't flow like the river, Leng Shuang said with a smile. Updates by Calm. Oh. Leng Wuti answered gloomily, thinking that was more like it. However, he remembered his reaction just now and wanted to find a hole to burrow into. Boo-hoo. It was really too embarrassing. Hehe, Shuer, I just came to see you today, so I won't disturb you for too long. I'll go back first. I'll invite you to the main mansion as guests in a few days. You have to give big sister face. Leng Shuang emphasized. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then sent Leng Shuang out of the plum garden. However, Leng Wudi didn't leave with his mother. Not only that, Leng Wudi also found a very lousy excuse to stay in the plum garden. 3 days passed quickly. No one had come to the plum garden since Leng Shuang came. Even Leng Rume, who gave Leng Ruoxue 3 days to consider, didn't appear. She couldn't help being a little puzzled. In the May garden. Leng Ruoxue sat on a stone bench and looked at Leng Wudi, who was lying on a recliner in the garden and basking in the sun comfortably. She asked with a light smile, "Young Master Leng, why didn't Leng Rume come? 3 days have passed." "I don't know. I haven't been back to the Leng family for a few days." "You know that," Leng Wudi said irresponsibly. In fact, he also hoped that woman would come. This way, he would have a chance to watch. Unfortunately, Leng Rume actually didn't appear. Alas. It was really too disappointing. That woman didn't have the slightest awareness of being a bad person. How unprofessional. Go back and scout for news and remind her. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. What benefits? Leng Wudi raised his eyebrows slightly and asked lightly. You're eating and staying here for nothing, and you want benefits? Leng Ruoxue said in disbelief. Heavens. Where did that noble young master of the Leng family, who was like a god, go? The person in front of her was obviously a scoundrel. Yes, I'm not eating and staying for nothing. I'm accompanying you, Leng Wudi said matter-of-factly. Leng Wudi, I find that your skin is becoming thicker and thicker, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Poor Leng family. They were blinded by Leng Wudi's seemingly noble side. In fact, this scoundrel appearance was his true appearance. Thank you for the compliment. Leng Wudi said happily. Leng Ruoxue didn't know what to do with his shameless appearance, so she simply turned her head and ignored him. Leng Wudi didn't care. His gaze drifted to Leng Ruoxue from time to time, and the atmosphere in the garden immediately fell silent. After a long time, Feng Da's appearance broke the silence in the garden. Miss, the 3rd and 10th elders of the Leng family are here to see you, Feng Da said bluntly as he walked into the garden. Well. It was so quiet. There were obviously several people in the garden, but no one spoke. It was really too strange. See me? Okay, Feng Da, ask them to wait in the living room. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Well. Someone from the Leng family finally came knocking on her door. Yes, miss. Feng Da answered and then left. 10 minutes passed. Leng Ruoxue had no intention of getting up. After another 10 minutes, Leng Ruoxue still didn't move. Empty, who had been playing chess with Leng Ruohan, couldn't help asking curiously when he saw Leng Ruoxue's calm appearance, Shuer, when are we going to see the 3rd elder and the 10th elder? I'm the one she wants to see. It has nothing to do with you, so you just have to stay in the dark, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently, not anxious at all. Previous chapter. I know. I'm just reminding you that it's been 20 minutes. Those 2 elders are probably anxious from waiting, Empty said with a light smile. Oh, in that case, I'll go take a look. Leng Ruoxue stood up reluctantly. The freak and the others followed closely behind, but she was the only one who entered the living room. Leng Ruoxue heard angry complaints as soon as she stepped into the living room. That Leng Ruoxue is too much. She's only from the lower realm, but she actually dares to put on airs in front of our main family. Humph. I have to tell her the rules of our Leng family properly later. The 10th elder sitting in the chair had never received such treatment, so he had nowhere to vent his anger. Okay, then you have to tell me in detail, 3rd elder echoed with a chuckle, but he couldn't help snickering in his heart. Don't worry, I know the clan rules well. I won't miss a single one, the 10th elder promised. Elders, do you want to see me? Leng Ruoxue asked after listening for a while and walked slowly into the living room. You are Leng Ruoxue? The 10th elder narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him, stunned. Well. No wonder Rume was so afraid of her. Leng Ruoxue really couldn't be left alive. Yes, I am. I'm from a small place. I don't know any manners, so I won't bow to the 2 elders. Leng Ruoxue sat down directly on the main seat after speaking. The 10th elder was so angry when she sat down. He had never been looked down upon by a junior like this in all his years as an elder. Leng Ruoxue. You really don't know the rules. How can a junior like you sit here in front of me? Humph. Hurry up and kneel down. Today, I'll teach you the clan rules. The 10th elder roared with full force, his muddy eyes even revealing a disdainful expression. Kneel? I'm sorry, I don't kneel to the sky or the ground. Apart from my parents who died early, only my grandfather is qualified to make me kneel now. You are not qualified. Leng Ruoxue's cold voice reverberated in the living room, but it also angered the 10th elder half to death. You are just a servant of our Leng family. I'm willing to let you kneel because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful, and don't blame me for not reminding you. Defying the elders and not differentiating between seniors and juniors is a serious crime in our Leng family. It would be a light punishment even if we exiled you. In serious cases, we would kill you directly, the 10th elder said proudly. Thank you for your reminder. However, I don't need you to think highly of me. Moreover, I want to know, when did I become a servant of your Leng family? Do I have an indenture contract? Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of question marks. Her beautiful eyes kept looking up and down at the old man in front of her, her beautiful face full of surprise. Updates by Calm. You're from the lower realm. You should be grateful that our Leng family is willing to take you in. We think highly of you by making you servants. Not just anyone in our Leng family can do it. Moreover, you don't have much contribution to the family. We can't let the family raise you for nothing, right? And you're from a small place and have not seen the world. The family really doesn't have any work suitable for you except to be servants. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, you will be the eldest Mrs. Maidservant. As for your elder brother, let him serve the 4th young master. Your grandfather will follow by my side and serve me closely, the 10th elder said with a benevolent appearance. As he spoke, he had already arranged all the work for Leng Ruoxue, her grandfather, and her granddaughter. Do you mean that we can only be servants after returning to the family because we came from the lower realm? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. Of course, the family can take you in, but we can't raise you for nothing, the 10th elder said with disdain. Then can I think that all the Leng family members who come from the Ling Feng continent have to be servants after returning to the family? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Of course. Humph. What can the Leng family from such a small continent do if they don't become servants? It's already good enough that our Leng family is willing to take you in. How dare you pick the 3rd and 4th, the 10th elder said angrily. But I don't want to be a servant. What should I do? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of difficulties. Leng Ruoxue. Do you still want to be the young lady of the Leng family if you don't want to be a servant? Let me tell you, don't be delusional. Be a good girl and be the maidservant of the eldest Mississippi. Don't forget that you've humiliated Miss Rume before. Humph. Do you think you can still sit here unscathed if Miss Rume wasn't kind-hearted and didn't fuss about it with you? One has to know how to repay favors and not be ungrateful. The 10th elder's pompous big hat was directly placed on Leng Ruoxue's head. Humph. He didn't believe that Leng Ruoxue would not be afraid of the Leng family's punishment. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for being so confident. If he had to blame, he could only blame Leng Ruoxue's reputation for being too small and her limelight not being loud enough. Moreover, it had already been 2 years ago since the last time she showed off. There were many mystics who became famous in one fell swoop every year in the boundless heaven continent. However, many of them were short-lived and would be drowned by history very quickly. A night bloom like Leng Ruoxue naturally couldn't enter the eyes of the super families. After all, they had never really seen Leng Ruoxue's strength. Therefore, even if they had heard Leng Ruoxue's name, they had long thrown it to the back of their minds. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue and the others liked to hide their strength, so it also led the 10th elder and the others to make the wrong judgment. Leng Ruoxue was very speechless after hearing what the 10th elder said because she really couldn't understand what favor someone had given her. She had to repay kindness with gratitude. Wouldn't it be ungrateful if she didn't? Could it be that the brain structure of an elder was different from ordinary people? Thinking of this, she turned her gaze to another old man. Well. That old man had no other reaction except to drink tea. Old man, our entire family is not interested in being a servant of the Leng family. Give this honor to others. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently after a while. Leng Ruoxue. Do you really think you're the Leng family's young miss? Humph. I really don't know which improper Leng family gave birth to a bastard from your side branch. Do you think it's so easy to hug the thigh of our Leng family? Since the family took you in, you have to work to the death for the family. Don't be ungrateful. You have to do whatever the family arranges for you obediently. Do you still want to live on the boundless heaven continent if you dare to go against the family? The 10th elder roared while blowing his beard and glaring. Previous chapter. Old man, I'm also very curious which dishonest person created a rotten seed like you. Leng Ruoxue retorted rudely. At the same time, she couldn't help muttering in her heart, could this old man have been bitten by a dog? Otherwise, why would he be so crazy? Moreover, she was very sure that she had never seen this old man before. The conversation between Leng Ruoxue and the 10th elder shocked the 3rd elder, who had not said a word by the side, into a cold sweat. The tea in his mouth was directly spat out. Then he couldn't help reaching out to wipe the sweat off his forehead, thinking, these two people are really too fierce. They even scolded the ancestors of the Leng family. They are really too terrifying. Well. He should continue to keep a low profile. Their conversation isn't suitable for him. What do you mean? What does the upper beam have to do with me? The 10th elder actually didn't understand Leng Ruoxue's meaning, and he asked shamelessly. It's a big deal. The upper beam isn't straight, but the lower beam is crooked this time. Leng Ruoxue explained with a light smile. You little bastard with a father and no mother to teach you. How dare you humiliate my Leng family's old ancestor? I think you're really tired of living. Guards, serve my family law. The 10th elder finally understood this time and was so angry that he roared directly. He even thought that he was in the Leng family's main residence, and there were guards waiting for orders outside at any time. Leng Ruoxue quickly dodged to the front of the 10th elder and raised her hand rudely when she heard what the 10th elder said. Immediately, there was a pa sound, and afterimages flashed quickly. The 10th elder's face had already been slapped dozens of times, and he was sitting motionlessly in the chair. It was obvious that he had been beaten silly. Damn old man, you're the bastard. How dare you talk about my parents? You're really tired of living. Leng Ruoxue said as she fought. If this old man only came for her, she might not have dealt with him now. However, he actually involved her parents, whom she had never seen before, who gave her life. This was absolutely not something she could tolerate. Therefore, the 10th elder was in tragedy. Miss, take a break. Let us do it. Fengde and the others, who had been hiding in the dark, hurriedly ran into the living room when they saw Leng Ruoxue attack. How could they let Miss attack someone with such manual labor? Fengde grabbed the dazed 10th elder off the chair like he was catching a chicken. This pull also woke the 10th elder up. However, he was beaten up painfully by Cheng Wu and the others who swarmed him before he could say a word. The 10th elder might be a mystic sovereign and had a sturdy body, but even so, he couldn't help being punched and kicked by dozens of mystic sovereigns and above. Therefore, he fainted on the spot. Damn, how dare you humiliate my young miss? How dare you let my young miss be that damn woman's maidservant? In your dreams. That woman isn't even qualified to be my young miss's maidservant. Fengde scolded as he beat her up. Damn it. The Leng family is nothing. My young miss doesn't care. Our young miss has many subordinates. One kick from each of them can kill you. One spit from each of them can drown you. Today, we must make you come in vertically and go out horizontally. Cheng Wu said while kicking. Cold sweat dripped down the 3rd elder's forehead when he saw the tragic appearance of the 10th elder sitting in the chair. Oh. These people were really too barbaric. Fortunately, he didn't offend them. However, they wouldn't do anything together, right? Boo-hoo. Don't. He was innocent. He was just here to watch the commotion. Updates by. Calm. Don't be scared. My subordinates won't hurt the innocent. Leng Ruoxue saw the nervousness of the other old man and comforted him kindly. Oh. That's good. 3rd elder was relieved to hear Leng Ruoxue's words. You must be 3rd elder. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Yes, I'm 3rd elder, 3rd elder said hurriedly. Go back and tell your patriarch that I won't take this old man's life first. Ask him to take good care of it for me, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Swear, I heard that someone wants us to be servants. Leng Ruohan's voice sounded in the living room. Big brother, grandpa, you're back. Leng Ruoxue smiled happily when she saw the two people walking into the living room. Well. Grandpa and big brother went for a walk on the streets. She didn't expect them to be back so soon. Yes, swear. I heard that someone arranged work for the 3 of us as soon as grandpa returned. Leng Qingtian said in surprise. Yes, that old man. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the 10th elder, who had been beaten up so badly that his human form couldn't be seen. Well. Swear, even if they want us to be servants, you can't beat them into a pig's head, right? Leng Qingtian pretended to be displeased and accused her. Well. If there wasn't an old man sitting in the hall now, he also wanted to beat him up twice. Grandpa, I beat him up because he said I'm a little bastard with a father and no mother, Leng Ruoxue explained lightly. What? 2 angry roars sounded at the same time. In an instant, they saw the grandfather and granddaughter rushing at the 10th elder at the same time, and several streams of fiery red mystic energy blasted onto the 10th elder together. The 3rd elder hurriedly turned his head from the chair, not daring to look at the 10th elder's miserable appearance. At the same time, his little heart kept trembling. Boo-hoo. It seemed like this family had violent factors. Grandpa, big brother, don't kill him. I don't want him to die so quickly, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Don't worry, we know our limits, Leng Qingtian promised and then stopped attacking. 3rd elder, take this trash away. Don't pollute the land of the plum garden. Leng Ruoxue ordered him to leave and then led everyone out of the living room. After walking out of the living room, Leng Ruoxue didn't find the freak and empty. She couldn't help looking at Leng Wudi curiously and asked, where did the freak and empty go? I don't know either. Leng Wudi's gaze was a little evasive as he stammered. Don't know? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of doubts. It would be strange if he didn't know, seeing Leng Wudi's guilty expression. Well. Could those 2 fellows have done something bad behind her back? I really don't know. However, they borrowed my flying beast. Leng Wudi beckoned a little. Previous chapter. Oh, tell him when the freak returns. I'm going back to my room. Leng Ruoxue returned to her room after speaking. The freak returned not long after she returned to her room. Where did you go? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I'm going to prepare a gift for the 10th elder, the freak confessed. What gift? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. Hee hee. The freak smiled evilly and then whispered something in Leng Ruoxue's ear. You're too evil, but I like it, Leng Ruoxue praised. Humph. How can I let him go if he dares to bully my woman, the freak said resentfully, the killing intent in his eyes flashing for a moment. Freak, I won't let him die too easily, Leng Ruoxue said. Well. Who knew who the Leng family would be lured out by beating up the 10th elder this time? She was really looking forward to it. Yes. The freak nodded. On the other side, 3rd elder had already returned to the Leng family's main residence with the 10th elder. 3rd elder, what are they carrying? Why is it so stinky? They happened to meet the 5th elder who had just returned after entering the Leng family's main residence. Oh. It's the 10th elder, 3rd elder said speechlessly. He didn't know whose beast it was, but it actually got a pile of feces and collapsed on the 10th elder, so the 10th elder became like this stinky appearance. Alas. It was really too pitiful. He felt some pity for the 10th elder now even though their relationship was not good. No way. Did you make a mistake? The 5th elder covered his nose and said in disbelief. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Why was the 10th elder carried back? What happened? He was so curious. Updates by Com. I saw it with my own eyes. How can I be mistaken? That is indeed the 10th elder. 3rd elder promised. But what happened to the 10th elder? The 5th elder's face was full of gossip as he probed reluctantly. Beaten up, 3rd elder gloated. No way. Who's so powerful? How dare they beat up an elder of the Leng family in our proud cold city, the 5th elder said abnormally excitedly. Leng Ruoxue and her subordinates, 3rd elder whispered. Oh. The younger generation will surpass us in time. However, they will probably be in trouble if they dare to attack in proud cold city, the 5th elder said with a sigh. Then he was a little worried, but he was more excited because Leng Ruoxue and the others had done what he had always wanted to do but hadn't done. It's hard to say. I'll go see the patriarch. 5th elder, help me gather the elders, 3rd elder said to 5th elder. Then he ordered the guards carrying the 10th elder behind him, go and do whatever you need to do after sending the 10th elder back to his residence. Yes, the guards answered and then carried the stinky 10th elder to his residence. In the meeting hall. The huge living room was soon full of elders and offerings as the elders arrived one by one. 3rd elder, tell me what happened. Leng Yimin said speechlessly when he saw that everyone was here. Alas. He really didn't expect this to happen. This made him a little at a loss for what to do. Okay. 3rd elder nodded. Then he stood up and embellished the story of the 10th elder being beaten up. Anyway, according to him, what he said implied that the 10th elder handled the matter improperly, so the other party couldn't take it anymore and beat him up. After hearing what the 3rd elder said, Leng Yimin, the elders, and the guardians didn't say anything for a while, and the atmosphere instantly became depressed. Why aren't you talking anymore? 3rd elder said knowingly to the advisor. He couldn't deny that he was a little dumbfounded at that time. However, he had to pretend to be mute if he didn't speak. Patriarch, this Leng Ruoxue is really too much. She actually dared to beat up an elder of the Leng family. We have to punish her severely. Otherwise, how can we convince the public in the future? A consecrator who had a good relationship with the 10th elder was the first to speak. Patriarch, this matter was indeed handled improperly by the 10th elder. As an elder of the Leng family who was virtuous and respected, how can he look up to the Leng family from the lower realm? His behavior is so disappointing. Oh, right, I think everyone must want to know who the improper Leng family the 10th elder mentioned is, right? The 5th elder said softly. 5th elder, how can the 10th elder say such things? It's up to you not to listen to the wind, an old man said again. Does 11th elder mean that I'm framing the 10th elder? Why don't we invite the 10th elder and Leng Ruoxue to confront each other? Familiar or not, I believe everyone's eyes are clear, 3rd elder said calmly. 3rd elder, you're mistaken. I didn't say that you framed the 10th elder, the 11th elder said hurriedly. But that's what you mean. 3rd elder said stubbornly. Stop arguing. I called you here to discuss something, not to let you bicker, Leng Yimin said uncontrollably. Many of these elders were of higher seniority than him, so it was really difficult to manage. The elders tactfully shut their mouths after hearing Leng Yimin's words. Grand elder, what do you think we should do about this? Leng Yimin turned to the young man beside him. You are the patriarch. You can decide what to do, the grand elder said irresponsibly. Then he drank his tea and ignored Leng Yimin. Leng Yimin was depressed. What could he do? Would he still be worried if he knew? Alas. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have sent the 10th elder to arrange for Leng Ruoxue and the others. That old man kept causing trouble for him. He was really incompetent. Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for my father. A sobbing woman's voice drifted in just as Leng Yimin was feeling abnormally depressed. Immediately after, a white-clothed woman stumbled into the meeting hall. What are you doing here? Hurry up and go back. Leng Yimin's head immediately hurt when he saw this teary and weak woman. Patriarch, you have to seek justice for my father. Otherwise, I'll kill myself in this meeting hall, the white-clothed woman threatened with tears in her beautiful eyes. Previous chapter. How dare you? This isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. Hurry up and scram back to your residence. Leng Yimin roared furiously, the veins on his forehead bulging. Father, Leng Ruoxue humiliated Grandpa like this. You absolutely can't let her go. At this moment, 2 more people barged in, and one of them was Leng Ruoxue. What are you doing here? Get back to your rooms. Leng Yimin roared with widened eyes. He was so angry. These 3 troublesome things. Didn't they see that the Grand Elder was here too? No one could protect them if they angered the Grand Elder. Unfortunately, not only did the mother and children not appreciate his efforts, they even pressed on step by step. Father, Leng Ruoxue is just a bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. I'm willing to let her be my maidservant, but not only does she not know gratitude, she actually injured Grandpa. How unforgivable. Moreover, according to our clan rules, offending your superiors is a capital offense, so please give the order to punish Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue directly used the clan rules to pressure others. Humph. She didn't believe Leng Ruoxue would survive this time. Shut up. You have no say in this matter, Leng Yimin rebuked resentfully. Humph. This daughter was becoming more and more out of hand. Didn't she take a look at where she was? She kept complaining here. Did she think those elders were dead? Father. Could it be that you're afraid of Leng Ruoxue? Leng Ruoxue was a little angry that her father refused to give the order. How dare you? Leng Yimin roared as he slammed the table. Father, we won't live if you don't punish Leng Ruoxue, Leng Ruoxue threatened. She really didn't expect her father, who had always loved her, to shout at her for an outsider. How could she bear this? Vile being, how dare you threaten me? Leng Yimin's face darkened with anger. Patriarch, I know. It was my fault back then. I shouldn't have given birth to the two of them. The existence of the three of us has always been in the eyes of someone, so I'll bring the two of them to die here today. It'll be over, the white-clothed woman said aggrievedly with tears in her eyes. Leng Ruoxue, are you talking about me? Leng Shuang's voice sounded before Leng Yimin could say anything. Madam, why are you here? Leng Yimin hurriedly stood up and welcomed Leng Shuang after seeing her. After seeing Leng Shuang, the other elders and guardians stood up and bowed to her in addition to the elders with higher seniority. Updates by Com. Elders, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I just heard that the meeting hall today is quite lively, so I came to join in the fun. Leng Shuang's beautiful face had a perfect smile as she said. Then she sat down in the empty seat on the other side of Leng Yimin. Leng Ruoxue, you haven't answered me yet. Leng Shuang continued to remind her after sitting down. Mistress, you are virtuous and respected in the clan. How can I dare to criticize you? Leng Ruoxue said with a very pale face. Her soft and watery eyes kept floating to Leng Yimin, hoping to obtain his protection. Unfortunately, he didn't even look at her, which made her feel very disappointed. Oh. I heard you say that you want to end everything here. Leng Shuang raised her eyes and asked lightly. I just hope that the patriarch can uphold justice for this servant's old father. He has been humiliated like this. If the Leng family doesn't punish Leng Ruoxue, where will our Leng family's face go? Bai Wanqiu said righteously. So you don't really want to die? Leng Shuang's beautiful face was full of regret. Leng Wanqiu looked at the high and mighty Leng Shuang and couldn't help but burn with jealousy. However, she really didn't dare to contradict Leng Shuang in front of so many elders. Otherwise, she would be the unlucky one. Alright, don't call yourself a servant in front of me as if I'm bullying you. Moreover, I'm not a man, so save your pitiful appearance. Leng Shuang didn't hide her disgust. Mistress. Leng Wanqiu wanted to explain with tears in her eyes, but Leng Shuang interrupted her. Leng Wanqiu, you're really becoming more and more gutsy. You even dare to threaten the patriarch and the elders. However, what I want to tell you is that if you really want to die, just bring your child and die. Don't just say nothing. Leng Shuang said with a spurious smile. With her words, even the elders and guardians who were on better terms with the 10th elder did not dare to speak up for Leng Wanqiu. As for Leng Yimin, he directly turned his head to the pillar beside him and counted the dragon scales on it. Mistress, this servant doesn't dare, Leng Wanqiu said softly, tears falling from her eyes like pearls with a broken string. Even if you are the mistress of the family, you can't bully my mother like this. She is my father's woman after all. How can you treat her like this? Leng Ruoxue accused furiously, her heart full of hatred. Humph. One day, she must vent this anger for herself and for her mother. Mother. At that time, she would definitely return Leng Shuang's humiliation on the three of them by several times. She swore in her heart. Patriarch, is this the daughter you've always doted on? How uneducated. Leng Shuang ignored Leng Ruoxue and said to Leng Yimin disdainfully. Ruoxue quickly apologized to the matriarch. Leng Yimin roared shamelessly. Alas. This trivial matter in his family. When would it end? He was so annoyed. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I admit it? Leng Ruoxue said indignantly. Patriarch, since Miss Leng Ruoxue is unwilling to admit her mistake, don't force her. I can't bear it either, Leng Shuang said very coldly. Madam. Leng Yimin pleaded. Boo-hoo. He knew that Madam was angry from her tone. Patriarch, I came to inform you of a matter. Leng Ruoxue and I hit it off at first sight, so I recognized her as my sister. Moreover, I've already sent someone to invite her to my house as a guest. Well. They should be here soon. I'll excuse myself. Leng Shuang left the meeting hall coolly after speaking. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard Leng Shuang's words. After they returned to their senses, they realized that the matter seemed to be becoming more and more complicated. Alas. The patriarch's wife was also involved, which made them very conflicted. Going against Leng Ruoxue would offend Leng Shuang, and offending Leng Shuang was equivalent to offending Leng Jingmu. However, if they let Leng Ruoxue go, the elders were afraid that they would be unable to explain it to the elders of the 10th elders branch, so they were really in a difficult situation. Everyone, disperse. Let's discuss this matter again. Leng Yimin sighed helplessly. Leng Yimin's words were like a pardon. Everyone present immediately scattered when they heard it. Leng Wanqiu also left with her children seeing that she couldn't achieve her goal today. In the Frost Garden. Leng Shuang was entertaining Leng Ruoxue and the others warmly. Sister, what happened today? Tell me quickly. Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of gossip. He. She was really curious about Leng Ruoxue's heroic deed today. However, she only heard a little, so she wanted to hear it from the person involved. Nothing. I just beat up an old man. However, I didn't beat him to death and even left him alive, Leng Ruoxue explained simply. Sister, I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome if you beat up that old thing. However, I'll definitely not let anyone bully you with me around. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue promised very confidently. Big sister, I'm not afraid of trouble. Bring it on if anyone wants to stand up for that old thing. Moreover, I can guarantee that the unlucky ones will definitely be others. Leng Ruoxue smiled nonchalantly. She had already given the Leng family face. Don't blame her if anyone foolishly provoked her again. Little sister, big sister can still have some say in the Leng family. If anyone annoys you, you should attack. There's no need to worry too much. Big sister will think of a way to help you settle anything, Leng Ruoxue promised. Thank you, big sister. Leng Ruoxue smiled. We hit it off at first sight. There's no need to be so polite with big sister. By the way, little sister, I've arranged a residence for you. Stay in the Leng family for a few days. The scenery in our Leng family's main residence isn't inferior to the plum garden. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Big sister, I'm afraid we will cause trouble for you if we stay here, so. Leng Ruoxue deliberately said half of what she wanted to say because she believed Leng Ruoxue would understand what she meant. What are you afraid of? I want to see which ignorant person dares to provoke my sister. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of ruthlessness. Updates by Calm. If big sister isn't afraid, I'm even less afraid. Leng Ruoxue smiled like a little fox. Then I'll stay here. I'll leave when I'm done, Leng Ruoxue took the opportunity to say. Well. She definitely wouldn't be lonely if Leng Ruoxue stayed in the Leng family's main mansion. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Sister, big sister arranged for you to stay in the snowfall garden. There are enough rooms there, which is just right for you to stay, Leng Ruoxue said. Thank you, big sister, Leng Ruoxue said politely. What trouble? Big sister will bring you there now. Rest early today and big sister will welcome you tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue said and stood up. Then she brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to the Leng family's best VIP yard, Snowfall Garden. Snowfall Garden was the best guest yard in the Leng family's main residence. There were nearly 100 rooms inside, and the scenery was beautiful, the environment was elegant, and the air was fresh. Leng Ruoxue brought Leng Ruoxue and the others directly into the fallen snow garden when they arrived. At this moment, there was not a single servant inside except for 2 guards outside the garden. Sister, big sister didn't arrange servants for you, so I'll arrange everything here for you, Leng Ruoxue reminded. She knew that Leng Ruoxue had many subordinates, and she definitely didn't like to be served by the Leng family servants, so there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Big sister, I'm afraid staying here will make things difficult for you. Leng Ruoxue looked up at the scenery and pavilions in the yard. The decorations here were very exquisite, absolutely top-notch. No, I'm the mistress of the household. I can decide on such a small matter. Don't worry, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Then I won't refuse. Leng Ruoxue didn't stand on ceremony. She wouldn't stay here for long anyway. Sister, rest. Big sister is leaving, Leng Ruoxue said and left the snowfall garden. After Leng Ruoxue left, Leng Ruoxue motioned for Fengde and the others to find their own rooms to rest. Then she and the freak casually found a room to stay in. Leng Ruoxue left the snowfall garden and went to see her father-in-law first. She reported her arrangements to him and then returned to the frost garden. She saw Leng Yimin sitting at the round table, drinking tea and eating snacks as soon as she returned to her room. He seemed to be waiting for her. Madam, where did you go? Leng Yimin stood up ingratiatingly and asked with concern after seeing Leng Ruoxue. Alas. None of the maidservants here were willing to give him a good face. Boo-hoo. He really didn't have any dignity as the patriarch. Arrange a residence for my sister, Leng Ruoxue replied indifferently. Oh. Where did you arrange for them? Leng Yimin asked curiously. Snowfall Garden, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Madam, how can they stay in the Snowfall Garden? Leng Yimin's face was full of disapproval. People were staying there in a few days, so Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't stay there. Why can't they stay there? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked coldly. You know that the other 2 super families will send people to our Leng family in a few days, Leng Yimin reminded. So what? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. The rooms in the Snowfall Garden will be arranged for them to stay. Leng Yimin had to be more straightforward. Let's not talk about them not being here yet. Even if they are, we can let them stay in other courtyards. The Snowfall Garden is spacious and big enough. Sister and the others have more people, so they can't stay anywhere else, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently, obviously not taking Leng Yimin's words seriously. Madam, the Lan family and the Sun family used to live in the Snowfall Garden in the past. Leng Yimin sighed and reminded helplessly. You said it's the previous years. Let them stay in other courtyards this year. Leng Ruoxue was very disapproving. Humph. They were just some juniors. Why was there a need to be so particular about their residence? She had always disagreed with juniors enjoying themselves too much, so she reduced the allowance of those children since she became the head of the family. Of course, it aroused the dissatisfaction of some people in the beginning. However, under her iron fist's management, the dissatisfaction slowly disappeared. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Madam. Leng Yimin still wanted to fight for it, but seeing Leng Shuang's persistent face, he had to change the topic. Why didn't you discuss with me beforehand that you recognized Leng Ruoxue as your sister? Leng Shuang's arbitrary decision made him very passive. Patriarch, you didn't discuss it with me beforehand even though you created 2 children. Leng Shuang smiled with her red lips. Madam, you know that was an accident. Leng Yimin was very embarrassed. Boo-hoo. It had been so many years. How could Madam not forget this? Patriarch, the process isn't important. What's important is the result, Leng Shuang reminded unpleasantly with a cold face. I'm tired and want to rest, Leng Shuang said again. Then she took off her clothes and lay on the bed, ignoring Leng Yimin. Leng Yimin was a little embarrassed. He sat alone by the table and listened to the even breathing of the cold frost on the bed. He sighed helplessly. Alas. A single misstep would lead to eternal regret. Boo-hoo. After wallowing in self-pity for a while, he took out his blanket from the cabinet and spread it on the ground. He lay down after making the bed. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue and the others welcomed 3 uninvited guests just after breakfast. Leng Ruoxue. Who allowed you to stay here? Get lost. Leng Ruoxue roared without caring about her image as soon as she saw Leng Ruoxue and the others in the yard of the falling snow garden. Miss Leng, if you want to chase us out, wait until you become the mistress of the family. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Then she sat down on a stone bench in the yard, and Lu Tao hurriedly arranged tea and snacks in front of her young miss. You. Leng Ruoxue, you injured my grandfather. The Leng family will never let you go, Leng Ruoxue said fiercely and promised in her heart that the day would come when she would become the mistress of the family. At that time, she swore to step on these annoying people. Didn't I deliver myself to your door? Do whatever the Leng family wants, Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile. Miss Leng, my father is already so old. How can a junior like you attack a senior? This is disrespectful and unfilial. My father is also an elder of the clan. You are also offending your superiors like this. This is a serious crime in the Leng family. However, if you are willing to admit your mistake, I will plead with the elders and the patriarch. I hope they will sentence you lightly on the account that you are young and don't know the rules, Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. Updates by Calm. Elder? Whose elder is the 10th elder? Being disrespectful, unfilial, and offending your superiors in the Leng family is a serious crime. What does it have to do with me? I didn't admit that I'm from the Leng family. Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly and looked at the weak and cute woman in front of her as if she was watching a joke. She only knew from Leng Shuang yesterday that Leng Ruoxue was the 10th elder's granddaughter. Well. No wonder they were so annoying. They were a family after all this fuss. You actually don't think you're from the Leng family. You're too arrogant. Leng Ruoxue's slightly pale face was full of pain. In fact, she was so happy when she heard Leng Ruoxue say this. Humph. Since he wasn't from the Leng family, did the elder who beat the Leng family want to walk out of Ayahan City alive? No way. Leng Ruoxue, get out of the Leng family quickly since you don't admit that you are from the Leng family. Why are you still staying here? Leng Ruoxue provoked with a face full of contempt. Because I'm a guest of the Leng family. Can't you see that I live in the guest yard? Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. Hee. Leng Ruoxue was quite bold. Not only did she chase away the guests of the Leng family's young master, but she also chased away the guests of the patriarch's wife now. Well. Her courage was commendable, and she had to admire her. Leng Ruoxue, you are just a bumpkin. The snowfall garden is not a place for you to stay. Get out of here quickly. Leng Ruoxue roared furiously. Her lungs were about to explode from anger when she knew that Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying in the snowfall garden, so she dragged her mother and brother here to denounce them early in the morning. Leng Ruoxue, you're indeed the eldest daughter of the Leng family. How dare you chase away my guests? Leng Shuang's voice suddenly sounded from behind Leng Ruoxue and her son. Mistress. Why are you here? Leng Ruoxue was shocked and hurriedly smiled. You can come, but I can't. Leng Shuang asked with a fake smile. Mistress, that's not what I mean, Leng Ruoxue explained. She hated Leng Shuang to death, but she also knew that she couldn't beat Leng Shuang now, so she could only bear with it. Leng Ruoxue, stay in your yard obediently if you don't want to be locked up. My guests don't need you to order them around, understand? Leng Shuang reminded. Yes, Ruoxue understands, Leng Ruoxue replied softly while suppressing her anger. Why are you still standing here if you understand? Leng Shuang questioned with slight displeasure. Mistress, Ruoxue will take her leave. Leng Ruoxue bowed to Leng Shuang and left the snowfall garden with her mother and brother. Big sister, why are you here so early? Leng Ruoxue asked softly after Leng Ruoxue left. I heard from the guards that Leng Ruoxue came to the snowfall garden. I was worried, so I came to take a look, Leng Shuang said honestly. Are you afraid that I will suffer a loss? Leng Ruoxue teased. Yes. However, I also know that it's impossible for you to suffer a loss. By the way, I received news that Leng Ruoxue has already gone to find her bloodline's great-grandfather to uphold justice, so you have to be careful. That old man's seniority in the Leng family is very high. These elders of the Leng family will probably give him some face more or less now, Leng Ruoxue reminded worriedly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Well, it seemed like it was also beneficial to have an elder in the family. The younger ones would immediately jump out to seek justice for their descendants after they were beaten up. Sister, I won't accompany you for now. I'll send someone to invite you when the welcome banquet is ready. Leng Ruoxue turned and left the snowfall garden after speaking. At this moment, two young men were sitting opposite each other in a room in the restricted area behind the Leng family's back mountain. One of the men was the grand elder of the Leng family, and the other was emitting cold air. His appearance and temperament were both cold. Qian Yi, what do you think we should do about this? The cold man asked the grand elder sitting opposite him softly. Grandpa, I shouldn't be the one you're asking about this. You should ask eldest grandpa. After all, most of the Leng family members are his descendants now, Leng Qinya said with an irresponsible face. He. Leng Ruoxue was not easy to bully according to his secret observation these few days. Well, as expected of his descendant. He even beat up the current elder of the Leng family. Well beaten. Stinky brat, I'm asking you now. Don't divert the topic, the cold man said without being affected at all. I don't know. I only know that Leng Ruoxue has already found an elder of her line. Alas. What a pity. Our little Shuer doesn't have an elder to back her up. How pitiful. Leng Qinya's tone was full of pity, but his face didn't have the slightest trace of regret. Grandpa, you improper Leng family left us bastards from the Ling Feng continent, and now you're so irresponsible as to watch your few descendants being bullied. Aren't you embarrassed? Leng Qinya continued, his handsome face full of disapproval. You stinky brat, how dare you lie to me? Humph. Think about it. They need the support of their elders everywhere. When can they be independent? I'm doing this for their own good, the cold man said calmly. Grandpa, don't blame me for not reminding you. There are only 5 of your descendants including Leng Ruoxue's grandfather, and granddaughter. If you don't do anything, I won't acknowledge you when the time comes. Don't cry. After all, that little fellow is already so independent that he can't be independent anymore. He doesn't have to rely on us to support him at all. He can also obtain a place in the boundless heaven continent. Therefore, you have to perform as soon as possible. If you're late, you can probably only become a stranger with a bloodline relationship, Leng Qinya reminded. Well. His words were not exaggerating. Moreover, he was very clear that Leng Ruoxue and the other little fellows had no intention of returning to the family at all. I know what to do. You don't have to worry unnecessarily, the cold man roared angrily. Boo-hoo. It wasn't that he wanted to be a coward. Wasn't he a little nervous? After all, he really didn't know how to interact with juniors after so many generations. Grandpa, I won't worry then. I'll go back and continue watching the commotion. I want to see how little Shuer and the other little fellows can cause a commotion in the Leng family. By the way, tell eldest grandpa not to feel bad. It's time to clean up the trash in the family, Leng Qinya said with a smile. Then he stood up and left the room. In the evening, Leng Wudi came to fetch Leng Ruoxue and the others for the banquet. The welcome banquet was arranged in the Leng family's largest banquet hall. The golden hall was already full of the Leng family when Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived. Leng Ruoxue welcomed them after seeing them. Sister, this way please. Leng Ruoxue arranged for Leng Ruoxue's grandfather, granddaughter, the freak, empty, and the little old man to sit at the main table. As for Leng Ruoxue's subordinates, she arranged for them to sit with the others from the Leng family. Mistress, may I ask what right do they have to sit on the chair? They are only from the Leng family that came from the lower realm and have not contributed to the family. If we arrange for them to sit at the main table, us Leng family members who have worked hard for the family will not be convinced. The Leng family began to make things difficult for Leng Ruoxue and the others before they sat down. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a very valiant appearance. He was tall and burly, and there was a gust of wind on him. He must have just returned from outside. Updates by Calm. Leng Xiong, do you have any objections to my arrangement? Leng Ruoxue asked angrily with a stern face. I don't dare to. I just want to know why they can sit there, Leng Xiong said very respectfully. He had just returned to the Leng family and heard some rumors. He also heard that the 10th elder had been injured, and the person who injured the 10th elder at this moment had actually become a guest of the Leng family. In his heart, the family's honor was above everything, so he couldn't help asking bluntly. After all, such an arrangement by the mistress would make many Leng family uncomfortable, but others might not have the guts to ask. They are my sister and her family. Is this reason enough? Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile. Mistress, they were the ones who injured the 10th elder, right? Leng Xiong continued asking. His question immediately attracted the attention of many members of the Leng family because everyone only dared to discuss this in private. No one dared to say it in person because she had the backing of the mistress of the family. Even the elders of the family kept silent about this matter, let alone them. So what if I am? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. She would have beaten that old man up if she wasn't the mistress of the family. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue and the others' behavior had won her heart. Since they are from the Leng family and injured an elder, shouldn't they be punished? Mistress, we all respect you very much, but you can't shield the guilty like this. Leng Xiong said righteously. His words also resonated with some of the Leng family present. Immediately, many people began to discuss spiritedly. Leng Rume, who was sitting in the corner, couldn't help smiling proudly when she saw this scene. She was really too satisfied with Leng Xiong's performance. She really wouldn't have been able to use him if Leng Xiong wasn't so righteous. Moreover, Leng Xiong was very prestigious among the middle-class clansmen of the Leng family, so her move was really right. Leng Xiong, you just returned to the family and don't understand certain situations. Don't listen to the wind and rain, Leng Xuan reminded. In fact, she had a good impression of Leng Xiong. He was an upright clansman. However, it was precisely because he was a little stubborn that he was easy to be instigated and used. The scene today was obviously directed by someone beforehand. She knew who that person was without needing to ask. Humph. They were just a group of clowns. She would not have ignored them if she didn't know that those people would not amount to much. However, ignoring them was one thing. Did those people really think that they did not dare to attack them? Leng Xuan smiled faintly, the cold aura on her body becoming stronger and stronger. Mistress. Leng Xiong also knew that it was inappropriate to question her in such an occasion. However, he really couldn't bear to watch. However, from what Mistress said, could there be something else going on? However, he had not only heard one clansman say this, many people were discussing it in private. Therefore, his character made him the first to speak. Leng Xiong, today is the welcome banquet I'm holding for my sister. I asked you to participate because I hope you can get to know each other so that unnecessary misunderstandings won't happen in the future. Therefore, if you have any doubts, tell me after the banquet ends. Now, shut up. Leng Xuan reminded. Yes. Leng Xiong was not stupid. He knew that he had gone too far, so he hurriedly returned to his seat. Sister, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Leng Xuan turned her head and said to Leng Ruoxue apologetically. It's okay. Justice is in the hearts of people. I believe that the Leng family isn't all stupid. I beat up the 10th elder because that old thing deserves to be beaten up. A cold voice emerged gently from Leng Ruoxue's pink lips. The voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Moreover, for some reason, the Leng family felt even more stressed after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Huh, what a good one. Lass, you're really arrogant. As expected of our Leng family. Leng Jingmu laughed and walked out of the hall to the table where Leng Ruoxue was. He happened to hear Leng Ruoxue's words when he entered and couldn't help but interrupt. Everyone in the Leng family fell silent after seeing Leng Jingmu. Sister, he is my father-in-law, the former patriarch of the Leng family, Leng Xuan reminded softly. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then she looked up at the middle-aged man in his early 50s and said calmly, Old man, you're mistaken. I'm not from the Leng family. You're from the Ling Feng continent, how can you not be from the Leng family? Leng Jingmu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help muttering in his heart, this girl is holding a grudge. She actually doesn't admit that she's from the Leng family. This won't do. Such an outstanding descendant can't be left outside. If that's the case, the Grand Elder probably won't let them go. Everyone from the Ling Feng continent has to come to the Leng family as servants. I'm used to being free and slow, so I can't do the work of others, so leave the Leng family's thigh to others. I won't participate. Anyway, the Leng family doesn't lack the three of us. Moreover, I can tell you very clearly that there's no one else in the Leng family on the Ling Feng continent other than the three of us. Therefore, you have to nurture the Leng family's servants yourselves in the future. There's no longer any supply on the Ling Feng continent, Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Leng Jingmu couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat at Leng Ruoxue's words. He was so aggrieved. Boo-hoo. He didn't ask the 10th elder to say this, so why did it have to be on him? Moreover, he knew that the old ancestor and the Grand Elder already knew this. However, not reacting now didn't mean that they wouldn't settle the score later. Therefore, someone would definitely pay the price for this. Boo-hoo. Hopefully, he wouldn't be implicated. Lass, this is all a misunderstanding. The Leng family won't let you be servants, Leng Jingmu promised. Boo-hoo. As long as this girl was willing to return to the family, it was fine even if he had to worship them. Who dared to let them serve others? One had to know that there were only a few people in that line, and Leng Ruoxue and the others definitely had a much stronger background than them. After all, he still knew the principle that rare things were precious. Doesn't the 10th elder's words represent the Leng family? Don't tell me he's spouting nonsense. I'll be very disappointed if that's the case. Leng Ruoxue smiled nonchalantly. Updates by Calm. Lass, do you believe me or the 10th elder? Leng Jingmu asked instead of answering. Well, this girl was so smart, she would definitely understand what he meant. He was very confident about this, but he guessed wrong this time because Leng Ruoxue had never played according to the rules. Me. Of course I believe the 10th elder. Leng Ruoxue deliberately paused and then said with a smile. Leng Jingmu was stunned, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Then he asked again for confirmation, what did you say? I said. I believe the 10th elder's words, Leng Ruoxue said very clearly to prevent this old man from pretending not to hear her. Why? Lass, have you forgotten my identity? Leng Jingmu couldn't help reminding her. I didn't forget. You are the former patriarch of the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said very clearly and deliberately emphasized the first word. Then why do you believe the 10th elder and not me? Leng Jingmu said gloomily. Boo-hoo. This girl was too difficult to deal with. Isn't it obvious? You are the former patriarch while the 10th elder is the current elder. Who do you think I should believe? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. Lass, I might not be the patriarch now, but I still have a high status in the Leng family. They have to listen to me as long as I say it, Leng Jingmu reminded her. What he implied was that he was just a decoration. Old man, I'm a good child and don't like to spout nonsense, so I have to remind you that it's better to manage it on the spot than to be an official. The current patriarch of the Leng family is your son. Even though those elders will also listen to your orders, it's unavoidable to obey openly but disobey in secret. As for your son, the current patriarch of the Leng family. He's still too young. I'm afraid he can't completely control those slippery elders. Leng Ruoxue looked at the uncomfortable man beside Leng Jingmu and said understandingly. Leng Jingmu and Leng Yimin were even more depressed when Leng Ruoxue said this because they knew very well that what Leng Ruoxue was talking about was the current situation of the Leng family. This was also a situation that most of the new and old power alternations would happen. As for the elders present, they couldn't help shrinking their necks when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words, trying to reduce their presence lest they accidentally became cannon fodder. At the same time, they were muttering in their hearts, I didn't disrespect the patriarch. What an arrogant little girl. According to you, all of us old ancestors are just decorations? Suddenly, a slightly gloomy voice interrupted, and its tone was obviously displeased. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help looking up at the source of the voice when she heard this. She saw a middle-aged man standing at the door of the hall. The man was very tall and thin, but his temperament gave people a slightly dark feeling. His strength was mystic supremacy. Well, could this person be the old ancestor Leng Ruoxue found? She guessed. What? Are you mute? Weren't you pretty sharp-tongued just now? The middle-aged man couldn't help mocking Leng Ruoxue when she didn't say anything for a while. Isn't that so? Let's take you as an example. Perhaps your seniority is higher than the person sitting here, but what about your strength? Many people here are about the same strength as you, right? If I remember correctly, this world seems to speak of strength. It's useless if you don't have extraordinary strength and only want to use seniority to pressure others. There will probably be more people who obey but disobey in secret. Of course, if you have the aura of an outstanding bastard, I believe no one will dare to disobey you. However, do you have it? Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Humph. Did she really think she would be afraid just because she found an old aunt? It was just a mystic supremacy. She and the freak could deal with him without anyone needing to do anything. Everyone present, including Leng Jingmu, couldn't help taking a deep breath after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words because none of them expected this young girl to be so bold. One had to know that the middle-aged man who spoke just now had a very high seniority in the clan, so even though that person's character was not good, Leng Ruoxue was absolutely the first person among the younger generation to dare to speak to him like this. And with that person's character of taking revenge for flaws, Leng Ruoxue was probably going to be unlucky. Immediately, everyone looked at Leng Ruoxue with pity, and something indescribable. Okay. Lass, I hope you can always be so bold. Humph. The middle-aged man suppressed the anger in his heart and then looked at Leng Jingmu with an unfriendly gaze. Uncle, why are you here? Leng Jingmu braced himself. He had always hated this uncle, but he didn't want to provoke him. After all, one shouldn't offend a hypocrite even if they wanted to offend a real despicable person. His uncle was a hypocrite, so he had always avoided him if possible and never went head-on with him. Humph. Of course you want me to never appear. If I didn't come, who knows when our Leng family would have such an unfilial descendant, the middle-aged man said coldly, the light in his eyes shooting at Leng Ruoxue like a sharp sword. Leng Ruoxue sat down directly as if she didn't see it. The middle-aged man's gaze became even more obscure when she sat down. Uncle, why bother with me? Leng Jingmu advised helplessly, large drops of sweat flowing down his forehead. Jingmu, let me ask you, what crime is it to disrespect your elders in the Leng family? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked lightly. Leng Jingmu was in a dilemma. He knew that his uncle wanted to use his seniority to suppress Leng Ruoxue, but he was helpless because there was indeed such a rule in the Leng family's rules. Rume, tell me. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Leng Rume in the corner. In response to old ancestor, those who are disrespectful to their elders will be exiled or expelled from the clan, Leng Rume said proudly. Humph. She knew that getting the old ancestor to settle Leng Ruoxue was a trivial matter. Her so-called expulsion naturally referred to death. Did you hear that? Yimin, do you need me to teach you what to do? The middle-aged man's venomous gaze landed on the current patriarch, Leng Yimin. Updates by Com. Leng Yimin looked at his father, conflicted. Old man, I think you're mistaken. I'm not from the Leng family, so your family rules are useless to me, Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. Alas. What kind of people were these? How could they be so self-righteous? However, she finally gained knowledge today. How dare you disown your ancestors as a member of the Leng family? Guards, arrest this unfilial junior and await your punishment. After the middle-aged man roared, many guards ran in, and the guards who entered were naturally his guards. Uncle, I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Leng Jingmu reminded with a frown. What's wrong with that? It will probably be difficult to explain to the people in the clan if we don't deal with Leng Ruoxue today, the middle-aged man said resolutely. Old man, what reason do you want to deal with me? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Well. This welcome banquet was really lively. She was very satisfied. Isn't it enough that you disobey your elders and don't respect them? The middle-aged man said. Of course not. Seems like you're really old. You forgot what I said so quickly. I told you, I'm not from the Leng family. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a smile. It's a capital crime not to admit that you are a member of the Leng family, the middle-aged man said fiercely. What? Only the Leng family can deny us, but we can't deny the Leng family? What kind of logic is that? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. By the way, do you want to add the crime of me hitting the 10th elder? Leng Ruoxue reminded again. That's right. You also injured an elder of the Dagao Wang family, so you will be punished with several crimes, the middle-aged man said with a nod. Leng Xing. You're really becoming more and more promising. You even bullied a little girl. At this moment, another voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's jaws almost fell to the ground when they saw this. What day was it today? Why did it alarm the grand elder who never participated in any banquet? This fellow was of a higher generation and was more difficult to deal with than the previous one. Leng Qianya, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man named Leng Xing had a headache when he saw the grand elder. Leng Xing, how dare you call me by my name? Guards! Arrest this disrespectful fellow and await punishment. Leng Qianya also shouted out of the hall in the same way, and then more guards ran in than before. Leng Qianya, how dare you? Leng Xing roared furiously. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Did I bully you? Leng Qianya's face was full of innocence, and tears seemed to be flowing in his eyes. Okay, I was wrong. I won't let anyone capture Leng Ruoxue, Leng Xing admitted defeat. Leng Qianya was obviously on Leng Ruoxue's side. He really couldn't understand how Leng Ruoxue caught Leng Qianya's eye after only coming to the clan for a few days. He really didn't dare to touch Leng Ruoxue with this fellow backing her up. Alas. He was depressed. He miscalculated. Leng Xing, can't you grow a brain? Didn't I say that we're not from the Leng family? You still use this excuse to deal with me. You're really stupid, Leng Qianya said with a face full of disappointment. Leng Xing was a little conflicted. Was Leng Qianya really Leng Ruoxue's backer? Why did it sound like he wanted him to find a better excuse? Thinking of this, Leng Xing decided to probe carefully. Then he said, Leng Ruoxue, it's a little inappropriate to punish you according to the clan rules since you haven't acknowledged your ancestors yet, but you can't deny the fact that you injured the 10th elder, right? I admit it. I beat that old thing up. Leng Ruoxue didn't deny it. You injured a manager elder of the Leng family. Tell me what to do. Leng Xing said democratically. In fact, it was mainly because Leng Qianya was eyeing him covetously from the side. He couldn't understand that fellow's thoughts, so he had to say this. What else can we do? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. You injured an elder of the Leng family. Are we going to let it go like this? Leng Xing was a little angry. Do you want me to pay for the medical fees? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. Shouldn't it be? Leng Xing was stunned and asked foolishly. Of course not. I don't have money, but I do have one life. However, that old man isn't dead yet. He shouldn't need my life. Leng Ruoxue said with a matter-of-factly smile. Of course I don't need your life. However, our 10th elder can't be beaten for nothing, so you still have to compensate for the money. How about this? I'll be a peacemaker, and you'll compensate a little for my sake. The 10th elder won't pursue this matter anymore, and everyone will be happy. Well. It's settled. Leng Qianya casually settled this matter without giving Leng Xing a chance to speak. He didn't even ask Leng Ruoxue and the 10th elder for their opinions. Grand elder, I don't have money, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Don't tell me you're so poor that you don't even have one amethyst coin. Well. It's okay if you don't have it. I'll pay for it, Leng Qianya said very generously. One amethyst coin. Not only was Leng Ruoxue stunned, but everyone from the Leng family in the hall was stunned. After they reacted, they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. So the mighty 10th elder was only worth one amethyst coin. Wasn't this equivalent to being beaten for nothing? Alas. They were really too unlucky. I can afford one amethyst coin. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile and pretended to be in pain. Oh. I'll save it then. Leng Qianya smiled. Leng Qianya. Leng Xing was so angry that his face and neck were red. He was about to object when he was interrupted. Leng Xing, why are you so rude to call me old ancestor? Leng Qianya corrected. Yes, old ancestor. Leng Xing gritted his teeth. Leng Qianya's seniority was definitely higher than his. As for how high it was, he didn't know. However, even his grandfather had to pretend to be a grandson when he saw him. Therefore, it would be fine if Leng Qianya didn't fuss about his address. If he did, he would have to be a great-grandson. Boo-hoo. What was more infuriating was that Leng Qianya would often be so angry that others would forget his seniority. And he was the unlucky person who was often affected. Leng Xing, little Shuer, the matter with the 10th elder is settled. Moreover, this matter ends here. No one is allowed to mention it in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unreasonable, Leng Qianya said domineeringly. Yes. Leng Xing was so angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face because he knew that Leng Qianya would definitely do as he said. He naturally didn't dare to pluck the fur off the tiger's butt, so he could only swallow his anger for the time being. Humph. He didn't believe that Leng Qianya could protect that girl for life. He believed that he would one day find a chance to teach that girl a lesson. At this moment, if he still couldn't tell that Leng Qianya was on Leng Ruoxue's side, then his hundreds of years of life would have been in vain. This is an amethyst coin. Please pass it to the 10th elder. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and then reluctantly took out an amethyst coin from the bracelet and handed it to Leng Yimin. Leng Yimin braced himself and accepted the hot amethyst coin under the gaze of the grand elder. Moreover, he didn't have to guess to know that the 10th elder would definitely not be in a good mood when he saw this amethyst coin. Alas. He really had nothing to say except to express sympathy for the 10th elder. Just like that, the dispute between the 10th elder and Leng Ruoxue was easily resolved by the supreme elder. The Leng family members present were already well aware that the 10th elder's plan to suffer this meal was for nothing. However, this was a matter decided by the supreme elder. No one dared to say anything even if they were unconvinced in their hearts. Huh, isn't today the welcome banquet for little Shuer? Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's eat. I'm hungry. With that, Leng Qinya sat down and began eating alone, ignoring everyone else. Big sister, let's eat first. Leng Ruoxue also picked up her chopsticks and said to Leng Shuang. Okay. Leng Shuang smiled happily, her mood especially good. The Leng family had no choice but to pick up their chopsticks and start eating when they saw the patriarch and the others sitting down and eating. However, no one dared to speak during the meal, so the entire banquet hall was relatively depressed. After finally finishing this welcome banquet, everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts and returned to their residences under the order of the mistress of the household to disperse. Boo-hoo. They dared to guarantee that this meal was absolutely the most difficult they had ever had. This was obviously a hongmen banquet arranged for them. Leng Ruoxue was so angry that she smashed everything in the room into pieces after returning to her residence. After the welcome banquet, Leng Qinya blocked the way of Leng Ruoxue and the others and said shamelessly, Little Shuer, you haven't thanked me properly yet. Why should I thank you? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. I helped you settle the matter with the 10th elder. Leng Qinya said. But I didn't ask for your help. Moreover, you caused me to lose an amethyst coin. Leng Ruoxue tried to settle the score after the fact. Previous chapter. Little Shuer, you can't even bear to part with one amethyst coin? Leng Qinya was a little speechless. This girl's knock on the door was on par with his grandfather. Yes, one amethyst coin is also money. Moreover, it depends on who it is given to, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. One amethyst coin to beat up the 10th elder is very cost-effective. Leng Qinya reminded. Alas. He had to pay one amethyst coin for beating up an elder. It was really worth it no matter how he thought about it. What you say makes sense. Why don't I pay him another 100 amethyst coins? Leng Ruoxue blinked and looked at Leng Qinya expectantly. Could it be that you want to beat him up 100 times? Leng Qinya said excitedly. Hehe, this girl was like him. He would be a bastard not to take advantage of her. Moreover, he felt that little Shuer's suggestion was pretty good. I have too many subordinates. Last time, they complained to me that the 10th elder fainted because he didn't satisfy his craving. Therefore, if there's a chance, of course I hope to satisfy their request. Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Little Shuer, don't think about it now. The 10th elder's injuries haven't healed yet. I heard that he still can't get up from bed after taking many pills. Leng Qinya's handsome face was full of regret. Oh. Then let's wait for him to recover. Leng Ruoxue was very kind. The poor 10th elder didn't expect to be locked on by a certain little demon again. Little Shuer, there will be a competition in the clan in a few days. Don't forget to watch the commotion then. Leng Qinya reminded her and left happily after speaking. Shuer, what does he mean? The freak asked in puzzlement after Leng Qinya left. Well. He didn't ask them to participate in the competition but to watch the commotion. This person's idea was quite strange. He wants us to watch the competition. Freak, let's go back. Leng Ruoxue said and then brought everyone back to Snowfall Garden. A week passed quickly. During this week, no one from the Leng family disturbed them except for Leng Wuti who reported every day. This couldn't help making Leng Ruoxue and the others a little uncomfortable. Therefore, Fengde and the others strolled around the Leng family's main residence in boredom. In the garden of the Snowfall Garden. Updates by Calm. Leng Ruoxue, the freak, empty, the little old man, Leng Ruohan, and Leng Qingtian were sitting in a pavilion in the garden, drinking tea and chatting. Shuer, ask Leng Wuti how long we have to stay here when he comes later, Leng Qingtian said. Grandpa, you've stayed long enough. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Yes, Shuer. Don't you want to go to the Dark Night Seas? Let's go there. Leng Qingtian suggested. During the few days he stayed in the Leng family didn't cause trouble for them, but the way they looked at them made him very uncomfortable, so he really didn't want to stay here for a moment. Grandpa, calm down. There's still some trouble here that needs to be resolved. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Leng Ruoxue might not have appeared these few days, but she didn't think Leng Ruoxue had learned her lesson. Humph. Who knew what bad ideas they were up to again? Shuer, let's solve those problems if we can. If not, let's leave directly. Leng Qingtian said. What he said couldn't be referring to if they didn't provoke them anymore. After all, if they attacked first, it would probably cause the Leng family to be collectively displeased. Well. Becoming the public enemy of a super family was too troublesome. Okay. I'll ask Leng Wuti when he comes later, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Ask me what? Leng Wuti's voice sounded just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking. Leng Ruoxue looked up and saw Leng Wuti walking into the pavilion. Moreover, he didn't come alone. Well. It seemed like the people from the other two families had already arrived. You are Leng Ruoxue? Sun Ting's face was full of amazement as he said in disbelief. Don't you already know? Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Leng Ruoxue, have I offended you before? Sun Ting asked directly in puzzlement. It was fine if Leng Ruoxue and the others were not enthusiastic about him, but why did they seem to be a little hostile to him? He really couldn't understand. No, but some people in your Sun family like to snatch civilian women, so we are destined not to be friends. Leng Ruoxue said very directly because she didn't want to waste her time. Don't tell me you were also robbed, Sun Ting said speechlessly. He had also heard a little about how some people from the Sun family like to do such things. However, he had not seen it with his own eyes after all, so he couldn't say anything. However, with Leng Ruoxue's current appearance, if anyone from the Sun family was foolish enough to provoke her, they could only blame their bad luck. After all, she was not so easy to snatch. Yes, but the lackey who came to snatch me is no longer in this world. The mastermind is still here, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. What do you mean? Sun Ting had a bad feeling. Was this a warning? Literally. Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Sun Ting understood. Leng Ruoxue was indeed reminding him, but this was an unforgettable fact as a member of the Sun family. Leng Ruoxue lowered her head in silence seeing that Sun Ting understood. Shuer, don't you have a question for me? Leng Wuti changed the topic seeing the awkward atmosphere. Yes, Leng Wuti. Where is the person who wants to see us? Don't tell me that person is the Supreme Elder, Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly. Of course not, but I'm not sure when he will see you, Leng Wuti said helplessly. Boo-hoo. He was only responsible for bringing people here. How could he decide when that old ancestor wanted to see him? Oh. Leng Ruoxue stopped talking and pondered. Shuer, I have something else to tell you. Leng Wuti was in a dilemma. What is it? Leng Ruoxue frowned. Did someone from the Leng family come up with another bad idea after resting for a few days? The Elder Association has decided to let the three of you represent the Leng family in the competition, Leng Wuti said softly. I'm sorry. I'm not from the Leng family. Your competition has nothing to do with me. Leng Ruoxue refused without thinking. What a joke. They were all mystic sovereigns. They were not interested in a child's competition of that level. They might consider it if it was a competition between mystic supremacies. Leng Ruoxue, are you afraid? I've always wanted to compete with you. Sun Ting tried to provoke Leng Ruoxue seeing that she refused. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. Just take it that I'm afraid. I can be an audience, but forget about the competition. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Sun Ting was a little dumbfounded. She didn't even care about his provocation, so he was at his wit's end. Shuer. Leng Wuti refused to give up. He wanted to continue persuading her, but Leng Ruoxue didn't give him a chance. I don't know who came up with this idea, but tell the old men in the Elder Association not to have any ideas about me. I'm not that easy to plot against, Leng Ruoxue interrupted Leng Wuti and said bluntly. Alas. All right then. Leng Wuti was a little helpless. In fact, he had expected this result, but he still had to pretend. Miss, Fengde and the others have been arrested. Suddenly, Lu Tao ran into the pavilion in a panic. She hurriedly shouted breathlessly when she saw her young miss. What happened? Leng Wuti asked hurriedly. Who arrested them? Leng Ruoxue was also a little curious. Fengde and the others were arrested? Could it be that someone attacked? A guard of the Leng family. Lu Tao looked at Leng Wuti and explained. What reason? Leng Ruoxue continued asking. He injured an esteemed guest, Lu Tao said angrily. They were also esteemed guests of the Leng family. Why were they treated differently? They were really too much of a bully. VIP? Who is it? Leng Ruoxue couldn't think of any VIP from the Leng family. It's the Sun family and the Lan family. Miss, they looked down on us and humiliated us. Fengde and the others were angry, so they taught them a lesson. However, the guards of the Leng family said that Fengde and the others caused trouble and locked our people in a cell, Lu Tao complained, her eyes red with anger. Updates by. Calm. It's okay. Just treat it as being bitten by a dog. It seems like we don't match up with the people from the three major families. Leng Ruoxue looked at the three young masters in front of her and said with a spurious smile. Shuer, don't worry. I'll go see what's going on. Leng Wuti slipped away after speaking. Boo-hoo. Shuer's gaze was so terrifying that he couldn't bear it. Oh. I'll go back and take a look too. This should be a misunderstanding. Lan Lai, who was already a little embarrassed, hurriedly escaped. I'll go take a look too. Sun Ting found an excuse to leave when he saw that the two fellows actually ran away, not wanting to bear Leng Ruoxue's anger alone. Shuer, shall we take a look? Empty asked curiously. There's no need to go. The Leng family will look for us later. However, if Fengde and the others lose a strand of hair, no one from the Lan and Sun families will be able to leave unscathed today. A cold light flashed in Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes, and killing intent rose quietly. As Leng Ruoxue expected, the elders of the Leng family came knocking an hour later. In the living room of the Snowfall Garden. Leng Ruoxue and the others sat in their chairs with relaxed expressions. They couldn't help laughing secretly as they looked at the two old men who were restless not far away. May I know why third elder and fifth elder are here? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid and didn't mention that her subordinates were locked up. Miss Leng, some of your subordinates were locked up in prison because of causing trouble. Third elder's heart was trembling. He finally finished explaining the cause, and most of his clothes were already wet. Boo-hoo. He couldn't understand why he was so nervous. In fact, he really didn't want to come this time. However, he had drawn the lots. Oh, are only my subordinates locked up, or are all the troublemakers locked up? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked with a faint smile. Of course the troublemakers are locked up. Miss Leng, don't doubt the fairness of our Leng family. Third elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said anxiously. Well, he still had to protect the honor of the Leng family. Well. The Leng family is really fair, Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile, not exposing him. Humph. Did he really think she didn't know that the Lan and Sun families were locked up later? Miss Leng, actually, this matter isn't big, but the effects are really too bad, so we hope that the three of you can resolve it peacefully. Third elder cleared his throat and said helplessly. How do we settle it peacefully? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. We suggest that you settle this dispute on the battlefield. You might not have really returned to the Leng family, but in terms of bloodline, you are a member of the Leng family after all, so we naturally don't want you to suffer a loss, third elder said very sincerely. In fact, he really thought so in his heart. The Lan and Sun families agree? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. Yes, they don't want the matter to blow up either, so they are also satisfied if it can be resolved on the battlefield, third elder said. In that case, let's settle it on the field. However, I have to say the ugly things first. Blades have no eyes. I won't be responsible if anything happens to the elites of those two races, Leng Ruoxue said a little bloodthirsty. It's a competition. There will inevitably be injuries. Everyone will understand. Third elder didn't care too much about Leng Ruoxue's words. After all, Leng Ruoxue and the others were only great mystics in his eyes. On the contrary, he was more worried about their safety. Some people in the clan would definitely be happy if some of them were injured, and this was probably the goal of them using any means to want Leng Ruoxue and the others to participate in the competition. That's good. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction. Miss Leng, since you have to participate in the competition, our clan will give you 20 spots. At that time, perform well. Third elder continued. Okay, third elder, is there an age limit for the competition? Leng Ruoxue asked after some thought. Anyone below the age of 40 can participate, third elder explained. 40 years old? You can participate in such competitions at such an old age? Leng Ruoxue was in disbelief. Miss Leng, mystics below the age of 40 are children in our eyes. Anyone who can break through to mystic monarch before the age of 40 can be considered a genius. Similarly, such elites will also be specially nurtured by the clan, the fifth elder, who hadn't said a word, explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss Leng, the competition will begin 3 days later. We will let her back later, the fifth elder promised. Then the two of them stood up and left. Schwer, looks like someone is being unreasonable again. Empty said with a light smile after third elder and fifth elder left. Okay, I'll make them regret it, Leng Ruoxue said with a bloodthirsty smile. A moment later. Fengde and the others walked into the living room with a smile. Mississippi. Fengde and the others quickly greeted her. Yes, Leng Ruoxue answered lightly. Miss, you don't care about us. Why didn't you ask if we were wronged? Lin Yuan couldn't help complaining seeing how indifferent his young miss was. If you can't even take care of yourselves, you don't have to follow me anymore. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lin Yuan with slight disdain. Miss. Lin Yuan looked at Leng Ruoxue resentfully with a long face. Alright, stinky brats, stop pretending. How can those people be your match? Leng Qingtian couldn't take it anymore. These people were led astray by their granddaughter, and they especially liked to pretend to be pigs to eat tigers. That's right. If you don't get arrested willingly, I don't believe those guards can lock you up, the little old man echoed. It's okay to be locked up, but I won't let you go if you can't take care of yourself, Leng Ruoxue warned. Updates by Calm. Miss, don't worry. How can we dare to wrong ourselves? Fengde and the others hurriedly promised. Miss, we also felt that something was amiss, so we wanted to play along, Lin Yuan said ingratiatingly. Yes, you were released because I promised to participate in the competition in 3 days. We have 20 spots. You can discuss who will be fighting. Anyone below 40 can participate, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Miss, what if we accidentally injure someone? Fengde couldn't help asking. Third elder said that blades have no eyes. It's inevitable that there will be injuries, Leng Ruoxue said very calmly. Have a good rest for the next 3 days. Don't leave the snowfall garden if there's nothing else. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak out of the living room after speaking. At this moment, third elder and fifth elder, who had already left the snowfall garden, came directly to the grand elder's residence. Supreme Elder, Miss Leng has already agreed to participate in the competition 3 days later, third elder said very respectfully. Yes, congratulations on completing the mission. Leng Qianye smiled and then took a sip of tea. Supreme Elder, I'm afraid that this matter will be inappropriate, so if you're willing to step forward to stop it, I think Leng Xing and the others will definitely give in, Third Elder said worriedly. Alas. He really didn't want Leng Ruoxue and the others to suffer any injuries. Otherwise, this seemingly amiable man in front of him might wash the Leng family with blood. Why should I stop him? Give me a reason. Leng Qianye smiled evilly. Leng Ruoxue and the others are the descendants of your line. You can't watch them jump into the fire pit. This competition. Third Elder stopped talking halfway because he believed that the Supreme Elder would understand what he meant. However, he didn't really understand what the Supreme Elder meant. He couldn't understand why the Supreme Elder didn't stop his descendants from jumping into the pit even though he knew that the competition this time was not simple. It's true that Leng Ruoxue's grandfather, and granddaughter are my descendants, but I can't play favorites if her subordinates cause trouble. That will make the other clansmen displeased, Leng Qianye said helplessly. Third Elder was speechless and couldn't help but grumble in his heart. You obviously want to watch the commotion, but you still say it so pompously. Didn't you think that with your status, no one would dare to be displeased as long as you said it? However, he could also see that the Grand Elder was most likely very confident in Leng Ruoxue and the others. Otherwise, he would have probably appeared long ago. Thinking of this, he very tactfully pulled the Fifth Elder away and said goodbye. After exiting Leng Qianye's yard, the Fifth Elder looked at the Third Elder in puzzlement and asked, "Are we leaving just like that? Many people will be unlucky if anything happens to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Someone will probably be in trouble even if nothing happens to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Alas. Let's not get involved. Let's just watch the commotion," Third Elder said helplessly. It seemed like the Leng family was about to change. That's the only way. The Fifth Elder was also very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. 3 days later. The competition held every 10 years by the Leng family, the Lan family, and the Sun family officially began. The competition was arranged to be held in the largest martial arts arena in the Leng family's mansion. At this moment, the stage had been set up, and the main stage and the seats that could accommodate hundreds of spectators had been set up. However, because it was an internal competition, almost all the people who were lucky enough to watch the competition were members of the Leng family, as well as a small portion of the Lan and Sun families. The atmosphere in the arena became more and more enthusiastic as the guests and audience entered the stage one after another. The lively atmosphere deliberately created by the Leng family also infected everyone present. Soon, everyone from the Leng family, the Lan family, and the Sun family arrived, but Leng Ruoxue and the others were nowhere to be seen. Leng Ruoxue is too much. How dare she be late for such an important competition? Leng Ruoxue accused loudly in front of everyone, and her words naturally entered the ears of the people sitting on the stage. I really didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to be from your Leng family, an old man said coldly on the stage. Second Elder knows my junior? Leng Yimin, who was sitting in the middle, looked at the Second Elder of the Lan family and asked curiously. Well. Why was Leng Ruoxue related to the Second Elder of the Lan family? For some reason, he felt a little uneasy. Yes, I will know her even if she turns to ashes, the Second Elder of the Lan family said through gritted teeth. Boo-hoo. How could he forget? That was the first time he had massaged the soles of a bird's feet in his life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help turning his gaze to Leng Xing and asking with his eyes, could the person you want to deal with be Leng Ruoxue? Leng Xing, who was not far away, nodded imperceptibly when he received the Second Elder's gaze. The Second Elder was immediately overjoyed when he saw this. This was really good news for him. However, why didn't Leng Xing tell him earlier that the person he wanted to deal with was Leng Ruoxue? It also made him happy. He complained a little in his heart, but their expressions immediately returned to normal. Leng Yimin's unease deepened after hearing what the Second Elder of the Lan family said. Therefore, he ignored the glances exchanged between the Second Elder and Leng Xing. Seems like Leng Ruoxue should be considered the new elite of your Leng family. She's so famous that even the Second Elder of the Lan family knows about her. Well. I have to get to know her well later, the Sixth Elder of the Sun family said with a light smile and a teasing tone. He was also the leading elder of the Sun family this time. Sixth Elder, Leng Ruoxue is just a child. She's not worth mentioning, Leng Yimin said helplessly. Boo-hoo. Why were these people so interested in Leng Ruoxue? I'm afraid you're not an ordinary child if you're appreciated by the Second Elder of the Lan family. Patriarch Leng, don't be humble. You should be proud that the Leng family has such a junior, the Sixth Elder of the Sun family said with envy. Proud my A**s. Leng Ruoxue didn't admit that she was from the Leng family at all. Leng Yimin couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Boo-hoo. If possible, he really didn't want Leng Ruoxue to participate in the competition. However, things were no longer under his control. Alas. He hoped that nothing bad would happen. He prayed sincerely. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the others were walking into the arena. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked into the competition venue unhurriedly and swaggeringly. Then, they were led to the side of the stage by the guards. At this moment, the preparation area on the side of the stage was already full of people. However, after seeing them, everyone present revealed expressions of being unfriendly, mocking, or watching the commotion. Leng Ruoxue, how dare you only come now? Leng Ruoxue glared at Leng Ruoxue as if she was her enemy and questioned her fiercely. What? The competition has already begun? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of question marks. The competition is about to begin, Leng Ruoxue said furiously. She originally wanted to humiliate Leng Ruoxue in public before the competition began, but she didn't expect them to come so late. Damn it, there was not much time left now. It hasn't begun yet. Moreover, we're not the first to go on stage, so there's no hurry. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. You. Leng Rume pointed at Leng Ruoxue, so angry that she couldn't speak. Rume, why lower yourself to the level of a person who has never seen the world? It will lower our taste. We are the daughters of the 3 great super families. We have to pay attention to our identities. At this moment, a woman in blue walked over and said with a face full of disdain. Updates by. Calm. Fayer is right. It's beneath my status to bicker with such a bumpkin, Leng Rume said arrogantly. Isn't this Miss Lan Fayer? Why, Lan Ninger's reputation is ruined. Is it your turn to take the throne now? Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Fayer with a spurious smile and said lightly. Who are you? How do you know me? Lan Fayer looked at the drop-dead gorgeous beauty in front of her and gritted her teeth in hatred. Damn it, was it not her turn to stand up without Lan Ninger? Why did another woman more beautiful than Lan Ninger appear? Fortunately, this woman was hated by Leng Rume, so she could be considered to have an ally. Thinking of this, she was even more confident. Miss Lan Fayer, I'm Leng Ruoxue. We met once in Blue Cloud City, Leng Ruoxue reminded with a light smile. You're that ugly freak? Lan Fayer was shocked. How was this possible? She really didn't associate the Leng Ruoxue Leng Rume mentioned with the ugly freak she had seen before. This contrast was really too big. Seems like Miss Lan Fayer's memory isn't really bad. By the way, is the patriarch of the Lan family okay? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Okay, Lan Fayer said fearfully. Boo-hoo. If she knew that the woman in front of her was the same person as that ugly freak, she definitely wouldn't have dared to say anything just now. She had a deep understanding of Leng Ruoxue's terror when she was in the Lan family, so she really regretted it to death now. Boo-hoo. She didn't want anyone to save her like Lan Ninger. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw Leng Wudi and the others walking over, and she ran in Leng Wudi's direction without hesitation. Young Master Leng. Lan Fayer ran to Leng Wudi's side, panting, her beautiful face still slightly fearful. Miss Lan, what's wrong? Leng Wudi was a little puzzled. He didn't have a good impression of Lan Fayer, but she was a guest. He had to pretend no matter how annoying he was. Alas. Thinking of this, he realized that he really envied the lives of Leng Ruoxue and the others. And nothing. Of course, Lan Fayer couldn't say that she was scared by Leng Ruoxue. However, this was another good opportunity to pretend to be weak. She also didn't want to give up. Leng Wudi and the others had already walked toward Leng Ruoxue and the others while she was weighing the pros and cons. She stomped her feet in anger and hurriedly followed after them. Swear, be careful when you go on stage later. There are many geniuses from the Lan and Sun families, Leng Wudi reminded her. He knew that Leng Ruoxue had many powerful beasts, but he was not sure how strong Leng Ruoxue was now. Therefore, he was more or less a little worried. Beast pets were not allowed in this competition, so he was even more worried for Leng Ruoxue and the others. Okay, we will be careful, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. You have to be careful. You might even die. Leng Rume gloated again. Miss Leng Rume, no one will think you're a mute even if you don't speak. Really, I promise, Leng Ruoxue said seriously. Her words also caused Fengde and the others to laugh. Even Leng Wudi and the others couldn't help but laugh, and there were even more people laughing secretly. Leng Ruoxue, you really deserve to die. However, don't worry, I won't attack you in private. Hopefully, we have the chance to compete on the field. At that time, I'll definitely let you know my power, Leng Rume said confidently. Okay. I'll wait. By the way, how are your grandfather's injuries? They should be healed. Leng Ruoxue asked anxiously with a face full of concern. Humph. Of course it's good. There's no need for you to pretend to be compassionate. Leng Rume gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Miss Rume, you're mistaken. I'm not concerned about your grandfather. I'm thinking that if his injuries have healed, I'll pay him another 100 amethyst dollars and let my subordinates beat him up one by one. You don't know, that old man isn't good at enduring beatings. Last time, my subordinates didn't have enough. Leng Ruoxue said with dissatisfaction. Pfft. Leng Wudi couldn't help but laugh after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Swear was really sharp-tongued. That old man had almost lost his face since he was beaten up, but Swear actually wanted to beat him up. She was really too evil. However, that evil really looked cute no matter how he looked at it. Damn it, just you wait. Leng Rume was so angry that her eyes burned with raging anger as she glared at Leng Ruoxue and threatened. Haven't I been waiting? Miss Leng Rume, you have to be fast. I might leave at any time, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Humph. You're courting death. Don't blame me. Leng Rume left the preparation area angrily after speaking. Swear, is it okay to anger her like this? She has Leng Xing backing her up now. It will be impossible to guard against her if she does anything underhanded on the field. Leng Wudi said worriedly when he saw Leng Rume leave. Young Master Leng, thank you for your concern, but you should pay more attention to Leng Rume. She will definitely be the unlucky one if you anger me. Moreover, someone will definitely pay a painful price unless I don't attack, Leng Ruoxue half warned and half reminded. I don't have the right to care about her. However, if anything happens to her, my mother will definitely be grateful to you, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Alas. His mother would probably say that he didn't acknowledge this sister for nothing. But there will also be people from the Leng family who want to kill me, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Are you afraid? Leng Ruoxue asked speechlessly. How do you spell fear? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked calmly. Updates by. Calm. I knew you wouldn't be afraid. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said helplessly. Alas. Leng Ruoxue had only returned to the Leng family for a few days, but it had already driven many clansmen crazy, especially his father. He wanted to laugh happily every time he saw his father's conflicted expression. Schwer, I think I see a familiar face. The freak looked at the stage and said to Schwer with a light smile. Yes, I saw the second elder of the Lan family too. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Lai and said lightly. Lan Lai's heart trembled under Leng Ruoxue's seemingly casual gaze. Oh. Could it be that the second elder was going to be unlucky again? Will the two of you go on stage later? Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Lai and Sun Teng. I'm not going. Me neither. The two of them said almost in unison. However, I want to fight you in private. Sun Teng stared at the freak with a fervent gaze. Don't have any designs about my man. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be displeased. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in him. I just want to compete with him, Sun Teng said speechlessly. I'm not interested, the freak said coldly without even looking up. Freak, let's go greet the second elder of the Lan family. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly at the freak. Okay. The freak was very cooperative. After speaking, the two of them walked to the stage together. On the main stage. The second elder of the Lan family looked at the stunning man and woman with a spurious smile in front of him and his heart trembled. Boo-hoo. He already knew that these two people were Leng Ruoxue and her fiancé. What are you doing? The second elder of the Lan family looked at Leng Ruoxue and the freak like a little wife, his voice trembling a little. Could he go back on his word now? Could he not participate in Leng Xing's plan? He didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to give him so much pressure herself. Boo-hoo. He was really scared now. Second elder of the Lan family, long time no see. We just came to greet you. Don't be scared. Oh right, big sister Linger misses you too. I wonder when you have time to serve it again. We will pay for it this time. Leng Ruoxue smiled very evilly, so her words actually made the others sitting beside second elder misunderstand. At this moment, everyone, including Leng Yimin, looked at the second elder of the Lan family with very suggestive gazes, thinking, oh. This old man is already so old and doesn't look good, but there are actually women who like him and are even willing to spend money for him in an unforgettable manner. It's really enviable, jealous, and hateful. I don't have time. I'm very busy, the second elder of the Lan family wanted to cry but had no tears. He could also feel the gazes of others, but he could say that the big sister Linger Leng Ruoxue was talking about was a bird. Could he say that she just wanted him to give her a foot massage? Boo-hoo. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing for him? Most importantly, probably no one would believe her. It's okay. We can wait. Alas. Big sister Linger said that you're skilled and can't forget you. I can't do anything either. Leng Ruoxue continued to add oil to the fire. Good technique? Leng Yimin and the others immediately understood when they heard that. So this old man Zhao was skillful. Well. No wonder. At this moment, someone secretly decided that they would ask the second elder of the Lan family for a few moves if they had the chance. The second elder of the Lan family really didn't know what to say after Leng Ruoxue's promotion. Boo-hoo. At this moment, he was very regretful. He regretted coming to the Leng family, and even more so regretted getting involved in Leng Xing's plan. If this little demon knew that he had a part in it, he would probably not let him go. However, it was too late to say anything now. Alas. The excitement he had when he knew that Leng Xing wanted to deal with Leng Ruoxue had long disappeared without a trace after seeing Leng Ruoxue herself. All that was left now was fear. Leng Ruoxue asked the advisor. I don't have time in the future, so let it find someone else, the Lan family's second elder said with a long face. You're so busy. It's okay. I'll find the Lan family head personally when I have time and ask him to give you a break. A talent with special skills like you can't be exhausted, Leng Ruoxue said without thinking. Patriarch doesn't have time either. Patriarch is in seclusion, second elder Lan said hurriedly. In seclusion? It's okay. I'll look for the Lan family's first elder. Don't tell me he's in seclusion too. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes stared at the Lan family's second elder doubtfully. He didn't enter seclusion, but he's not in the Lan family now. He went out to train. I don't know when he will return, the second elder of the Lan family said after some thought. Boo-hoo. He wanted to say that the first elder of the Lan family was in seclusion, but he knew that this little demon would definitely not believe him. Oh. Who's in charge of the Lan family now? Leng Ruoxue asked with some amusement. Elder group, the important affairs of the Lan family are now decided by the elder group for the time being. Second elder quickly said, hee. He really admired himself to death. He didn't believe that this little demon could look for the elders of the Lan family one by one. The elders? Seems like there's nothing wrong with the Lan family. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Coincidentally, Leng Wuti and the others walked over again. What do you mean? Lan Lai's face was full of question marks. It's okay, the second elder of the Lan family interrupted. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Young Master Lan, I heard that the current Lan family is decided by the elders? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of curiosity. How is that possible? That old man is alive and well. Lan Lai said irritably. But I heard from second elder Lan that. Leng Ruoxue deliberately only said half a sentence. Then she raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the second elder of the Lan family. Updates by Com. Miss Leng, I'll look for you when I have time, the second elder of the Lan family promised. Okay, tonight then. I'll get big sister Linger to wait for you in the snowfall garden. Leng Ruoxue smiled suggestively and left the stage with the freak after speaking. Second elder Lan, congratulations. Leng Yimin and the others congratulated the second elder of the Lan family politely as soon as Leng Ruoxue left. Some of them were even scheming in their hearts, not knowing when they would be able to attend the second elder's wedding. After all, it was only a matter of time before the girl couldn't forget him. Thank you. The second elder of the Lan family had a long face. He braced himself and accepted the congratulations of everyone present, but he was so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Boo-hoo. Is there any good news, second elder? The question marks on Lan Lai's face increased. Hee. Young Master Lan, your second elder is about to bloom, and it's the blooming of an old tree. Your Lan family will have a happy occasion soon, an elder from the Leng family interrupted. Oh, congratulations, second elder. Lan Lai congratulated him according to customs even though he was a little lost. In fact, he knew very well that it was impossible for the second elder to have a happy occasion when it involved Leng Ruoxue. Alas. It was good enough not to hold a funeral. Young master. The second elder of the Lan family looked at Lan Lai resentfully, wanting to cry but had no tears. There's no need to explain. I understand, Lan Lai said sympathetically. However, he couldn't help the second elder. Alas. Second elder, your life can still be saved as long as you do as Leng Ruoxue says obediently. He signaled the second elder with his eyes. The second elder of the Lan family nodded understandingly. Boo-hoo. He couldn't be blamed for being useless. The impression Leng Ruoxue gave him was really too deep. However, it had been so long, and he thought that he had forgotten. However, he only knew that not only did he not forget after seeing Leng Ruoxue, but his fear for Leng Ruoxue and the others had already seeped into his bones. What should he do? He was so conflicted. The second elder of the Lan family had been struggling on the stage, and the competition began on time. After the competition began, the participants went on stage one by one in the order they had drawn beforehand. Leng Ruoxue and the others sat by the stage without interest, eating and chatting. Miss, the level of this competition is too low. It's really too boring. Lu Tao ate her snacks and glanced at the two sides fighting furiously on the stage, saying disdainfully, Her horizons were becoming wider and wider as she advanced to Mystic Empress. She couldn't care less about such a level of competition, but she had to participate again. She was really too helpless. Don't look if you don't like it. They compete with them. We'll eat ours, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. However, their casualness displeased many of the participants. Referee, everyone is competing, but they are eating and drinking here. How can we compete? A disciple of the Sun family accused, very displeased. That's right, this is too much. This is simply desecrating the competition. Referee, on behalf of all the participants, I strongly request that they be disqualified from the competition. After someone stood up, someone began to echo. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Ruoxue proudly and pleaded impartially, Referee, eating in the competition venue is indeed inappropriate. However, on the account that they are first offenders, give them another chance. All right. On the account that Miss Ruoxue pleaded for you, I'll warn you once. You're not allowed to eat anymore, the referee said loudly. To be honest, he really didn't want to care about this matter. However, it had already aroused public anger, so he couldn't pretend not to see it. Boo-hoo. He was in a very difficult position. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't seem to hear the referee and continued doing what they were doing. Don't say that the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them. You can also eat them if you want to see us eat them. Fengde said nonchalantly. He even took out firewood from his ring to grill the meat. You. The referee was so angry that he couldn't say anything when he saw this situation. He simply walked to the other side of the field. Anyway, he was not the only referee in the competition. He should leave this matter to others to have a headache. Fengde and the others grilled the meat as if no one was around when they saw the referee leave. Everyone present could only stare angrily. Your behavior is really too much. How can you treat such an important competition as child's play? Leng Ruoxue accused them with some disappointment. Miss Leng Ruoxue, we're not familiar with you, Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. She really didn't know why Leng Ruoxue pretended to be the head of the family. You really don't know what's good for you. Leng Ruoxue said angrily and then turned to leave angrily. Miss, is Leng Ruoxue mentally abnormal? Lu Tao asked in puzzlement. What do you mean? Leng Ruoxue was curious. Sometimes she treats us as her enemies, and sometimes she seems to treat us as the Leng family. She always wants to control us so that she can show her identity as the eldest daughter of the Leng family, Lu Tao said after some thought. Okay, just treat her as mentally abnormal. Don't worry about her. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Yes, Mississippi. It's my turn. Lu Tao walked directly to the stage. Leng Ruoxue and the others turned their gazes to the stage after seeing Lu Tao go on stage. Lu Tao's opponent was from the Sun family, and it was a mystic monarch. Beauty, I will let you go if you are willing to admit defeat. Moreover, I promise I will love you well and make you want to die. On the stage, a greasy-haired and pink-faced young man was looking at Lu Tao wretchedly, his lecherous eyes still patrolling the important parts of Lu Tao's body. Whose master are you? I'll castrate you if you spout nonsense. Lu Tao said furiously. Damn it, how dare you tease me? At this moment, the man opposite her was already a dead man in her eyes. Lu Tao, castrate him. Feng De roared furiously from below the stage. Damn, how dare he tease his woman. This brat from the Sun family really didn't want to live anymore. Lu Tao and Feng Da's words made many of the people present break out in cold sweat because these words were really too valiant. A great mystic actually said that he wanted to castrate a mystic monarch. Wasn't this a joke? However, no one dared to treat the subsequent scene as a joke. That was because Lu Tao, who was on the stage, unceremoniously released a ray of light blue mystic energy at the man opposite her after receiving Feng Da's encouragement, and her target was the most important part of the man's body. Immediately, there was a scream of pain, and the man on the stage covered the main part of the stage with his hand and fell onto the stage with a cry of pain. Lu Tao's set of actions was really too fast, and many people had already achieved the truth before they could react. Updates by Com. Referee, is the competition still continuing? Lu Tao looked disdainfully at the man lying on the stage and asked the referee, whose face was a little pale. No. There's no need to compete, the referee stammered. Boo-hoo. What was there to compete? This woman was really too ruthless. She actually really castrated him when she said castrate. This person was from the Sun family. What should he do? I should have won, right? Lu Tao asked uncertainly. Yes, you won. The referee was a little conflicted, but he didn't dare to offend this terrifying woman in front of him. He wouldn't be able to cry if she killed him in a fit of anger. It was really too terrifying. He had lingering fears. Soon, someone from the Sun family, who had become a eunuch, was carried down. The sixth elder of the Sun family, who saw this scene on the stage, almost fainted. On the main stage. Patriarch Leng, your Leng family is too ruthless. Shouldn't you give our Sun family an explanation? The sixth elder of the Sun family questioned angrily with a black face. Leng Yimin was very depressed. In fact, he really wanted to say that they asked for it, but he really couldn't say it because of the relationship between the two parties. Sixth elder, calm down. In fact, this isn't a big deal. It's just that it broke. It can still be connected if you take the pill in time, so you don't have to be angry over such a small matter. Injuries are unavoidable on the competition stage. The third elder of the Leng family laughed as a mediator and comforted. Yes. Sixth elder, this isn't a big deal. Moreover, there's a reason for it. The young lady won't be angry if your Sun family's disciple didn't spout nonsense. Moreover, that thing can be reattached. It won't affect your daily life, the fifth elder of the Leng family, who was wearing the same pants as third elder, hurriedly echoed. You. The sixth elder was a little speechless. Humph. Repeat. It was easy to say. Even if it was reattached, it would not be original, and some functions would not be there, and it would be no different from a cripple. Thinking of this, he was so angry. However, even though he was angry, he also knew whose territory this was, so he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Sixth elder, your Sun family is going against Leng Ruoxue's subordinates again, the second elder of the Lan family couldn't help reminding. Boo-hoo. Demon. That woman's subordinates were also a group of demons. They were really too terrifying. Oh. The sixth elder of the Sun family hurriedly turned his gaze to the stage when he heard that, and his nervous heart was about to jump out. Boo-hoo. Don't let something like this happen again because Leng Ruoxue's side had another woman on the stage. On the stage. Cui Zhu looked at her opponent with some disgust, her clear eyes still full of contempt. She said impatiently, let's begin quickly. Don't delay my barbecue. You stinky girl, don't worry. I will definitely teach you a lesson, another unlucky person from the Sun family said arrogantly. Humph. He wanted to avenge his brother. Okay, then hurry up. Cui Zhu urged anxiously. Boo-hoo. Her grilled meat. It would be eaten up by those big stomachs later. Stinky girl, take this. The unlucky person from the Sun family took the lead to attack. Cui Zhu on the stage calmly released a water curtain in front of him and then launched a huge meteor shower. In an instant, countless light blue rain swords attacked his opponent. With a scream, the unlucky person from the Sun family also covered an important part of his body and fell onto the stage. Seeing this scene, almost everyone's hearts jumped crazily on the field except for Leng Ruoxue and the others. Bean-sized sweat dripped down the foreheads of many male compatriots. 5 minutes passed, and the Sun family who had collapsed on the stage didn't react. The referee walked forward stiffly and took a look. Well. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Cui Zhu wins, the referee announced loudly after confirming. Miss, I won. Cui Zhu ran off the stage like a little bird happily and then picked up the surviving grilled meat to eat in big mouthfuls. Yes, well done, Leng Ruoxue praised. Cui Zhu seemed to have grown a lot. Miss, we still have 3 rounds of competition today. Then we can go back and rest. Fengde looked at the schedule and said. Okay, let's end this quickly. The second elder of the Lan family still wants to come tonight. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a light smile. Fengde and the others stole a glance at the frowning second elder of the Lan family on the main stage, their hearts full of infinite sympathy for him. Alas! Poor fellow was targeted by their young miss again. As time passed, the competition continued in full swing. Leng Ruoxue's side quickly finished all the competitions today and won in seconds. Leng Ruoxue and the others left the arena directly and returned to the Snowfall Garden after today's competition ended. Leng Shuang, whom he had not seen for a few days, came knocking on his door not long after he returned to the Snowfall Garden. Sister, I heard that your people will show off their might today. Leng Shuang sat opposite Leng Ruoxue in the garden and said happily. Fortunately, it's mainly because those people are too weak, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Too weak? Leng Shuang was a little speechless. She thought, your opponents look stronger than you. Big sister, haven't you been busy these few days? Why are you free to come today? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic. Updates by Calm. Sister, I heard that your 2 maidservants castrated the Sun family. I was worried, so I hurriedly came to remind you, Leng Shuang said helplessly. Big sister, don't worry. I know what to do, Leng Ruoxue said gratefully. That's good. The Sun family is despicable, so you have to be careful. However, I believe that the Sun family won't dare to do anything to you as long as you don't leave Proud Cold City, Leng Shuang said after some thought. Okay, I'll be careful, Leng Ruoxue said. Sister, I've said what I wanted to say. I'll go back first. I'll visit you after I'm done for the next few days. Leng Shuang stood up and left. Leng Ruoxue returned to the garden after sending Leng Shuang out of the Snowfall Garden. After dinner, everyone sat in the garden and admired the beautiful moonlight while waiting for the second elder of the Lan family. However, the old man still didn't come late at night. Miss, could that old man be scared? It's already so late and he's not here yet. He probably won't come, Zheng Yan complained. Damn it, how dare he stand his young miss up. He wouldn't let that old man go. Calm down, he will come. He won't dare not to come. Leng Ruoxue was very sure. Sure enough, not long after Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the second elder of the Lan family came to the Snowfall Garden sneakily. After seeing Leng Ruoxue and the others, the second elder was so nervous that his entire body was trembling. Leng Ruoxue, I'm here. What do you want? The second elder of the Lan family mustered his courage and asked softly with a trembling voice. The expression on his face was as if he was about to be. Second elder, don't be scared. We're old acquaintances. I won't bully you. Leng Ruoxue comforted with a light smile. Well. She really didn't understand why this second elder was so afraid of her. The second elder of the Lan family looked at Leng Ruoxue with a long face, his heart racing. You bullied me a lot. Boo-hoo. He had already thought about not participating in Leng Xing's plan because he really didn't think Leng Xing would win. Alas. This was a decision he had thought for several hours. The 2 disciples who had been castrated from the Sun family also helped him confirm his stand. After all, he didn't want the disciples of the Lan family to become useless too. Therefore, he would not cooperate with whoever wanted to cooperate. Leng Ruoxue, I'll tell you Leng Xing's plan. Can you let me go? The second elder of the Lan family pleaded with a bitter face. Second elder is very sensible. However, you can tell me first. I won't pursue your mistake if it's valuable. Leng Ruoxue smiled like a little fox. All right. The second elder of the Lan family had no choice but to tell Leng Xing's plan in detail to Leng Ruoxue. After speaking, he even looked at Leng Ruoxue carefully, his gaze was like a puppy wagging its tail pitifully, very pitiful. That's all? Leng Ruoxue asked with dissatisfaction because this plan was really too childish. Alas. How could Leng Xing think of such a lousy plan after living for so long? It was really too disappointing. Yes, the 6th elder of the Sun family and I were both present at that time. However, I don't know if he sought out the 6th elder in private, the second elder of the Lan family said honestly. In fact, to be honest, Leng Xing's plan might be very effective against others. Unfortunately, the person he wanted to deal with was Leng Ruoxue. Boo-hoo. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences of the people who participated in this plan, so it was not too late to hope that he would surrender. Oh. Second elder, I'm very disappointed in your plan. Tell me, what should we do? Leng Ruoxue said with seeming distress. Miss Leng, please don't count me in. I'll apologize to you for what happened previously. I won't participate in the rest, okay, the second elder of the Lan family pleaded. Boo-hoo. He really regretted coming to the Leng family. If he had known that this little demon was in the Leng family and gave him so much pressure, he wouldn't have come even if he said he would die. However, he also hated Leng Xing for not telling him clearly back then because Leng Xing only said that he wanted to deal with a junior in the family who didn't know the rules and contradicted him. Therefore, he should be considered a victim of the deception, right? No, you have to continue participating, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Why? I really don't want to participate anymore. Boo-hoo. Miss Leng, let me go. I know I was wrong, the second elder of the Lan family wailed uselessly. Who will be my undercover if you don't participate? You have to inform me in time if Leng Xing's plan changes. Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. Miss Leng, I'm afraid Leng Xing doesn't believe me anymore, the second elder of the Lan family said aggrievedly. Leng Xing's gaze at him had become abnormal since Leng Ruoxue said those misunderstood words in front of the stage. He will believe you more if you tell him what happened between us, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. No. I can't tell you. It's really too embarrassing. The second elder of the Lan family's face flushed red. Boo-hoo. How could he survive in the three great super families in the future if news of this spread? Then think of a way yourself. Anyway, you have to continue colluding with them. Leng Ruoxue reminded, her words full of threat. Then, all right then. The second elder of the Lan family was very helpless. Boo-hoo. He was on a pirate ship. Moreover, they were from two families, so he couldn't get off even if he wanted to. Second elder Lan, it's getting late. Rest early. Leng Ruoxue ordered him to leave after the discussion, and she dragged the freak back to her room. The next day. The competition continued. The second elder of the Lan family only came to the main stage after the competition began. However, he felt countless suggestive gazes sweeping over him before he sat down. I'm sorry. I woke up late today, the second elder of the Lan family explained gloomily. It's okay. We understand. Oh. Second elder is really strong despite his age. I'm envious. Second elder, it must have been tough yesterday. Second elder, we cultivators should still focus on cultivation. Everything else is fleeting. Updates by Calm. The second elder of the Lan family was even more depressed as he listened to everyone's words. He didn't expect his explanation to actually attract countless guesses, among them were understanding, jealous, envious, reminded, comforted. Damn, what was going on? He really wanted to knock into tofu. However, everyone present was of equal status to him, so he couldn't vent his anger on them even if he was angry. Second elder, beauty is a hindrance. You have to be careful not to fall for my honey trap, Leng Xing, who had been silent, reminded eccentrically, his eyes full of warning. Senior Leng, you're mistaken. I'll explain it to you when I have time. The second elder of the Lan family smiled bitterly and approached Leng Xing and said softly. Okay. Leng Xing nodded. Then he stopped talking and turned his gaze to the stage. He didn't know how Leng Ruoxue and the others would perform in today's competition. However, this was only the beginning, so don't worry. The show was still coming. On the second day of the competition, Leng Ruoxue and the others all went on stage. However, the result of the competition was still the same as the previous day, all of them were instantly killed. On the third day. The fourth day. It was still the same. On the fifth day of the competition, only 50 people were left on the field. Leng Ruoxue and the others occupied 20 spots among these 50 people, and the other 30 spots were divided equally among the other three families. The three families each sent out 50 disciples for this competition. After the 4-day preliminaries, the Lan family and the Sun family were almost wiped out except for the Leng family. The disciples who stayed on the field were not very strong, and this situation did not prevent the Sun family's sixth elder and Leng Xing from burning with anger. As for the second elder of the Lan family, he was well aware of the result. After all, he had long known the result. At this moment, he couldn't help but be a little glad that he had surrendered long ago. Otherwise, the disciples of the Lan family would probably be like the Sun family. It was a tragic sight. Even though there were many injuries on the bodies of the Lan family disciples, which looked quite terrifying, he knew that those were only superficial wounds, while the people from the Sun family were genuine injuries. At this moment, Leng Xing knew very well that it was probably impossible to fight alone. Therefore, once the three families studied it, they changed the rules of the competition, changing from one-on-one battles to a group chaotic battle. Therefore, the fifth day of the competition was a chaotic battle. Leng Ruoxue smiled happily after hearing this news because the competition was about to end in her eyes. The fifth day of the competition finally began with Leng Ruoxue and the others' anticipation. In the competition venue, Leng Ruoxue and the others deliberately sat quietly and thoughtfully by the side of the stage after hearing the new rules announced by the referee. What a pity. I didn't expect the rules of the competition to change. Leng Ruoxue walked to Leng Ruoxue and the others with a face full of pity and gloated. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue and the others ignored her. Leng Ruoxue left angrily after finding trouble with herself. Miss, I really don't understand why she's so happy. Lu Tao looked at Leng Ruoxue leaving in puzzlement. She thinks she can finally deal with us. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Well. Hopefully, today's competition could all end. She didn't want to participate in such a childish competition for another day. Oh. No wonder, Lu Tao said in realization, but she felt pity for Leng Ruoxue and the others. Everyone, be alert when you go on stage later, Leng Ruoxue reminded. The stage today was several times larger than before, specially prepared for the chaotic battle. There would be more situations if the stage was larger, and there were more people competing, accidents might happen at any time, so there would probably be many things today. After a while, Leng Ruoxue and the others had already stood on the stage. The competition officially began with the referee's whistle. According to the rules of today's competition, 20 people should be eliminated. However, with Leng Ruoxue and the others discussed for the competition, it was naturally impossible to let this boring competition continue. Therefore, they wanted to take advantage of today to get rid of all the disciples of the three major families who were participating in the competition at once. Leng Ruoxue and the others stood on the stage. No one attacked first, only observing each other. Not only that, the two sides were divided into two camps. Leng Ruoxue and the others stood together, and the other 30 people stood on the other side of the stage. Referee, does one lose the right to continue competing if they are off the stage? Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked. Yes. The referee nodded. For some reason, he actually felt his body turn cold when Leng Ruoxue asked him this. There was even a bad premonition flowing through his heart. Boo-hoo. What was going on? Leng Ruoxue and the others had really surprised them too much in the competition these few days, so he was under a lot of pressure. That's good. Leng Ruoxue was relieved. Hey, why didn't anyone attack? I'm going to attack if you don't attack first. Fengde looked at the disciples of the three great families who were looking at them cautiously and shouted impatiently. Fengde, they're waiting for time. I think we should attack first. Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. The competition had a total of 2 hours. Don't tell me these people thought that they could kick us out of the competition by attacking at the last moment? Miss, looks like that's the only way. Fengde and the others were very helpless. After speaking, they surrounded the 30 people on the other side of the stage. Leng Ruoxue looked at Fengde and the others with contempt, thinking, do you think you will be so lucky today? You are dead meat today. However, her wishful thinking did not last long before Fengde and the others attacked. They each found an opponent and first punched and kicked very violently. Then, their mystic energy kept smashing onto their opponents like it was free. In a few minutes, their opponents, who were unable to fight back, were covered in wounds and vomited blood on the stage. The injuries of the Sun family were especially serious among them, and Fengde and the others kicked them off the stage without any pity for the fairer sex. They had dealt with 18 people on their first move. There were only 2 people left from the elimination quota for today's competition, and they were not beaten to the other 12 people. Everyone, including Leng Ruoxue, was a little jumpy and stared at Fengde and the others very cautiously. Fengde, there are still 2 spots. Leng Ruoxue looked at her opponents who were not too tough and said disdainfully. Leng Ruoxue, don't be too smug. You will definitely be taught a lesson, Leng Ruoxue roared recklessly. Humph. She had a secret weapon. She didn't believe that she couldn't deal with Leng Ruoxue. Fengde, let's continue since Miss Leng Ruoxue strongly requests it. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Ruoxue and said calmly to Fengde. Okay. Fengde and the others rushed toward the other 11 people after speaking, leaving Leng Ruoxue to her young miss to deal with. The other 11 people were beaten down by Fengde and the others with a few punches. However, they did not kick these dozen people off the stage because they were waiting for Mrs. Action. Leng Ruoxue, you're the only one standing on the stage now except for my subordinates. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? I'll give you a chance today, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Updates by Calm. Leng Ruoxue, don't be too smug too early. There are only 2 spots to be eliminated today, so it won't be my turn no matter what, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. In fact, she was so angry in her heart because she originally wanted to kill Leng Ruoxue secretly while the crowd was in a chaotic battle. Unfortunately, all her plans were destroyed by Leng Ruoxue, and she was the only one standing on her side now, so she was so angry that she was about to explode. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then she gently released a stream of water attribute mystic energy as if she was playing with it, shooting it at Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked at the mystic energy flying toward her with contempt and thought to herself, humph. Do you want to deal with me with that little bit of mystic energy? You really overestimate your capabilities. She gently used the earthen yellow curtain wall to block the mystic energy. Miss Leng Ruoxue is so powerful. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and said ingratiatingly. Then, like Cui Zhu, she launched a meteor shower. Immediately, small light blue raindrops flew toward Leng Ruoxue and quickly penetrated her curtain wall and attacked her body. In the blink of an eye, her clothes were wet by the rain, and her hot and sexy figure was revealed. Damn it, what skill is this? Leng Ruoxue endured the needle-like pain on her body and questioned loudly. Meteor rain. Miss Leng Ruoxue's figure is really good. Everyone can have a feast for the eyes. Leng Ruoxue smiled suggestively. Who wants to see her? The freak's voice sounded at the right time. That's right. Fengde and the others echoed cooperatively. Damn it. You. Leng Ruoxue, I won't let you go. Leng Ruoxue endured the pain in her body and took out a saber from her ring. The cold light on the saber was terrifying. The audience couldn't help exclaiming when this saber was out. Wow, this saber is actually a sacred artifact. Yes. This saber seems to belong to an old ancestor of the Leng family. Why is it in Miss Leng Ruoxue's hand now? Leng Ruoxue is going to be in trouble this time. Everyone in the audience discussed spiritedly. Some sighed, some were envious, and some were sympathetic to Leng Ruoxue. In short, everyone's reactions were different. Of course, some secretly despised Leng Ruoxue in their hearts. After all, sacred artifacts were not as common as cabbages in this world, and powerhouses below mystic supremacy had to pay a huge price to possess a sacred artifact. In the VIP seats, Leng Yimin looked at the saber in Ruoxue's hand and was shocked. Then he looked at Leng Xing and couldn't help asking, Old ancestor, that saber. I lent it to Ruoxue, Leng Xing said calmly. Old ancestor, this is only a competition within the clan. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to lend the holy artifact to Miss Ruoxue. The third elder of the Leng family couldn't help but scold. Alas! This Leng Xing was really too much. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to get rid of Leng Ruoxue? Thinking of this, a chill rose in his heart. Not only is it inappropriate, but it's also completely unfair, the fifth elder of the Leng family said bluntly. Among the younger generation of the Leng family, even the young master had not been bestowed with a sacred artifact. Moreover, not only did the young master not have one, but these elders also did not have a sacred artifact in their hands. This was because the family's sacred artifact was stored in the armory. They were not allowed to use it unless something major happened. They were afraid that the Leng family would kill each other. However, they did not expect Leng Xing to actually use a sacred artifact to kill a junior for his own selfish reasons. Such behavior was really too embarrassing. Previous chapter. However, when he saw the book-like sword that appeared in Leng Ruoxue's hand on the stage and emitted coldness, he couldn't be smug anymore because that sword should also be a sacred artifact. Moreover, its level was obviously higher than the saber he lent Rume. After all, sacred artifacts were also divided into levels. On the stage, Leng Ruoxue looked at the sword in her hand and revealed a smile that could topple cities. She had refined this sword ever since she came to the boundless heaven continent. However, it had always been stored in her body and had yet to be used. Moreover, she used the special refining technique taught to her by her master to refine this sword. It could be considered her intrinsic weapon. Moreover, it would advance along with her level. Well, she didn't know what level this sword could reach now. She was very expectant. Today, she would use Leng Ruoxue to test the sword, even though she felt that she had let down her sword a little. The sword seemed to have a mind of its own. After sensing its master's thoughts, it happily let out a buzzing sound. The humming sound carried a bloodthirsty ruthlessness, causing people with low cultivation levels to suffer varying degrees of internal injuries. I'll call you Cold Shadow from now on. Leng Ruoxue looked at the sword's reaction in surprise and said happily. Boo-hoo. The sword trembled gently as if it was very happy that it had a name. Leng Ruoxue. Let's determine if your saber is stronger or my sword is sharper. Leng Ruoxue said calmly to Leng Ruoxue, whose face was a little pale. Leng Ruoxue, you will definitely regret it. Leng Ruoxue swallowed the blood that surged to her throat and said fiercely, humph. She definitely wouldn't lose, and she couldn't lose. In this battle, she had to step on Leng Ruoxue under her feet. She was just a great mystic cultivator, what right did she have to strut around in front of her? Yes, I'm waiting to see how I'll regret it. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of anticipation. It was absolutely infuriating. Leng Ruoxue, you're courting death. Leng Ruoxue roared and slashed at Leng Ruoxue with her saber. Leng Ruoxue turned her wrist unhurriedly, and the sword light in her hand flew towards Leng Ruoxue from all directions. Leng Ruoxue's sword light was completely shattered in the sword shadows, and countless sword lights directly hit her body. Leng Ruoxue spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly on the stage, fainting. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Ruoxue lying on the stage with slight dissatisfaction and complained, her body is too weak. I haven't even used my mystic technique yet. Leng Ruoxue's words made everyone in the audience very speechless. However, they had to admit that these two people were indeed on a different level. Alas! A mighty mystic monarch was actually defeated by a great mystic. It was really embarrassing. Updates by Calm. The referee in the corner of the stage was very helpless. However, he also knew that today's competition would probably not be able to clean up the aftermath. He received the patriarch's gaze and was about to announce that today's competition was over. However, Feng De and the others kicked the fainted disciples of the three great families off the stage one step in advance. This scene couldn't help making the referee a little dumbfounded. However, what made him even more crazy was still behind because Feng De and the others immediately announced their forfeiture of the competition after that and automatically jumped off the stage. The referee was stunned for a few minutes before he returned to his senses. Looking at the stunning man and woman standing proudly on the stage, he had to admit that they were really a pair of lookers. Even their Leng family's current young master had no choice but to admit defeat in front of these two's peerless elegance. Alas! It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. They obviously only had the strength of a great mystic, but why were these people so awesome? He couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought. There are only the two of you in the entire competition now, so tomorrow. The referee braced himself and said his decision. However, he was interrupted by the freak before he could finish. I forfeit too, the freak said with a naughty smile. The referee was in a mess after hearing what the freak said. Looks like the competition can end. That's good, Leng Ruoxue said happily. Then, she pulled the freak off the stage as if no one was around. After that, Leng Ruoxue and the others left the competition venue majestically with Feng De and the others escorting them. Everyone sat happily in the garden, drinking tea and chatting after returning to the snowfall garden. Swear, why don't you just kill Leng Ruoxue? That woman really wants to kill you, Leng Ruoxue said worriedly. Leng Ruoxue was still alive and would probably find a way to cause trouble for them. Big brother, for some people, living is more painful than death. Leng Ruoxue might not be dead, but she won't be able to achieve anything great, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Her sword beams had long shattered the veins in Leng Ruoxue's body. Therefore, from now on, she was no different from a cripple. She might even be worse than a cripple. From today onwards, we have to be wary of Leng Xing, not Leng Rume, Leng Ruoxue reminded again. Alas. Leng Xing's plan had failed, who knew what tricks he would come up with again. Well. She was in a good mood recently, so she would play with him. Miss, don't worry. We will be alert, Feng De and the others promised. Okay, everyone should rest early after dinner today. Leng Ruoxue looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded and then went to prepare dinner. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue and the freak welcomed an uninvited guest just as they returned to their room. To be precise, it was an uninvited stranger. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes slightly and sized up the handsome man who suddenly appeared in her room. This man looked to be in his early 30s, and his entire body was suffused with a chill. Even though his appearance was very handsome, the ice on his body could make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, this man's strength was unfathomable. The man was sizing her up while she did the same. Well. This little girl was not bad. It was really rare for someone so young to be so calm and collected in front of a stranger. He had already observed Leng Ruoxue for many days even though it was their first time meeting. Therefore, her calm reaction was within his expectations. For a while, they just looked at each other. Neither of them spoke first. After a long time, the man surrendered. Boo-hoo. That was because he gloomily discovered that this little girl's mental quality was above his. Why wasn't this little child curious about him at all? He couldn't understand. The man beside her was the same. The two of them acted as if he didn't exist. After looking at him for a while, they calmly drank their tea. They didn't even invite him for a drink. It was really too rude, he complained in his heart. Little child, why aren't you curious or even ask who I am? The man couldn't help asking. His handsome face was still full of bitterness, forming a sharp contrast with the coldness on his body. What's there to ask? You'll tell me if you want to, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. In fact, she had already guessed this man's identity. Well. This should be the person who wanted to see her. Moreover, this man's strength was absolutely above that grand elder. I'm Leng Xiaoyu. The Leng family of the Ling Feng continent is the bloodline I left behind. The man sighed and said helplessly. Alas. Qian Yi was right. This girl was indeed difficult to deal with. Oh. So you're the rumored improper member of the Leng family. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Little child, I'm your old ancestor, Leng Xiaoyu couldn't help but remind her. Boo-hoo. How could this girl not give him face? So what? I have only inherited a bit of your bloodline. Apart from that, what did you do for us? The Leng family of the Ling Feng continent has long declined. If it weren't for my grandfather, I'm afraid the Leng family would have no place in the Ling Feng continent. And after we returned to the family, what did these so-called Leng family members do to us? Someone wanted to kill us, to make my grandfather and me servants. They even colluded with the other two great families to kill us in the competition. If we didn't work hard, you, so-called old ancestor, would probably be seeing our corpses now. Leng Ruoxue's voice was filled with coldness, her beautiful eyes full of accusation. Little Shuer, others might not know your true strength, but I know very well that those people can't do anything to you at all. Moreover, do whatever you want to do. I'm not stopping you, Leng Xiaoyu said with slight grievance, even pretending to be pitiful. You said it yourself. Leng Ruoxue confirmed. Well. This old ancestor was quite sensible, hee. Maybe she could give him a chance to perform. Yes. However, don't kill too many. Otherwise, won't the other two super families benefit? Leng Xiaoyu reminded. No, I'll exterminate the Sun family at most. Leng Ruoxue understood what her old ancestor meant. If the Leng family lost too many people at once, the three super families would probably be in an imbalance. And if this change happened, the Leng family, which was originally the strongest, would probably be ranked last. Exterminate the Sun family? Little Shuer, what arrogance. I don't even dare to say that I can definitely destroy the Sun family. Leng Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Well. Truly, youth knows no fear. Which one of those who could become a super family didn't have deep foundations and inheritances that were more than 10,000 years old? How could they be destroyed just like that? You've tried? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. No, but we fought a few times. At that time, the Sun family was still at its strongest. I fought a member of the Sun family to a draw, Leng Xiaoyu explained. How do you know that I can't destroy them if you haven't tried? Humph. Even if I can't destroy it now, I'll make the Sun family disappear in the entire universe no matter which world I'm in the future. Leng Ruoxue said with an imposing manner because she knew that the Sun family wouldn't let her go even if she didn't cause trouble for the Sun family. Moreover, the Sun family seemed to have a lecherous old ancestor, so she had to make preparations early. Good. Ambitious, The old ancestor supports you. Leng Xiaoyu said with satisfaction. Hee. This was his descendant. As a member of the Leng family, he had to be unyielding. Moreover, his love for Leng Ruoxue had risen to a new level in such a short time. After all, anyone would be wild with joy to have such a junior. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue indeed had limitless potential, which was one of the reasons why he valued Leng Ruoxue more. Cheap sake old ancestor, don't just say it. My next step is to get rid of the Leng family's stumbling block. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and reminded. Well. She didn't want the Leng family to hold her back when she was dealing with the Sun family. At least they were a little related, so she naturally couldn't uproot the Leng family like she did with the Sun family. Yes, yes. Do whatever you want. I'm here. Leng Xiaoyu promised. That's good. Cheap sake old ancestor, it's getting late and we want to rest. Don't you think you can go now? Leng Ruoxue said very implicitly. After obtaining the permission of this cheap sake old ancestor, she started to chase him away. Little child, you can't be so realistic. You want to chase me away after achieving your goal. That won't do. My goal isn't over yet. Moreover, you're not allowed to call me cheap sake old ancestor. Leng Xiaoyu glared and pretended to be displeased. Then what else do you want? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Well. As expected of their Ling Feng continent's old ancestor, he was indeed very similar to her. One would not visit unless they had something to ask. I want to see your sword, Leng Xiaoyu said shamelessly. In fact, this was the main reason why he came late at night. If it weren't for the sword that the little child took out today that tempted him, he would probably still be cowardly and not dare to show himself. Oh. Leng Ruoxue willed the cold shadow to appear in her hand. Can I hold it? Leng Xiaoyu asked expectantly. He knew that his request was a little inappropriate. After all, a weapon that had already recognized its master shouldn't be borrowed. However, he was really too curious because this sword had given him too much shock. He couldn't say why. In short, the moment he saw this sword, the artificer factor in his body boiled. Sure. Leng Ruoxue handed over the sword in her hand. Leng Xiaoyu looked at the sword in his hand and praised it. After looking at it carefully, he returned it to Leng Ruoxue with a face full of reluctance. Then he couldn't help asking, who refined this sword? It's me. Leng Ruoxue didn't hide it. You. I didn't expect you to be a famous artifact master. Very good. Let's discuss the insights of refining artifacts if we have the chance. Leng Xiaoyu said in surprise. Hee. This descendant really surprised him more and more. I rarely refine weapons and don't have much experience, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She refined more pills and with the disheveled old man around she rarely refined weapons. Little Schwer, don't be modest. Your sword has clearly reached the quality of a heavenly artifact. Even though it can only be considered an elementary heavenly artifact, it seems like there's still quite a lot of room for growth. Moreover, do you know the greatest wish of an artificer? Leng Xiaoyu said with some jealousy. He was really jealous. This little child said that he rarely refined artifacts, but a growth-type equipment was honed from her hands. How could artificers endure this? Wish? Could it be to refine heavenly artifacts? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Oh, she was an artificer who didn't take advantage of her position, so she wasn't too sure what wishes an artificer had. The greatest wish of an artificer is to be able to refine a growth-type equipment. However, the method to refine that kind of equipment has been lost. However, not everyone can refine it even if it isn't lost, Leng Xiaoyu explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded understandingly. Little Schwer, rest early. I'll go back first. With that, Leng Xiaoyu disappeared into thin air. After Leng Xiaoyu left, Leng Ruoxue brought the demon into the bracelet to rest. 2 days later. Leng Ruoxue and the others were basking in the sun and drinking tea as usual. For the past 2 days, the Leng family had been very quiet. No ignorant people came to disturb them. The injured members of the Lan and Sun families had already left. This calm before the storm was broken by the cold frost that came to the garden to look for Leng Ruoxue. Sister, the patriarch and elders want to see the three of you, Leng Shuang said bluntly when she saw Leng Ruoxue. Oh. Leng Ruoxue answered lightly. Then, she looked at her grandfather and brother. The grandfather and granddaughter stood up together and prepared to head to the main residence. Sister, you have to be careful, Leng Shuang reminded worriedly. Then, she left the snowfall garden with Leng Ruoxue and the others. After the 4 of them arrived at the meeting hall in the main mansion, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked directly into the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, Leng Yimin sat in the main seat, and Leng Xing sat beside him. That seat usually belonged to the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder was not in the meeting hall at the moment, and the other elders were sitting below Leng Yimin and Leng Xing. After Leng Ruoxue and the others entered the meeting hall, they saw the gazes of the patriarch and the elders focused on them. There were many emotions including helplessness, sympathy, pity, and especially the 10th elder, who was actually looking at her provocatively. Leng Ruoxue sized up the expressions of the elders with interest, then fixed her gaze on the 10th elder and said with a faint smile, looks like the 10th elder's injuries are almost healed. Well. Transact a few more times. Deal? What deal? The 10th elder looked at Leng Ruoxue warily. I want to beat you up a few more times. How about 1 amethyst coin each time? Leng Ruoxue discussed. Sister, I think 1 amethyst coin is a little expensive. The 10th elder isn't worth that much. Leng Shuang laughed impolitely and then said mockingly. Oh. Big sister is right. Why don't we beat him up twice with amethyst coins? Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said with difficulty. Sister, 2 times is too little. I think we can beat him up 10 times, Leng Shuang suggested very seriously. Alright, I'll beat him up 10 times. Leng Ruoxue was very cooperative. The 2 of them echoed each other, almost infuriating the 10th elder. You guys are too much. How dare you humiliate me like this, the 10th elder roared furiously, his voice full of energy. Oh. I'm relieved to see the 10th elder so spirited. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty if I accidentally beat you to death. Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. You. The 10th elder was so angry that he couldn't say anything. After a while, he knelt down in front of Leng Xing and pleaded, Old ancestor, Leng Ruoxue and Leng Shuang humiliated the management elder like this. You have to uphold justice for me. Sigh, 10th elder, you're already such a big person. Why are you still complaining to your own family's old ancestor? This isn't something an adult should do. Leng Qingtian said speechlessly. Well. Shuer only made a few jokes. Was there a need to? How embarrassing. He despised 10th elder's behavior greatly. Old ancestor. The 10th elder looked at his old ancestor aggrievely with tears in his eyes. Leng Shuang. How can you humiliate a manager elder like this as the mistress of the Leng family? Is your performance worthy of being the mistress of the Leng family? Leng Xing questioned angrily. Ancestor Leng Xing, even if I'm not worthy, it won't be Leng Ruoxue's turn. Therefore, you should save it. Leng Shuang said nonchalantly, not taking Leng Xing's threat seriously at all. You. Leng Xing pointed at Leng Shuang, so angry that he couldn't say anything. Rebellious, really rebellious. These people actually learned to do things right with him. He was really angry. Leng Yimin, is this the good wife you married? How dare you contradict your elders? Leng Xing glared at Leng Yimin and roared angrily after a long time. However, Leng Yimin turned his head to the other side as if he didn't hear him and looked down at his fingers. Leng Xing, you're really promising. Your descendant complained to the elders while you complained to the juniors. Well. I really don't know if the people who gave birth to you will regret it. Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. How dare you call your elders by their names? You really have no upbringing. Leng Xing roared with a black face. Elder, whose elder are you? Don't try to get close to me, Leng Ruoxue said without giving him any face. Leng Ruoxue. You are a member of my Leng family, but you actually don't acknowledge the elders of the Leng family. Could this be the Leng family's rule in the Ling Feng continent? Leng Xing glared and questioned coldly. Previous chapter. I told you, I'm not from the Leng family. Well. Don't mention the family rules first. Tell me, what benefits do we have to acknowledge the Leng family? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Benefits? The Leng family is one of the 3 major superfamilies. What else do you want? As a member of the Leng family, you should be proud and proud. At the same time, you should work hard for the strength of the family. Leng Xing explained excitedly. I have to work like a slave for the family without any benefits. This deal isn't worth it no matter how I think about it. Well, I can't match up to the Leng family, so I still say the same thing. Forget it. Leng Ruoxue pretended to think for a while and then refused. Leng Ruoxue, as a member of the Leng family, you have to admit it no matter what. This isn't up to you. Leng Xing roared at the top of his lungs, the veins on his forehead bulging. Oh. In that case, I'll announce my decision to leave the family. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Leave the family? Dream on. Let me tell you, Leng Ruoxue, don't even think of leaving the family unless the family eliminates you, Leng Xing warned. Humph. What a joke. How could his plan be implemented if Leng Ruoxue left the family? Is that so, big sister? Leng Ruoxue ignored Leng Xing and turned her gaze directly to Leng Shuang and asked. Of course not. Leng Xing's ancestor hasn't appeared in the family for a long time, so he doesn't remember the family rules. Just listen casually, Leng Shuang said with a smile. Oh. I understand. His memory has deteriorated after living for too long, Leng Ruoxue said with sympathy on her beautiful face. You. Damn it, Leng Yimin, tell them if I'm talking about the family rules? Leng Xing glared at Leng Yimin and threatened him. Humph. If Leng Yimin dared to say no, then he could forget about being the patriarch. Ouch. I'm sorry, old ancestor. My stomach hurts. I have to go to the latrine. Leng Yimin stood up and ran out of the meeting hall. Damn it. Leng Xing watched Leng Yimin run faster than a rabbit. He was so angry. However, he could only stare. Third elder. Tell Leng Ruoxue if what I said is the truth. Leng Xing turned his gaze to the third elder, who had his eyes closed and was calm, and asked. Unfortunately, third elder didn't even lift his eyelids and even started snoring. Updates by. Calm. Leng Xing was about to die of anger. These people actually all went against him. How preposterous. Seeing that he couldn't count on third elder, he turned his gaze to the fifth elder, whom he had never liked, and continued to ask, Fifth elder, tell me. Oh. Miss Leng, ancestor Leng Xing is already so old, so we have to respect our elders. Well. Whatever he says is fine even if it's not in the Leng family's rules. At most, we can add it, the fifth elder advised with a smile and kept winking at Leng Ruoxue. Oh. You should indeed respect your elders, Leng Xing. Add the rules you set into the clan rules. Leng Ruoxue said with a face of understanding. You. Leng Xing was so angry that he couldn't breathe and fell straight onto the chair. Old ancestor. The 10th elder hurriedly went forward to save him when he saw this. However, other than the elders who were on good terms with him, the other elders actually didn't go forward to help. Leng Ruoxue pulled her grandfather and the others to find an empty seat to sit down. Big sister, Leng Xing won't die like this, right? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly after sitting down. No, Xian Zun won't die so easily, Leng Shuang said nonchalantly. Oh. That's good. Leng Ruoxue was relieved. If Leng Xing died like this, she would have nothing to play with. How regretful would that be? After a while, Leng Xing woke up. You. How can the Leng family have such unfilial descendants? Leng Xing pointed at Leng Ruoxue with trembling hands, his anger rising. Leng Xing, why are you looking for the three of us? I think you should tell us earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to tell us later, Leng Ruoxue said with a venomous tongue. Yes. Tell us whatever last words you have. If we can do it, we definitely won't refuse. Leng Qingtian said with slight sympathy. Alas. This old man's mental endurance was really too poor. He had been outdated with just a few words. He still lacked exercise. You. 10th elder, tell them the Leng family's decision, Leng Xing ordered the 10th elder directly in anger. Yes. The 10th elder was very respectful. Listen carefully. The following is the family's decision. The 10th elder cleared his throat and said very seriously, the family has decided to marry Leng Ruoxue to the Sun family. They will betroth Miss Ru Mei to Leng Ruohan as their wife and Leng Wanqiu to the patriarch as their equal. What? I object. I won't agree to Leng Wanqiu entering the door. Leng Shuang stood up from her chair angrily and said loudly as soon as the 10th elder finished speaking. Damn it, Leng Yimin actually dared to hide such a big matter from her. It seemed like her punishment for that wretched thing was still too light. Mistress, this is the family's decision, the 10th elder warned. What he implied was that even if you were the mistress of the family, you couldn't object to something the family had already decided. Who decided it in the family? 10th elder, tell me who decided it in the family, Leng Shuang questioned aggressively, her beautiful face full of hostility. Big sister, calm down. Let's listen to the 10th elder's explanation. Leng Ruoxue smiled spuriously, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light, killing intent surging in her heart. Humph. She originally wanted to keep these people for a few more days to relieve her boredom. It seemed like they found their lives too long now. In that case, why was she still polite? This is of course the decision of the family and the Elder Association, the 10th elder said confidently as he looked at Leng Xing. The Elder Conference's decision? 10th elder, why don't I know when the Elder Conference made such a decision? Before Leng Shuang could say anything, the 5th elder questioned her first. 10th elder, could it be that the 5th elder has been expelled from the Elder Association? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Previous chapter. That's possible. Seems like the Elder Conference is now dominated by the 10th elder. The other elders are just decorations, Leng Shuang echoed with a light smile, feeling much calmer. Enough. Stop arguing. I decided this matter, Leng Xing said, unable to stand it anymore. Then he glared at the 10th elder and couldn't help cursing in his heart. What an incompetent thing. He couldn't even do such a small thing. You. Ancestor Leng Xing, you might be the patriarch of the family, but it doesn't seem like you have the right to decide any decision of the Leng family on your own now. Leng Shuang said rudely. She might have given Leng Xing some face on account of his seniority, but there was naturally no need to since she had already exposed her face. How dare you? Is this your attitude towards your elders? Leng Xing said angrily. Ancestor Leng Xing, I'm the mistress of the Leng family. Since you don't respect me, I have no reason to respect you, Leng Shuang said nonchalantly. Leng Xing, since you admit that you made the decision, I want to know why you decided our marriage. We didn't admit that we were from the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. How dare you? Whether you admit it or not, you're still a member of the Leng family. This is a fact that no one can change, and the marriage of you siblings naturally has to be decided by the family, Leng Xing said matter-of-factly. Leng Xing, what I want to tell you is that the Leng family doesn't have to worry about our siblings' marriage. I already have a fiancé. As for Leng Rumei, she's not worthy of my brother at all, Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. Well. She really didn't know what Leng Xing was thinking. Their plan to kill them had failed, and now they had to control their marriage? Unfortunately, in front of her, Leng Xing's plan was destined to fail. Leng Ruoxue, you siblings are both from the Leng family, so your marriage naturally has to listen to the Leng family's arrangements. As for your fiancé, our Leng family won't admit it, Leng Xing glared and said fiercely. It's none of my business whether the Leng family admits it or not. I'll admit it myself. As for my brother, don't even think about having any ideas about him. Leng Rumei isn't good enough for my brother. Leng Ruoxue said coldly, the coldness in her voice becoming stronger. Humph. As a member of the Leng family, this isn't up to you. Moreover, your grandfather hasn't even said anything. How can a junior like you have the right to speak? Leng Xing said very calmly. Our Shuer is the head of the family. What she decides is what we want. Leng Qingtian knew that he couldn't play dumb and watch the commotion when he saw Leng Xing drag the matter onto him, so he had to say reluctantly. You. As an elder, how can you let a hairy girl ride on your head? Leng Xing said with a resentful look. What does it have to do with you if I'm happy? Leng Qingtian swore rarely. After speaking, he felt that it was quite satisfying to occasionally curse. Updates by Calm. You. Leng Xing was so choked that he couldn't breathe again and almost fainted again. However, he also knew that it wasn't the time to faint now. Otherwise, this grandfather, granddaughter, and Leng Shuang would definitely not be able to deal with that useless thing, the 10th elder. Leng Xing, are you willing to believe me now? You don't have to intervene in our siblings' marriage. Just take care of your descendants. Well. By the way, can Leng Rume stand up? Don't harm anyone even if you want to deal with her. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Leng Ruoxue. How dare you say that? You actually hit your own clansmen so heavily. Humph. If not for the fact that you still have some beauty, I would have long served your family law. Leng Xing said through gritted teeth. Can I say that she asked for it? If she didn't take out a lousy holy artifact to show off, I wouldn't have used a sword either. Moreover, I didn't inject mystic energy into my sword at all, so her injuries can only mean that her skills are inferior to others. Evil will be rewarded. Leng Ruoxue said without much sympathy. Leng Ruoxue, no matter how you argue, it's the truth that Rume was injured, so you have to marry into the Sun family on her behalf, and your brother has to marry her because you harmed her. Leng Xing said matter-of-factly. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why should I marry into the Sun family for her? Why does my brother want to marry her? Are you dreaming? Or am I not clear enough? We are not from the Leng family. Everything in the Leng family has nothing to do with us, Leng Ruoxue said uncontrollably. Leng Ruoxue, this isn't up to you. Humph. You'll be married to the Sun family in a week. Guards, lock up their grandfather, granddaughter, and the others and watch them closely. Leng Xing looked at the 10th elder and instructed. Old ancestor. What about Wanqiu? The 10th elder didn't forget his daughter. In 3 days, Wanqiu will marry Yimin as her equal. Leng Xing opened his mouth and decided everything. Leng Xing, have you forgotten what I said? I said that I won't allow Leng Wanqiu to enter unless I die. Leng Shuang didn't even call him ancestor anymore and called him by his name. How dare you? 10th elder, take care of Leng Shuang, Leng Ruoxue, her grandfather and granddaughter. No one is to let them out without my order, Leng Xing roared, so angry that his nostrils were smoking. Damn it, it was fine if Leng Ruoxue and her grandfather didn't listen to him. After all, they came from a small place, but Leng Shuang actually dared to disobey him. This was really unbearable for him. Humph. He had already decided to find a reason to deal with Leng Shuang after Wanqiu married Yimin, so that she wouldn't always be an eyesore to him. Yes, old ancestor. The 10th elder roared towards the door proudly, guards. Arrest these 4 people for me. A few guards quickly ran in from outside the hall as the 10th elder's voice fell. However, the guards looked at each other and no one attacked first. Damn it, didn't you hear my order? The 10th elder roared angrily when he saw that the guards didn't react. Reporting to the 10th elder, we don't dare to lock up the mistress of the household without the order of the patriarch and the elders, one of the guards said. In fact, he wanted to say that they couldn't afford to offend the others. They didn't want to become like Miss May, like a living dead. It was really too terrifying. Previous chapter. You're really too useless, the 10th elder roared. Then he rushed to the side of Leng Ruoxue's grandfather, granddaughter, and wanted to attack himself. However, in the next second, the 10th elder fell straight to the ground. Old ancestor, the 10th elder, he's dead. An elder who was on good terms with the 10th elder hurriedly ran to the 10th elder's side and said in shock. As soon as that elder finished speaking, everyone in the hall immediately turned their gazes to Leng Ruoxue and the others, including 3rd elder, who had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. Damn it, what did you do to him? Leng Xing asked angrily. He had a feeling that Leng Ruoxue and the others must have done something. We didn't do anything. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of innocence. Then why did he die? Leng Xing asked through gritted teeth. I don't know. Did the 10th elder have a heart attack? Leng Ruoxue guessed. Nonsense. How can a cultivator have a heart attack? The fire in Leng Xing's heart surged, and his face was green and black, almost turning into a color palette. Big sister, looks like Leng Wanqiu and our brother-in-law's happy occasion won't happen. Alas. Her father is already dead. As a daughter, she can't still think of getting married. Leng Ruoxue gloated. That's not necessarily true. That woman has been thinking about other people's husbands for more than 20 years. Now that the opportunity is finally here, how can she give up? I think the 10th elder will probably die without any regrets. Leng Shuang sighed softly and said very sympathetically. She was so happy seeing the 10th elder die. What if her old ancestor dies too? Could it be that she still wants to marry? Leng Ruoxue probed. Yes, no one can stop her even if they die. Leng Shuang said with a naughty smile. She was in a very good mood now, hee. Big sister, I don't believe Leng Wanqiu will be so cold-blooded. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes rolled as she secretly glanced at Leng Xing. Sister, what should we do? You can't crack someone to verify it. Leng Shuang was in a dilemma, her beautiful face full of worry. Updates by Calm. Leng Xing, is that okay? Leng Ruoxue turned around and asked with a smile. Can what? Damn it, what do you want to do? Leng Xing was only angry. At first, he didn't understand what Leng Ruoxue meant, but later he reacted. I want to use you to verify if Leng Wanqiu is really so cold-blooded. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. Well. She was a kind child and didn't like blood. However, sometimes she had to do it. Everyone present understood what Leng Ruoxue meant. She was planning to kill Leng Xing. How bold. She actually dared to kill the characters of the Leng family's old ancestor in the Leng family's territory. However, they had to admit that they admired Leng Ruoxue a little, but they also knew that it would probably be very difficult for Leng Ruoxue to walk out of the Leng family alive if she really killed Leng Xing. Hurry up and look for the Grand Elder. Something bad is going to happen, Third Elder whispered to the Fifth Elder. Well. He was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would suffer a loss. After all, Leng Xing was a mystic supremacy. I'm afraid it's too late. The Fifth Elder shook his head and sighed. He specially went to the Grand Elder's residence before coming, but he didn't find her. Nothing can happen to Leng Ruoxue, her grandfather and brother, Third Elder said anxiously. Probably no one could help them now except for the Grand Elder. We don't know where the Grand Elder is. There's no use panicking, the Fifth Elder said with a slight headache. Just as the two of them were secretly anxious, the furious Leng Xing had already stood opposite Leng Ruoxue and family, and said very coldly with half-closed eyes, "What an ignorant junior. Do you think I don't dare to kill you with the support of the Grand Elder?" Leng Xing's killing intent was also completely aroused at this moment. He originally thought that Leng Ruoxue and the others still had value, so he decided to let them benefit the Leng family better. However, who knew that a junior actually wanted to kill him? This was really unbearable for him. Leng Ruoxue's words had obviously angered him, so he had already aroused killing intent. I don't need anyone to back me up, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Then, she signaled her grandfather and brother with her eyes. The two of them understood and the three of them left the meeting hall. Junior. Don't even think about escaping. Leng Xing hurriedly chased after him when he saw this. However, when he went out, he found that the grandfather, granddaughter, and the other two were floating in the air, looking at him sideways. Moreover, the freak and Fengda were protecting them. Calm down, we don't intend to escape, but the meeting hall is too small for us to use, so let's change to a bigger place, Leng Ruoxue comforted. You. Leng Xing's gaze searched the bodies of the demon and the others with uncertainty. He couldn't understand. Didn't he already send people to watch them? Why were they still here? I'm sorry, the subordinates you sent were easy to best. Well. They're all dead. The freak smiled evilly and explained. Not long after Schwer and the others left, a group of guards barged in and imprisoned their operation. However, Fengda and the others were itchy and accidentally dealt with the guards. Then they swaggered to the meeting hall. The Leng family members who met them along the way ran away like rats meeting a cat. How dare you kill the Leng family's guards? Leng Xing roared with a red face and neck. Are those people from the Leng family? Why do I seem to see the Sun family's emblem? Could it be that the Leng family surrendered to the Sun family? Fengda said with a face full of question marks. That's impossible. Third Elder, who ran out of the meeting hall, hurriedly roared. Boo-hoo. These words couldn't be said carelessly. Leng Xing should know better whether it's true or not. I heard that you're even planning to marry my woman to the Sun family. The freak narrowed his eyes, killing intent flashing in them. Humph. She's from the Leng family. Her marriage naturally has to be arranged by the Leng family. My Leng family won't admit you at all, Leng Xing said proudly, even though he had already decided to get rid of Leng Ruoxue, this disobedient descendant. Is that so? If I remember correctly, Schwer doesn't seem to be from the Leng family. It doesn't matter even if she is. Can't I just kill everyone who doesn't acknowledge me, the freak said nonchalantly. Then he turned to Schwer and said, Schwer, leave this to me. Okay, Leng Xing, bring your lackeys out for a walk. It'll save me some trouble, Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Leng Ruoxue, you're courting death. I originally wanted to give you 3 a way out. Leng Xing roared at the void after speaking. Swish. 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 Several figures appeared in the air and stood side by side with Leng Xing as the roar fell. Leng Xing, is there a need for us to take action against a few juniors? A man in black said unhappily. You're mistaken. It's enough for me to deal with these juniors alone. I want you here to deal with the Grand Elder, Leng Xing said honestly. He had made many preparations for Leng Ruoxue and the others, and the current one was his most powerful trump card. Moreover, he absolutely had to plant it with one strike. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have a chance next time. Where is the Grand Elder? The black-clothed man said with hatred. The Grand Elder will naturally arrive after I kill these juniors, Leng Xing said with abnormal confidence. He knew that his father couldn't stop the Grand Elder. However, as long as he could buy some time and let him kill Leng Ruoxue and the others, it would be enough. So you even want to kill the Grand Elder? Leng Ruoxue said in realization as if she had heard a joke. Humph. That old fart will only cause trouble for us. We've long wished for him to be dead, Leng Xing said fiercely. In fact, he had been bullied by the Grand Elder a lot. However, he couldn't beat the Grand Elder, so he could only stab him in the back. This time, he was also afraid that the Grand Elder would disturb his affairs. Therefore, he got his father to invite the Grand Elder to drink tea and chat. Originally, he only hoped to force Leng Ruoxue to agree to his request. However, he didn't expect that not only was she unwilling, she even wanted to kill him. He also had the intention to kill. Therefore, both sides were about to erupt at any moment. At this moment, he was most afraid that the Grand Elder would suddenly appear. Therefore, he had to kill Leng Ruoxue and the others before that old thing arrived. Well. Of course, it would be perfect if he could get rid of the Grand Elder along the way. He had already thought of the excuse to kill the grand elder, hee. Alas. Poor grand elder. He worked like a slave for the Leng family. In the end, he would actually died in the hands of the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said with infinite sympathy. However, she was so happy in her heart. Hee. Kill. Kill. It was best if you killed the cheap sake old ancestor too. This way, the Leng family wouldn't have poor relatives like them. Humph. As a member of the Leng family, it's only right for him to work hard for the Leng family. It's also his honor to die for the Leng family, so the grand elder has nothing to complain about at all, Leng Xing said very self-righteously. Oh. In that case, you should be honored too. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then she gave the freak and the others a look and released her beasts. However, considering that she didn't want to expose too much strength at once, only Feng Wu, Feng Miao, and Feng Zhan were released by her in the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan. After the beasts came out, all the silver wolves returned to their original form according to the strategy they had discussed beforehand and surrounded Leng Xing and the others. They looked at Leng Xing as if he was a dead man, contempt flashing in their eyes at the same time. Charm and the others still maintained their transmogrification so that they could confuse the enemy and hide their strength. Updates by Calm. Leng Xing and the Leng family were dumbfounded as they looked at the beasts that suddenly appeared. Oh God. Why were there so many beasts suddenly? There were beasts in the sky and on the ground. Now, they were all surrounded. Some carnivores even bared their teeth and glared at them, making their hearts thump. Third elder, am I seeing things? Could these be the beasts of Leng Ruoxue and the others? The fifth elder in the crowd rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Heavens. Every beast here was a transcendent divine beast. This was the first time he had seen so many transcendent divine beasts gathered together. Yes, looks like we all underestimated Leng Ruoxue. Alas. With just these beasts, they don't need to rely on our Leng family, third elder said with emotion. Boo-hoo. These were all super divine beasts. Every single one of them was. It was really too enviable. Well. The few little red birds flying among the beasts were a little strange. They looked like miniature phoenixes. Third elder and fifth elder whispered to each other, but Leng Xing asked bluntly, Leng Ruoxue, where did these beasts come from? Can't you tell? Of course they're my contract beasts. Leng Ruoxue smiled as if she was saying, the weather is so good today. No. This is impossible. How can you contract so many beasts? Leng Xing didn't believe Leng Ruoxue's words at all. Moreover, even if Leng Ruoxue told him that these beasts belonged to all of them, he wouldn't believe her because there were at least 1,000 silver wolves in front of him. Why not? You're really too ignorant. Moreover, to tell you the truth. I have a good character, so these beasts contract on their own accord. A gorgeous smile hung on Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face, but the words she said were infuriating. Damn, what did he mean by taking the initiative to contract? Why couldn't they meet a beast that came knocking on their door? It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. The Leng family couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. Ever since the internal competition of the three major families, they had been a little afraid of Leng Ruoxue. However, now they knew that that was because she had been too low-key. And after seeing this situation, the elders who expressed their support for Leng Xing were a little shaken. However, since they had already made a choice, they had to be responsible for their own actions because Leng Ruoxue would not give them another chance to plot against them. Therefore, their tragedy had been decided long after they chose Leng Xing. You. Humph. Leng Ruoxue, don't be too smug. These beasts might be transcendent divine beasts, but they are not level 9 after all. Are we afraid that we can't deal with them with so many mystic supremacies? Leng Xing pretended to be indifferent in his anger. You want a level 9 beast? Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Xing and asked lightly. Humph. I might be afraid if you brought out the same number of beasts if they are all level 9 transcendent divine beasts, but do you think I care if you bring out these low-level beasts? Leng Xing said stubbornly. Is that so? Leng Xing, didn't your father tell you that you will regret underestimating your enemy? Leng Ruoxue laughed mockingly. Hee, looking down on the combat strength of his beast will make him regret it for life. Humph. I'm telling the truth, Leng Xing said arrogantly. Cute master, I'm being looked down upon. Boo-hoo. Baby's eyes were filled with tears as it said pitifully. Then it glared at Leng Xing and said fiercely, Leng, I want to destroy you on behalf of master. Darling gave Dazzle and the other little beasts a look immediately after it finished speaking. In an instant, a few small transmogrification beasts quickly rushed towards Leng Xing. Ah. Damn it, stay away from me. Leng Xing, who was entangled by a few little beasts, roared furiously in everyone's ears. However, the little beasts jumping left and right on his body were as slippery as a loach, and he couldn't catch them at all. Not only that, in less than a moment, his body was already covered in wounds, and his clothes had become tattered cloths that hung unsteadily on his body, threatening to go naked at any time. The Leng family looked at Leng Xing with sympathy, but no one had the intention to go forward to help. Well. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they didn't dare. After all, they didn't want to be tortured badly by those little beasts like what they did to Leng Xing. Who asked you to look down on us? Who asked you to look down on us? Darling and the other beasts muttered while scratching. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but have a black line across her forehead when she saw the indignant expressions of her children. Oh. Her beasts really wanted to capture and scratch to the end. However, it had been a long time since she saw her children do this, and she actually felt a little intimate. Her beasts were really too cute. Swear, they snatched my opponent. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, this thing will die soon, the freak said anxiously. Well. Although the strength of the treasures was not high, he was very clear about the abilities of these little beasts. A mystic supremacy could be tortured to death by them if they were united. Therefore, he had to attack. Thinking of this, the freak transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the circle of the beasts. His target was Leng Xing. Leng Xing was badly battered by the few little beasts, so he was not prepared at all. His face was punched by the freak, and blood flowed down his face in the blink of an eye. Damn, who ambushed me? Leng Xing did not see the person in front of him clearly because his eyes were blurred by blood, but he immediately roared. Your ancestor, me. You unfilial grandson, hurry up and kowtow to your ancestor. After the freak finished speaking, he kicked Leng Xing's butt, and Leng Xing knelt straight on the ground. Updates by Calm. I won't let you go. Leng Xing, who was kicked to the ground, was extremely depressed. He was about to stand up, but he realized that he couldn't move his body. Damn it, what was going on? Well. Seeing that you're so obedient, I'll let you die a better death. The freak was also very kind. With that, he directly waved his fist and hit Leng Xing's abdomen, making Leng Xing cry out in pain. In order to show his kindness and strength, he decided not to let Leng Xing die too quickly. Well. He didn't want the Leng family to have another Leng Xing humph. He was really tired of living for daring to let his woman marry someone else. Leng Xing could only move his mouth. He had no power to retaliate under the freak's heavy fist. The blood on his body had already stained the tattered cloth on his body. Unfortunately, it's not dragon blood. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help sighing as she looked at the blood flowing out of Leng Xing. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were observing the actions of the other Leng family members. Damn it, why aren't you attacking? Leng Xing, who was about to faint from the pain, used all his strength and roared. The black-clothed man not far away hesitated when he heard Leng Xing's words, but he still waved his hand like a companion, indicating for them to help. After all, it would not be beneficial to him if Leng Xing was beaten to death. However, he was a little afraid of the existence of these beasts. Even though he also had beasts, they were really not enough in front of so many beasts. Unfortunately, they were in the same boat as Leng Xing now, so it was probably impossible for him to stay outside the world. After sensing the abnormality of Leng Xing's lackeys, Leng Ruoxue also gave Fengde and the others a look. Fengde and the others understood. However, the opponents in front of them were obviously not enough, so in order to obtain the qualifications to fight, they actually started guessing punches. This scene made the Leng family present want to curse. Cheng Wu and the others, who had won the guessing game, each found an opponent and rushed to the center of the battlefield excitedly. The others looked at them enviously. You guys actually didn't leave one for me? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Boo-hoo, why did these people forget about her existence as a young miss the moment they heard about fighting? She also wanted to practice. Miss, there are still some elders over there. There. Can we beat them up? Lu Tao said with eyes full of desire. Yes, sure. Hee hee. I forgot about them. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and then came to an elder. What do you want? The elder's heart kept trembling when he saw Leng Ruoxue. His body was trembling like a fallen leaf in the wind. The people who wanted to spar with you were all occupied by my subordinates, so I had to aggressively look for you elders, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. These elders' strength was obviously inferior to the people who appeared later. However, they could be used. Don't wrong yourself. Go find someone else to spar with. That elder had a long face, his heart full of regret. Boo-hoo. This was the retribution for him taking the wrong side. How did it come so quickly? However, he felt that this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, no one knew that Leng Ruoxue actually had so many beasts. Furthermore, every one of them was a transcendent divine beast. This was a considerable force in the vast heaven continent. If they had known earlier, they would definitely treat Leng Ruoxue differently. Previous chapter. I like you. How many elders are you? Leng Ruoxue was very loyal and wouldn't change people easily. Boo-hoo. I'm number 19. My strength is too low. The 19th elder had tears in his eyes and looked extremely aggrieved. You're also a mystic supremacy, what's there to be humble about? After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she grabbed his collar like she was picking up a chicken and dragged him into the battle circle slightly roughly. Then, a fiery red mystic energy directly attacked the 19th elder's face. The 19th elder jumped up in shock and dodged the mystic energy attack. However, he still had lingering fears and was afraid before the battle. 19th elder, I'll let you go if you can beat me. Leng Ruoxue looked at the 19th elder's hiding appearance and said resentfully. Really? Then none of us are allowed to use beasts. The 19th elder was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. Moreover, he took the opportunity to propose his conditions. What a joke. No one would be able to withstand it if those beasts attacked together. No problem, but if you lose, you can only die. Leng Ruoxue continued. I'll definitely win, the 19th elder suddenly said with an imposing manner. Boo-hoo. If he couldn't even beat a great mystic, then he wouldn't have to survive in the vast heaven continent. However, after the real fight, the 19th elder realized how terrifying Leng Ruoxue was. It was too late for him to regret it. However, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn it! This was too much of a bully. He was obviously not a great mystic, but he actually used the excuse of a great mystic to deceive them, causing them to miscalculate the strength of Leng Ruoxue and the others. This was really too despicable. He couldn't help crying and regretting until his intestines turned green. 19th elder, you're not paying attention. Leng Ruoxue looked at the 19th elder's thoughtful expression and calmly accused him. However, the light blue mystic energy in her hand kept attacking the 19th elder. Leng Ruoxue, what exactly is your strength? The 19th elder said angrily. He knew that Leng Ruoxue's strength was definitely not that of a great mystic, but because Leng Ruoxue had never really used a mystic technique and only kept teasing him with terrifying mystic energy, he really couldn't tell Leng Ruoxue's level for a moment. Just a mystic sovereign. Leng Ruoxue smiled indifferently. The mystic sovereign is just returning it. The 19th elder almost fainted before he could catch his breath. However, he quickly composed himself. After that, he looked at Leng Ruoxue with a strange expression and sighed with emotion in his heart. Alas! Unfortunately, such an extraordinary person couldn't be used by the clan, and he couldn't be killed. I presume some old antiques in the clan will definitely have a headache if they know. 19th elder, I was just teasing you just now, but now I'm going to really attack. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the majestic water attribute profound energy quickly gathered in her hand. Shortly after, tens of thousands of raindrops surged towards 19th elder from all directions. Updates by Calm. Leng Ruoxue also named this mystic technique meteor rain. However, this was naturally a modified meteor shower after her modification. Moreover, the meteor shower she used on the 19th elder was absolutely much stronger than the one she used on Leng Ruoxue. The unlucky 19th elder kept dodging left and right after seeing the raindrops. However, many raindrops still hit him and passed through his body. In an instant, the 19th elder fell to the ground, dead. Leng Ruoxue released another small flame and threw it at the 19th elder to destroy the evidence. Not far away, the Leng family members who were not affected by the battle couldn't help but tremble when they saw Leng Ruoxue's skilled technique. Bean-sized sweat dripped down their foreheads non-stop. Boo-hoo. This woman was really too terrifying. How could her movements be so natural and smooth? The elders who had been dragged into the battle by Lu Tao and the others saw the condition of the 19th elder from the corner of their eyes and their hearts trembled. Boo-hoo. They were so afraid that the 19th elder's outcome would be theirs because they were closer to Leng Xing and the others. After Leng Ruoxue dealt with her opponents, she raised her beautiful eyes to size up every move on the battlefield. At this moment, her grandfather, brother, and the others were excitedly fighting with their opponents. Her own beasts would launch sneak attacks from time to time, and all sorts of mystic energy danced dazzlingly like ribbons in the entire Leng family's main residence and in the air. Freak, don't kill him. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly when she saw the dying Leng Xing. Why? The freak looked up at Shuer with a face full of question marks. Oh. Could it be that Shuer's heart softened? I haven't beaten him up yet. How can he die? Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Baby and the other beastmen jumped into her arms and nodded their heads in agreement. But he only has one breath left, the freak said in frustration. Boo-hoo. It was all his fault for being too heavy-handed. It's okay. I have pills. As long as he's still breathing, he won't die, Leng Ruoxue promised. Then, she took out a jade bottle from her bracelet and poured out a pure white pill from it, handing it to the demon. Shuer, isn't it a waste to give him this medicine? The freak was a little reluctant. This medicine improves quickly. Well. It's okay, as long as we beat him up to our heart's content, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Okay. The freak pried Leng Xing's mouth open and threw the pill in. Sure enough, the injuries on Leng Xing's body healed in the blink of an eye. Shuer, beat him up slowly, the freak said and then released the restraints on Leng Xing. Leng Xing, who was in a daze, felt that the injuries on his body had all healed and his body could move again. He got up from the ground with a whoosh and was about to flare up when he was hit by a fire attribute mystic energy. Immediately, a charred smell came from his body. Damn it, Leng Ruoxue. What kind of ability is your sneak attack? Leng Xing looked at Leng Ruoxue whose face was full of provocation, and he was so angry. The scene of being beaten up by that barbaric man was still vivid in his mind, making him unable to forget it even if he wanted to. Now, he absolutely hated these two people to the bone. You're capable of bullying the weak? Leng Ruoxue didn't want to argue with him. She only wanted to teach him a good lesson, so after attracting Leng Xing's attention, the mystic techniques in her hand didn't stop. Red, light blue, and cyan mystic techniques were used alternately, attacking Leng Xing non-stop. Damn it, you pervert. Leng Xing was very depressed. He could only defend non-stop and had no chance to retaliate at all. Moreover, the few beasts that were eyeing him covetously would ambush him for no reason. Therefore, not only did he have to defend against Leng Ruoxue's attack, but he also had to divert his attention to stare at the few annoying little beasts. Leng Xing, today I'll let you taste the power of my meteor sword technique. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment, and a sword with a cold light appeared in her hand. Leng Xing recognized this sword, but with his experience, he only treated it as a holy artifact. However, the power of this holy artifact was not small, and he had a deep understanding of it. Therefore, he immediately raised his guard. Leng Ruoxue raised Haning high above her head and gently rotated her wrist. Tens of thousands of sword beams shone on everyone's bodies, causing a chill to rise in the bottom of their hearts. Immediately after, she officially activated her sword technique and injected water attribute mystic energy into it. The meteor sword cooperated with the meteor shower and attacked Leng Xing from all directions. Leng Xing immediately strengthened his defense seeing this. However, he still underestimated the sharpness of the sword beam. With a crisp bang, the sword beam tore through his defense shield and hit him directly. Tens of thousands of raindrops passed through his body, and he directly vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. However, his face was filled with disbelief. No. This is impossible. Leng Xing, who was bleeding non-stop and only had a breath left, was unwilling to believe this fact. He was a mystic supremacy. He was a mystic supremacy. How could he lose to a little girl? He had never even attacked except for his defense. Boo-hoo. How was this possible? This was too big a blow to him. However, the bigger blow was still coming. Miss, is he dead? Feng De, who had already dealt with his opponent, ran to Leng Ruoxue's side and asked worriedly. He's still breathing. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Xing and said lightly. She deliberately controlled her strength, so Leng Xing was still alive. Miss, give me a pill. I want to cure him, Feng De said expectantly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue didn't hesitate and took out the bottle containing the pills and handed it to Feng De. Hee hee. Feng De laughed evilly. Then, he also threw a pill into Leng Xing's mouth in the same way. Leng Xing's injuries healed as good as new in a moment. However, the blow Leng Xing received previously was obviously a little big, so he didn't react for a while. By the time he came back to his senses, Feng Da's mystic technique had already hit him. Leng Xing was furious seeing this. Damn, why did he become a soft persimmon? Everyone actually wanted to step on him. However, he was stunned by Feng De before he could show his might. Updates by Calm. Immediately after, Leng Ruohan and the others mimicked Leng Ruoxue and Feng De and fed him a pill before Leng Xing stopped breathing. Then, they used him to practice. In the beginning, Leng Xing was still very strong, but gradually, he became numb. He didn't know how to fight back and just kept shouting, hurry up and kill me. The double blow to his heart and body caused Leng Xing to collapse completely. The Leng family members who were still alive were terrified when they saw Leng Xing's miserable state. At this moment, their fear for Leng Ruoxue and the others had already seeped into their bones. Moreover, some of the timid ones couldn't stand on their weak legs. Boo-hoo. These people were really too ruthless. How could they torture others like this? Poor Leng Xing. Their sympathy for him was like the endless river water. However, at this moment, no one dared to speak for Leng Xing because Leng Xing's helpers were all dead. Mistress, this can't go on. The third elder walked to Leng Shuang's side, who was also dumbfounded, and said softly. Boo-hoo. Even though he didn't like Leng Xing, he felt some sympathy for Leng Xing at this moment. He also hoped that Mistress could say something to let Leng Ruoxue and the others give Leng Xing a quick death. After all, everyone except Leng Xing who was in the same pants as him was dead. Third elder, I can't do anything about this, Leng Shuang said helplessly. Boo-hoo. She didn't know where her father-in-law was hiding. She should disappear too. With that, she slipped away in front of third elder. Well. She had other things to do. Third elder, we can't meddle in this matter. Let's go too. Otherwise, someone might make things difficult for us, the fifth elder said understandingly. Alas. Who asked them to watch with folded arms? However, this matter was really not something they could meddle in. They wanted to, but they were powerless. Alright. Third elder was helpless and had to secretly leave the crowd with the fifth elder. The other members of the Leng family, who had good taste, slipped away when they saw this. Leng Xing, poor fellow, your clansmen have abandoned you. Leng Ruoxue saw from the corner of her eye that most of the Leng family members who were not affected had left, so she looked at Leng Xing, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. With some sympathy. Miss, his minions are all dead. It's not good for us to keep him for too long. Why don't we send him on his way now? Otherwise, he won't be able to catch up to his companions, Cheng Wu suggested very kindly. Okay, do it. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Okay. Cheng Wu was interrupted by a roar just as he raised his hand. Who dares to kill my son? Hand over your life. Before the person could say anything, a fiery red mystic energy directly pounced at Cheng Wu. Cheng Wu narrowed his eyes. When the fiery red streak was about to reach him, he waved his hand gently and cancelled that attack. Then he used another wind blade and directly killed Leng Xing. Ah. I want to kill you. Seeing his son die in front of him, a middle-aged man attacked Cheng Wu crazily, and Cheng Wu calmly fought with him. Leng Yan, your line likes to bully the young. Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately after, a fiery red figure appeared in front of everyone. Leng Qinya's handsome face had a beautiful smile and he kept blinking at Leng Ruoxue and the others. Damn it, you still have the face to say that my son would have died if you didn't pester me? Leng Yan roared back angrily. He wanted to chop Leng Qinya into pieces at the thought of this. Leng Yan, how can you wrong me? You were the one who wanted to drag me to drink tea and chat. I wanted to come back, but you refused to let him go. Now, you're blaming me. Boo-hoo. Your family is really too good at distorting the truth. Leng Qianya's handsome face was full of grievance, and tears kept flashing in his eyes. You still have the face to say that you clearly know that something has happened to the family, but you actually pestered me and didn't let go. Leng Yan roared while being wary of Cheng Wu. I'm innocent. That place is full of your people. How would I know that something happened to the family? Leng Qianya played dumb until the end, the expression on his face as aggrieved as it could be. Okay, even if you don't know, why are you stopping me now? Leng Yan thought that Leng Qianya was here to stop him, so the anger in his heart surged. I didn't stop you. I just felt that it was a little embarrassing for you to bully the younger generation, Leng Qianya said with a smile. In fact, he was mainly thinking whether Leng Yan's father would be angered to death if he came. This family was very protective people, and looking at this, Leng Yan's life would probably be lost here. Alas. How pitiful. Humph. They killed my son. I don't care if they're juniors. In short, they're dead meat, Leng Yanhua roared, his heart full of hatred. He only had this one son. Old fart, you have to have the ability to kill us. Feng De, who was watching the commotion by the side, said nonchalantly. Well. Many people from the Leng family wanted to kill them, but they all died in their hands in the end. All of you deserve to die. Leng Yan was very angry, but he was entangled by Cheng Wu to the point that he couldn't do anything at all. At this moment, the two of them had already fought for more than 100 rounds, and the outcome of the battle couldn't be determined at all. So, he became more and more uneasy in his heart. One had to know that he had advanced to mystic supremacy for many years, and no ordinary mystic supremacy could compare to him in terms of experience and profound strength. However, he actually couldn't even take down a junior. How could he survive in the Leng family in the future? If news of this got out. You deserve to die even more. Cheng Wu said unhurriedly. Then he threw a pill to recover his mystic energy into his mouth. Humph. Did this old thing think that he had a lot of mystic energy? It wouldn't tire him to death. Damn it, how can you eat pills? Leng Yan was furious. Wasn't this cheating? It was really too despicable. We're fighting a life and death battle. Either or us will die. Could it be that you won't allow me to eat medicinal pills? You can also eat some if you want. Cheng Wu said with some amusement and suggested very kindly. You. Leng Yan's face turned red, and the anger in his heart rose another level. He couldn't help cursing. Damn, he was really too much of a bully. If he had it, would he not eat it? There were a few alchemists supported by the Leng family, but the medicinal herbs refined pills that recovered mystic energy were very expensive. Therefore, it was impossible for a super family like theirs to refine too many, much less eat them like him in battle. This was really too wasteful. Updates by Calm. Big brother Cheng, let me play. Song Di, who was watching the commotion by the side, said with itching hands. Well. This old thing seemed to be quite strong. Okay, Cheng Wu replied. Then, he gave the battlefield to Song Di and retreated to the side to watch the battle. Leng Yan was furious when he left. Damn, was this a tag team battle? Old thing, you have to take care of yourself. We still have a lot of people. Song Di reminded with a naughty smile. Damn it, cut the crap. Leng Yan was angry. The consequences were very serious. You'll suffer a loss in front of you if you don't listen to me. Song Di was very aggrieved. He had only kindly reminded him. How did he anger this old thing? Boo-hoo. Song Di fought Leng Yan for nearly 100 rounds on the field before changing again. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue's side was very self-aware. Each person went forward and fought for more than 100 rounds before giving up their position. Well. In this way, they even saved using so many medicinal pills. Pills. Poor Leng Yan was already panting from exhaustion. Swear, you're ruthless. Leng Qianya, who had been watching the commotion, came to Leng Ruoxue's side and gloated. Alas. There are too many subordinates, and there are usually no good opponents, so I can only wrong this certain person from the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said very innocently. Swear, if each of you were to fight another round, he would probably be exhausted to death. Leng Qianya reminded. Well. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen a mystic supremacy die of exhaustion in battle. Swear had broadened his horizons. Another round? I'm afraid he won't be able to last that long. However, what I want to say is that your Leng family is too lousy. A mighty mystic supremacy actually didn't even prepare medicinal pills to recover mystic energy. Leng Ruoxue accused. Little Swear, the materials for pills to recover mystic energy are very precious. There are so many people in the Leng family, how can we afford them? Leng Qianya said aggrievedly with a bitter face. Boo-hoo. It was not good to have too many people in a family. There were not enough resources. The Leng family has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Leng Ruoxue obviously didn't believe him. Swear, little girl. Leng Qianya still wanted to explain, but he realized that Cheng Wu, who had gone on stage again, had already dealt with Leng Yan. Not only that, but he was instantly destroyed by a little red bird. He should still pretend not to see it. However, Leng Feng, that old thing, would probably come soon after Leng Yan died. Master, the battlefield has been cleaned up. I guarantee that there won't be any traces left behind. We can leave now. Feng Zhan jumped onto Leng Ruoxue's shoulder and said ingratiatingly. Good girl. Leng Ruoxue patted Feng Zhan's little head and praised. Oh. Swear, does this little bird often do such things? Leng Qinya's forehead dripped with several black lines as he said in surprise. Isn't that normal? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Leng Qinya didn't know what to say. These people were really ruthless. They didn't even leave their corpses behind. It seemed that he was still very kind compared to them. Damn it. Who killed my son and grandson? Suddenly, a roar entered the ears of everyone that was about to leave. After hearing this voice, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking Leng Qinya with her eyes, was there anyone else above them? Leng Qinya shook his head, indicating that there was nothing else. An old man had already appeared in front of them just as they were exchanging glances. You killed my son and grandson? Leng Feng's slightly turbid eyes shot out a light of hatred. However, his pupils kept contracting when he saw Leng Qinya not far away. Who are your son and grandson? We don't have outsiders here. Leng Ruoxue's face was not red as she lied without batting an eyelid. That's right. Old man, if you want to find a son and grandson, don't malign others. Feng De and the others hurriedly echoed. Leng Feng was so angry that he was about to explode. He composed himself and then questioned, is the little girl Leng Ruoxue? He knew his grandson's plan. Now that his grandson and son were dead, the little girl in front of him was alive and well. Therefore, he believed Leng Ruoxue was the murderer without thinking. I am. Leng Ruoxue didn't deny it. Lass, hand over your life. Leng Feng attacked Leng Ruoxue without a word. However, how could Leng Qinya let him do as he wished? Leng Qinya raised his hand gently, and Leng Feng's attack was resolved. Leng Qinya, could it be that you want to shield her? Leng Feng roared furiously, his fire-breathing eyes glaring at Leng Qinya tightly. He was still afraid of Leng Qinya. However, he had worked in the Leng family for many years and finally had the power today. However, it was destroyed by a little girl now. How could he bear this? Leng Feng, do you know why all the elders of your line died? It's because you're too narrow-minded and can't tolerate others, so I advise you to do your best. Leng Qinya didn't answer the question because he knew that this old thing wouldn't listen to advice. However, he had to pretend. After all, if he even killed the other three, he was afraid that someone from his eldest grandfather's line would take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Humph. My children and grandchildren are all dead. What's the use of telling me this now? In short, I must kill Leng Ruoxue and the others and use them to mourn the souls of my children and grandchildren in heaven, Leng Feng said with hatred. Updates by. Calm. Old man. You have to have the ability to kill us even if you want to. Otherwise, you will probably be like your son and grandson. Leng Ruoxue deliberately provoked. Well. Since this old man knew her name, then he should have participated in Leng Xing's plan, so it was probably useless for her to pretend. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Don't think that you can live today with Leng Qinya protecting you. Humph. You're dead meat. He went all out for the sake of avenging his son and granddaughter. I don't need him to protect me. Instead, it's you. Why don't I give you some time? Go get some helpers. Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. Alas. Leng Qinya was half happy and half worried when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. He was happy to have such a powerful descendant, but he was worried that he didn't have a chance to perform. Boo-hoo. Why couldn't his descendant be like other people's children? Why did he have to find the ancestors to support him? This little girl really didn't give him a sense of accomplishment. Thinking of this, he felt extremely depressed. Humph. Lass, be stubborn. After Leng Feng finished speaking, he consecutively released a few streaks of mystic energy. 2 of them attacked Leng Qinya, and the rest went straight for Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Feng with slight mockery. Then, she gently rotated her wrist. Han Ying's sword light easily shattered Leng Feng's mystic energy, and then the sharp sword light flew in Leng Feng's direction. Leng Feng looked at the threatening cold sword beam and was extremely frightened in his heart. This. How was this possible? This was a mystic supremacy's mystic energy. How could it be shattered so easily? This sword. Leng Feng had the intention to snatch the sword in Leng Ruoxue's hand. This sword was so sharp, it was a pity to give it to a girl. As the saying goes, a treasured sword deserves a hero, so he felt that only he was worthy of having such a sword. However, Leng Ruoxue still didn't know that someone had designs on her sword. Otherwise, she would have cut him into pieces long ago, and she wouldn't have the intention to tease him. At this moment, Cheng Wu and the others had already surrounded Leng Feng and were staring at him like he was their prey. Leng Feng, your grandfather and granddaughter are really getting worse and worse. They even want to kill me. Leng Qinya easily neutralized Leng Feng's attack and said with a light smile. Well. Now, if eldest granduncle had any ideas, he would have a reason. It was great. He couldn't wait for Leng Feng to attack him directly. Do you think I don't know that you're on the same side? Leng Ruoxue killed my son and grandson because you're backing her up. How would she dare to otherwise? Leng Feng roared angrily. Old man, I find that your grandfather and granddaughter are quite self-righteous. If Leng Xing wants to plot against me, can I still let him plot against me? Since he dares to plot against me, how can he not pay a price? Moreover, I'll say it one last time. I don't need the Grand Elder to support me. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. Why couldn't the Leng family understand human language? How annoying. Lass, in that case, it's only right for me to kill you to avenge my children and grandchildren. Leng Feng said with a cold smile. Of course, but the premise is that you have to kill me. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly, not taking Leng Feng's threat seriously at all. Lass, take this. Leng Feng launched another attack after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Okay, be careful. Leng Ruoxue reminded. At this moment, Han Ying's sword light had already approached Leng Feng and cut open Leng Feng's defense with unstoppable force, hitting him directly. Immediately after, Leng Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied when she saw that Leng Feng didn't collapse like Leng Xing and only spat out a mouthful of blood. Well. As expected of a grandfather, he was just better at enduring beatings than a grandson. Seeing this, she directly injected water attribute mystic energy into her sword, and then tens of thousands of sword beams scattered out with the meteor shower. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Swish. 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 The raindrops that carried sword lights easily penetrated Leng Feng's body. This time, Leng Feng was unable to endure it, and the profound technique that was accumulating strength in his hand was unable to be released in the end, causing him to fall to the ground and die. Feng Zhan spat out a flame after Leng Feng fell. Swear, your subordinates and beasts are all trained well. Leng Qianye said speechlessly. This little bird was a little too fast. It's okay. Grand Elder, will anyone else come later? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. Now that her grandfather had come out, who knew what would happen next time? Not for now. The ones closest to Leng Xing's bloodline have been killed by you. However, this matter is not small. I'm afraid someone will use it as an excuse to make a fuss, Leng Qianye said honestly. Oh. In that case, please clean up the door. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. There were too many disputes in big families, so she was not interested in their internal conflict. Swear, this matter started because of you. Aren't you going to bother with it? Leng Qianye pouted and said deliberately with some displeasure. Well. If I manage it to the end, I'm afraid there won't be many Leng family members left alive, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Her principle was not to leave trouble for herself, so the Leng family members who were related to Leng Xing's grandfather and granddaughter probably wouldn't be able to escape this disaster. Therefore, she handed the subsequent matters to the Grand Elder to handle. As long as those people went up to her and no longer provoked her, she would still give the Leng family face and not kill them all. Alas. Swear, leave the rest to me. Leng Qianye sighed and said helplessly. Thank you, Grand Elder. I want to see Leng Rume and her daughter now. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then she led everyone straight to Leng Rume's residence. However, when she reached the door, she found Leng Shuang and Leng Yimin in Leng Rume's room. However, eavesdropping was not a good habit, so she pushed the door open and entered. In Leng Rume's room. Sister, are you done with the matters over there? Leng Shuang asked with a happy smile after seeing Leng Ruoxue. She was in a good mood today. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, she pulled the freak to find a random place to sit down. The others didn't stand on ceremony and found a place to sit down. Who allowed you to come here? Get out. After seeing Leng Ruoxue and the others, Leng Wanqiu, who was sitting by the bed, revealed endless hatred in her eyes and said fiercely. Updates by. Calm. Leng Wanqiu, it's not your turn to decide the Leng family now. Leng Shuang's beautiful face was cold as she warned in an unfriendly tone. Big sister, please forgive me for losing my composure. However, they were the ones who caused Mayor to be like this, so I couldn't control my emotions. Please forgive me, big sister. Leng Wanqiu held back the anger in her heart and said gently in a low voice. Humph. She would deal with Leng Shuang properly after she became the patriarch's wife, so she could only bear with it now. Don't call me big sister. I can't hold this honor. Also, by the way, don't even think about marrying Leng Yimin as long as I'm alive, Leng Shuang said domineeringly. Patriarch. Leng Wanqiu ignored Leng Shuang and looked at Leng Yimin with tears in her beautiful eyes. However, Leng Yimin turned his head and didn't look at Leng Wanqiu at all. Let me tell you too. I won't marry into the Sun family for your daughter. Your daughter isn't qualified to marry my brother either, Leng Ruoxue said timely. Leng Ruoxue, you harmed your own clansmen. Not only do you not know how to repent, you actually. Leng Wanqiu couldn't continue. Faint tears rolled down her eyes. Her tear-stained appearance was enough to make any man's heart soften. Unfortunately, no one present except Leng Yimin liked to treat women gently. Leng Yimin didn't dare to pay attention to other women with Leng Shuang around. Clansman? You're not talking about Leng Rume, are you? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of curiosity. Rume is the daughter of the patriarch and can be considered your master, but now, she can only lie in bed forever because of you. Shouldn't you be ashamed? There will inevitably be injuries in the battle, so we can't let you pay with your life. We just want you to do something now and find someone to rely on for the rest of Rume's life. Why aren't you willing? Leng Ruoxue questioned with tears in her eyes, her words even more like how much her daughter had been wronged. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. What kind of logic was this? The patriarch's daughter was her master? Humph. What was she even thinking? She even wanted her to compensate him. Dream on. Could it be that making you Leng Yimin's wife is also a form of compensation for you and your daughter? Leng Shuang said with a spurious smile. Leng Ruoxue's words made her blush a little. She had seen shameless people, but she had really never seen someone so shameless. I raised a pair of children for the patriarch. Shouldn't the patriarch give me a title? Leng Ruoxue questioned softly. She was full of confidence now that she had the patriarch backing her up. Should I? Leng Ruoxue, we both know what happened back then. Do I have to say it? Leng Shuang questioned disapprovingly. I don't understand what matriarch means. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. Leng Ruoxue, didn't you plan everything back then? Leng Shuang chuckled and looked at Leng Ruoxue lightly. I don't know what the matriarch is talking about. Back then, it was clearly the patriarch who had a disorderly nature after drinking and bullied me. I was the victim, and for so many years, the patriarch didn't give me a title. I didn't say anything either, Leng Ruoxue said, seemingly aggrieved. Leng Ruoxue, do you know why you were able to live well for so many years and your children are treated like the eldest miss and young master? Leng Shuang said with a spurious smile. Then her beautiful eyes looked at Leng Yimin gently. Rumei and her brother are the children of the patriarch. Isn't it natural to have the treatment of the young miss and the young master? Moreover, the patriarch loves them very much, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. What a joke. A pair of illegitimate children of unknown origins enjoy the same treatment as the young master. Do you think I, the matriarch of the family, can tolerate it? Leng Shuang smiled maliciously as if she was looking at a dead person. Humph. She was even ruthless to her own man, let alone a cheap woman who missed another man. What do you mean? Leng Ruoxue's heart trembled as she said uneasily. Do you think the clansmen will accept them without my permission? Accept a pair of bastards with unknown fathers? Leng Shuang smiled mockingly. They are the patriarch's children. You actually said that they are bastards. Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for Ruoxue. The matriarch is too much, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. The patriarch's child? Leng Ruoxue, do you think everyone is a fool? In fact, Leng Yimin didn't touch you at all back then, Leng Shuang said this fact very cruelly. What? Don't spout nonsense. Leng Yimin and Leng Ruoxue's voices sounded at the same time. One was surprised, and the other was guilty. I'm not spouting nonsense. The child's father told me this himself. Moreover, he said a few of your characteristics, Leng Shuang explained. Madam, is what you said true? Leng Yimin's face was full of disbelief. In fact, he felt a little guilty about these two women. However, he didn't love Leng Ruoxue, so he could only compensate the child. Even though he also wanted to give Leng Ruoxue a title, Leng Shuang refused, so he didn't force her. After all, he knew that he had already hurt his wife. Yes, father-in-law knows about this too, Leng Shuang said lightly. Madam, why didn't you tell me earlier if you knew that I didn't touch her? Why did you punish me? Leng Yimin was aggrieved. Because you're too soft-hearted. My father-in-law also said that he wanted to punish you. Otherwise, how can you bear the responsibility of being the head of the family in the future? Leng Shuang said honestly. For more than 20 years, she had been punishing Leng Yimin as well as herself. However, her husband's gentle character really needed to be tempered. I see. Madam, why did you encourage me to be close to them even though you know that those two children aren't mine? Leng Yimin was a little puzzled. Thinking about it now, this really didn't match Leng Shuang's character. Of course we have to put on a full show. Let them enjoy the treatment of the eldest miss and young master first. When it happens in the future, they will fall hard, Leng Shuang said with slight hatred. Humph. She had never been a kind person. How could she let go of someone who dared to plot against her and even let that person lead a peaceful life? Therefore, she held that pair of bastards high up. In the future, the extreme contrast would probably make them collapse. Madam, you even schemed against me. Leng Yimin smiled bitterly. However, he had no right to blame Leng Shuang because what happened back then was indeed because of him. Who asked you to like to be protective of the fairer sex? Humph. My man doesn't need to care about other women. How will you remember if I don't teach you a deep lesson? Leng Shuang was ruthless to others, but she was even more ruthless to herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have drugged her husband. Madam, I already know my mistake. Leng Yimin was very depressed. Leng Ruoxue, do you have any last words to say now? Leng Shuang ignored the pitiful Leng Yimin and turned her gaze to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Shuang, you want to kill me? No. You can't kill me. My great-grandfather won't let you go if you kill me, Leng Ruoxue threatened, thinking of her backer. Are you talking about Leng Xing? Unfortunately, he can't care about you anymore. He's already dead, Leng Shuang gloated. Well. Leng Ruoxue didn't acknowledge her sister for nothing and helped her so much. No. This is impossible. Great-grandfather is powerful, how can he die? Who killed him? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of disbelief. It could also be said that she could not accept this fact. It's me, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. You. Leng Ruoxue, how dare you? The Leng family won't let you go. Leng Ruoxue laughed proudly. Huh, did Leng Ruoxue still want to live after killing her great-grandfather? This time, she could finally take revenge for her daughter. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you that Leng Yan and Leng Feng are also dead. Moreover, I killed them, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Leng Shuang and Leng Yimin immediately broke out in cold sweat when they heard this and felt uneasy at the same time. It was really too ruthless. The Leng family would probably be in chaos this time. However, they also knew that this matter was no longer something they could manage. No. This is impossible. Leng Ruoxue roared. She didn't dare to believe this fact because if this was true, what would happen to her? She didn't dare to imagine. Nothing is impossible in this world. The strong decide everything. They are not as strong as me and provoked me, so naturally, they will not have a good end. As for you. Even if Kerr thinks of something that doesn't belong to her, she will still be taught a lesson. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. With this woman's actions, she could not obtain anyone's sympathy. A person valued self-awareness, but this woman happened to not have it. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have something hateful, and she was definitely looking at the pitiful typical representative, making others grit their teeth in hatred. Big sister, what do you plan to do with this woman? Leng Ruoxue turned her head to Leng Shuang and asked. Well. Leng Shuang had tolerated for so many years, she shouldn't let her go. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Leng Shuang's character. Sister, do you have a good idea? Well. Should I learn from sister and treat her daughter first before making her suffer a living hell? Leng Shuang asked after some thought. Big sister, you can decide this kind of thing yourself. Well. On the account that you've planned for so many years, I won't snatch her from you. However, if you want to let her go, then they're mine. Leng Ruoxue made it very clear that she wouldn't let Leng Ruoxue go. After all, this mother and daughter had the intention to kill her, how could she let them live well? Sister, I won't let them go, Leng Shuang promised. Then she took out a white porcelain bottle from her storage ring and took out 2 pills from it. One was forcefully stuffed into Leng Ruoxue's mouth, and the other was given to Leng Rume, who was lying on the bed and unable to speak, but still staring at them. Them. Yes, women are the worst. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Then she looked at the porcelain bottle in Leng Shuang's hand curiously. Well. What did her sister give them? Leng Shuang, you can't treat me like this. Leng Ruoxue, who was struggling on the verge of death, couldn't help shouting. This is the 1000 poison pill. It was refined with almost 1000 poisonous herbs. The efficacy is special. I specially prepared it for you and your daughter. This pill won't take your lives immediately, but it will torture you and make you wish you were dead, Leng Shuang explained calmly, looking at Leng Ruoxue as if she was looking at a dead person. Sister, since you've already decided what will happen to them, we can leave this place too. However, you better send someone to watch over this place lest someone can't bear to let them go. Leng Ruoxue saw Leng Yimin frown from the corner of her eye and revealed a trace of pity, so she reminded lightly. Yes, I won't let anyone have the chance to take advantage. In fact, it doesn't matter even if they are released. This medicine can't be cured. They will still die a month later, Leng Shuang said confidently. Then, she ignored Leng Ruoxue and her daughter, who were gradually taking effect, and pulled Leng Ruoxue out of Leng Rume's room. In the snowfall garden. On a stone bench in the garden, Leng Shuang looked at Leng Ruoxue sitting opposite her with a worried expression and sighed. Big sister, what's wrong? Leng Ruoxue asked with some amusement. The woman who coveted her man had already been punished, but Leng Shuang sighed. Sister, Leng Xing's grandfather and granddaughter are all dead. I wonder how those ancestors will react. Leng Shuang said her worries. Alas. She got along very well with Leng Ruoxue, so she was really worried about her safety. Big sister, since we're here, let's take things as they come. Think about how quickly you'll grow old. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. So what if they were so-called old ancestors? They were just mystic supremacies that had cultivated for a long time. Therefore, she wasn't afraid as long as they were still mystic supremacies. Sister, there are many Leng family members and they are complicated. Therefore, even though Leng Xing and the others are dead, someone might jump out for the sake of benefits, Leng Shuang analyzed. That's good, let's settle it together. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Sister. Leng Shuang was very helpless. Helpless. Why wasn't this girl worried at all? Big sister, I've already handed the rest to the grand elder, so let's not worry, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Really? I'm relieved. Leng Shuang nodded and felt relieved. Updates by. Calm. Okay, don't worry. I think what you should do now is to look after your man lest you get schemed against by other women, Leng Ruoxue teased. Bad girl, even elder sister is teasing you. However, little sister, aren't you curious about how I punished your brother-in-law? Leng Shuang pretended to be angry and then couldn't help asking. This is a secret between you and your wife. I won't ask if you don't tell me yourself. Leng Ruoxue might be curious, but she respected other people's privacy very much. Moreover, she knew not to ask what she shouldn't ask, so she naturally wouldn't do anything to make things difficult for others. It's so good to have a sister like you, Leng Shuang said with emotion. However, she still didn't say what happened between her and Leng Yimin. Well. Just consider it as giving that man some face. Big sister, I have something to tell you, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Sister, speak frankly. Leng Xuan was a little amused. Big sister, we'll leave the Leng family later, Leng Ruoxue said. They had already discussed it, and Feng De and the others were probably almost ready. Leave in a while? Why are you in such a hurry? Does the grand elder know? Leng Xuan asked one question after another. Big sister, I originally wanted to leave without saying goodbye, but since you're here, I'll greet you. I didn't tell anyone else, Leng Ruoxue explained. Sister, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to leave now. The Sun family suffered heavy losses in this competition. They probably won't let go of this opportunity if they know that you left proud cold city. Leng Xuan began to worry again when she heard Leng Ruoxue say that she was leaving. Leng Xing's grandfather and granddaughter have all died in my hands. Is big sister still worried about me? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. In fact, she wanted to say that she didn't care about the Sun family at all. However, she felt that it was better to keep a low profile, so she didn't say it. Where is little sister going? Leng Xuan could not help but ask. I don't know. Wherever we go counts. Leng Ruoxue said. They originally wanted to go to the Dark Night Seas, but the Sun family was ultimately a big problem, so she decided to go to Sunzhou City. However, she couldn't tell Leng Xuan this. Otherwise, this worried sister of hers would probably be worried to death. Then stay away from the Sun family's territory. The Sun family might not be as strong as before, but we still can't underestimate them, Leng Xuan reminded. She knew that she couldn't stop Leng Ruoxue from leaving, but she had to remind her. Okay, sister, don't worry. We won't fight the Sun family head-on, Leng Ruoxue promised. She wouldn't fight the Sun family head-on. She was just giving herself to them. That's good. Leng Xuan nodded. Miss, we're ready. Suddenly, Feng Da's voice interrupted them. Yes, big sister, we're leaving. You should pretend not to know. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Okay. Leng Xuan knew Leng Ruoxue did it for her own good. Otherwise, if the Grand Elder knew that she didn't report the matter, he would definitely not let her go. Just like that, Leng Xuan reluctantly stood outside the Snowfall Garden and watched Leng Ruoxue and the others leave the Leng family. At this moment, the forbidden area in the Leng family's back mountain was also not calm. In a room in the forbidden area, the three Leng Xiaoyu brothers, the Grand Elder, and a few old ancestors of the Leng family were gathered here. However, the Leng family members of the old ancestors were nothing in front of the three of them. Ancestors, you have to uphold justice for Leng Feng, his grandfather, and his granddaughter, an old man in his 60s said loudly. Make the decision. What decision? The three of us have long ignored the affairs of the Leng family for many years. You can cultivate in peace. Don't get involved in those mundane affairs if there's nothing else. It won't be beneficial to your cultivation level, Leng Xiaoxiao, Leng Xiaoyu's third brother, said calmly with raised eyelids. In fact, he understood what this old man meant. He was just pretending. Previous chapter. My dear three old ancestors, the three of them died unjustly. They actually died at the hands of a junior from the Leng family whose name has yet to change. That junior harmed his own clansmen and should be punished by the clan rules. I hope the three old ancestors can understand, the old man said stubbornly. In fact, it was not that he had a good relationship with Leng Feng. He was just planning for himself. How can a junior who can kill the three of them be nameless? Leng Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Yes, I heard that junior came from the lower realm and doesn't have any status. However, she has someone backing her up, so she dared to kill Leng Feng's grandfather and granddaughter. The old man looked at Leng Qianye and said resolutely. Leng Hua, are you talking about me as your backer? Leng Qianye said with a spurious smile. A perfect smile remained on his handsome face as he said without anger. Humph. What do you think? Leng Hua sneered. How would I know? Leng Qianye said nonchalantly. This old man's seniority was not as high as his, but he always liked to treat himself as an imaginary enemy. He had never liked to use his seniority to pressure others. Therefore, not many in the clan knew his true seniority. Many people only knew that his seniority was high, but they did not know how high it was. This old man was like that. You. Leng Hua was furious. He didn't expect Leng Qianye to actually dare to play dirty in front of the three largest ancestors of the Leng family. However, he was a little gloating because this meant that Leng Qianye would have a bad impression of the ancestors, and this was very beneficial to him. What about me? What I want to say is that she doesn't need my support at all. Her beasts alone are enough to make Leng Feng's grandfather and granddaughter suffer. Leng Qianye narrowed his eyes and said with a light smile. Well. It was no longer a secret in the Leng family that Leng Ruoxue had many beasts, so he was not afraid of these people knowing. He just hoped that some people would be a little afraid and not risk their lives. Humph. That little girl was not him. She would care about the ties of her clansmen. If he really angered that girl, she would definitely be a heartless person. Beasts? Our Leng family has so many mystic supremacies. Would we be afraid of a few transcendent divine beasts? Leng Hua said nonchalantly. He had also heard about Leng Ruoxue having many beasts. However, he didn't take it to heart out of confidence in his family. If you're not afraid, go ahead and find trouble with them. I won't stop you, nor will I collect your corpses, Leng Qianye said venomously because he knew that the little red bird beside Shuer wouldn't prepare the Leng family's corpses at all. It would destroy the corpse directly with a fire. Isn't the Grand Elder exaggerating too much to scare us? She's just a little girl. How much power can she have? I don't believe we can't deal with a little girl as long as you don't help, Leng Hua said confidently. Go ahead and try if you don't believe me, Leng Qianye said coldly and then ignored the reckless Leng Hua. 3 ancestors, please give the Leng family's soul-chasing token. Leng Hua pleaded. Humph. As long as the soul-chasing token was given, that girl could forget about living no matter how great her ability was. Leng Hua, we don't care about the Leng family anymore. If you want to get the soul-chasing token, you should look for the current patriarch of the Leng family, Leng Xiaoxiao reminded. Alas. Leng Hua had lived for too long. He actually wanted to kill the few descendants of the Leng family in front of second brother. With second brother's protective nature, he probably wouldn't let Leng Hua go. Big brother had yet to express any opinion, so he really couldn't tell what the two of them were thinking for a while. Updates by Calm. Old ancestor, Leng Yimin said that he can't decide this matter, Leng Hua complained angrily. Previously, he had sent someone to look for Leng Yimin, but he was refused. That was why he came to trouble the old ancestors, and there was no lack of intentions to make things difficult for Leng Yimin. If the patriarch of the Leng family can't make the decision, then we can't make the decision either, Leng Xiaoxiao said very irresponsibly. As the saying goes, the tea would become cold when the person leaves. If the current patriarch refused to care, then they naturally had no reason to care. Anyway, there were so many people in the Leng family, so it was fine if a few died. However, the ones who died were all from Big Brother's line. Well. Hopefully, Big Brother wouldn't have any bad thoughts. Among the 3 of them, second brother had the fewest descendants, and he didn't have many. Most of the members of the Leng family were basically from the eldest brother's line now. However, even though it was passed down from an ancestor, there were many open and secret disputes among them, so it wasn't good to have too many descendants. However, Big Brother seemed to be quite calm, and he probably wouldn't turn against second brother for the sake of a few incompetent descendants. After all, in terms of contribution to the family, no one could compare to second brother. Leng Hua was a little dumbfounded. What did the old ancestor mean? Didn't care? How could this be? He couldn't understand. Leng Hua, Leng Feng and the others, let the matter end here. They only have themselves to blame for dying. You can't blame anyone else. Therefore, you better behave yourselves and put away your thoughts. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Leng Xiaoqing, who had been silent, warned. Old ancestor. Leng Hua's face was full of confidence. Did he hear it wrongly? Leng Feng and the others were the descendants of this old ancestor. The old ancestor actually didn't pursue Leng Ruoxue's matter. This was too unbelievable. Even if Leng Ruoxue had the support of the Grand Elder, this shouldn't be the result. Leave. Cultivate in peace. It's been so many years. If you still can't break through, there's only death, Leng Xiaoqing warned. Yes. The old ancestors left the room gloomily after being reprimanded. After they left, only the 3 Leng Xiaoyu brothers and the Grand Elder were left in the huge room. Big brother, I'm sorry for causing you to lose so many descendants, Leng Xiaoyu said lightly with a cold aura. They asked for it. They can't blame anyone else, Leng Xiaoqing said nonchalantly. He wouldn't have any grudges with his younger brother for a few disappointing descendants. Moreover, those descendants were too different from him in terms of seniority, and he didn't have too deep of a relationship with them. How could he fall out with his younger brother for them? Alas. The Leng family's strength couldn't be separated from Xiaoyu. He knew this better than anyone. Grandpas, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave too. At this moment, Leng Qianye took the opportunity to say, well. The atmosphere in the room was a little oppressive now, so it was better for him to leave. Qianyi, when are you bringing the 3 of them over for us to meet? Leng Xiaoqing said kindly. I can't decide that. That little girl is stubborn. No one can force her unless she wants to, Leng Qianye said helplessly. Although he hadn't known little Shuer for long, he was pretty sure of that girl's character. Therefore, he didn't dare to rashly agree to eldest granduncle's request. Otherwise, that girl would definitely turn hostile. Boo-hoo. He was really too pitiful. He actually had to look at the expressions of his descendants. There was such a cowardly ancestor in the world. At this moment, he didn't know that Leng Ruoxue and the others had already left the Leng family. Oh. What a nice girl. Let's see her when I have time. Leng Xiaoqing compromised. A junior that Xiaoyu took seriously was naturally worthy of his attention. Grandpas, I'll take my leave. Leng Qianye nodded and then stood up to leave the room. After exiting the forbidden area, Leng Qianye went straight to the snowfall garden. However, when he arrived, he realized that the building was already empty. Immediately, an abandoned feeling surged throughout his body. Boo-hoo. What a heartless little girl. She actually left without bidding farewell. She's too much. Leng Qianye sat on a stone bench in the garden with tears in his eyes. He complained silently. He was busy cleaning up the little girl's mess, but the little girl actually sneaked away. Damn it. Leng Ruoxue and the others left proud Cold City and slowly walked in the direction of Sunzhou City. However, after walking for nearly a day, they met the Sun family on the way. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the dog blocking the way in front of her. She said with a faint smile, "Isn't this the 6th elder of the Sun family? Is there something wrong with you blocking in front of us?" Leng Ruoxue, our Sun family invites you in, the sixth elder of the Sun family said coldly with a cold face. Humph. Leng Xing was really too useless. He actually let Leng Ruoxue leave the Leng family. However, this saved him a lot of trouble because he was planning to go to Proud Cold City to put up a thread for Leng Ruoxue and the others. He still didn't know that Leng Xing had already died. Oh. Then sixth elder, lead the way. Leng Ruoxue nodded and said with a light smile. Hee. She was planning to go to the Sun family. The Sun family came to invite her. Well. She could say that the Sun family was very sensible. Miss Leng, please follow me. The sixth elder of the Sun family was stunned, and then he said, damn. Could Leng Ruoxue be a fool? This is a feast at Hongmen. Feast of Hongmen was a banquet set up with the aim of murdering a guest, for the Sun family. She actually agreed to go with him without thinking, so how could he not be surprised? In fact, before he came to look for Leng Ruoxue, he had prepared many plans, such as being polite before resorting to force, coercion, enticement, and so on. He had thought of all of them, but he didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to actually agree so readily, and the plan he prepared didn't even use one move. This didn't prevent him from feeling a sense of accomplishment. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and summoned the little peacock, indicating for everyone to sit on it. Then they followed the sixth elder of the Sun family and flew directly to Sunzhou City. Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at Sunzhou City after flying for nearly a week. Updates by Com. The sixth elder never stopped talking as they walked on the streets of Sunzhou City. Miss Leng, our son Zhou Cheng isn't inferior to Ao Hancheng. You definitely won't regret marrying into the Sun family, the sixth elder of the Sun family said self-righteously. Sixth elder, when did I say that I'm going to marry into the Sun family? I already have a fiancé, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Humph. It would be strange if she didn't regret it. Along the way, this old man had intentionally or unintentionally flaunted the Sun family to her, but she had ignored him. She didn't expect this old man to still not give up. You're from the Leng family, so your marriage will naturally be decided by the Leng family. How can you settle down privately? The Leng family won't admit it, the sixth elder said confidently. Humph. After knowing Leng Ruoxue's beauty, many people in the clan missed her. What does it have to do with me whether the Leng family admits it or not? I'm not from the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said for the umpteenth time. It seemed like she had to find a time to sue the world. She had nothing to do with the Leng family. Otherwise, it would not be good to continue being misunderstood. Leng Ruoxue, how can you not even acknowledge the ancestor sect? The Sun family's sixth elder said somewhat angrily. As a member of the vast heaven continent, he was very clear about the importance of the family. Therefore, seeing a person who viewed the family as dirt now, he was really a little unaccustomed. This is my business. It has nothing to do with the sixth elder, right? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. How can it be okay? You're going to marry into our Sun family, the sixth elder corrected. Leng Ruoxue stopped talking after hearing what the sixth elder said because she really didn't want to harp on this matter. What the Sun family thought was the Sun family's business. If the Sun family wanted to marry the young lady of the Leng family, go ahead, but this person would definitely not be her. Sixth elder, let's stay in that inn. After walking for a while, Leng Ruoxue suddenly pointed at a 3-story high inn. That inn had the Sun family's totem, which should belong to the Sun family. Miss Leng, you are guests of the Sun family. It's not suitable for you to stay in the inn. The Sun family has already arranged a residence for you, sixth elder said. Oh. Then let's go quickly. I'm tired and want to rest early, Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Rest early? Miss Leng, it's not night yet? The sixth elder was a little speechless. Leng Ruoxue and the others often asked to rest along the way, so they could reach Sunzhou City in less than 2 days, day and night, but they had to take almost a week to arrive. Thinking of this, he was a little depressed, but he had to agree. Otherwise, Leng Ruoxue and the others would walk even slower. Who said only night can rest? I want to rest now, who dares not to? Leng Ruoxue said with slight displeasure. Then let's go quickly. The sixth elder quickened his pace after speaking. About half an hour later, he brought them to the Sun family's main residence and arranged an independent yard for Leng Ruoxue and the others. Then he went to report to the patriarch himself. Boo-hoo. He was really working hard. His legs were about to break from running for the past few days. After the sixth elder of the Sun family left, Fengde and the others looked at their residence and clicked their tongues in wonder. Miss, this place is actually called Snow Garden. I wonder if they did it on purpose or not. Don't tell me you think calling it Snow Garden is related to me? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and was a little speechless. Sigh. Her subordinate's imagination was really becoming richer and richer. Hee. It's hard to say. Miss, I wonder why the Sun family invited us here. I'm really curious. Fengde said with a grin and then looked at Leng Ruoxue curiously. Definitely not to treat us to a meal. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and said calmly. Could it be that they want to take revenge? But if that's the case, there's no need to arrange for us to stay in such a good place, right? Wouldn't it be better to just attack directly? Fengde guessed that the decorations in this snow garden were not inferior to the snowfall garden they lived in the Leng family. Why think so much? We will know eventually, Empty said nonchalantly and found a random place to sit down. Okay, do as you please. I'll go back to my room first. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak to find a room and walked in. After arranging for Leng Ruoxue and the others, the sixth elder went straight to the patriarch's study. In the study, Sun Sheng sat in the main seat and looked up at the sixth elder in front of him, his handsome face revealing slight displeasure. Patriarch. The sixth elder looked at Sun Sheng uneasily, feeling very uncertain. Boo-hoo. Why was the patriarch only looking at him and not saying anything? Why did you go for so long? Sun Shengji asked. He had arranged the fastest flying beast for the sixth elder, but he didn't expect this old fellow to go for so many days. Patriarch, Leng Ruoxue, and the others' beasts fly at a slow speed, and they always ask to rest. I was afraid that they wouldn't be willing to follow me obediently, so I had to coax them, the sixth elder explained with a face full of grievance. Boo-hoo. If it wasn't for the patriarch asking Leng Ruoxue to be unharmed, he wouldn't have been so accommodating. Oh, have they arranged it? Sun Sheng asked with half-closed eyes. Updates by Com. Yes, I've arranged it. Please rest assured, patriarch. The sixth elder nodded. To be honest, he was a little uncertain about the patriarch's thoughts now. Logically speaking, Leng Ruoxue had crippled many juniors of the Sun family, so she should be considered an enemy of the Sun family. But why did the patriarch still treat her so politely? That's good. Send someone to watch them lest they slip away secretly, Sun Sheng instructed. Don't worry, patriarch. The Sun family is heavily guarded. Not even a fly can fly out, the sixth elder promised. Don't be careless. Leng Ruoxue is very important, Sun Sheng said very seriously. Patriarch, I kept testing Leng Ruoxue along the way. However, she's either pretending to be crazy or acting stupid. She's not easy to deal with. Sixth elder said worriedly. To be honest, he had never seen such a difficult opponent in all his life. Oh. What did you test her about? Sun Sheng was a little curious. I told her briefly about the Sun family. Moreover, I said that she would marry into the Sun family. However, she said that she wasn't from the Leng family and wouldn't accept the Leng family's arrangement, the sixth elder said with a slight headache. That's not up to her. Sun Sheng said nonchalantly. He had never seen Leng Ruoxue before, but he had heard of Leng Ruoxue's beauty. Otherwise, that person would not take her so seriously. Patriarch, I heard Leng Ruoxue is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Moreover, she seems to have a good relationship with the young master, the sixth elder reminded. What he implied was that he could use the relationship between the young master and her. Oh, tell Tenger to visit them when she has time. We have to stabilize her, Sun Sheng said after some thought. Yes, the sixth elder answered and then left the study. In the snow garden, Leng Ruoxue and the freak returned to their rooms to rest. However, Feng De and the others started a fire in the garden and prepared to make dinner. Hee hee. They didn't dare to eat anything from the Sun family. You guys really know how to enjoy yourselves. Suddenly, a man's clear voice sounded in the garden. Yo, what brings the young master of the Sun family here? Feng De looked up at Sun Teng and said without much enthusiasm. I heard from the sixth elder that you guys were here, so I specially came to take a look, Sun Teng explained. Then he looked up and searched everywhere, but he didn't find any traces of Leng Ruoxue and the freak. Where are Leng Ruoxue and the others? Sun Teng asked curiously. Miss is tired and went to rest. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her today. Feng De said with a light smile. Oh. Why are you guys here in the Sun family? Sun Teng couldn't help asking. The Sun family invited us. How dare we not come? Feng De said matter-of-factly, as if it was only natural. You shouldn't have come, Sun Teng said faintly with a sigh. Can you let us do this? If we don't come, the Sun family will also think of ways to force us here. Feng De said understandingly. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to protect you, Sun Teng said after a moment of silence. Young Master Sun, thank you for your kind intentions, but think about yourself. Feng De reminded. He had a good impression of this Sun Teng. Unfortunately, Sun Teng just happened to be from the Sun family. Alas. Heaven was playing tricks on them. Sun Teng was destined not to be friends with them. In the future, he might even become enemies. This is the Sun family. Sun Teng smiled bitterly. No matter how powerful Leng Ruoxue and the others were, he didn't think these people could gain anything from the Sun family. Yes, we know. Young Master Sun, we want to eat. Do you want to join us? Feng De invited. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. Sun Teng sat down beside Feng De and picked up a piece of raw meat to roast. Sometimes, he really envied these people's carefree lives. Such a life had always been his dream. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it. Feng De and the others chatted with Sun Teng as they ate, asking about the Sun family from time to time. Sun Teng basically answered all of their questions. Therefore, the guests and host were overjoyed during the meal. Leng Ruoxue and the others slipped into the Sun family's main residence after breakfast, calling it a walk. Miss, the Sun family is quite big, Feng De praised. They had been walking for the entire morning, but they had only walked a third of the way. This is, after all, one of the 3 major families. Isn't it normal for it to be big? Leng Ruoxue calmly said. After that, her beautiful eyes carefully observed her surroundings. Hey! Hurry up and help me work. When Leng Ruoxue and the others passed by a yard, an unruly voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. However, none of them took it seriously and just continued walking. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The voice chased and blocked their way. Are you talking to us? Leng Ruoxue looked up at the girl blocking them and asked lightly. Who else could it be? Which yard are you from? How dare you ignore my words? I must tell the patriarch and punish you severely. The girl looked at Leng Ruoxue in amazement, her words full of ruthlessness and jealousy. Sigh. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh softly. Did they really have the face of a servant? Why was Leng Rume like this and the girl in front of her like this? The aggressive girl in front of him was not very beautiful, but she was very cute. Her round face was red, and her big eyes were very bright. Unfortunately, if one wanted to have a good impression of her, the cuteness on her body would be destroyed when she opened her mouth to speak, and the superiority of the daughter of a noble family was fully displayed. Up to you. Leng Ruoxue was very cold. She didn't have much patience with such an unreasonable young lady from a noble family, so she only hoped that this woman in front of her had some tact and didn't anger her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be polite when she attacked. You. Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you? I think you don't want to live anymore, the girl roared angrily. Humph. She had never received such treatment in the Sun family. How preposterous. I'm alive and well, how can I not want to live? Moreover, who you are isn't important to me. I just want to tell you to stay away from me and not provoke me, Leng Ruoxue warned. Then, she led everyone to pass the girl in front of her from the side. Well. She was in a good mood today, so she didn't want to bother with this unruly woman. However, how could the girl let it go? Moreover, she was so angry that she took out the whip around her waist and waved it at Leng Ruoxue and the others. Updates by Calm. Feeling the bloodthirsty aura, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, with a leap, the whip in the girl's hand arrived in her hand. Leng Ruoxue's anger surged as she looked at the barbs on the whip. If it wasn't for their strength, this whip would definitely not have been fun to hit her. Moreover, she had never had a good impression of the woman who used the whip. However, she had always liked to give her a taste of her own medicine, so she didn't hesitate to swing the whip back at the girl. The girl couldn't help but be stunned for a moment because the whip was taken away. However, when Leng Ruoxue's whip arrived in front of her, she suddenly woke up. However, it was already too late. The whip hit her firmly, causing her to cry out in pain, and her body was drenched in blood. Ah! How dare you hit me? I won't let you go. I want to kill you. The young girl cried out in pain, the anger and hatred on her face impossible to hide. Leng Ruoxue swung her whip several times when she heard the girl's words. Humph. She was not a person who would pity women. Moreover, she had no reason to let go of a woman who said she wanted to kill her. After all, this was the Sun family, and she wanted to nip the danger in the bud. Miss, she has already fainted, Fengde reminded. He knew that his miss hated whips, and this woman happened to encounter Mrs. Taboo, so she deserved to be beaten. Amen. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, she threw away the whip in her hand and left with everyone. Miss, why didn't you kill that woman? Lu Tao couldn't help but ask. She hated that woman just now. Lu Tao. You've become violent, Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. Miss. Lu Tao was speechless. She was violent? Then what was her young miss? Even though that woman is very annoying, it's enough to teach her a lesson. There's no need to kill her. Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. It would be beneath her dignity to argue with an ant. Miss, I'm afraid we're in trouble again. We taught their young miss a lesson in the Sun family. The Sun family probably won't let us go, right? Lu Tao asked curiously, her beautiful face full of anticipation. That's for sure, but who knows if she's Miss Sun, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Humph. Didn't she come to the Sun family to cause trouble? She just didn't expect it to be so soon, so that woman knocking into her hand was asking for it. Initially, she didn't intend to teach that woman a lesson. Unfortunately, she didn't appreciate it. Miss, are we still going to spin? Fengde asked carefully. Let's transfer here today. Let's go back and wait for the Sun family to come and denounce us. Otherwise, how rude would it be if they missed? Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. Then, everyone swaggered back to the snow garden. Less than an hour after returning to the snow garden, the head butler of the Sun family brought people over. In the garden, Leng Ruoxue sat on a stone bench and looked at the head butler standing in front of her and the others without saying a word. Both sides stared at each other. Cough. Miss Leng, I heard from the maidservants in the residence that you injured Miss Su. The head butler cleared his throat and said uncomfortably. Boo-hoo. These people gave him a huge pair. What Miss Su? Do I know her? Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes, her beautiful face full of innocence. Miss Leng, did you injure a young lady? The head butler had no choice but to ask in a different way. Yes, that's right. When we were taking a walk in the yard, a crazy woman said she wanted to kill us, so I taught her a small lesson, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. That's Miss Su, the head butler said. Then he couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. He even taught her a small lesson. Alas. Miss Su was beaten half to death. Oh. Leng Ruoxue answered lightly and didn't say anything else. Miss Leng, that Miss Su is the mistress's niece, so our patriarch is in a difficult position. The head butler sighed softly. Boo-hoo. Why was Leng Ruoxue's reaction so calm? Wasn't she afraid? Oh. Leng Ruoxue's reaction was still not big. Miss Leng, the patriarch invites you in. The head butler's forehead was full of sweat. He thought, why is it so difficult to communicate with this woman? Oh. Leng Ruoxue answered lightly, then stood up and pulled the freak out of the snow garden. Miss Leng, where are you going? The head butler wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and chased after the two of them as he asked speechlessly. Is the head butler's memory so bad? Didn't you say that your patriarch wants to see me? Of course I'm going to see your patriarch. Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. I'll bring you there. The head butler was a little crazy, but he still hurriedly said. Boo-hoo. He was really afraid that Leng Ruoxue would barge into the Sun family. This time, he beat up his cousin. Who knew if he would beat up Miss Sun next time? Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded reluctantly, but she was already laughing in her heart. The head butler of the Sun family led the way sadly. Soon, he brought Leng Ruoxue and the freak to the main yard. Then, he asked the guard to report and led Leng Ruoxue and the freak directly into the living room. In the living room, Sun Sheng sat on the main seat. On either side of him were his two wives, and there were a few elders of the Sun family with higher status sitting below them. After Leng Ruoxue and the freak entered the living room, they saw that everyone in the living room looked like they were going to denounce them. However, neither of them cared. Instead, they casually found two empty seats and sat down. Updates by Calm. Humph. Is the mighty Miss Leng so rude? Master hasn't even invited you to sit down. Why did you sit down yourself? A very unfriendly voice sounded in the living room. Madam, are you talking to me? I need to make it clear that I'm not the young lady of the Leng family. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at the young woman who spoke with a faint smile. You. The young woman was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Her limpid eyes stared at Sun Sheng pitifully, meaning for Sun Sheng to uphold justice for her. Miss Leng, you're indeed a little rude, Sun Sheng said with slight displeasure. Chang Yen said that guests should do as the host wished, but this guest didn't care about him at all, so how could he not be angry? However, Leng Ruoxue was really the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She deserved her reputation. Perhaps. However, I don't think you're very polite as a master. The Sun family's patriarch, respect is mutual. I don't see that you have the intention of respecting me, so there's naturally no need to respect you, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Sun Sheng looked to be around 40 years old. He had taken good care of himself. He was handsome and had the aura of a leader. His strength was mystic sovereign. As for the two women beside him, one was dignified and the other was enchanting. They were both in their 30s. However, their strength was not high. The best was a mystic monarch. Hehe, Miss Leng is indeed sharp-tongued. However, I didn't invite you here to bicker with you. You injured our guest in the Sun family. You have to give me an explanation, right? Sun Sheng said with a deeper meaning. What explanation? Could it be that the Sun family's patriarch wants me to pay the medical fees? I beat up the 10th elder of the Leng family and compensated him with an amethyst coin. Oh. How many amethyst coins does the Sun family's patriarch think that Miss Su is worth? Leng Ruoxue asked very innocently. This. Sun Sheng didn't know what to say because he realized that Leng Ruoxue was really, as the 6th elder said, difficult to deal with. Miss Leng, Su Jiao is my niece. Originally, I shouldn't have stood up for her since my niece offended you, but her injuries were a little serious. However, she deserved it, so there's no need to compensate. Miss Leng just needs to apologize, a beautiful woman beside Sun Sheng said, her face still full of helplessness. Mrs. Sun, you also said that your niece deserved it. Do you think I will apologize? Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile. Well. If she was not mistaken, this person should be Sun Teng's mother, right? Miss Leng, I don't want you to compensate me anymore. Can't I just apologize? Eldest Madam Sun was a little displeased. At this moment, she even felt that Leng Ruoxue wasn't as good as her son said. If it's my fault, I will naturally apologize, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. She was a person who distinguished gratitude and grudges clearly. It was impossible for her to wrong herself for an unreasonable woman. Big sister, I told you long ago that she won't apologize. Why did you insist? Another woman gloated, the hatred in her eyes disappearing in a flash. Could this be the legendary Madam Sun who eloped with President Wu? Leng Ruoxue looked at the woman with limitless charm and an alluring figure and said with a light smile. Well. She finally saw the famous Madam Sun today. This woman wasn't considered beautiful, but she had a charm that men couldn't resist. Moreover, that sexy figure was probably the main reason why men were obsessed with her. What did you say? As soon as the second Madam of the Sun family heard Wu Gong's name, she jumped up from her chair as if her tail had been stepped on. She glared at Leng Ruoxue with anger. Madam Sun, you're so young. Are your ears not working well? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of pity. Leng Ruoxue, repeat what you said just now if you have the guts, the second Madam roared furiously. She was so angry that her originally not considered pretty face was a little distorted. Mrs. Sun, where did Wu Gong go? Leng Ruoxue asked with a naughty smile. What a joke. Did she have to say anything if this woman asked her to? Moreover, which woman had the guts? Who should I ask if you ask me? Second Madam gritted her teeth in hatred. At this moment, she really wanted to chop Leng Ruoxue into pieces. Patriarch's son, Elder Wang should have been here, right? Leng Ruoxue turned the topic to Sun Sheng, whose face had turned black from anger, fearlessly and asked calmly. Leng Ruoxue, what exactly do you want to ask? Sun Sheng gritted his teeth and said with widened eyes. Nothing. I have some ties with the Mystic Association. I heard that Vice President Wu Gong has disappeared, so I naturally have to care. Leng Ruoxue's words were reasonable. Sun Sheng could only hold back his anger. As for the elders in the hall, when they heard Leng Ruoxue's question, they all broke out in cold sweat. They thought to themselves, this girl is really bold. She even dared to ask such a question in front of the patriarch. Well, even though they were a little curious, this was the patriarch's private matter after all, and it could be considered a scandal. Therefore, they could only fantasize in their hearts when they had nothing to do and didn't dare to ask at all. However, at this moment, they all pricked up their ears in unison, afraid to miss any detail. What does that have to do with me? Sun Sheng was very angry, but his eyes glared fiercely at the woman who caused trouble. Because of this matter, he had already become the family's laughing stock. There are rumors that Wu Gong eloped with Madame Sun beside you, Leng Ruoxue repeated with a smile. The word gossip seemed to be written on her beautiful face. Swear, don't spout nonsense without evidence. What if the patriarch of the Sun family is unhappy and kills us to silence us? The freak said with a face full of worry. Aren't I verifying it? Let's ask him face to face. In the future, if we hear others discussing this matter, we can help the Sun family head refute the rumors. Leng Ruoxue had always been kind and warm-hearted. That's true. However, where did Wu Gong go since Madame Sun is still in the Sun family? Could it be that his love rival? The freak said curiously. However, he hurriedly stopped as if he had suddenly thought of something and carefully stared at Sun Sheng, his handsome face full of vigilance. Freak, don't make wild guesses. Why would the patriarch of the Sun family do such a thing? It's just a woman, what's the big deal? Which patriarch doesn't have a colored hat on his head? Leng Ruoxue was very understanding. I won't guess anymore. Let others guess. The freak was very obedient. Then he stopped talking. However, his conversation with Shuer had almost angered Sun Sheng and the others to death. Sun Sheng's face was gloomy, and the female lead of the conversation, the second madam of the Sun family, didn't even dare to breathe heavily. However, she was so angry in her heart that she was about to explode. In order to appease the bad influence this matter brought, she had used all her tricks to regain Sun Sheng's favor. Could it be that she was going to lose favor again because of Leng Ruoxue's few words? No. She absolutely couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Patriarch, these two people actually humiliated me in front of you. You have to uphold justice for me. Madame Sun said aggrievedly with tears in her watery eyes. Shut up. Sun Sheng roared impatiently. Then he suppressed his anger and composed himself. He said to Leng Ruoxue and the freak, gentlemen, Vice President Wu's disappearance has nothing to do with our Sun family. I've already explained this to the president of the Mystic Cultivator Association, so I don't want to hear the same thing from the two of you. Updates by Com. Oh. But rumors are terrifying. After all, it's not a good thing for a mother to create such a scandal. It will also bring bad effects to the juniors in the family, Leng Ruoxue said worriedly. Miss Leng is right, but she's no longer the matriarch, Sun Sheng said calmly. What? Oh. Leng Ruoxue and the second madam of the Sun family said at the same time, but their reactions were completely different. The Sun family treats their concubines very well. They can actually sit beside the patriarch, Leng Ruoxue said in disbelief. Lu Wan, back off, Sun Sheng scolded angrily, the fire in his heart surging. Patriarch. Second Madam Lu Wan's face was full of disbelief. Just because of a few words from Leng Ruoxue, she had actually been demoted to a concubine by the patriarch. This hatred in her heart. She had worked hard for so many years, but in just a few minutes, it had all disappeared. Thinking of this, she lost her mind and pounced towards Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue, I'm going to kill you. Lu Wan's hatred burned furiously, wanting to skin Leng Ruoxue alive. Bang! Lu Wan, who was pouncing on Leng Ruoxue, was kicked out by the freak. After Lu Wan was kicked away, she directly collided with a pillar in the living room. Then, after falling to the ground, she rolled out of the living room like a ball. In short, she was as disheveled as possible. This change almost dumbfounded everyone present because everything happened too quickly. Before they could even react, Lu Wan was in tragedy. You guys are too much. Sun Sheng stood up from his chair. Damn it, what day was it today? He obviously wanted to give Leng Ruoxue a show of strength, but he was the one who lost face in the end. Was there anything more depressing than this? We didn't do anything. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of innocence. Well. It was just self-defense. You. Sun Sheng almost fainted before he could catch his breath. Patriarch, take care of your health. Don't be angry over such a small matter, eldest madam of the Sun family said with concern. Yes. Patriarch Sun, be careful of your body. Overindulgence is not good for your body, Leng Ruoxue reminded angrily. Then she stood up and pulled the freak away, and the two left the living room as if no one was around. Damn it, I'm so angry. Sun Sheng's anger increased when he saw Leng Ruoxue and Lu Jinwen leave. Patriarch, why bother with a junior? The eldest madam said helplessly. I've lived for decades, but I've never been so angry before. Sun Sheng was depressed just thinking about it. This really made him lose face. Patriarch, should we let Leng Ruoxue know the power of our Sun family? An elder suggested. Don't act rashly first. Send someone to watch her. Sun Sheng took a deep breath and ordered. Yes. The elder replied, then left the living room to make the arrangements. Madam, help me back to my room to rest. Sun Sheng felt that the blood in his body was flowing towards a certain place, and his head was dizzy and very uncomfortable. Okay. The eldest madam nodded and helped Sun Sheng out of the living room. Leng Ruoxue and the freak returned to the snow garden in a good mood. When Fengde and the others saw them return, they immediately surrounded them and kept asking. Miss, what did the Sun family say? Miss, did Sun Sheng make things difficult for you? Leng Ruoxue looked at Fengde and the others with some amusement and said with a mysterious smile, we're fine, but Sun Sheng's condition is probably not good. What's wrong with him? Everyone was very curious. Leng Ruoxue and the freak looked at each other and told them what happened in the living room. Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing that. Shuer, you two are too evil, Empty said with a light smile. Alas. The unlucky second mistress of the Sun family and the poor Sun Sheng, why did you provoke Shuer for no reason? Weren't you the ones who were at a disadvantage? We're not guests in the Sun family, of course we can't be polite. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. And, that makes sense. Why don't we let Fengde and the others go out and see if there's anyone who doesn't have eyes who will take the initiative to knock into us? Empty suggested. Go if you want to go. We don't need to stand on ceremony, just treat this as your home. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a naughty smile. Updates by Calm. Yes, Mississippi. Then we'll go, Fengde and the others said hurriedly. Then they left the snow garden with the team. Empty, who was extremely bored, actually followed them to join in the fun. In the evening, Fengde and the others, who had had enough fun, returned to the snow garden with a smile. After having a comfortable dinner, they returned to their rooms early to rest, but the Sun family could not calm down. After half a day, Fengde and the others caused a commotion in the Sun family. Moreover, many of the Sun family members were beaten up because of a disagreement. At night, the Sun family members who went to complain to Sun Sheng created an unprecedented record. Not only that, many of the Sun family members didn't dare to be angry but didn't dare to say anything because the opponent was really too barbaric. In the eldest madam's room. Sun Sheng lay on the bed with a pale face. Eldest madam was feeding him, and the room was full of elders and members of the Sun family. Many of them had bruises on their faces. Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for us. Those people are really too barbaric, an elder of the Sun family said with a long face. His face was swollen like a pig's head. However, in order to let the patriarch stand up for them, he came directly without even taking the medicine. Patriarch, those people are actually still so arrogant in our Sun family. How preposterous. Where will the Sun family's face go if our Sun family doesn't teach them a good lesson? Another elder said indignantly. Are you done? Leave if you are. The patriarch isn't feeling well today and needs to rest, the eldest madam said with a slight headache. She couldn't stop sighing inwardly. Sigh. Leng Ruoxue was really good at causing trouble. She really didn't know what they had done this afternoon that made so many people complain. Yes. The elders could only choose to leave when they saw this. After all, they knew why the patriarch was unwell. Alas. It was also because Leng Ruoxue angered him. The next day. After breakfast, Fengde and the others went out collectively. Moreover, they caused a commotion in the Sun family. However, they returned to the snow garden on time for lunch and then slipped away. On the third day, it was still the same. On the fourth day, the Sun family almost didn't dare to appear in front of them because in the eyes of the Sun family, they were unreasonable barbarians. Therefore, they had to hide when they saw them. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones. Captain, where did the Sun family hide? Lin Yuan looked at the empty yard and was depressed. What was going on? Wasn't this the Sun family? Even the guards were missing. Alas. They couldn't find anything even if they wanted to. Hee. They'll be out in a while. Fengde said confidently. Then he took out a small black ball from his storage ring and casually threw it into a yard. Bang! The wall outside the yard exploded. Who dares to cause trouble in the Sun family? A furious roar sounded and several figures jumped out from the dark. However, when they saw Fengde and the others in the yard, they wanted to run. Unfortunately, they were blocked by Fengde and the others who had been waiting for them. What do you want? The guard captain said with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. Boo-hoo. Why was he on duty today? If he had known that the explosion was caused by these malignant stars, he wouldn't have come out even if he died because he remembered the orders from above at all times and saw them hiding. Nothing. I just want to spar with you guys, Fengde said with a smile. Then he gave Lin Yuan and the others a look. Everyone swarmed forward tacitly and beat up these guards who showed their heads. For a moment, the painful cries of the guards and the muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh resonated throughout the entire yard. The Sun family, who were hiding in the room, were so frightened that their bodies trembled. However, they were also a little curious. Which unlucky person was caught by those barbarians? Barbarians? Patriarch, this can't go on. As evening approached, many elders and clansmen of the Sun family gathered in eldest madam's room. Moreover, everyone's face was covered in fear because they couldn't figure it out for a few days. This was the Sun family, and they had to be the ones to be arrogant, domineering, and bullying. Why were outsiders the ones who dominated an area in the Sun family? Boo-hoo. No one would believe this if word got out. This was the Sun family's main residence in Sunzhou City. This was too unbelievable. Cough cough. Then what do you want me to do? Sun Sheng's face was still very pale. Moreover, his body seemed to be even weaker than a few days ago. Alas. He was already depressed. These clansmen had been constantly telling him about the achievements of Leng Ruoxue and the others in the past few days, making him even angrier. Previous chapter. Next. Patriarch, we can't let Leng Ruoxue and the others continue. We have to think of a way. Otherwise, if this continues, there will be no one in the Sun family's main residence, an elder said. These few days, because of Leng Ruoxue and the others, the clansmen who could find an excuse to move out would rather spend money to stay in a guest shop in the city than stay in the main residence. Alas. Thinking of this, he was extremely depressed. Do you have any good ideas? Sun Sheng couldn't help asking. Patriarch, we discussed whether we can change places for Leng Ruoxue and the others. I heard from the sixth elder that they originally planned to stay in the guest shop. This elder asked carefully. No, Leng Ruoxue is too cunning. I'll be even more worried if they stay outside. Sun Sheng was helpless. He had promised that person to leave Leng Ruoxue in the Sun family. What if they slipped away if they moved to a guest shop? Then what should we do? The elders had bitter expressions. They knew very well why the patriarch was so persistent, but they really couldn't bear it. If they weren't elders of the Sun family, to be honest, they also wanted to move out. Persevere for a few days. Didn't I tell you to hide from them? Sun Sheng sighed. Alas. Wasn't he also enduring it? Yes, patriarch, rest well. We'll leave first. The elders had long guessed that the patriarch would not agree, so there was no need to disturb the patriarch's rest since they knew the result. Snow Garden. Leng Ruoxue and the others were sitting in the garden chatting. Leng Ruoxue's mood was also affected by the happy expressions on Fengde and the others' faces. Miss, you don't know. The Sun family has been tormented badly by us these few days. The Sun family is like a mouse that saw a cat when they see us. They slip away quickly. Fengde said with joy. However, no matter how fast they are not as fast as us. Therefore, they can only obediently let us ravage them. Lin Yuan added. How strange. You've been causing trouble for a few days. Why didn't anyone from the Sun family come out to manage it? Could it be that the patriarch and elders are just decorations? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. Or did the Sun family have another scheme? Updates by Calm. Why doesn't anyone care? Didn't someone stand out 2 days ago? However, after being beaten up by us, the number of people who dare to stand out is decreasing. There aren't any now, Fengde shrugged and said very innocently. The people in the vast heaven continent didn't have a high evaluation of the Sun family. They said that the Sun family was domineering, arrogant, and unreasonable. However, Fengde didn't see these qualities that outsiders said. Instead, he felt that the Sun family was very easy to bully. The Sun family's behavior is very abnormal, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. In the beginning, the Sun family wanted to take her down a notch. However, after Fengde and the others caused a commotion, they became cowards. This was very abnormal, and it didn't match the domineering character of the Sun family. Schwer, don't think too much. It's certain that the Sun family has concerns about you. As for why, I'm afraid we can only wait for the Sun family to explain it to us, Empty said understandingly. Yes, that makes sense. Leng Ruoxue nodded. You're all here. Suddenly, Sun Teng's voice interrupted. Leng Ruoxue looked up and saw Sun Teng walking into the garden. Moreover, he didn't come alone. There was a young man beside him who looked a little familiar. Is young Master Sun here to denounce us? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Don't worry, I'm not here to ask for forgiveness. Sun Teng smiled helplessly. Alas. He didn't expect Leng Ruoxue and the others to be so noisy. Everyone in the Sun family was in danger now. Moreover, the clansmen were in deep trouble every day, and the timid ones didn't even dare to leave the house. It's okay even if young Master Sun is here to denounce me. I even dare to beat up the Leng family, let alone the Sun family. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. I know. Sun Teng smiled bitterly. If anyone else said the same thing to him, he would think that it was a provocation. However, the person who said this now was Leng Ruoxue, so he knew that what the girl in front of him said was the truth. He's my cousin, Su Qian. Sun Teng introduced the person beside him awkwardly. Miss Leng, long time no see. Su Qian looked at Leng Ruoxue in amazement and greeted her. Speaking of which, he had not seen Leng Ruoxue for a few years. It was mainly because he had not been able to find the whereabouts of the beauty. This time, he realized that Leng Ruoxue was more beautiful than he remembered. You know each other? Sun Teng was a little surprised. We've met a few times, Su Qian said hurriedly. Several times? Leng Ruoxue looked at Su Qian thoughtfully. No wonder she found this man a little familiar. So he knew that she was from the Su family's young master of the Ling Feng continent. However, if she remembered correctly, she should have only seen this man once, but how many times did he say? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help being wary as she looked at the smiling but slightly gloomy Su Qian in front of her. No matter what this man's goal was, there was no need for her to be afraid with her current strength. However, what surprised her was that Sun Teng and this young master of the Su family were actually cousins. Well, could she say that this world was very small? What a coincidence. I've met Miss Leng a few times, Sun Teng said with a faint smile. In fact, he was really not familiar with Leng Ruoxue and the others, but he admired them very much. Yes, I wonder why the two of you are looking for me. Is young Master Su here to avenge Miss Su? Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. Of course not. My sister has always been unruly. It's only right for Miss Leng to teach her a lesson. I just heard from my cousin that you live here, so I came to greet you, Su Qian hurriedly explained. Oh, thank you, young Master Su, Leng Ruoxue said lightly and then turned her gaze to Sun Teng. These few days, Fengde and the others had caused a huge commotion in the Sun family. Even though Sun Teng said that he wasn't here to denounce them, he probably didn't visit for no reason. Can you show mercy? Sun Teng said helplessly, feeling extremely uncomfortable under Leng Ruoxue's scrutinizing gaze. Alas. He couldn't be bothered with the Sun family's affairs if his mother didn't beg him. What if I say no? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Sun Teng gave her a good impression. Unfortunately, he was from the Sun family, so it was destined that they wouldn't be friends. Moreover, she came to the Sun family for. Can't you give me some face? Sun Teng said with a bitter smile. No, we don't have any relationship with you, the young master of the Sun family. Why should we give you face? Before Leng Ruoxue could say anything, the freak spoke first. Well. Let him be the bad guy. Sun Teng was speechless. This was a little too direct. Are you jealous of my cousin? Su Qian said self-righteously. Does this have anything to do with you? The freak narrowed his eyes and said in an unfriendly tone. Humph. Where did this clown come from? Did he look like he was jealous of Sun Teng? In his eyes, Sun Teng was just a passerby. If he was even jealous of such a thing, wouldn't he have long been drowned in jealousy? Sun Teng is my cousin, and we are all Miss Leng's friends, Su Qian said provocatively. Friend? What a joke. Schwer isn't friends with just anyone, the freak's handsome face was full of mockery. What do you mean? Am I not qualified to be Miss Leng's friend with my cousin's status? Su Qian roared with jealousy. I don't care about my status when making friends. Moreover, you guys are indeed not my friends, but he is my fiancé. Leng Ruoxue's tone was a little cold, then she pointed at the freak. Young Master Su, did you hear that? The freak was a little proud. He knew that Schwer wouldn't side with outsiders. I'm sorry. I was thinking too much. Su Qian glared at the freak for a while before saying resentfully. Leng Ruoxue became even more wary of him after hearing Su Qian's words. Well. A man who could give and take couldn't be underestimated, especially when she wasn't very polite with the freak. The fact that the young master of the Su family could compromise showed that this man was very scheming. Updates by Calm. Miss Leng, I'll bring you to Sunzhou City for a walk tomorrow. There are many places worth going to in this city. Wouldn't we have come for nothing if we don't take a look? Sun Teng changed the topic seeing that the atmosphere was a little gloomy. No need. I prefer to stay in the Sun family, Leng Ruoxue refused bluntly. There's nothing fun about the Sun family, Sun Teng said with 2 drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Who said not? The elders and clansmen of the Sun family are quite interesting, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Sun Teng broke out in cold sweat. It had been a few days, had these people not had enough fun yet? If they played with them for a few more days, the elders of the Sun family would probably run away. However, he admired their methods. They actually scared the bunch of fellows from the Sun family who ate people without spitting out their bones. Alas. This was also skill. At least he couldn't do it. My subordinates and I like the Sun family very much and can't bear to leave them. By the way, tell them that I drugged them, so we can find them no matter where they hide. However, I quite like playing hide and seek. Well. Let them hide for a few days, Leng Ruoxue said to herself. Of course, she was just scaring them. However, Sun Teng's cold sweat dripped down. If we find them, they will be able to bear it, Fengde added very cooperatively. As soon as Fengde finished speaking, he heard a plop. Plop fall from outside the garden. Immediately after, extremely frantic footsteps sounded. What's that sound? Fengde pretended to be stupid. Then she deliberately looked around. Young Master Sun, the security of the Sun family doesn't seem to be good. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. What she implied was that she wanted to tell him to increase the security. Well. I think so. Sun Teng really didn't know what to say. Alas. He knew who was eavesdropping outside without thinking, but he could only pretend. I heard that the Sun family's patriarch is sick. Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked. Yes, it's not very serious. Sun Teng nodded. Then young Master Sun has to pay more attention to public security. Otherwise, if bad people break into the Sun family, wouldn't they disturb the Sun family's patriarch's recuperation? Leng Ruoxue reminded with great concern. Okay, I'll take note. Sun Teng nodded. In fact, what he wanted to say was that his father's illness would probably have been cured long ago as long as you and your subordinates didn't cause too much trouble. However, he didn't dare to say it. Alas. He was also a little afraid of Leng Ruoxue. Young Master Sun, actually, I know how to treat illnesses. Why don't I treat the master of the Sun family? Leng Ruoxue continued. Thank you. My father's illness isn't serious. He just needs to rest quietly, so I won't trouble Miss Leng, Sun Teng refused politely. What a joke. If Leng Ruoxue treated his father, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses if something happened to his father because of their disagreement? Moreover, he didn't think his father would be willing to let Leng Ruoxue treat him. Alright then. If young Master Sun needs me to treat the Sun family head, remember to look for me anytime, Leng Ruoxue said. By the way, I'll go see the Sun family's patriarch personally tomorrow. Sigh. We're guests. How can we not show ourselves when the master is sick? Leng Ruoxue added. Miss Leng, I appreciate your kind intentions, but there's really no need, Sun Teng said hurriedly in fright. No, I must go. Please tell the next generation patriarch that I'll visit him tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue was very determined. Moreover, it seemed like she had to go. Miss Leng, the patients all have bad tempers, so. Sun Teng said very tactfully and left half a sentence behind. However, he believed Leng Ruoxue would understand what he meant. Leng Ruoxue naturally understood what he meant, but she still pretended to be stupid and said, I understand. The patient is the most important, I won't be calculative with the Sun family's patriarch. Sun Teng really wanted to cry. He really couldn't think of any reason to refuse Leng Ruoxue's insistence. Moreover, he couldn't say that my father didn't want to see you and didn't welcome you. Alas. Now, he could only pray in his heart. Father. Take care. Previous chapter. Young Master Sun, it's settled. Well. I have to rest early today. Help yourselves. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak into the room without looking back. Young Master Sun, take care. I won't see you out, Fengde said politely and then returned to his room like Leng Ruoxue. The others returned to their rooms without even greeting him. Cousin, what should we do now? Su Qian couldn't help asking angrily when he saw that only Sun Teng and him were left in the lively garden just now. Let's go back. Sun Teng sighed and then left the snow garden directly. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue and the others had just finished breakfast when Fengde said impatiently, Miss, when are we going to see Sun Sheng? What's the hurry? Fengde, you have to know psychological warfare. Sun Sheng should already know that we will visit him today. Do you think he will welcome us? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Definitely not, Fengde said. Yes, so he's either anxiously waiting for us to go quickly, or he's even more ill, or he might be thinking of ways to deal with us. In short, anything is possible. However, we can't be anxious. Leng Ruoxue analyzed. When are we going? Fengde was curious. We'll go after dinner, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Hee hee. Miss, you're so bad. You purely wanted to make him wait in fear for a day for nothing. Fengde said with a naughty smile. Updates by. Calm. Fengde, rest for a day today. Give the Sun family a breather too. Leng Ruoxue insisted that she was kind. Yes, we'll play in the snow garden today, Fengde said understandably. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and the others stayed in the snow garden for the entire day. However, the Sun family had always been on high alert, especially the eldest madam of the Sun family's yard. Not only was it filled with guards, but there were also dozens of elders guarding the room. However, even so, Sun Sheng still felt uneasy. However, Leng Ruoxue actually didn't appear after being nervous for nearly a day. As the sky gradually darkened, Sun Sheng and the others had just let down their guard when a guard came to report that Leng Ruoxue and the others had come to see him. This couldn't help making Sun Sheng almost vomit blood from anger. Damn. They had waited respectfully for the entire day and didn't even have time to eat, but no one came. It was already night, and they had just relaxed and were about to eat something when they came. Wasn't this deliberately playing with them? It was really too despicable. However, even though he was angry, he still had to let Leng Ruoxue and the others in. Boo-hoo. He really had no status as the patriarch. He actually had to look at the guests' expressions. Leng Ruoxue and the others swaggered into the eldest madam's room and ignored the elders in the room. They each found a place to sit. I heard that the Sun family's patriarch is ill, so we specially came to ask about him. Leng Ruoxue looked at Sun Sheng, who was lying on the bed with a pale face and a weak body, and said lightly. Miss Leng, you're so kind, Sun Sheng said weakly on purpose. He thought, I'm already so sick. Don't tell me you're angry at me. Alas. He had a deep understanding of Leng Ruoxue's ability to anger people, so he was really a little afraid. Patriarch Sun, you look very weak. Could it be that you've indulged yourself too much? I've reminded you long ago to take care of your body. Alas. Loyalty is unpleasant to the ears. Leng Ruoxue said with a resentful expression, her beautiful face still full of pity. Miss Leng, you're mistaken. I'm just not feeling well. It has nothing to do with indulgence, Sun Sheng said through gritted teeth. However, his heart was bleeding non-stop. Boo-hoo. What kind of person was this? He was already sick, but he specially came over to anger him and spoke with a caring tone. However, the words he said made people want to vomit blood. There has to be a reason for your discomfort. I know that the Sun family are all women, so I won't laugh at you even if you're overindulgent. However, it's better to control yourself. Otherwise, the unlucky one will be yourself. As for concubines, they're just fleeting clouds. Don't worry too much, Leng Ruoxue advised like an elder. Miss Leng, that's really not the reason. Sun Sheng suppressed his anger with a black face. Oh. Could it be that the Sun family head has some incurable disease? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. That won't be easy to handle, Leng Ruoxue added to herself. Miss Leng, how can you curse my family's patriarch? Sun Sheng was so angry that he couldn't say anything, but an elder couldn't help but interrupt. Curse? Did I say anything? Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Patriarch Sun, I'm just concerned about your condition. This old man actually wronged me. Boo-hoo. Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly, tears rolling in her beautiful eyes. You. The unknown elder pointed at Leng Ruoxue and was so angry that his entire body trembled. He was unable to even speak. How dare you bully my young miss? Stinky old man, are you tired of living? Feng De roared. Everyone immediately swarmed forward and beat up the old man painfully. Their speed was so fast that it was speechless. Moreover, by the time the elders in the room reacted, Feng De and the others had already finished beating him up. They even patted the dust off their bodies as if nothing had happened and then sat back down. Feng De and the others' well-trained actions dumbfounded Sun Sheng and the others. The unlucky old man fainted before he could even call for help. Miss Leng, your subordinates are really too much. They actually beat up an elder of the Sun family in front of me. Sun Sheng was furious. That was Mystic Sovereign. He was actually knocked out by them in a few moves. When did Mystic Sovereign become so weak? Patriarch Sun, I'm sorry. My subordinate is also anxious to protect my master. However, that old man is still alive, don't worry. Leng Ruoxue didn't show any guilt on her face and said matter-of-factly. Miss Leng, do you mean that the ninth elder asked for it? Sun Sheng was angry. Patriarch Sun, how can you misunderstand what I mean? I only said that my subordinates were anxious to protect their master, I didn't say that the old man asked for it. Leng Ruoxue quibbled. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Miss Leng, according to you, can I understand that my subordinates can also protect their master if someone bullies me? Sun Sheng said with a face full of calculations. Yes, that's necessary. If a subordinate can remain indifferent when he sees his master being bullied, then it's fine to not have such a subordinate, Leng Ruoxue agreed. Did you hear Miss Leng? Sun Sheng glared at the elders in the room. Yes, the elders said in unison. However, they didn't understand what Sun Sheng meant. Could it be that the patriarch wanted them to attack Leng Ruoxue? Thinking of this, they simultaneously glanced at Feng De and the others. However, when they saw the unfriendly expressions of Feng De and the others, their hearts couldn't help trembling. Boo-hoo. These barbarians. Does the Sun family head want them to beat me up? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Cheng Wu, spar with these elders. You can't see them usually. Leng Ruoxue ordered Cheng Wu and the others directly without waiting for Sun Sheng to answer. Okay, Mississippi. Cheng Wu smiled evilly and nodded. Then he went directly to an elder. You. Let's play. Cheng Wu pointed at the trembling old man in front of him. I don't want to play with you, the old man stammered. Boo-hoo. Why did this fellow look for him? He wanted to pretend to faint if he didn't consider his face. You have to play even if you don't want to. Cheng Wu roared. Then he grabbed the old man's collar and slapped the old man in front of Sun Sheng. After a few slaps, blood flowed out of the old man's mouth, and the teeth in his mouth fought to escape from his home. Boo-hoo. Barbarian. The old man's hair was disheveled as he cried incoherently. Barbarian? Hee. Today, I'll let you know what a barbarian is. Cheng Wu smiled viciously, but his hands moved even faster. Updates by Calm. Slap. 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 He slapped dozens of times consecutively. The unlucky old man had already been beaten dizzy and his face was swollen like a pig's head. However, no one dared to speak up for him, including Sun Sheng. Cheng Wu, find someone else. Leng Ruoxue kindly stopped the old man when she saw that he had fainted. However, her words made the other elders in the room gnash their teeth in hatred. Boo-hoo. Demon. Their Sun family had always been domineering. However, they only knew today that compared to Leng Ruoxue and the others, they couldn't even compare to their little fingers. As the saying goes, the cowardly are afraid of being unreasonable, the unreasonable are afraid of the strong, the hard are afraid of the suicidal. The Sun family was a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Moreover, their ancestors had a better foundation, so the Sun family was really used to being arrogant. In addition, the status of the three great super families of the Sun family had always been irreplaceable. Therefore, they had always felt good about themselves. But now, they had encountered Leng Ruoxue, who was fearless, so it was naturally a tragedy. However, what caused them to be even more depressed was that the group of people under Leng Ruoxue didn't care about any rules when fighting, nor did they use any techniques. It was purely physical attacks, and this caused them who were used to using techniques to really want to cry. Because they didn't give them the chance to utilize techniques at all. In terms of fists, they were nothing. In short, they were destined to be unlucky to meet Leng Ruoxue. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Cheng Wu released the elder that he had been holding in his hand. Then he turned his gaze to the other elders and even Sun Sheng. However, all the elders who were swept by his sinister gaze wished that there was a hole in the ground for them to burrow into. The elders who were about to be noticed by him were also trying their best to reduce their presence, afraid that they would become the next unlucky person. It's you. Looking at your shifty eyes, you're definitely not a good person. Cheng Wu searched for a moment and found another old man. Boo-hoo. You can't judge a book by its cover. I'm very good. I'm a good person. The old man cried until his nose was snotty and tears were flowing down his face. He was just short of kneeling down and begging for mercy. Well. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he was held in Cheng Wu's hand and couldn't move at all. Good person? Is there a good person in the Sun family? The Sun family has always bullied men and bullied women. This is known by everyone in the boundless heaven continent. Furthermore, this old man judged people by their appearance. What? Bite me. Cheng Wu roared loudly. Then, he punched the old man unceremoniously. Ah. The old man covered his eyes and cried out in pain. Scream. I'll let you scream. Cheng Wu punched again. Ah. The old man sustained black eyes. I'll let you scream. Cheng Wu's fist brought with it a strong wind as it punched directly at the old man's mouth. Whoa. The old man couldn't shout anymore. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and his teeth fell one after another. Big brother Cheng, take a break. Let me play for a while. Song Di said with itching hands. Okay. Cheng Wu handed the old man in his hand to Song Di and then retreated to the side to be an audience. However, his gloomy and bloodthirsty eyes were like a venomous snake as he stared at the other elders in the room, causing their bodies to turn cold with fear. Old man, don't be afraid. I've always respected the old and loved the young. Song Di looked at the trembling Sun family elder in his hand and hurriedly comforted him. Whoa. The old man's eyes were filled with tears as he shook his head anxiously. If he could say the complete sentence, he would definitely say, only a ghost would believe you. Brother Song, you can try the 10 new tortures we developed. Feng De reminded. And, that makes sense. Song Di nodded. Then, he took out a small saber that was shaped like a willow leaf and as thin as a cicada's wing from his ring. Even though the saber was small, the saber tip emitted a terrifying cold aura. One look at the saber and one could tell that it was extraordinary. Old man. This is the first time I'm using this saber. Don't blame me if my strength is uneven. Song Di said with some hesitation. Then, he held a bright knife and started gesturing on the old man's body. However, before he could really do it, the old man was so scared that he peed his pants. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Damn. You're so old, why are you still wetting your pants? Song Di threw the old man in his hand away with a face full of disdain and then covered his nose to hide far away. However, his gaze landed on the other Sun family elder. Well. This old man was considered an acquaintance of theirs because this person was none other than the 6th elder who brought them to the Sun family. The 6th elder, who was hiding in the middle of the elders and didn't want to be too obvious, trembled like a leaf in the wind after sensing Song Di's gaze. Boo-hoo. Why were they looking at him? Don't look at him. He kept praying in his heart. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't hear his thoughts. Soon, 6th elder was dragged out like a chicken by Song Di. Song Di, don't be like this. We can be considered acquaintances, right? 6th elder tried to worm his way in. Yes, 6th elder is right. I just want to repay the 6th elder for taking care of us on the way, so don't be afraid. Song Di comforted before flashing the dagger in his hand. No. There's no need to repay me. Really, the 6th elder said with a long face. Boo-hoo. What kind of people were these? How could they repay others like this? No, Miss often warns us to repay favors. Moreover, I also want the other elders to know that we will definitely be on the same side. We won't be biased even if 6th elder is someone we know. Song Di was very upright and stubborn. Oh. The 6th elder's old tears were about to fall. He couldn't express anything more. 6th elder, don't be agitated. My young miss is most principled, Song Di said with a naughty smile. Then, a cold light flashed in his hand. Swish. 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 The small saber of the willow leaf kept swimming on the 6th elder's body, shining with cold light. In just a few minutes, the 6th elder's clothes had become strips that hung loosely on his body, and he was in danger of falling at any time. However, Song Di's technique was good, so he absolutely didn't injure the 6th elder's skin and flesh. However, it had already caused a huge effect on the 6th elder's heart because the 6th elder was already a little dumbfounded. Other than standing there in a daze, he didn't react at all. 6th elder. Song Di shouted into 6th elder's ear. Updates by. Calm. The 6th elder didn't react. 6th elder. Song Di roared again. The 6th elder still didn't react. Seeing this, Song Di lost his patience. He threw the 6th elder on the ground and casually pulled an elder over to continue practicing his saber techniques. Ah. 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 With a cold flash, the Sun family elder, who was used as a practice tool, screamed like a pig being slaughtered, making everyone's eardrums hurt. Shut up. I'll chop you up if you continue calling me that. Songdi roared angrily. Boo-hoo. Ah. The Sun family elder was very aggrieved. He wanted to cry but didn't dare to, and he didn't dare to shout even more. The only feeling he had was that the cold dagger kept swimming on his body and left countless small wounds. Boo-hoo. With the sixth elder's previous lesson, he was actually mentally prepared. However, just as he thought that he would be like the sixth elder, his clothes were not the only thing that was cut open, but his flesh was also cut. I said that I'm a newbie and will weigh the pros and cons. Can't you bear with it? Songdi accused with dissatisfaction, his face full of contempt for the elder. It hurts. That elder said softly with tears in his eyes. Just bear with it. Don't affect my mood. Otherwise, it won't be just a superficial wound, Songdi threatened. Oh. That elder bit his lower lip with tears in his eyes. His face was full of grievance, but he didn't dare to make a sound. That's good. Songdi was very satisfied with this Sun family elder's cooperation. Swish. 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 The saber tip danced up and down, and the expression on Songdi's face became more and more joyful. After a while, Songdi finally had enough. He threw the old man on the ground and clapped his hands before sitting back down. You are too much. Sun Sheng, who was lying on the bed, was so angry that his body was trembling. He pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the others for a while before saying this. Patriarch Sun, you should recuperate in peace. During your recuperation, I will watch over these elders for you. I guarantee that they won't have the intention of usurping the throne, Leng Ruoxue promised seriously. You. Sun Sheng's chest was extremely stuffy. At the same time, he felt a metallic taste rush up his throat. However, he forcefully suppressed it. Humph. He couldn't let his breath slip in front of a little girl. Patriarch Sun, don't vomit blood. You have to take care of your body. I'll look after these elders for you first. Well. You don't have to thank me. If you want to be grateful, just pay a little, Leng Ruoxue said angrily, the words "I'm doing this for your own good" still written on her face. Face. Fengde, bring these elders back to the snow garden and take good care of them. Let them out after Patriarch Sun recovers. Leng Ruoxue didn't give Sun Sheng a chance to speak and instructed Fengde and the others. Yes, Fengde and the others answered hurriedly. Then they left the eldest madam's room arrogantly with the elders with long faces. Patriarch Sun, I'll take my leave too. I'll visit you when I have time. Leng Ruoxue said to herself and then pulled the freak away. Pfft. After Leng Ruoxue and the others left, Sun Sheng couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Patriarch. The eldest madam, who had been standing beside him, wiped the blood off Sun Sheng's lips with a handkerchief. Alas. She really didn't know how to comfort her husband because Leng Ruoxue's actions made her a little afraid. She had lived for decades but had never seen a woman with such a terrifying aura. Even the mistress of the Leng family, Leng Shuang, couldn't compare to Leng Ruoxue. What should she do? It was absolutely impossible to deal with Leng Ruoxue with the current people of the Sun family. Madam, bring me to the secret room. Sun Shengxiang forced himself to stand up. No, he couldn't wait anymore. If this continued, the Sun family would be implicated by Leng Ruoxue, so he had to ask when that person would return. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Patriarch, look at you now. The eldest madam was a little worried. Alas. The patriarch wasn't very ill at first, but he was angry again. Bring me there. Sun Sheng roared impatiently. All right. The eldest madam had no choice but to help Sun Sheng out of the room and into the secret room of the Sun family. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others had already returned to the snow garden with the elders of the Sun family. Miss, where should we place them? Fengde said disdainfully as he looked at the Sun family elders who were dejected. Tie it up and leave it in the yard, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. How dare you? Leng Ruoxue, we are the elders of the Sun family. The originally listless elder immediately jumped 3 times and roared as if he was on steroids when he heard that he was going to be tied up and thrown in the yard. Yes, I know. The person tied up is an elder of the Sun family, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Humph. If you weren't elders, I wouldn't have attacked you. Leng Ruoxue, this is the Sun family. Do you want to die? Another elder threatened. What's wrong with the Sun family? Now that your patriarch is sick, of course I have to share the burden of the Sun family's patriarch. This has the tacit consent of your patriarch. Leng Ruoxue said shamelessly. When the elders heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they were so angry. It was obviously the patriarch who was so angry that he couldn't say anything, but you actually tacitly agreed. Until this moment, they had to admit that Leng Ruoxue's skin was thicker than theirs. And Leng Ruoxue's subordinates were also more violent and domineering than them. Boo-hoo, they admitted defeat. Miss Leng, the patriarch is sick, and the young master doesn't care about anything. The Sun family is indeed leaderless now. Why don't we do this? We'll listen to you for the time being. We promise not to say anything no matter what you ask us to do. Do you think this is okay? A short old man's eyes kept rolling around, and he discussed with a plan. Boo-hoo. Let's stabilize this girl first. Otherwise, they would really be tortured to death by her. Second elder, how can you make such a decision? An anxious elder said with dissatisfaction as soon as that old man finished speaking. Why can't I decide like this? I'm the second elder of the Elder Association. You have to listen to me, the second elder roared. Updates by. Calm. Miss Leng, is this okay? Second elder turned to look at Leng Ruoxue and asked. Old man, you're quite sensible. However, what I want to tell you is that you can't. Your Sun family is too evil. You're scheming and cunning, so I have to be wary. Leng Ruoxue refused. Miss Leng. The second elder was helpless. Boo-hoo. He admitted that the reputation of the Sun family was not good, but in terms of scheming and cunning, who could compare to this little girl in front of him? Otherwise, why would these old men, who were several hundred years old, be here? Old man, you talk too much nonsense. Stop annoying my young miss, Lu Tao said with a face full of displeasure. She took out a cloth from somewhere and blocked the second elder's mouth. Boo-hoo. The strange smell emitted by the cloth made the second elder almost faint. However, his arms were controlled by Cheng Wu, and he could not resist at all. Lu Tao, where did you get this cloth? It stinks, Cheng Wu said, suppressing his anger. Hee. That's for my beast to wipe its butt, Lu Tao explained with a naughty smile. You're amazing. Cheng Wu was convinced. Everyone, quickly grab a rope and tie them up. It's getting late, we should rest. Leng Ruoxue urged speechlessly. Alas. Her subordinates were getting worse. However, she didn't admit that she had learned all this from her. She was a good child. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, everyone immediately took out the ropes that they had prepared beforehand and tied the unlucky elders into dumplings. Then, they piled them in the middle of the yard. However, Leng Ruoxue was afraid that they would run away or be saved, so after some thought, she moved her food out of the bracelet. After doing all this, Leng Ruoxue brought the freak back to her room with ease. Fengda and the others left after warning the elders. In the yard, the elders of the Sun family looked at the cold eyes staring at them covetously and felt like dying. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. Your meat is too stinky. I don't like it, the black python comforted with disdain in its eyes. This is the Sun family. The ancestors of the Sun family won't let you go if you treat us like this. Some people still threaten fearlessly after thinking of their identities. Then let them do it. The black python narrowed its eyes and said calmly. Hee. Miss was waiting for the bullshit ancestor of the Sun family. Otherwise, would she have let you live until now? Aren't you afraid? That person said in disbelief. He actually didn't scare them. This. How was this possible? At this moment, he really didn't know if Leng Ruoxue and the others or the beasts were too bold, or if they were really that strong, he was confused. You idiot, does a beast know what fear is? An elder reprimanded. Beasts? You're the beasts. Your entire family are beasts. The black python was immediately furious when it heard that it had been called a beast. Damn it, Miss frequently told them that the beast rights of beasts required respect. If anyone dared to disrespect them, they had to pay the price, so the elder was in tragedy. The black python's huge snake tail instantly wrapped around the elder who had scolded it and then kept swinging in the air. Immediately, a black ray of light emitted a different luster in the pitch-black night sky. At the same time, it was accompanied by someone's scream that echoed in the night sky. After a long time, the black python was tired and threw the elder down from the sky. With a bang, the fainted elder of the Sun family fell to the ground. Bang! Immediately after, another loud bang sounded. The black python's snake tail smashed down from the sky. Moreover, luckily, it coincidentally smashed onto the unlucky elder. In an instant, the Sun family elder who was pressed under the thick snake became a pile of mud, dead. Hee. An accident. It was purely an accident. The black python said in embarrassment. However, its expression did not show any embarrassment. You actually killed an elder of our Sun family. The elders couldn't remain calm seeing an elder of the Sun family die. Boo-hoo. They had always thought that these people would at most beat them up, but they didn't expect that they really dared to kill them. Moreover, it was a beast that killed them. Immediately, the fear in the hearts of the elders rose to an unprecedented height. Don't you understand human language? I told you this was an accident, the black python said fiercely with its eyes wide open. You're not human, okay? All the elders were nervous, but no one dared to say it. They just kept shaking their heads in fear. I'll control myself to avoid such accidents as long as you're obedient, the black python said in a benevolent manner. Yes. All the elders nodded their heads vigorously, afraid that this big snake would cause an accident to happen to them. Boo-hoo. Even a mystic supremacy couldn't stand such an accident, right? After killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, the night finally passed under the trembling gazes of the elders and the pythons. In the morning, when Leng Ruoxue and the others walked out of the room in high spirits, they saw the pythons happily flirting with them. The elders who were tied up like dumplings were even more listless than yesterday. All of them were like frosted eggplants. Oh. What's wrong with you guys? There seems to be someone missing. Could it be that you guys ran away? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with suspicion as she asked in puzzlement. Miss, don't worry. They can't run, Fengda promised very confidently. But there's someone missing, Leng Ruoxue pretended to be puzzled and turned her gaze to the black python. Miss, a very unfortunate accident happened last night. The black python had tears in its eyes and looked very guilty. Then, it reported what happened last night to Leng Ruoxue and the others with tears in its eyes. Oh, since it was an accident, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, no one wanted this to happen, Leng Ruoxue comforted nonchalantly, but she was already laughing in her heart. Yes, I won't take it to heart. There are accidents from time to time, and there are especially many this year. How can a small snake like me care about natural disasters? The black python was much calmer after receiving Leng Ruoxue's comfort. The hearts of the elders of the Sun family trembled when they heard the conversation between Leng Ruoxue and the black python. Boo-hoo. This was the highest realm of shamelessness. This was called there's always someone better out there. Compared to this pair of masters and beasts, they felt inferior. Boo-hoo. Fengde, the elders of the Sun family didn't seem to be here yesterday. Go and look for them, Leng Ruoxue instructed as if she suddenly remembered. Yes, Fengde answered and then led his men to search for the elders of the Sun family who were spared. However, after searching for nearly an hour in the Sun family's main residence, they did not find any traces of the other elders. This was mainly because after some of the elders were taken away by Leng Ruoxue last night, the other elders who heard the news took advantage of the night and ran away. Miss, we didn't find any traces of the other elders. After Fengde returned with nothing, he reported to Leng Ruoxue gloomily. Oh. They should have left the main residence. It's okay, this is for you. Leng Ruoxue calmly took out a piece of paper from her bracelet and handed it to Fengde. Fengde opened the paper and took a look. Then, he said very happily, Miss, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission. The elders who escaped can run, but they can't run. I will definitely bring them back. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction. Then she turned her gaze to the elders piled up in the yard and said, alas. Those elders actually ran away. They're really too disloyal. However, don't worry, I'll capture them for you. I'll also punish them for you. All the elders present became even more listless when they heard that. In fact, they had discussed it beforehand why those elders were not around. After all, Leng Ruoxue was really too terrifying. They were all afraid that something would happen to them. Therefore, they had already discussed it before protecting the patriarch. If anything happened to them, they would get the other elders who were lucky to leave the Sun family immediately to look for the ancestors. Boo-hoo. The place where the ancestors were in seclusion was some distance away from the Sun family's main residence. Leng Ruoxue looked at their reactions and was about to overturn with laughter in her heart. These old men were dreaming. Why did they only remember to look for their parents now? 2 hours later. Fengde returned with his team, and the elders who had fled were basically captured by them. Miss, we captured a total of 31 elders. 1 ran away. It was all my fault. Miss, please punish me. Fengde said very self-reproachfully. Forget it, humans make mistakes, horses make mistakes. I won't blame you. Leng Ruoxue was very magnanimous. Then, she couldn't help but ask, where did the elder who ran away go? That old man went to the north of Sunzhou City. I really don't know what's there. Where did these old men originally want to go? Fengde said with a puzzled expression, his handsome face full of question marks. Oh. He probably ran in a daze. Ignore him, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Because the two of them spoke in front of the elders of the Sun family present, all the elders of the Sun family were self-satisfied when they heard this. Humph. How could outsiders know what the north was? The north was the place where the ancestors of the Sun family cultivated in seclusion. Alas. If it wasn't for the urgent situation this time, they really didn't want to disturb those ancestors. After all, those ancestors concerned the future of the Sun family. They couldn't lose it. Yes, Mississippi. I'll go prepare lunch. Fengde nodded and started a fire in the corner of the yard. Not long after, the fragrance of grilled meat drifted into everyone's noses, especially the elders of the Sun family who had been hungry for the entire morning. When they smelled this fragrance, they felt even more hungry and almost drooled. However, Fengde and the others obviously didn't prepare the food of the elders of the Sun family. Moreover, they directly started eating in the yard after they were done. Leng Ruoxue, you can't abuse us. An elder mustered his courage and said after swallowing his saliva. This person was one of the elders who ran away, so he was still unaware that an accident happened last night. A certain elder of the Sun family was already dead. What? Didn't the servants of the Sun family send you food? Alas. These servants are really too much. They actually dare to starve you. Fengde, after eating later, tell the servants of the Sun family to send some food to their elders. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if these old men are starved to death, Leng Ruoxue ordered indignantly. Miss, don't worry. It won't be easy to find someone from the Sun family now, but I'll do my best to find him. Fengde promised. Okay. Leng Ruoxue was still relieved that Fengde was handling the matter. Fengde kept his word. After lunch, he instructed his brothers to look for the servants of the Sun family separately. However, they searched for the entire afternoon, causing the elders of the Sun family to be so hungry that their chests were about to touch their backs. In the evening, Fengde and the others returned to the snow garden on time. Well. They were back for dinner. Miss, we searched for an entire afternoon, but we didn't go to eldest Madame Sun's yard. We searched the other courtyards of the Sun family, but we didn't see any servants except for a few who don't know how to cook. Fengde reported the results of the afternoon search to Leng Ruoxue. It's okay. It's better than nothing. Let them get some food for these elders of the Sun family. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Sun Sheng if I starve these old men to death. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to bear the responsibility of starving the elders of the Sun family. Hee. Miss, I've already instructed them. Feng De said with a "I'm smart" expression. Yes, well done. It's time for dinner, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Miss, I'll get dinner. Feng De was very diligent. After speaking, he ran to the other people who were starting the fire and helped them. After Feng De and the others prepared dinner, the servants of the Sun family also sent their half-cooked food to the snow garden trembling. Feed them. Feng De hurriedly said when he saw those servants wanting to slip away after putting down their things. Yes. The Sun family servant wanted to cry but had no tears. They were just small fries. Please don't make things difficult for them. A few servants prayed in their hearts. Then, they picked up a soup spoon and stuffed the food into the mouth of the elder they were feeding. As for why they used stuffing, well, it was mainly because those elders were too picky. They thought that the food they made was not delicious, so they vomited everything after taking a bite. The violent man also ordered them to let the elders eat it. Otherwise, if the elders starved to death, they would be the first to not let them go. Boo-hoo. Just like that, Feng De and the others sat in the yard, eating and watching the commotion. As for those unlucky elders, they could only smell the fragrance of the grilled meat and eat the food that was difficult to swallow while vomiting. Oh. That scene was simply indescribable. The first day of imprisonment of the elders of the Sun family was finally over. Late at night, Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to their rooms to rest before handing them to the pythons. Hee. Everyone, we meet again. I hope nothing bad will happen tonight, the black python prayed. Unfortunately, its words didn't receive any response because some cowardly elders had already lost their focus and their minds went blank in just a day. I missed you very much. This morning, after it reported to its young miss, her young miss had stored it in the space, so it could be said that it had not seen these people for a day. However, it knew what these elders had experienced. Moreover, it had been laughing secretly for a day. Still no one answered it. Don't you miss me? The black python narrowed its eyes and its thick snake tail kept sweeping around the elders. Still no one answered it. However, the black python didn't care anymore. Instead, it continued to chat among itself. A giant python kept muttering in their ears, making some elders almost go crazy. However, they dared not say anything despite being angry. Boo-hoo. They only hoped that the ancestors could quickly come and save them from danger. 3 days later. Leng Ruoxue sat on a stone bench in the yard and looked at the elders of the Sun family who had been tortured by them. She was in an extremely happy mood. However, what made her unhappy was that the so-called ancestors of the Sun family had not arrived yet. Sigh. Speaking of which, Feng De was to be blamed for this. He could have let anyone go on purpose, but he just had to let a road idiot go. Moreover, according to Qing Ju, that elder Lu Qi was still looking for the entrance to the Sun family's cultivation ground. Sigh, so worrisome. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. Swear, why are you sighing? Empty, who was sitting opposite Leng Ruoxue, asked in a good mood. That fool actually hasn't found a place yet. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Empty laughed happily. He felt that this was quite good. Looking at the miserable appearance of the elders of the Sun family in the yard, he was in a very happy mood. In fact, Shuer and the others had really not abused, beaten, or scolded these elders these few days. Well, they were just letting them eat the food made by their servants. However, he felt that this was more interesting than beating those elders up. Hee. These elders vomited whenever they saw food now, almost going extinct. Shuer, don't be anxious. They will come. However, if they come a few days later, they will probably have to collect the corpses of these elders. The Sun family's elders are all starved to death. It will definitely shake the entire vast heaven continent, the freak consoled with a mischievous smile. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Sun Sheng hadn't done anything these few days, as if he was waiting for something. Another 2 days passed. Leng Ruoxue and the others heard a deafening roar just after lunch. They were finally here. Leng Ruoxue and the others were overjoyed. Hee. They had been waiting several days for this moment. Previous Swish. 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 Immediately after, several figures appeared in the snow garden. How dare you cause trouble in my Sun family? You're really tired of living, the leader roared loudly, his eyes emitting a ruthless gaze. The person in the lead was about 2 meters tall. He was a very strong and burly man. He looked ordinary, but he had a strong aura. One look and one could tell that he had been in the upper echelons for a long time. We didn't cause trouble. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of innocence. Hee. The people who came were quite strong. Although they were all mystic supremacies, their strength was obviously above the elders of the Sun family. However, she was still a little dissatisfied. There were too few of them and not enough to split. They didn't cause trouble? Then what are they? The burly man narrowed his eyes and pointed at the elders of the Sun family who were tied up in the yard and were starving to death. Them. It's like this. Isn't the acting patriarch of the Sun family sick? I was afraid they would take the opportunity to cause trouble, so I watched them for Sun Sheng. I'll naturally let them go when Sun Sheng's illness is cured, Leng Ruoxue explained with a light smile. Humph. This is a matter of our Sun family. There's no need for an outsider like you to interfere, the burly man said ungratefully, but he was thinking in his heart. This little girl was really too good at quibbling. She didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Alas. He really didn't take these people seriously before he saw them, but now, he had a headache. Didn't the Sun family say that I would marry into the Sun family? Then I shouldn't be an outsider. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Is that so? The burly man looked at the Sun family elder beside him and asked lightly. Old ancestor, I'm not very sure about this. Elder Lu Qi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said carefully. Oh. Leng Ruoxue, right? Regardless of whether this is true, let go of these elders from the Sun family first. Everything else can be discussed, the burly man said after some thought. He didn't care about the family affairs for almost 1,000 years, and the elder who brought them here was a fool, so for a moment, he really couldn't tell if Leng Ruoxue's words were true. However, he also knew that the most important thing was to get those elders out of Leng Ruoxue's hands. As for Leng Ruoxue and the others, as long as they didn't have the hostages of the Sun family in their hands, they would be at his mercy whether to kill or torture them. Unfortunately, how could Leng Ruoxue do as he wished? Updates by Calm. A light smile hung on Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face. Then she asked very innocently, what else are you talking about? The burly man didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to ask such a question. He was stunned before coaxing, we won't pursue this matter as long as you let the elders of the Sun family go. Oh. But we don't have anything worth you pursuing. However, I won't refuse if you want to pay us. However, I heard that the Sun family's credibility is poor. So I definitely won't believe you. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be conflicted. Damn it, are you going to let him go or not? The burly man was angry and impatient. No, Leng Ruoxue said softly. Damn girl, you're courting death. The burly man was angry. The consequences were serious. Roar. The robust man roared, and then he directly released a fiery red profound technique in Leng Ruoxue's direction. The gorgeous fiery red drew a beautiful arc and flew towards Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue gently waved her hand, and a light blue water curtain blocked in front of her. The water curtain was so thin that it was almost transparent, looking like it would break at a touch. After that, Leng Ruoxue looked at the burly man not far away with a relaxed expression, her beautiful eyes filled with provocation. When Fengde and the others saw the other party attack, they directly pounced on the person brought by the burly man. At the same time, the burly man's fire attribute profound technique had already arrived in front of Leng Ruoxue. However, it didn't pass through the thin water curtain and was instead successfully swallowed by the water curtain and transformed into a part of itself. How is this possible? The burly man couldn't believe his eyes. He had always been very confident in his mystic techniques, and his mystic energy was the rare fire attribute of the Sun family, so his attack power could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Sun family. However, who knew that his mystic energy was actually devoured and absorbed by the water curtain? Even though he did not use his full strength just now, it was enough to anger him. After seeing this situation, he couldn't help but take Leng Ruoxue seriously. Well. It seemed this little girl not only had a face, but also had some skills in terms of strength. Unfortunately, meeting him destined this little girl's bad luck. Because even though he was in disbelief, he only felt that Leng Ruoxue's water curtain swallowing and absorbing his profound energy should have been purely an accident. Moreover, even though he valued it, it was naturally impossible for him to be frightened by a little girl. The world is huge, and there are all sorts of strange things. Nothing is impossible. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. After that, she released the water element profound technique, meteor rain. In an instant, tens of thousands of raindrops flew towards the robust man. The burly man couldn't help widening his eyes at the spectacular scene in front of him. Damn it, was this a meteor shower? Why were there so many? Even though he was a mystic cultivator with the fire attribute mainly, he was also familiar with his baneful mystic technique. Therefore, he was very clear about this mystic technique, meteor rain. In his memory, meteor rain should only be an advanced mystic technique, and it couldn't even reach the earth grade. However, this meteor rain in front of him was countless times stronger than the meteor rain in his memory. Is this a meteor shower? The burly man couldn't help asking after a yellow curtain wall appeared in front of him. Yes and no. Leng Ruoxue smiled cunningly. Damn it, you tricked me. The burly man was even angrier when he heard Leng Ruoxue's answer. I'm telling the truth. By the way, I'll remind you to be careful. This earthen wall isn't very sturdy. Don't blame me if it's washed down by the water. Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. Just as she finished speaking, tens of thousands of pearl-sized raindrops had already flown in front of the burly man. Previous chapter. However, the burly man was obviously very confident in his defense wall, so he didn't take Leng Ruoxue's warning to heart at all. However, he immediately widened his eyes in disbelief, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the earth elemental wall he set was really destroyed by the water as Leng Ruoxue said. Am I right? I'm a good child and won't lie. Why don't you believe me? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Then she added in her heart that she wasn't lying to anyone. You. The burly man was furious and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were still staring at Leng Ruoxue, wishing he could see through her. Damn, what kind of monster was this? He looked like a mere great mystic, but he actually made a mystic supremacy so disheveled. Well. In fact, he didn't think he had lost. He felt that he was just careless and underestimated Leng Ruoxue's strength. He believed that Leng Ruoxue's strength was definitely not what it looked like on the surface. According to his guess, these people should have hidden their strength because he could already see the other brothers he brought from the corner of his eye. They were even more miserable than him. After all, he only had Leng Ruoxue as his opponent, but there were several people surrounding his other brothers. Moreover, what was more infuriating was that those people were obviously playing with them like monkeys. Leng Ruoxue, you have so many subordinates attacking my brother alone. It was an unfair victory, the burly man asked after calming down and wiping the blood off his lips. Huh. Who can you blame? It's mainly because you brought too few people, and they didn't have enough. However, I advise you to take care of yourself first. Right, can you still use mystic techniques? Leng Ruoxue asked with a naughty smile. Of course you can. Let's continue. The burly man suppressed the anger in his heart and roared. Yes, yes. Look at how kind I am. I didn't take advantage of her. Good children like me are rare nowadays. Leng Ruoxue said angrily. Damn it, shut up, the burly man roared. He didn't want to hear Leng Ruoxue speak now. Kind? In his opinion, Leng Ruoxue obviously wanted to see him make a fool of himself and didn't take advantage of him. Humph. If Leng Ruoxue was really kind, would she dare to imprison an elder of their Sun family? Actually, he was wrong. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to see him make a fool of himself. Leng Ruoxue was afraid that he would die too quickly and that she would lose the chance to practice for nothing. How embarrassing would it be if I just shut up if you asked me to shut up? Leng Ruoxue disagreed. Ah. The burly man felt that he was about to go crazy from Leng Ruoxue's anger, and he directly released the mystic technique in his hand towards Leng Ruoxue. Immediately, in the air, countless fiery red and dazzling mystic energy drew several beautiful arcs and flew towards Leng Ruoxue. However, halfway through, the thin threads of mystic energy miraculously gathered together, forming a fire dragon that was as thick as an adult's arm. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced at Leng Ruoxue. This mystic technique isn't bad. Leng Ruoxue praised. However, she was still calm and composed. Moreover, she was very confident in her water curtain. After all, she'd improved this water curtain. Otherwise, it would be simply a fantasy if she wanted to resist the attack of a mystic supremacy with just this water curtain that was at the intermediate level of a mystic technique. The moment Leng Ruoxue spoke, the dazzling fire dragon that emitted a red light had already collided with the water curtain. However, the result was shocking. Because the water curtain didn't break at all, and there weren't even any ripples. The fire dragon formed by mystic energy was stunned as if it had intelligence. Then, it launched another fierce collision. If that fire dragon could speak, it would definitely say that this dragon was a heaven-rank technique. How could a tiny water curtain possibly block me? On the other hand, if the water curtain could speak, then it would definitely tell the slightly cocky fire dragon that there was nothing special about a heaven-rank technique. I'm the mutated water curtain that Master had modified. Want to break through me? You won't die from exhaustion. After one attack after another, faint water patterns finally appeared on the water curtain. However, it was still intact. The aura of the fire dragon formed by mystic energy became weaker and weaker, obviously exhausted. Not only that, the owner who used it was also panting heavily and covered in sweat. After all, mystic energy was controlled by the owner, and the reason why a heaven-rank technique looked so spiritual was because it contained a trace of the owner's divine sense. The burly man became even more anxious when he saw that he failed to break through the water curtain after working hard for half a day. His lack of composure also destined him to fail. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't plan to let her opponent die too early. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only defended but not fought back seriously. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's calm and relaxed expression, the burly man became more and more annoyed. Therefore, after stopping for a few seconds, he started attacking again. The burly man controlled the fire dragon and kept attacking from all angles as if it was crazy. The water curtain was also extremely cooperative. Wherever you hit, I would shake. It looked like it was about to break through, but it just couldn't break through. Half an hour later, the burly man's already frustrated heart became more and more impatient. Especially when he saw Leng Ruoxue's relaxed expression, the anger in his heart intensified. Damn, what was going on? He could be considered a seasoned veteran, but he had overturned the boat with a little girl. How could he stand tall in front of the world if news of this got out? No. This can't continue. Even though this fire dragon flame was one of his most formidable techniques, it wasn't the most formidable. Moreover, his most formidable fire attribute technique couldn't be utilized rashly. Otherwise, he would have to recuperate for at least a few decades before he could recover. However, this little girl had already completely angered him, so he would rather lose decades to destroy this girl. Otherwise, the Sun family would probably be destroyed in the hands of this damn girl sooner or later. Usually, it was very difficult for a person to control their rationality when they were the most angry. Therefore, the only thing he could think of now was to get rid of his opponent. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that if he used his sure kill technique, not only would it affect his body, but it would also cause huge losses to the place where they were fighting. At this moment, his heart was already filled with anger. He couldn't remember that he was in the Sun family's ancestral mansion. Damn girl, look at my flame dragon storm, the burly man roared. Then, fire attribute mystic energy slowly gathered in his palms. Immediately, all the fire attribute mystic energy within a radius of 50 kilometers of the Sun family's main residence rushed over from all directions at the same time. Flame Dragon Storm? It sounds quite formidable. Leng Ruoxue's face was full of anticipation. However, when she saw the fire attribute profound energy surging from the peak, she was even more looking forward to this profound technique that her opponent valued. Flame Dragon Storm. No. The expressions of the Sun family's old ancestors, who were fighting with Fengde and the others, immediately changed drastically when they heard this name. Unfortunately, they shouted a little late because the burly man had already begun to gather mystic energy. Looking at the mystic energy surging in from all directions, which had already dyed the sky above the Sun family's main residence red, the hearts of those who understood the might of the Flame Dragon Storm sank, and an ominous premonition shrouded their hearts. They admitted that their opponent was very strong, but there was no need to use the extremely destructive mystic technique, Flame Dragon Storm. This was the Sun family's territory. Blood dripped from the hearts of the Sun family's ancestors when they thought of this. However, the Flame Dragon Storm was already being activated in an irresistible manner, so all they could do was minimize the losses. Unfortunately, wishes were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Although they wanted to protect the main residents of the Sun family and disperse the clansmen of the Sun family, they were firmly entangled by Fengde and the others and couldn't do anything. The ancestors of the Sun family were angry. The situation in front of them was becoming more and more critical, but they couldn't escape. However, as the saying goes, bystanders see better. They were in the battlefield, so they didn't realize that Fengde and the others didn't use their full strength when fighting with them. Otherwise, these people would have probably died long ago. Fengde and the others had the same thoughts as Leng Ruoxue, they wouldn't let these people die too quickly. Fengde and the others saw that their opponents were distracted and were a little anxious to get rid of them, and they knew in their hearts that the power of this Flame Dragon Storm was probably not trivial. However, they were not afraid. Anyway, this was not their territory, hee. Fengde and the others continued to fight their opponents. On the other side, the burly man's Flame Dragon Storm was already ready to attack. It was almost done. The burly man felt the abundant fire attribute mystic energy in his hand and was overjoyed. He was very confident in this sure kill technique of his. He believed that Flame Dragon Storm could definitely destroy Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue, who was standing opposite him, was also filled with anticipation for this technique and added another layer of defense to herself. The Flame Dragon Storm was released from the burly man's hand with the force of breaking bamboo. Immediately, a huge fire dragon burning with raging flames pounced directly at Leng Ruoxue with bared fangs and brandished claws, and a huge explosion happened in front of the water curtain. With a loud bang, the entire sky of the Sun family's main residence was filled with flames in an instant. The exploding fire dragons dyed the sky red, and the temperature was scorching hot. The power of this fire dragon explosion was indeed extraordinary. It was at least dozens of times stronger than the fire dragon flame just now. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue, who was mentally prepared, immediately teleported away from the range of the explosion after the explosion. However, she was still affected by the explosion wave and suffered considerable internal injuries. Her water curtain was also shattered by the fire dragon explosion. However, the elders of the Sun family were even more unlucky. As they were tied up too tightly and were starving to death and weak all over, they were unable to escape at all. Moreover, they were piled in the middle of the yard by Fengde and the others, and they were in the middle of the explosion. Therefore, after the violent explosion, they were the first to bear the brunt. In just a breath, the elders of the Sun family were turned to ashes by the scorching high temperature. Alas! The poor elders of the Sun family probably never dreamed that they would die in the hands of their ancestor even though they clearly found helpers to save their lives. The Sun family's main residence had also turned into ruins because of this big explosion. Many of the Sun family members who were unprepared and had been hiding in the corners had also become sacrifices for this explosion and were buried with the Sun family's main residence. As for the burly man who launched the Flame Dragon Storm, it wasn't much better because not only did he use up all his profound strength during the Flame Dragon Storm, he was even heavily injured by the backlash of the profound technique. At the same time, he was affected by the explosion. In short, the gains simply didn't make up for the losses. Fengde and the others immediately teleported out of the range of the explosion after the explosion. However, the power of this explosion was too great, so they were also attacked by the aftermath of the explosion. Fortunately, their injuries were not serious. After all, they were farther away from the center of the explosion than Leng Ruoxue. Their opponents, because they hoped to save a few elders of the Sun family, were unable to escape the explosion in time, so their injuries were not light. After the explosion, the Sun family either died or were injured. They suffered heavy losses. After hearing the explosion, Sunzhou city citizens were also attracted. However, no one dared to get too close, afraid that they would become cannon fodder. Schwer, are your injuries serious? In the air, the freak hugged Leng Ruoxue tightly and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Leng Ruoxue wiped the blood off her lips and then took out a pill from her bracelet and put it in her mouth. Alas! The power of this Flame Dragon Storm was indeed extraordinary. She felt that her reaction speed was already fast enough, but she was still injured. However, her heart was filled with warmth when she saw the freak's worried expression. Miss! At this moment, Fengde and the others also gathered beside Leng Ruoxue and looked at her worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine, Leng Ruoxue explained. Are your injuries serious? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. Miss, we're fine, Fengde said immediately. They were only lightly injured, and they had all eaten pills, so their injuries were already healed. That's good. Leng Ruoxue was relieved. Then she turned her gaze to the dumbfounded ancestors of the Sun family and said, the power of Flame Dragon Storm is indeed strong. Well. The entire Sun family is destroyed. Damn it, shut up. The burly man's depressed heart became even more annoyed and depressed when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that not only did his sure kill technique not kill the wretched girl in front of him, it even destroyed the entire Sun family. How could he accept this? Previous chapter. Damn girl, I'm going to kill you, the burly man roared. He forced his exhausted body to pounce at Leng Ruoxue, but he lost his balance and fell onto a pile of ruins with a plop. You can't kill me like this, right? Leng Ruoxue reminded with a naughty smile. Well. Since they were enemies, she naturally had to hit him while he was down. After all, she was not a soft-hearted person. She would definitely do something like hitting a drowning dog. You. The burly man was furious, but he also knew that Leng Ruoxue was telling the truth. He really couldn't kill her with his current appearance. The burly man's heart was bleeding as he looked at the ruins in front of him, and he was in a daze. Boo-hoo. How could this be? Why was the Sun family destroyed in his hands? How? How could he explain it to the Sun family's Lai Zhu sect? He was a sinner of the Sun family. Thinking of this, his large palm suddenly struck the top of his head to apologize with death. Third brother. Third brother. Roars of anger and despair echoed in a radius of 50 kilometers around the Sun family. What a close brotherhood. Fengde said mockingly. His voice sounded so out of place amidst the angry roar. Leng Ruoxue, our Sun family won't let you go. One of the elders of the Sun family roared at the top of his lungs. This time, what they thought would be a piece of cake happened in such a dramatic manner. Leng Ruoxue and the others were only injured, but countless elders and clansmen of the Sun family were dead or injured. Although they were not the ones who released the Flame Dragon Storm, they could not escape the blame for such a major change in the Sun family. Thinking of this, the elders of the Sun family, who were heavily injured, looked at each other and attacked Leng Ruoxue with the determination to die. Sensing the suicidal attacks of the Sun family's ancestors, Fengde and the others immediately went forward without retreating. Be careful. Leng Ruoxue stood by the side and reminded them. With such an unexpected change in the Sun family, these old men could not accept this fact. They naturally became the punching bags of the Sun family's ancestors. However, they were not pushovers. Humph. Leng Ruoxue didn't care about them even if they weren't injured, let alone a few old men with serious injuries. However, these old men were all determined to die, so their attacks were ruthless and fierce. Moreover, they had the intention of perishing with the other party, and every move they made was fatal. Not only that, all of their sure-win tactics were secretly brewing. Leng Ruoxue, who was watching the battle, felt the abnormal flow of spiritual energy in the air. Her heart tightened. Damn it. Were these old men crazy? Could it be that they all wanted to use their sure-win tactics? Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue hurriedly shouted at the people in the battle, Fengde, finish this quickly. If she really let these old things activate her sure-win tactics, the entire Sunzhou city would probably be destroyed. She didn't want to die with these old fellows from the Sun family. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Fengde and the others, who had been casually teasing the Sun family's old ancestors, became extremely alert. They attacked the Sun family's old ancestor who was fighting them from multiple sides. The mystic techniques in their hands kept bombarding their opponents, destroying the mystic energy they were condensing and interrupting their crazy plan. Leng Ruoxue, the Sun family will drag you down with them. A despairing gaze appeared in the eyes of an elder. Then, his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, his body blew up like a balloon. Hurry up and dodge, he's going to self-destruct. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly reminded. A mystic supremacy self-destructing was not a joke. Moreover, the power of self-destruction was not any weaker than a sure-kill technique, and they did not even need to condense mystic energy. However, no one would choose to self-destruct if they did not want to die with the other party. After all, if they could kill the other party with a sure-kill technique, they could at least have a life. However, self-destruction was quite a thorough death, and they could not even leave a trace of divine sense. At the same time as Leng Ruoxue reminded them, Fengde and the others also realized that they wanted to self-destruct, so they left the battle circle without hesitation. Well. The Sun family was suicidal, they hadn't lived long enough. Bang! 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 Several loud bangs sounded at the same time as Fengde and the others teleported. The ancestors of the Sun family exploded one after another as if they were relieving themselves. Leng Ruoxue saw that the situation was bad, so with a thought, she brought everyone into her bracelet. What a joke! If a mystic supremacy self-destructed, they would probably be fine as long as they stayed away and put up a defense. However, with so many mystic supremacies self-destructing, it was unknown if Sun Zhoucheng could survive. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue didn't dare to risk the lives of her own people. After entering the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue and the others had been observing the situation outside. Thus, the consequences of the self-destruction were basically within their expectations. After the self-destructive yuan dissipated, Leng Ruoxue and the others took out their bracelets. Now, all the buildings in Sunzhou City had collapsed except for the city walls that remained standing. Moreover, countless citizens in the city had died. At least, they didn't see anyone alive around them now. I've finally witnessed the power of a mystic supremacy's self-destruction today. Fengde was a little speechless as he said. Oh. If they used their sure win tactic heavenly technique, it would probably not be much. Yes, consider yourself lucky. Such a scene isn't easy to see, the little old man said emotionally. Sigh. A good main city was destroyed just like that. Even though the Sun family deserved to die, the citizens who were buried in the city were innocent. The so-called ancestors of the Sun family had never thought about the serious consequences their decision would cause to the citizens with low cultivation when they self-destructed. Therefore, in essence, the Sun family was selfish. However, the Sun family could be considered to have been destroyed by their own people. Moreover, the matter with the Sun family was not over. Las, these people who self-destruct can only be considered a drop in the ocean to the ancestors of the Sun family, so let's make plans early. I believe they will arrive soon, the little old man reminded. There was a signal from the Sun family's ancestor before he self-destructed, so he was very sure that the Sun family's cultivation ground was probably in chaos now. It wouldn't be long before the other ancestors of the Sun family would arrive. Previous chapter. Grandpa Du, they're already here, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. With such an intense explosion happening in Sunzhou City, these people would rush over to investigate even if no one sent a letter. Now, they should be all out. Moreover, they were less than 1,000 meters away. Who destroyed our Sunzhou City? A lion's roar entered Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears before they arrived. Moreover, the roar carried a shocking pressure that caused Fengde and the others who hadn't advanced to mystic supremacy to be dazed. Leng Ruoxue stored Fengde and the others into her bracelet. Alas! These people were not ordinary mystic supremacies, so the battle was no longer something they could participate in. Lass, did you destroy our Sunzhou City? Nearly 100 mystic supremacies stood about 10 meters away from Leng Ruoxue and the others and questioned angrily. No, Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. They really didn't destroy Sunzhou City. Although these mystic supremacies gave people a lot of pressure, she wouldn't panic and retreat before the battle. She wanted to know how big the difference between her and these mystic supremacies was. After all, it wasn't easy to find an opponent who would do his best. Lass, how dare you quibble in front of me? Humph. You obviously destroyed the foundation of our Sun family for tens of thousands of years. Today, all of you will be buried with the Sun family, the leading old man said with a ruthless expression, his shrewd eyes staring at Leng Ruoxue. Humph. These people will all die. Old man, Sun Zhoucheng was obviously destroyed by the Sun family. As a member of the Sun family, you should know the aura of your own clansmen well, right? But you insisted on blaming us. Well. This is a show of shirking your responsibility. Leng Ruoxue mocked lightly, her beautiful eyes full of sarcasm. Damn girl, don't think I'll let you go even if you tell me the truth today. Our Sunzhou City is destroyed, and you can forget about leaving alive, the old man said fiercely. Is that so? Old man, are all the Sun family here? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Well, it was better to confirm it. With Sun Zhoucheng destroyed, those clansmen who had escaped from the Sun family's main residence would probably not be able to escape. However, if this old man brought all the elders of the Sun family here, it would save her a lot of trouble. Since this old man wanted to kill them, she naturally wanted to eliminate them at the root. Slash. Of course, you'll definitely die today, the old man said very confidently. Humph. It was just a little girl. He didn't care about her. Moreover, he was very sure that even if this damn girl's methods were outstanding, she would only die in front of them. Then I'm relieved, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Don't worry about what? We won't let you guys die too happily, the old man reminded. Thinking about how their Sun family had dominated the vast Heaven continent for tens of thousands of years, their Sun family's history in the vast Heaven continent was even longer than the Leng family's. But now, the Sun family was destroyed in the hands of a little girl. How could he not hate this? Each other. Leng Ruoxue agreed. This old man wanted to kill her, but how could she not want to kill these people in front of her? She did not like to leave trouble for herself, so unless an accident happened, she would not be soft-hearted. Looks like this old man really hasn't walked around the boundless Heaven continent for a long time. To think that there's actually such an arrogant wretched girl like you. Humph. Today, this old man will let you see what's called a true powerhouse. The old man narrowed his eyes. At the same time as he spoke, he didn't forget to release his pressure. However, he quickly noticed that the little girl before him was actually able to remain calm and composed under his pressure. After all, the pressure he released now was only targeted at this damn girl, so it was countless times stronger than before. However, it seemed to be useless against her. Damn girl, tell me your name, the old man said angrily. It seemed that this damn girl had some skills. He had really underestimated her just now. Leng Ruoxue, old man, what about you? Leng Ruoxue asked after introducing herself. How can you know my name? The old man said unhappily with a stern face. Old man, could it be that your name is grandson? Leng Ruoxue asked angrily. Hee. Just now, Empty sent her a voice transmission saying that there was a very senior ancestor in the Sun family named Grandson. She almost burst out laughing when she heard that. Damn it, you're the grandson. My surname is Sun and my name is Ji. I'm not a grandson 1 inch, the old man roared angrily. Damn it, his name had angered him a lot. Now, his name had become the grandson of a little girl. How could someone so proud bear humiliation? Same, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Say my A**s. Damn girl, you're dead meat today, Sun Ji said angrily. Then he directly pushed out a palm. The palm wind carried a gust of cold air as it pounced at Leng Ruoxue. Grandson. The battle is about to begin? You don't know how to respect your elders. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of disappointment as she spoke. Her beautiful eyes were filled with provocation. However, she didn't dare to lower her guard against this old man's attack. However, she didn't use her full strength. It could be said that everything was probing. Damn girl, take another move of mine. Sun Ji didn't care at all when he saw that Leng Ruoxue easily dodged his first attack. After all, someone who could force the experts of his Sun family to self-destruct was definitely not a superficial embroidered pillow, and he had only used 30% of his strength in that move just now. Stinky old man, it's my turn to make a move this time, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then, she released the meteor shower without hesitation. Lass, is that all you've got? You actually want to use the meteor shower to deal with a mystic supremacy? Humph. You really overestimate your capabilities. Sun Ji was a mystic with the water attribute as the main attribute, so he naturally knew the power of the meteor shower. Therefore, he didn't take Leng Ruoxue's attack seriously at all. However, when the tens of thousands of raindrops approached him, he deeply felt that this meteor shower was abnormal. Could this still be considered a meteor shower? Even though he was a mystic supremacy, he could not guarantee that it would be so powerful if he launched the meteor rain. If it were an ordinary mystic supremacy in today's battle, this meteor rain would probably injure him even if it could not kill his opponent. Thinking of this, he became even more serious about this battle that seemed to have a great disparity in strength. Sun Ji raised his hand slightly, and a light blue curtain wall blocked in front of him. Even though most of the raindrops approaching him had been blocked, a small number of fish still slipped through the curtain wall and hit him. The raindrops hit his body. Outsiders might think that they only wet his clothes, but only Sun Ji knew how painful the sharp raindrops were when they hit his body. Stinky old man, is it cool? Leng Ruoxue blinked and asked. Damn girl, from this moment onwards, I will let you enjoy the highest treatment of your opponent, Sun Ji said very seriously. What he was trying to convey was that he was going to use his full strength. I'm looking forward to it, Leng Ruoxue said. Well. This old man should be the strongest among the opponents she had encountered. It was very rare to be able to fight with such an expert, so she would definitely do her best. At the same time, the ancestors of the Sun family brought by Sun Ji found their opponents when they saw Sun Ji attack. However, the battle situation happened to change this time. In the previous battle, because Feng De and the others were involved, they had the absolute advantage in numbers. They were basically fighting in groups, but now, they were fighting in groups. None of you will live today, the two mystic supremacies glared at Cheng Wu and said fiercely. Oh. Underestimating your enemy is a big taboo in battle, Cheng Wu reminded kindly. There were not many opportunities to fight two mystic supremacies at the same time, so not only was he not afraid, but his fighting spirit was also high. You're dead meat, the two elders of the Sun family said. Then, they looked at each other and attacked at the same time. In an instant, two streams of mystic energy were like two dragons rushing out of the sea, carrying shocking power as they flew towards Cheng Wu at the same time. Two dragons with gathered mystic energy, one wind and one dark. Even though they attacked at the same time, wind attribute mystic techniques had always been proficient in speed. Therefore, the wind attribute flood dragon quickly became the vanguard and ran at the front, while the dark attribute flood dragon followed closely behind. Cheng Wu did not panic as he looked at the two profound energy dragons that were right in front of him, one in front and one behind, rushing towards him. His figure even moved quickly. Moreover, he easily dodged the wind attribute dragon's attack. However, he was unable to dodge the dark attribute dragon that followed closely behind. Therefore, he was still injured. Dark attribute mystic energy had a certain degree of corrosion, so even though Cheng Wu's injuries were not very serious, the injury spread in the blink of an eye. Cheng Wu did not dare to slack off. He quickly took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. At the same time, he summoned his beasts. The two ancestors of the Sun family looked at the fire phoenix and the dragon that suddenly appeared in front of them and their hearts sank. They secretly cursed. Damn, where did this freak come from? There was actually a dragon and phoenix as contract beasts. This time, it was impossible for them to summon their beasts to help even if they wanted to because their beasts were helpless in front of the dragon and phoenix. Even if they were of the same level, the bloodline pressure of the dragon and phoenix was not something ordinary beasts could withstand. After Cheng Wu's beast came out, it immediately changed the situation on the battlefield. With the addition of Long and Feng, the battle also went from 1 against 2 to 3 against 2. However, Cheng Wu didn't intend to bully them with numbers. Instead, he instructed his beast to hold back one of the mystic supremacies while he sparred with the other. After all, the opponent before him was a famous mystic supremacy for many years. His strength was on a completely different level compared to ordinary mystic supremacies, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The others had the same thoughts as Cheng Wu. After summoning their beasts to restrain the other mystic supremacies, they could focus on dealing with one person. Damn girl, you really surprise me. Sun Ji couldn't help saying enviously when he saw the battle situation of the others from the corner of his eye. After being in seclusion for many years, even though he was no longer as supportive of the current situation in the vast heaven continent as before, he was also very clear that dragons and phoenixes would not casually acknowledge others as their masters. However, everything in front of him shattered his assumption. Therefore, he really wanted to know who these people were. Who did the Sun family provoke that actually caused a family extermination? Unfortunately, he was destined to not receive this answer. Old man, I'm also very satisfied with you, Leng Ruoxue said politely. It wasn't easy to find a good sparring partner. Damn girl, even though I admire you, I can't let you go. Sun Ji's voice turned cold as he glared at her. I don't need you to let me go. You might be stronger than me, but you can't kill me, and I can kill you. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. The two of them had fought for dozens of rounds. Even though she was at a slight disadvantage, the old man didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, this was under the circumstances that she didn't use the beast. However, she was almost familiar with this old man's moves now, so she didn't have the patience to continue pestering him. She planned to kill him after she was done with him. With a thought. Leng Ruoxue moved Fengzhan and the Black Python, who strongly requested to fight, out of the bracelet. Sun Jigang was about to say, you arrogant wretched girl, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, before he could say this, he was stunned by the two beasts that suddenly appeared in front of him. The two beasts in front of him were both level 9 super beasts. One of the extremely huge fire phoenixes had unfathomable strength. As soon as it appeared, the temperature here immediately soared, grilled people until they were very uncomfortable. Moreover, that fire phoenix made him feel a trace of nervousness that he had never felt before. Old man, I won't bully you. I'll only use two beasts to fight you. Of course, for the sake of fairness, you can also summon two beasts, Leng Ruoxue reminded with a naughty smile. Damn girl, you. Sun Ji was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Damn. He wanted to summon a beast, but where could he get two level 9 transcendent divine beasts? Did they really think that level 9 transcendent divine beasts were cabbages that could be found easily? Moreover, even if he had a level 9 transcendent divine beast, he would probably be unable to retaliate under the bloodline pressure of the fire phoenix. Boo-hoo. This was obviously bullying. Unless he had a level 9 transcendent divine beast dragon, no beast would be a match for this fire phoenix. Actually, I want to say that using two beast men to deal with you is a little overreacting. Well. Big Blackie, go play with him first. Leng Ruoxue instructed. Yes, miss, the black python, which was the big black snake Leng Ruoxue mentioned, answered happily. Because miss already had little black, she could only be the big one. Boo-hoo. Lass, you're biased. Fengzhan was displeased and it heard that the big black python would fight first. It came out to fight. It would not be able to take it if it only watched and didn't attack. Let Big Blackie practice first. There are very few human experts with such high strength in this world. Moreover, there are even fewer who will sincerely fight with us. Well. If you want to fight, there are still people over there. Leng Ruoxue comforted. Alright. I'll look for other people to play with, Fengzhan said after some thought. It would be happy as long as it fought. Therefore, it didn't matter who its opponent was. What was important was that it had to fight. It was best if its body was as strong as that old dragon's. After Fengzhan finished speaking, he flew to the side of an old ancestor of the Sun family. At the same time, the Black Python and Sun Ji fought, and Leng Ruoxue became a spectator again. This fellow's body is too weak. I only touched it lightly, why did it burn to ashes? Boo-hoo. Fengzhan looked at his opponent who had already turned to ashes gloomily, his eyes filled with tears, feeling very wronged. Cheng Wu, who had just defeated his opponent, also looked at the old phoenix gloomily. He wanted to cry but had no tears. That was his opponent. He was played to death by this fierce old phoenix in an instant. Who could he find to reason with? Boo-hoo. Little guy, don't be sad. Isn't there someone else? Fengzhan looked at Cheng Wu who was also depressed and comforted him. Yes, yes. Cheng Wu nodded. Then he turned his gaze to the others and looked at Fengzhan before pouncing towards the others. With Fengzhan joining the battle, the bodies of the Sun family's old ancestors were as blurry as paper. They basically died instantly. This time, Song Di and the others were all depressed. Boo-hoo. This old phoenix was too powerful and ruthless. He only used a few minutes to destroy all their sparring partners. He was too much. After Cheng Wu and the others reluctantly ended the battle, they came to Leng Ruoxue's side and watched the battle with her. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Well. As expected of the strongest person in the Sun family, this old man had endured many beatings. Little black snake, do you need my help? The old phoenix, who had not had enough fun, said with a smile. At this moment, the other beasts had already been stored into the beast space by their respective masters, so only Leng Ruoxue's two beasts were left on the entire battlefield. Therefore, Fengzhan felt that they should be united, loving, and helping each other. There's no need. I can handle it. The black python's forehead dripped with 2 drops of cold sweat as it said helplessly. Boo-hoo. This old man is better at taking beatings, Fengzhan sighed. He even pretended to wipe his tears and pretended to be sad. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Sun Ji was tightly entangled by the black python. Hearing their conversation and being surrounded by Leng Ruoxue and the others, the anger and hatred in his heart had long surged uncontrollably. He knew that the other ancestors from the Sun family were already dead. He hated them. He really wanted to eat their meat, drink their blood, and cut them into pieces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the hatred in his heart. He also knew that as long as the green hills remain, there was hope. However, he was alone now. Humph. I won't let you have an easy time even if I die. Sun Ji swore in his heart. I'll bite you guys hard even if I die. Thinking of this, he decided to self-destruct. However, the black python didn't give him any chance to self-destruct. After seeing through Sun Ji's intentions, it used its thick snake tail to tightly bind Sun Ji. Humph. Do you want to self-destruct? Dream on. The black python tightened its grip, and Sun Ji, who was in it, bit his lower lip until it broke. In all his years of life, he had never hated Leng Ruoxue and the others so much as now. He hated this big black python even more. It actually wanted to take away his chance to self-destruct. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he couldn't take a breath and was angered to death. Oh. Why isn't there any reaction? The black python blinked its big innocent eyes and asked in puzzlement. This old man was struggling with all his might just now. Why did he give up so quickly? He's dead, Feng Zhan reminded. That old man's life was already gone. How is that possible? I didn't use too much strength. The black python was very depressed. Boo-hoo. This had nothing to do with it. Little black snake, could it be that you doubt my judgment? Feng Zhan glared and said with slight dissatisfaction. I don't dare. I don't dare. But I really didn't use any strength. The black python was extremely aggrieved, and tears were already welling up in its eyes. He's angry to death, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Ah. Isn't he too angry? Oh. He's not pretending to be dead, is he? The black python said doubtfully. Then, its tail released Sun Ji, who was tightly held by it. It looked at Sun Ji, who had been thrown to the ground, for a long time. It was still a little worried, so it raised its thick snake tail high, planning to cause another accident. Hee hee. Caution always pays off. The Sun family was famous for their cunning nature. However, just as it lowered its snake tail, a loud shout suddenly sounded in their ears. Vile beast! How dare you! Immediately after, a terrifying mystic power hit its thick snake tail, making the black python cry from the pain. Boo-hoo! It hurts! The black python looked at its snake tail that was already torn apart and then looked at the unfathomably powerful man who had suddenly appeared in midair. The anger in its heart burned limitlessly. Humph! It didn't like to be threatened after being with Miss for a long time, so it ignored the man in front of it and fiercely dropped its tail from the sky. It then pressed Sun Ji, who was lying on the ground and had long been angered to death, into pulp. Bastard, I'll kill you. The man couldn't help but be furious when he saw the Sun clan member being killed by a snake in front of him. Of course, he didn't know that Sun Ji had been angered to death before he arrived. Humph. Who's afraid of you? The black python said disdainfully. Even though this man's strength was unfathomable, it had so many helpers. How could it be afraid of a human? Therefore, it did not take the man's threat to heart. Good. Good. Looks like I haven't fought in the boundless heaven continent for a long time. A small snake even dares to be arrogant in front of me. Beast. Hand over your life. The man attacked as soon as he said that. At the same time, a light blue mystic energy headed straight for the black python 7 inches, planning to kill it in one move. This mystic power was too fast. Everyone could not save him even if they wanted to. Leng Ruoxue quickly stored the black python into her bracelet. The man's mystic energy missed and hit the ruins directly. Apart from Leng Ruoxue, all of you will die with our Sun family. The man vented all his anger on Cheng Wu and the others seeing that he didn't hit the black python. Do you know me? Leng Ruoxue looked up at the man floating in the air and asked lightly. The man in the air was very handsome and had unfathomable strength. However, he gave people a very gloomy feeling. Moreover, his eyes that looked at Leng Ruoxue emitted a different kind of brilliance. The man looked at Leng Ruoxue carefully, feeling increasingly satisfied. Slash. She was even more beautiful than the portrait. Well. To be precise, the portrait did not express all of Leng Ruoxue's beauty. Apart from her breathtaking beauty, there was no way to show her extraordinary temperament. In short, he wanted this woman for sure, and she could only be his. What do you think? The man asked instead of answering. His eyes could not help but reveal a trace of obsession. How would I know? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Aren't you curious how I know you? The man asked while suppressing his anger. He had never been completely ignored by a woman like today. No. Leng Ruoxue was very calm. She didn't know who this man was from the Sun family. The man was speechless. In front of Leng Ruoxue, he felt a sense of helplessness he had never felt before. Did you just say that everyone except me has to die? Leng Ruoxue asked with an unfriendly tone. Yes. The man nodded. They are all my relatives and subordinates. If you want to kill them, you have to die, Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Are you threatening me? The man narrowed his eyes and said unhappily. This woman ignored him just now and actually threatened him now. She was really too disobedient. Everyone knew that he liked obedient women the most. However, it seemed like he would have a greater sense of accomplishment to train a little wild cat into a family cat. It's not a threat, it's just the truth. Leng Ruoxue lightly smiled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, so beautiful that the world lost its color. Whether it's a threat or the truth, they will all die except for you. The man looked at Leng Ruoxue's smile in amazement and only came back to his senses after a long time. Then let's try. However, do you think you can beat so many of us alone? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. These people are just ants in my eyes. I only need a finger to destroy them, the man said confidently. Don't say it too early. However, I'm very curious. Can you use strength above mystic supremacy in this world? Leng Ruoxue smiled sweetly. Earlier, Wu Tian had sent a voice transmission to her, saying that this man didn't belong to this world. Therefore, even though this man was very strong, he probably couldn't use his full strength with the restrictions of the heaven-earth law. You know quite a lot. I'm even more satisfied with you now, the man said with a smile. He had always thought that women shouldn't be too smart, but Leng Ruoxue was an exception. But I'm not satisfied with you. I hate the Sun family. By the way, Sun Zhou City was destroyed by the so-called ancestors of the Sun family. Leng Ruoxue's tone was very cold, and the disgust on her face was unconcealed. You will be satisfied with me when you become my woman. As for Sun Zhoucheng, someone will naturally accompany him to the grave. The man was very confident. Are the Sun family all so self-righteous? Let me give you a piece of advice. Be realistic and stop dreaming. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She really didn't know what the brains of the Sun family were like. Why did they do things differently from others when they said it? Xuer is my woman. Don't even think about hitting on her. At this moment, the freak also said coldly. Damn it, did she think he was a dead person? She actually dared to tease his woman in front of him. She was really tired of living. I like this woman, the man said domineeringly, not taking the freak seriously at all. You're courting death. The freak was furious. He was about to go forward and teach that shameless man a lesson when he was stopped by Xuer. Why be angry with him because of this? It's not worth it, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She didn't want the freak to attack alone. Moreover, she could already tell that the old ancestor that the Sun family had designs on her was most likely him. However, the Sun family didn't exist anymore. It was just an old ancestor, so what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, he couldn't display his true strength in this world, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to destroy him. Yes, Xuer is right. In the freak's eyes, this man was already a dead man. It was indeed not worth it to be angry with a dead man. What? You don't intend to attack? Didn't you say that I'm courting death? The man provoked when he saw that the freak wasn't angry. You're courting death. Moreover, you'll definitely die, the freak promised. Is that so? Then let's see who dies first. Anyway, Leng Ruoxue is mine for sure. Hee hee. The taste of dual cultivation with her will definitely be very good, the man provoked, his words full of teasing. In your dreams, the freak said angrily. Then, black mystic energy was released. Supreme Crazy Wife. Chapter 830. Previous chapter. You can be here, why can't we be here? Leng Xiaoyu's handsome face was full of question marks. I'm talking about why are you in the vast heaven continent? Sun Tao could not help roaring. No reason. I come back when I want to. However, you're actually willing to come back, Leng Xiaoyu said in surprise. Humph. You don't have to care about my business. Sun Tao said irritably. He hated Leng Xiaoyu because they were natural enemies. In fact, to be precise, he had always treated Leng Xiaoyu as his greatest opponent. However, that damn fellow never took him seriously, and he would be unlucky every time he saw this man. I don't intend to care about you, but what you're doing now involves me, Leng Xiaoyu said with a smile. What do you mean? Sun Tao was puzzled. Little Xuer, stand down. Leave this dog to me. Leng Xiaoyu didn't answer Sun Tao's question and instead instructed Leng Ruoxue directly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue was happy that someone was willing to fight instead. Moreover, she was indeed not Sun Tao's match at that moment. Therefore, after retracting her mystic energy, she retreated to the side and prepared to watch the battle. Well. This cheap old ancestor and Sun Tao should be evenly matched, so she was looking forward to their battle. Leng Xiaoyu, I took a fancy to this woman first. Do you want to snatch her from me? Sun Tao roared angrily. Damn it, he obviously had the chance to kill these people, but Leng Xiaoyu ran out and interrupted, so his hatred for Leng Xiaoyu deepened another level. Slash. Do you think I'm a brainless guy like you? Little Xuer is my descendant. Leng Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. He had known Sun Tao for many years and knew Sun Tao's character better than anyone else. However, it was Sun Tao's personal business if he liked women. He couldn't care less, but he couldn't have designs on his little Xuer. Your descendant? When did you have another descendant? Sun Tao didn't believe it. He felt that Leng Xiaoyu was lying to him because he had never seen any women around Leng Xiaoyu. What? Can't I have a few descendants just because you have a lot of descendants? However, your descendants combined can't compare to mine, Leng Xiaoyu said proudly. He might not have many descendants, but the quality was good. Unlike the Sun family, which was a group of trash. Leng Xiaoyu, you really deserve to die. Sun Tao was even angrier when he heard Leng Xiaoyu's words. Damn it, wasn't this rubbing salt on his wounds? Sun Zhou City had turned into ruins now, and he didn't believe that Leng Xiaoyu couldn't see it. Hee. I'm sorry for bringing up your sad story. You don't seem to have any descendants now. Damn it, don't seem to have survived, Leng Xiao gloated, adding oil to the fire. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Little Shuer was still the best. The Sun family was really played by her. Well. As expected of his bloodline. Leng Xiaoyu. Sun Tao was angry. The consequences were serious. Sun Tao commanded his 2 water dragons to fly towards Leng Xiaoyu aggressively. Humph. He couldn't bear to kill Leng Ruoxue, but he wouldn't pity a stinky man who always went against him. After Leng Ruoxue retracted her mystic energy and retreated, he didn't continue fighting, so these 2 water streams kept dancing in the air, waiting for his order. With a thought, the 2 water dragons immediately moved. Sun Tao, we haven't fought in a long time. Leng Xiaoyu chuckled. He also used his mystic energy to condense 2 dragons burning with flames and welcomed the 2 threatening water dragons. Leng Xiaoyu, you are definitely not my match now, Sun Tao said confidently. Is that so? Could it be that you have a good opportunity? Leng Xiaoyu guessed jokingly. Humph. Do you think I'll tell you? Sun Tao glared at Leng Xiaoyu. It doesn't matter. Leng Xiaoyu didn't care at all. The 2 of them bickered, and the huge dragon they condensed with mystic energy was also staring at each other like their master, wishing to glare a hole through the other party. There was a long pause. The 4 mystic energy dragons intertwined, and slowly, the water and fire attribute spiritual energy in the sky gradually became restless. Previous water and fire attribute spiritual energy, which were slightly wild, rushed over from all directions and fused into the bodies of the 4 mystic dragons. Immediately, the bodies of the 4 dragons became another size, and their power was even stronger. The 2 fire dragons and the water dragons collided, causing a loud bang. In an instant, flames soared into the sky and streams of light overflowed. However, the 4 dragons were on par. After entangling for a long time, no one could do anything to each other. The 4 dragons stopped fighting and glared at each other, releasing some pressure from time to time. Just as Leng Xiaoyu and Sun Tao were each controlling their mystic energy dragons and were in a deadlock, Leng Qinya ran to Leng Ruoxue's side and looked at her resentfully. Little Shuer, how can you abandon me? Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Leng Qinya said pitifully. People who didn't know the situation would definitely think that Leng Ruoxue abandoned her in a mess. When did I abandon you? Don't spout nonsense. Leng Ruoxue's forehead was covered in black lines as she said speechlessly. This fellow really dared to say anything. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, otherwise, she would be misunderstood to death. You did. You left without saying goodbye. Boo-hoo. Leng Qinya complained, tears still in his starry eyes. Grand Elder, we often leave without saying goodbye. Alas. The atmosphere during our farewells is too sad, Leng Ruoxue sighed. That's true. However, you can take me with you. Leng Qinya said matter-of-factly. Take you with me? You are the Grand Elder of the Leng family. Won't the Leng family hunt me down if I abduct you? Leng Ruoxue was very afraid of trouble, so she naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. No, I'm dispensable in the Leng family. I don't care about anything, Leng Qinya said resentfully. I'm the dispensable one. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and helplessly said. How can you be dispensable? You're very important, Leng Qinya said hurriedly. Let's not talk about this first. Tell me, why did you and that cheap old ancestor come here? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. To help you, of course. Leng Qinya said with a smile, his handsome face full of pride. Oh. Thank you, then. Leng Ruoxue nodded and said politely. With the resourcefulness of the cheap old ancestor, it shouldn't be difficult to know that she was in the Sun family. However, she really didn't expect them to specially come over to help her. This couldn't help making her feel a trace of warmth in her heart. Little Shuer, there's no need to be so polite with us. However, we were still a step too late. Alas. We heard the explosion before we entered the city. We were afraid that something would happen to you. Fortunately, you were all fine, Leng Qinya said with relief. Hee. How can it be so easy to kill us? Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Yes, you're all unkillable cockroaches. Your vitality is tenacious. Leng Qinya said cooperatively. We're not cockroaches. Leng Ruoxue said with 2 drops of cold sweat on her forehead. Hee. Leng Qinya laughed evilly. By the way, is the cheap old ancestor and Sun Tao old enemies? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. From Sun Tao's tone, he seemed to hate the cheap old ancestor. My grandfather doesn't treat him as an opponent. That fellow is delusional. Just treat what he said as farting. Don't take it to heart, Leng Qinya said nonchalantly. Not only that. I think he likes to daydream. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Yes. Little Shuer, that fellow is a big pervert. You have to stay away from him. You will be very depressed if you are targeted by him. Leng Qinya reminded. I think I've already been targeted by him, Leng Ruoxue said with a bitter face, feeling extremely depressed. It's okay. Grandpa will definitely beat him up this time until he doesn't dare to have any ideas about you. However, you have to be careful if you're alone. Sun Tao is very strong. In this world, no one can restrain him except Grandpa, Leng Qianye reminded. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Even though she was not Sun Tao's match now, as long as it was in the boundless heaven continent, she was really not afraid of Sun Tao. No matter how strong Sun Tao's strength was, her own beasts would have to tire him to death with their tag team battle. However, being remembered by others every day, after all, it was not a good thing. Therefore, if there was a chance, she still hoped to be able to eliminate Sun Tao. This fellow was a big worry in her heart. Can't you kill him? Leng Ruoxue asked after some thought. There's definitely no way to kill him in the boundless heaven continent. Sigh. Leng Qianye said somewhat helplessly. Oh. Leng Ruoxue was depressed. Little Shuer, don't worry. When you're strong enough, you can definitely kill him in the future, Leng Qianye hurriedly comforted. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. At most, I'll beat him up every time he comes, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Yes, he's asking for a beating, Leng Qianye agreed. Due to the restriction of the continent's level, there were many things that could not be completed in this world, but beating was still possible. The two of them chatted in private, and the battle between Leng Xiaoyu and Sun Tao also changed rapidly. The four dragons condensed from mystic energy gradually became more and more transparent after many collisions and killings. This was obviously a sign that their mystic energy was exhausted. On the battlefield, Leng Xiaoyu looked at his old opponent calmly and said, Sun Tao, we've fought so many times in the past that it's difficult to determine the winner. Do you still want to continue fighting now? Of course, Sun Tao said resolutely. The two of them had not had the chance to fight for many years after cultivating for so long. They thought that they could defeat Leng Xiaoyu after their strength increased, but who knew that neither of them could do anything to the other. Alas. It was really depressing. No. He had to win. But I don't think we need to waste time, Leng Xiaoyu said disapprovingly. Leng Xiaoyu, unless you admit defeat, Sun Tao provoked. Admit defeat? That's impossible, Leng Xiaoyu refused. What a joke. He didn't lose, so how could he admit defeat? Then continue fighting. We must decide the winner today, Sun Tao said with great determination. You're still as stubborn as ever, Leng Xiaoyu said helplessly. Since this old thing wanted to fight, he could only accompany him to the end. Leng Xiaoyu, you're bound to lose today, Sun Tao said confidently. A long saber appeared in his hand. As soon as the saber appeared, everyone present felt a terrifying murderous aura. The saber was about 2 feet long and as thin as a cicada's wings, emitting a terrifying cold light. No wonder you're so confident. So you obtained an advanced divine artifact, Leng Xiaoyu said understandingly. Humph. You're definitely going to lose this time. Sun Tao was full of pride. He had never been willing to use this saber since he obtained it. Today, he would use Leng Xiaoyu to test the saber. I admit that your heavenly artifact's level is higher than mine, but it's hard to say if I'll lose. Leng Xiaoyu also took out a saber. However, this saber was only an intermediate divine artifact, and its level was lower than Sun Tao's saber. Is that so? Sun Tao sneered and waved the saber in his hand to slash at Leng Xiaoyu. Leng Xiaoyu also waved his saber. Tens of thousands of cold beams met in the air and collided, flashing with a dazzling light. The two saber lights collided, causing intense sparks. However, the outcome was not determined. How is this possible? Sun Tao was in disbelief. His saber was a high-level divine artifact. How did the battle end in a draw? Facts speak louder than words, Leng Xiaoyu said calmly. Advanced divine artifacts were powerful, but divine artifacts had to be tempered no matter how good they were. Sun Tao's saber obviously had not been tempered with him yet, and the saber he used was refined by him. Its affinity was definitely higher than others. Do you still want to fight? Leng Xiaoyu asked again. Of course. We have to decide the winner today, Sun Tao said fiercely. Alas. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Leng Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. Cut the crap. Look at the saber. Sun Tao roared and slashed thrice. The saber beam carried cold air as it pounced at Leng Xiaoyu. This time, Leng Xiaoyu adopted a defensive strategy. When Sun Tao's blade light containing mystic energy approached him, he had already increased his defense in advance, so the sharp blade light happened to collide directly with his defensive barrier. Bang! The defensive barrier shattered, and the saber light completed its mission. Following that, Leng Xiaoyu also waved his saber several times. Tens of thousands of terrifying saber beams charged at Sun Tao with soaring flames. They were so fast that it dazzled everyone and caught them off guard. Sun Tao hurriedly put up a defense when he saw this, but he was still a step too late. He was hit by several saber flashes, and a mouthful of blood directly spurted out from his mouth. Leng Xiaoyu, you can't kill me. Sun Tao laughed hysterically and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was a little surprised to see Sun Tao suddenly disappear. Where did Sun Tao go? Fengde asked curiously. Well. Was the winner decided? He ran away, Leng Xiaoyu said understandingly. Humph. That fellow's escaping skills were top-notch. I'm afraid we will have a lot of trouble in the future if he runs away, Leng Qingtian said gloomily. Don't worry. He should be very injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run so quickly. Moreover, I believe that he won't have time to find trouble with you for a while, Leng Xiaoyu comforted. That's good. Leng Qingtian felt a little relieved hearing what the cheap old ancestor said. Grandpa, don't worry. There are so many of us and the beasts. If he dares to come, we'll fight him one by one. He'll be exhausted to death. Leng Ruoxue also comforted him. She didn't want her family to be on tenterhooks all day because of Sun Tao. Little Shuer, he has a high-level divine artifact in hand. You must not clash with him head-on. Try to hide if you can the next time you encounter him. Leng Xiaoyu reminded. Advanced divine artifact is very powerful? Feng De was puzzled. His young miss also had a divine artifact? I can't say that it's very powerful, but it's enough to deal with you if it's in Sun Tao's hands. Moreover, it not only makes you mystic supremacies, but your beasts are also level 9 transcendent divine beasts. It's difficult to withstand the might of advanced divine artifacts, especially in this world. Advanced divine artifacts are absolutely considered heaven-defying existences, Leng Xiaoyu explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue understood. The main reason was that the level of this space was too low, so Sun Tao could abuse them, but they couldn't kill Sun Tao. Alas. This was really depressing. Little Shuer, if you want to kill Sun Tao, you can only level up quickly. Leng Qianye said with a smile. What level is the cheap old ancestor now? Leng Ruoxue was very curious. I'm now an intermediate advanced god, Leng Xiaoyu said with a smile. Little Shuer, actually, Sun Tao, Qianyi, and my 2 brothers are no longer from this world. By the way, there's empty beside you. He's not either, Leng Xiaoyu explained with a faint smile as she looked at the question marks on everyone's faces. Then why did you guys return to the boundless heaven continent? Leng Ruoxue was somewhat puzzled. This is our hometown. We can return as long as we pay enough crystals, Leng Xiaoyu said. However, after we return, we can only suppress our strength at the mystic supremacy level and can only use mystic power. Otherwise, the heaven-earth law won't allow us to exist, Leng Xiaoyu added. Even so, you don't have any opponents in the boundless heaven continent either, right? Leng Ruoxue guessed. Yes, the mystic power we can use is unimaginable for other mystic supremacies. If we have a divine artifact, we will be even more powerful and unstoppable. More importantly, no one in this world can kill us. Little Shuer, you will understand what I mean when you reach that world, Leng Xiaoyu said honestly. The strength of their bodies now was no longer in the realm of humans. Lass, we really can't kill that Sun Tao now. Feng Zhan, who'd remained silent all along, echoed as well. Because of the restrictions of the spatial realm and the rules of the world in this world, they were unable to bring forth their full strength. Otherwise, if it was in the past, how could they have tolerated Sun Tao showing off in front of them? He would have been annihilated by them a long time ago. Yes, it's okay. There will always be a chance in the future. Moreover, didn't the cheap old ancestor say so? Sun Tao won't dare to come for a while, so we have to cultivate hard and strive to advance as soon as possible to kill Sun Tao in the higher realm, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded hurriedly. Little Shuer, the Sun family is gone now. Can you return to the Leng family with me? My 2 brothers still want to see you. Leng Xiaoyu discussed. I don't know them, I'm not interested in meeting them, Leng Ruoxue said without giving him any face. She didn't have time to socialize with the Leng family now. After several battles, she could already vaguely feel that the heaven-defying art had signs of advancing. In addition to the potential threat of Sun Tao, that big worry in her heart, she wanted to find a place to cultivate for a while. Of course, it was best if she could advance directly. Leng Xiaoyu was depressed. Boo-hoo. This girl didn't even give him face. Little Shuer, where do you plan to go? Bring me along. Leng Qianye said with anticipation, his dark eyes blinking non-stop. We plan to enter seclusion to cultivate. Are you going? Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Qianye with a smile. Forget it then. However, I can provide you with a place if you cultivate, Leng Qianye said mysteriously. Forget it if it's the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. In fact, she was very clear about what Leng Qianye was planning, but she really didn't want to have too much to do with the Leng family. After all, she had killed many people in the Leng family, so she didn't want to embarrass herself. Leng Qianye was also depressed. How could this little girl guess so accurately? He wanted Little Shuer to cultivate in the Leng family's forbidden area, but this little girl blocked them with a single sentence. Boo-hoo. She was really too much of a bully. Thinking of this, he couldn't help sneaking glances at Leng Ruoxue resentfully. Don't look at me with such a gaze. I'm a person who differentiates gratitude and grudges. I'm also good to whoever is good to me. If anyone hates me, I won't use my hot face to stick to other people's cold buttocks, so the Leng family isn't suitable for me, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. She knew that not many people in the Leng family welcomed them except for this pair of grandfather and granddaughter, and she didn't want to have too much involvement with the Leng family. Then where do you plan to go? Leng Xiaoyu asked helplessly. I don't know. Maybe I'll find a deserted mountain, Leng Ruoxue said casually. Oh, then go ahead. Call me if you need me. Leng Xiaoyu took out a jade tablet and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. Okay. Leng Ruoxue accepted the jade tablet, then bid farewell to the two of them and left Sunzhou City with everyone. Grandpa, we're letting little Shuer leave just like that? Leng Qianye said indignantly after Leng Ruoxue and the others left. Boo-hoo. Little Shuer actually abandoned him again. What else? Do you really plan to go into seclusion with them? Leng Xiaoyu asked. I don't want to. Leng Qianye said with a bitter face. In fact, what he didn't say was that he was afraid that little Shuer would fool him. Little Shuer was obviously despising him. Boo-hoo. He was so sad. Don't think too much. That girl really wants to enter seclusion to cultivate. How could Leng Xiaoyu not understand her grandson's thoughts? She comforted him. Yes, Grandpa. Where are we going? Leng Qianye couldn't help but ask. He didn't want to return to the Leng family now. To the Leng family, of course, Leng Xiaoyu said matter-of-factly. Oh. Leng Qianye was very unwilling. I'll go back. Help yourself, Leng Xiaoyu said again. Grandpa, why didn't you say so earlier? Leng Qianye complained. What did you say earlier? You're not a child anymore. Why are you following behind Grandpa all day? Leng Xiaoyu said disdainfully. With that, she directly teleported and disappeared. Boo-hoo. Grandpa despises him too, Leng Qianye couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he flashed and disappeared from the spot. After Leng Ruoxue and the others left Sunzhou City, she instructed the little peacock to find a secluded place to cultivate and advance. A day later. The little peacock found a tall and straight mountain peak 10,000 meters away from Sunzhou City. That mountain peak towered into the clouds and was majestic and imposing. However, it didn't look like a barren mountain at all. Little peacock, you brought us to the wrong place. Fengde looked at the tall mountain with lush leaves and asked in puzzlement. This is the best place nearby. There won't be many people who dare to come even though it's not a barren mountain, the little peacock explained. Why is that? Fengde and the others were puzzled. Because there are bandits in this mountain, the little old man said. Bandits? Hee. Bandits are good. I like them. Fengde smiled happily when he heard there were bandits. The bandits here aren't those from the dirty river. The bandits here are all organized. Those below Mystic Sovereign don't dare to come here, the little old man explained. Could this be the Azure Dragon Mountain? Cheng Wu asked carefully. He had heard of the famous Azure Dragon Mountain. It was a famous bandit's den. It was even more fierce and unreasonable than the original 5 major forces in Myriad Mountain City. Yes. The little old man nodded. How are the bandits here compared to Myriad Mountain City? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Although she had been in the Boundless Heaven continent for several years, she really didn't know much about some forces on the continent, especially those forces she didn't have the chance to come into contact with. Lass, there's no way to compare. The bandits here are organized and disciplined. They can be considered professional bandits. Even though Myriad Mountain City is chaotic, bandits are nothing, the little old man said. Professional robber. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Bandits had become professions. Impressive. Hee. Lass, even though there's only one bandit's nest in the Azure Dragon Mountain, there are many people and they are powerful. Moreover, the specialty of the Azure Dragon Mountain bandits is that as long as you enter the inner circle of the Azure Dragon Mountain, you have to let them rob you. Unless your strength is above theirs, their words are heaven. However, if you wander around the outer circle, you just have to give them a fixed entrance fee. That way, they won't rob you, the little old man said with a smile. Unless one was a true peerless expert, no one dared to enter the inner circle. Oh. Then these bandits are quite particular, Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. There's no choice. If not for that, they would have been jointly eliminated by the various large factions long ago. And it's said that there's a reason for such a rule, the little old man kept everyone in suspense and said. What reason? Sure enough, Fengde and the others were all curious. Because of the resources of Azure Dragon Mountain. Lass, you should know that there are countless natural treasures in high mountains, forests, and other places, right? The little old man asked Leng Ruoxue. Yes, heavenly treasures like such places as long as the conditions for growth are suitable, Leng Ruoxue agreed. There are many natural treasures in the inner circle of this Azure Dragon Mountain, and it once made the various major forces envious. Legend has it that a long time ago, the Azure Dragon Mountain was occupied by a peerless expert, and those forces that coveted the resources of the Azure Dragon Mountain were fiercely taught a lesson by that peerless expert, and he asked them to swear that they would never invade the Azure Dragon Mountain. Of course, that expert also agreed to let them enter the Azure Dragon Mountain to search for treasures and explore. However, they have to follow the rules of the Azure Dragon Mountain. As for the bandits in the Azure Dragon Mountain now, they should be the subordinates and descendants of that expert at that time. For tens of thousands of years, they have been slowly developing and growing with the Azure Dragon Mountain as their back. However, they rarely leave the Azure Dragon Mountain. The little old man slowly explained the history of the Azure Dragon Mountain. This legend has been around for a few years, even though it's impossible to verify its authenticity. From the various factions' attitude towards Azure Dragon Mountain, it should be true, the little old man added. Since that expert is so powerful, why did he agree to let them enter Azure Dragon Mountain after teaching the various major factions a lesson? Lu Tao could not help asking. Hee. Lu Tao is inexperienced, so she naturally doesn't understand the twists and turns between the forces. That powerhouse might be very powerful, but if he doesn't have a descendant who's as powerful as him, when he leaves this world, his descendant will similarly be unable to protect the resources of Azure Dragon Mountain. Instead, there will be a disaster. Therefore, after he taught the various major forces a lesson and made them swear an oath, he naturally has to give them some benefits. Otherwise, let those forces bear a grudge in their hearts. In the future, how can his descendants and subordinates walk on the boundless heaven continent? They can't always not leave Azure Dragon Mountain, right? If one day, Azure Dragon Mountain's resources are exhausted, won't his descendants and subordinates starve to death? The little old man explained with a chuckle. However, after so many years, the resources in the Azure Dragon Mountain have long been inferior to before, so the various major forces are not as interested in the Azure Dragon Mountain as before, the little old man said. Oh, Grandpa Du, how many entrances are there in this Azure Dragon Mountain? Leng Ruoxue asked. One can only enter from there, the little old man said with a smile. Then let's go in. Let's find a place with fewer people in the inner circle to focus on seclusion, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Hee. Lass, you have to be careful of the bandits on the Azure Dragon Mountain when you enter the inner circle. If you encounter bandits in the inner circle, they will rob you until you only have your underwear left, the little old man reminded. Oh. They still have some humanity. At least they didn't let others be naked, Leng Ruoxue praised. If she was a robber here, she would make the person robbed lose even their underwear. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Little peacock, land. Let's go in, Leng Ruoxue ordered, ignoring everyone's expressions. Yes, Mississippi. The little peacock obediently descended from the sky. It landed at the entrance of Azure Dragon Mountain. Leng Ruoxue and the others jumped down from the little peacock's back. The two guards sitting at the entrance of Azure Dragon Mountain raised their eyes and looked at them before continuing what they were doing. We are going into the mountain. Leng Ruoxue said bluntly after seeing the two guards' reactions. 10 amethyst coins per person, including beasts. A guard said lightly. What? Beasts also need money? Fengda said in disbelief. These people were indeed bandits. They actually earned the money of beasts. He felt that he had been to many cities, but he had never seen a city that accepted beast fees. We can choose not to hand over the beast, but we can't use it in the mountain either, a guard explained. Oh. This is 2,000 amethyst coins to buy 200 spots. Leng Ruoxue generously took out 2,000 amethyst coins and handed it to the guard at the door. This is the first time I've seen you so generous as to enter the mountain. Seeing that you're so straightforward, I'll make the decision to give you an additional 20 spots, the guard said very generously and handed Leng Ruoxue a card. At the same time, that was the proof of their fee. Thank you. Leng Ruoxue smiled. The entrance fee here was nothing compared to Shadow City. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue led everyone into Azure Dragon Mountain. In the Azure Dragon Mountain, the mountain was tall and steep, and the hill was covered in green trees. Even though there were dense giant trees planted everywhere, the temperature in the mountain was still lower than outside. After Leng Ruoxue walked into the Azure Dragon Mountain, the first thing she entered was the periphery. On the periphery, their group also met a few teams. Some were friendly, and some treated them as opponents. After all, the resources on the periphery were limited. Miss, why did we come to such a place that requires money if we were going into seclusion? Lu Tao asked in puzzlement. Her heart ached when she thought of the 2,000 amethyst coins. You have to spend money to make money. Even though we spent 2,000 amethyst coins, it's not impossible to earn it back here. So, closed-door cultivation is one thing, but also, we can train in this mountain, why not? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Lass, you're right. As long as we're lucky, we can definitely earn back 2,000 amethyst coins. However, it's impossible for us to do it outside. The little old man smiled in agreement. On their way here, they had encountered some herbs. Even though they were only ordinary herbs, they couldn't be let go. After all, those herbs were still useful and could be used as supplementary ingredients for other pills. If he wanted to encounter treasures of the heaven and earth level, he had to enter the inner circle besides luck. Miss, are we still going in today? Fengda looked at the sky and asked. Let's not go in. Let's camp outside today. Leng Ruoxue said after looking around. Okay. Fengda answered. Then, everyone divided the work very tacitly, setting up tents, starting a fire, and cooking. Leng Ruoxue and the others had just eaten when another group of people arrived. After the group arrived, they patrolled the surroundings. Then, a young man walked in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Hello, everyone. This place is very big. We want to camp here. May I know if that's possible? The young man was very polite and looked like the leader of this group. The place Leng Ruoxue and the others were at now was very spacious and was definitely the best venue for camping, so it was normal to attract others. Sure. Leng Ruoxue nodded. This wasn't their home. However, since they were willing to ask, it meant that these people were still very particular. She naturally wouldn't hold on to this place and not let go. Thank you, the young man said gratefully. His handsome face was still full of amazement. However, after thanking him, he turned around and returned to his team. Then, he arranged for someone to set up a tent, start a fire, and cook. Soon, another team walked over from a small road. They obviously liked the terrain here. The leader casually looked at the two teams present and directly ordered his subordinates to set up the tents. Uncle Chi, why is there someone else here? A sharp female voice questioned with dissatisfaction. Miss, the terrain here is the best. Let's make do with it, the middle-aged man called Uncle Chi said helplessly. This eldest miss was so willful that he was about to go crazy. This was not the family, so he could let her do whatever she wanted. Hopefully, she would be sensible and not cause any trouble. Uncle Chi, I'm the eldest daughter of the Chi family. How can you let me make do? Chi Honger was instantly angry when she heard this. She had always been able to call the wind and summon the rain in the family. She could have whatever she wanted. Who dared to let her make do? Miss, this isn't the Chi family, Uncle Chi reminded her. I don't care. Drive them away. There can't be anyone else where I live, Chi Honger said barbarically. Miss, this isn't a place for you to throw a tantrum, Uncle Chi said impatiently. He ignored this unruly eldest daughter and turned to busy himself. Go chase them away. Chi Honger pointed at a subordinate. The subordinate looked at Chi Honger and then looked at the middle-aged man called Uncle Chi. He said with some difficulty, Miss, I came first. There are rules to walk on the continent. We can't do this. How dare you disobey my orders? I don't care. Hurry up and chase them away. Chi Honger roared at the top of her lungs, her beautiful face a little deformed. Chi Tong, come here, Uncle Chi shouted. Miss, Uncle Chi is calling for me, the subordinate named Chi Tong said hurriedly and walked towards Uncle Chi. Damn it, how dare you disobey my orders? Humph. I must tell father to punish you. Chi Honger threatened angrily. With that, she angrily came in front of the young man and said arrogantly, I like this place. Please leave. On what basis? Before the young man could say anything, a middle-aged man in his team spoke first with dissatisfaction. Because I'm the eldest daughter of the Chi family and the future mistress of the Leng family, Chi Honger said proudly, her beautiful face full of arrogance. You're the eldest daughter of the Chi family? The young man looked up and asked lightly. Yes, my name is Chi Honger. I'm the most favored daughter of the Chi family's patriarch and the future young madam of the Leng family. Chi Honger's proud tail was about to curl up. Since you're the eldest daughter of the Chi family, didn't the patriarch of the Chi family teach you the rules? The young man asked with a light smile, the disdain in his eyes flashing for a moment. Damn it, do you know who you are talking to? Chi Honger was not stupid. Of course, she could hear the sarcasm in the young man's words. Therefore, she was instantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She was angry. Of course I know. However, I know even more that the strong are respected in this world. Therefore, even if you are the Chi family's patriarch's most favored daughter, the Leng family's young patriarch's future wife, you have to follow the rules of the boundless heaven continent, the young man said calmly. The young man knew very well that the Chi family and the Leng family were in-laws. However, if they thought that he should bow down to them and be humble because of the Leng family, that would be a huge mistake. After all, the master behind him was not to be trifled with, and he naturally could not lose his master's face. This was what the elders of the family had warned repeatedly before he left home. You will regret it. State your name if you have the guts, Chi Honger roared with a red face and neck. Luo Lin, the young man said softly. You are from the Luo clan? Very good, I won't let your Luo clan off, Chi Honger said fiercely. Are you sure? Don't do anything you regret, Luo Lin reminded coldly. Humph. Just you wait, Luo clan. Chi Honger turned around and left angrily after leaving those vicious words. After losing all her face at Luo Lin's place, Chi Honger was unwilling to give up and came directly to Leng Ruoxue and the others, wanting to recover some face. Leave this place immediately, Chi Honger ordered loudly. Idiot, Lu Tao spat and said disdainfully. The others didn't even look up. You guys. I'm the eldest miss of the Chi family, the future mistress of the Leng family. Chi Honger roared angrily. So what? Even if you are the eldest daughter of the Leng family, you have to scram, Lu Tao said impatiently. You. Damn it. Report your name if you have the guts. Chi Honger was so angry that she stuttered. You don't deserve to know. Lu Tao ignored her. You. Chi Honger pointed at Lu Tao, trembling with anger. You what you? Get lost. Feng Dehai roared. Damn woman, how dare she point at his woman. She was really tired of living. Just you wait. Chi Honger was so angry that her face turned green. After similarly throwing out fierce words, she reluctantly returned to her team. The world is really big. There are all sorts of women. These young ladies from aristocratic families are really too annoying, Feng De said with a face full of disdain. There are too many daughters of such families, so we have to be calm. It will lower our status to argue with them, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. In her opinion, this was just a clown who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, purely for them to relieve their boredom. Yes. Don't be calculative with her. If you don't like it, just crack it directly, Feng De said with a smile. Hearing Feng Da's words, 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. She thought in her heart, her subordinates were really becoming more and more violent. After dinner, Cheng Wu and Song Di stayed behind to guard the night, while the others entered the tent early to rest. The next morning, after Leng Ruoxue and the others left the tent, they made breakfast and continued on their way after eating. Miss, those 2 teams are behind us, Cheng Wu reminded softly. Yes, they should also be going to the inner circle, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. There were not many roads to the inner circle, but the road they were taking was the most spacious and easiest, so it was normal for the two teams to walk. Uncle Chi, how far are we? Miss, we'll be there soon. Let's rest after entering the inner circle. Soon, the Chi family's eldest Miss and Uncle Chi's voices entered Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. Obviously, the two teams were very close. After walking for nearly half a day, all three teams entered the inner circle. Be it beasts or herbs in the inner circle, their levels were higher than those in the outer circle. However, the dense trees made their journey difficult. Fengde waved the saber in his hand and kept slashing at the branches and vines that blocked their path. He led the way while Leng Ruoxue and the others followed closely behind him. Not only that, the other two teams actually followed them. Miss, let's camp here. Fengde said after walking to a relatively spacious place. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then Fengde and the others began to set up the tent. Wait, we like this place. Go somewhere else. Qi Honger's domineering voice sounded in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears again. Leng Ruoxue and the others looked up at Qi Honger with spurious smiles. Did you hear me? Leave this place quickly. We like this place. Qi Honger felt her hair stand on end from Leng Ruoxue and the others' gazes and couldn't help but roar. Miss Qi, is it? Do you think this Azure Dragon Mountain belongs to the Qi family too? Didn't your father tell you not to cause trouble outside and to listen to your Uncle Qi? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone very cold. How dare you talk to me like that? The Leng family and the Qi family won't let you go. Qi Honger felt that her authority had been provoked, so she took advantage of the situation and roared, her eyes flashing with jealousy. The Leng family and the Qi family? If I tell you that the Qi family is like an ant in my eyes, I won't be afraid of the Leng family either. Would you believe me? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Humph. The Qi family is one of the three major families. Who would believe that you're not afraid? Qi Honger didn't take Leng Ruoxue's words seriously. The Leng family is nothing. We killed all the elders of the Leng family, Cheng Wu said with a maniacal laugh. Keep bragging. If these words reach the Leng family, you're dead meat, Qi Honger suddenly said excitedly. She really hoped that the Leng family would know. That way, this thorn would be dead meat. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue had already been treated as a thorn in Qi Honger's side because Leng Ruoxue's beauty that could topple kingdoms was really too dazzling, making her very displeased. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Miss Qi. I've killed many people from the Leng family and I'm still alive and well. As for you, it's probably impossible to marry into the Leng family in this lifetime, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. What did you say? I'm the Leng family's designated daughter-in-law. Qi Honger jumped 3 times in anger when she heard Leng Ruoxue say that it was impossible for her to marry into the Leng family. Who decided? Are you worthy? Leng Ruoxue mocked. If what Qi Honger said was true, then she could only say that the Leng family standards were too poor. That's right. In the boundless heaven continent, there are too many women who call themselves the Leng family's future young madam. But I've never seen the Leng family acknowledge anyone either. Fengde echoed, his face still full of disdain. You. Just you wait. I won't let you go, Qi Honger threatened. She was really angry. These people actually dared to humiliate her like this. Miss, don't be willful. Apologize to this miss quickly, Uncle Qi suddenly said. At the same time, his shrewd eyes sized up Leng Ruoxue and the others, thinking about the truth of what they had said. If what these people said was true, then they had to be careful. However, what if what they said was false? Uncle Qi was deep in thought. However, he decided to get along with Leng Ruoxue and the others first. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Qi Honger's jealousy of Leng Ruoxue. On what basis? As expected, Qi Honger became even angrier when she heard Uncle Qi's words. Why not? Apologize quickly, Uncle Qi said without negotiation. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog of our Qi family. How dare you order me around? Qi Honger roared furiously. Miss, don't forget what the patriarch said, Uncle Qi reminded her while suppressing his anger. He was becoming more and more impatient with Qi Honger. He knew that this eldest miss, who was loved and doted on, didn't care about anyone except her father and the young master of the Leng family. However, he didn't expect Qi Honger to actually say that he was the dog of the Qi family in front of so many people. This couldn't help making his face turn red and white. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't be bothered to watch the master and servant's antithesis. They directly set up the tent. Miss, should we? Cheng Wu came to Leng Ruoxue's side and made a throat-slitting gesture. There's no need. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. These Qi family members should be left to be taught a lesson. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak to a clean place and sat down. Shuer, why did you become so kind today? The freak smiled and Leng Shuer pulled her into her arms. When have I not been kind? Leng Ruoxue pouted and pretended to be unhappy. Yes, Shuer is always kind, the freak coaxed, the smile on his lips deepening. Shuer is planning to use someone else to kill him. How is she kind? Empty said understandingly and sat down beside the two of them as a light bulb. Empty. We should tacitly understand this kind of thing. There's no need to say it, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Yes, I was wrong. Empty cooperated. Fengde and the others set up the tent and started making lunch. After Luo Lin exchanged greetings with Leng Ruoxue and the others, he arranged for someone to set up a tent. After Uncle Qi mentioned the patriarch, Qi Hunger became more well-behaved and stopped fighting with Uncle Qi. Their subordinates also began to busy themselves. Soon, Fengde and the others were done with their meal. However, before they could start eating, they heard a lion roar in their ears. Don't move. Robbery. After hearing this, the three teams stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked up at the source of the voice. They saw a group of black-clothed people standing not far away from them, staring at them covetously. There were a few hundred black-clothed people not far away, and most of them were mystic sovereigns. Luo Lin and Uncle Qi's teams couldn't help but laugh bitterly when they saw the lineup of bandits. What they were afraid of really came true. They didn't expect to encounter bandits so quickly. Alas. Their luck was really too bad. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others' eyes lit up when they saw these bandits, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Oh. These bandits were quite strong, but they didn't know if they could withstand a beating. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you rob us? After Qi Hunger saw those bandits, she vented all the depression in her heart on the bandits who appeared out of nowhere. Miss, shut up. Uncle Qi couldn't help but scold before the bandits could say anything, and he was even more depressed. What an idiot. Were these bandits easy to deal with? They weren't even more honest in their territory. Who you are is not important to us. Unless you can defeat us, you can only cooperate. Now hand over your valuables. I won't kill you as long as you are obedient, the bandit leader said very kindly. On what basis? Qi Hunger was furious. These bandits were too arrogant. They even dared to rob her. Miss Qi, on the basis that we are bandits. Since you've come to the Azure Dragon Mountain, of course you have to follow our rules. Didn't your father hand you over? The bandit boss explained with a good temper. How dare you rob me when you know I'm the eldest miss of the Qi family? Qi Hunger said in disbelief. Who does the eldest daughter of the Qi family think she is? We will beat her up even if the patriarch of the Leng family comes, the bandit leader said nonchalantly. How dare you? Qi Hunger roared. Unfortunately, her roar was ignored by the bandit leader. Uncle Qi, right? What do you think? The bandit leader turned his gaze to Uncle Qi and asked with a smile. Everyone, please accept it. Uncle Qi took the ring on his hand and handed it over. Yes, very good. You're still the sensible one. After complimenting Uncle Qi, he turned his gaze to the others in the Qi family. The Qi family had no choice but to take off their rings and hand them over. That's right, you're all very obedient. The bandit leader moved all the valuables in the ring into his own ring, then returned the rings of Uncle Qi and the others and said, I'll return the rings to you. Even though I robbed you, you can still continue to explore and search for treasures here. Oh. By the way, I'll remind you that we don't only have one team to rob, so you have to be careful. Our purpose is to not resist and cooperate obediently so that we won't lose our lives, the bandit leader added. After Uncle Qi and the others heard the bandit leader's words, the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. Damn. There was actually more than one robbery team. Moreover, from the bandits' words, they might even encounter a robbery. Thinking of this, Uncle Qi and the others were all depressed. Miss Qi, it's your turn now. The bandit leader didn't forget that Miss Qi didn't cooperate well. I don't have anything valuable, Qi Hunger roared. Oh. Then leave your life behind. The bandit leader said without any pity for the fairer sex. How dare you? Qi Hunger was a little afraid, but she didn't believe that these bandits would really dare to kill her. What's there to be afraid of? The bandit boss smiled mockingly and shrugged nonchalantly. Miss, give it to them, Uncle Qi said. He knew that these bandits would really kill people. Qi Hunger was just about to object when she saw Uncle Qi's gaze that was as cold as a poisonous snake. She couldn't help taking off the ring in her hand and handing it over with a pained expression. Those who know the truth are the elites. Miss Qi, your life is finally safe, the bandit leader said indifferently. Now you can rob them. Qi Hunger pointed at Luo Lin and Leng Ruoxue's teams and said. Humph. It would be best if these bandits could kill them, she thought evilly. Who do I want to rob and when do I need you to tell me what to do? The bandit leader said very dissatisfied. I'm just reminding you, Qi Hunger quibbled while suppressing her anger. No need. The bandit leader didn't appreciate it. You. Qi Hunger glared at the bandit leader, the anger in her heart surging to the top of her head. Hee hee. Miss, this bandit boss is quite interesting. After watching the commotion for a long time, Fengde said with some amusement. His words were heard by everyone present. The head of the bandits looked in the direction of Leng Ruoxue and the others, then came straight to Luo Lin and the others. Before he could speak, Luo Lin hurriedly gave him several storage rings. Brat, you're not bad. You have a future. The bandit boss was very happy with Luo Lin's initiative. Hee hee. He liked people who cooperated with him so much. Hearing the bandit leader's words, Luo Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Boo-hoo, how could he not cooperate? Brat, don't worry. Since you're so sensible, I'll inform the other brothers not to rob you anymore. You can train here with ease. The bandit leader said straightforwardly. Thank you. Luo Lin was very happy. Boo-hoo. It seemed like there were benefits to knowing the truth. However, Uncle Qi and the others couldn't be happy after hearing the robber's words. Boo-hoo. Wasn't this the high vision of the red fruit? Why was it that they might still encounter bandits, but they wouldn't encounter robbing here? This was really too unfair. However, none of them dared to ask this question. After all, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, and they were in his territory. However, someone asked. After Chi Hunger heard the bandit leader's words, she was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. She directly questioned angrily, why won't they encounter robbery again? I want you to promise that we won't encounter it again. Are you ordering me? The bandit leader narrowed his eyes and said with slight displeasure. I just want your guarantee, Chi Hunger said. Okay, I promise. I promise you will definitely meet bandits again. The bandit boss smiled evilly. He hated being threatened the most, especially by such big-breasted and brainless people. You. Chi Hunger was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Fengde and the others couldn't help but laugh hysterically. Not only that, even Luo Lin and the others who had just been robbed couldn't help but secretly laugh. Is it very funny? The bandit boss walked in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others and said helplessly. Boo-hoo. What did he say that made these people so happy? Yes, of course it's funny. Fengde nodded with a smile. Now I'm going to rob you. A light flashed in the bandit leader's eyes as he chuckled. We don't have money, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. It's okay. We can use other things to cover it, the bandit leader said with a smile, looking very amiable. Use what? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Well. She realized that these bandits seemed to be different from what she knew. Use these as collateral. The bandit leader pointed at the food in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. The taste of these food was really too fragrant, making him drool. Okay. Leng Ruoxue was very generous. It was just some food, she could afford it. Miss, what should we do if we give them the food? Fengde pretended to be dissatisfied. He still wanted to fight these people. It seemed that they couldn't fight now. Let's eat something else, Leng Ruoxue said. She understood what Fengde meant, but now was not the time to fight. She did not want to expose their strength in front of so many people. Oh. I think you guys are quite pleasing to the eye. Are you interested in taking a look at our bandit's nest? At this moment, the bandit leader asked again. At the same time, he wanted to see if these people had the guts. Okay. Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak and the others before replying. Then follow me. The bandit leader waved his hand, and his subordinates came to collect the food. Then he stood up and signaled Leng Ruoxue and the others to follow with his eyes. Wait. Chi Hunger suddenly said. What can I do for you, Miss Chi? The bandit leader didn't like being shouted at and asked in an unfriendly tone. Why should we hand over valuable things if they can use food as payment? Chi Hunger questioned fearlessly. Miss Chi, what right do you have to say so much? However, I can only tell you that I can decide what I want here. Do whatever I want. If you want to walk out of the Azure Dragon Mountain alive, be obedient. Otherwise, the people around you won't be able to protect you, the bandit boss warned. After speaking, he strode out of this place, and Leng Ruoxue and the others followed closely behind. However, before leaving, they all looked at Chi Hunger with slight sympathy. The bandits brought Leng Ruoxue and the others through the mountains and rivers with familiarity. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the bandits' den. Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help showing surprise as they looked at the bandits' nest in front of them. The bandits' nest was located in the valley, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment in the valley was as beautiful and enchanting as a paradise. In the valley, flowers filled the mountain. Little animals ran here and there in groups. When they saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, they surrounded them curiously. Hee. These little fellows are the descendants of our contract beasts, the bandit leader explained. Your bandit's nest is very beautiful, Leng Ruoxue praised sincerely. Of course. This is a place carefully chosen by our ancestors, the bandit leader said proudly. Second head of the family, you're back. At this moment, a bandit and the head of a bandit group greeted each other. After that, he looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others curiously and went to do his own things. You are the second head of the family here? Leng Ruoxue was a little surprised. This inconspicuous bandit leader was even the second boss of the Azure Dragon Mountain Bandits' Den. It was really unexpected. Yes. It doesn't look like it, the bandit leader said happily. Indeed, it doesn't, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Hee. That's better. The bandit leader was very proud. I still have a few brothers. I'll bring you to see them, the bandit leader said again. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then followed the head of the bandits to their main hall. The meeting hall of the bandits' nest was located at the highest point of the valley. From above, they could see everything in the valley. The few bandits sitting in the meeting hall obviously knew about their arrival because they were not surprised when they saw them, and even seemed to be used to it. Not only that, Leng Ruoxue had actually met the person sitting at the head of the table once. Big brother, they are my new friends. The second head of the family smiled. Second brother, you're bringing people home again. A young man sitting on the right side of the main seat said helplessly. Hee. I think they're more pleasing to the eye. Their food is very fragrant, that's why I brought them back for you to see. The second head of the family scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help being a little speechless when they heard the bandit leader's words. So they were looked at favorably because of their good food, so they were invited here. These bandits' thoughts really couldn't be explained normally. Really? The eyes of the bandit sitting there lit up after hearing second head of the family words, and their eyes immediately shot out a brilliant light. Of course it's true. Guards, bring those food up for the head of the family to try. Second head of the family immediately ordered. Boo-hoo. He had never eaten those food before. The subordinate immediately placed the food he robbed on the table after hearing second head of the family. The fragrance of the food immediately drifted into the noses of everyone present. How fragrant. Smells good. The few bandits sighed. Smelling this fragrance, their saliva was about to drip down. Hee hee. I was right. I couldn't bear to eat these food. After smelling the fragrance, I directly brought these things back. Not only that, I also brought back the person who made these food. Second head of the family had an expression of I'm smart, right? His proud tail was about to curl up. Second brother, impressive. You finally did something beneficial to our Azure Dragon Mountain. Another young man praised. What? When did I do anything harmful to the Azure Dragon Mountain? Second manager glared and said with slight dissatisfaction. Hee hee. No. The young man hurriedly corrected himself. It was fine to joke, but he definitely couldn't go too far. Otherwise, second brother would really turn hostile. That's more like it, hee hee. I'm sorry, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. They are all my brothers. Second head of the family turned around and said to Leng Ruoxue and the others with some embarrassment. You brothers have a good relationship, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. That's a must. Second head of the family said proudly. Even though brothers often fought and kicked up a fuss, they absolutely wouldn't allow it to affect their relationship. This was a rule passed down by their ancestors. Second brother, who are they? The young man asked curiously. Well. They still didn't know the names of these people. The second head of the family's face was full of confusion. He didn't know either. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue introduced herself. Yi Chen, Schwer's fiancé, said the freak. I'm Leng Qingtian, Schwer's grandfather. I'm Schwer's elder brother, Leng Ruohan. Everyone introduced one by one. Hee hee. We are from the Li clan, and our names are Zhong, Xiao, Ren, Yi, Ji, Xian. The second boss said with some embarrassment. He actually only knew their names after walking with them for a while. Boo-hoo. I'm big brother, Li Zhong. Since you were brought back by our second brother, you are naturally our friends. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony, the head of the Azure Dragon Mountain, Li Zhong, said very warmly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Li Zhong was about 30 years old. He was not very handsome, but he had a sincere and honest face. He was just like his name. Have I seen you somewhere before? Li Zhong looked at Zheng En and the little old man and frowned as he pondered carefully. If I remember correctly, your underwear was stolen by Sun Wei in Blue Cloud City, Zheng En said awkwardly. I remember now. That's what happened. Damn it, I only have one pair of underwear. How dare he steal it? Li Zhong still couldn't get over it when he thought of this. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. By the way, do you have the whereabouts of the thief? Li Zhong couldn't help asking. After returning to Azure Dragon Mountain, he felt that he had only beaten that guy up. It was really too easy for him. However, he couldn't find the bad guy who stole his underwear later. He's already dead, Zheng En said with a black face. Good riddance. Li Zhong laughed happily. You've helped me find my underwear. You're my great benefactor. Well. If you're willing, you can stay in Azure Dragon Mountain. We'll be a family in the future, Li Zhong said generously. Thank you, head of family. However, I'm afraid we can't stay in one place for long. I think the environment of the Azure Dragon Mountain is not bad, so I want to find a place to use for seclusion. I wonder if it's possible? Leng Ruoxue asked very politely. No problem. Hee hee. You can stay as long as you want. Even if you don't stay often, you can come back anytime if you want to in the future, Li Zhong said with a smile. I'll thank the head of family first, Leng Ruoxue said. There's no need to be so polite. If Miss Leng doesn't mind, you can call me Li Zhong or Big Brother Li directly. Hee hee. Li Zhong suggested. Okay, then I'll call you Big Brother Li. Leng Ruoxue nodded with a light smile. Alright, I, Li Zhong, will have a sister in the future. Humph. Whoever dares to bully my sister will be at odds with our Azure Dragon Mountain, Li Zhong said happily. Big brother, do we also have a little sister in the future? Third boss Li Ren asked expectantly, but his eyes couldn't help floating to Leng Ruoxue. Li Zhong also looked at Leng Ruoxue. Big brother Li's younger brother is naturally my older brother. Leng Ruoxue helplessly said. She had a good impression of these people. Just treated as having a few more brothers. Because the man's expectant gaze really made her unable to refuse. We have a sister too. The few people present jumped up and down happily when they heard that. Second, go arrange a residence for our sister and the others. Li Zhong instructed after the joy. Okay. I'll go right away, second head of the family Li Xiao also answered happily. Hee hee. He didn't expect to have a younger sister after coming back from the robbery. However, this sister was not bad. He found her very pleasing to the eye. The second head of the family returned in no time. He had already arranged a residence for Leng Ruoxue and the others and brought a lot of food. Big brother, let's have lunch. Little sister and the others haven't eaten yet. Li Xiao reminded. Wait a moment. Number 7 isn't back yet. Li Zhong said. Then he looked at Leng Ruoxue and said, Sister Shuer, eat first if you're hungry. We brothers eat together. It's okay, we're not hungry yet, Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. Li Zhong and the others were even more satisfied with this new sister hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Hee. Big brother, I have good taste, right? I robbed 3 teams today. One team was very annoying, and the other was very sensible, so I didn't make things difficult for them. However, only my little sister's team was more pleasing to the eye, so I brought them back directly, Li Xiao said proudly and chatted with Li Zhong and the others about today's gains. Oh. Which family is the annoying team from? Li Zhong and the others were a little curious. The Qi family. That eldest miss of the Qi family claims to be the Leng family's future young madam. However, if the Leng family's young master really marries her, the Leng family will definitely be in chaos, Li Xiao gloated. Second brother, the young master of the Leng family won't marry her, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Sister, how do you know? Aren't marriages between aristocratic families normal? Anyway, they have a purpose. It doesn't matter who they marry, right? Li Xiao said curiously. I know the young master of the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Oh. Then I heard you and Qi Hong'er say that you killed many Leng family members. Li Xiao only spoke halfway. After speaking, she stared at Leng Ruoxue intently, wanting to hear the real answer from her mouth. Yes, I killed a few. Leng Ruoxue was very honest. Little sister, then aren't you very dangerous on the boundless heaven continent? Looks like you have to stay in Azure Dragon Mountain for a while to lie low, Li Zhong couldn't help saying worriedly after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. The feelings between people were very strange. Some people might not be able to become friends even if they interacted for a lifetime. However, some people could become bosom friends after only knowing each other for a day. This was probably the so-called fate. And the fate between Leng Ruoxue and Li Zhong and the others was precisely this. Big brother, don't worry. The Leng family can't touch me. Leng Ruoxue was very touched. She didn't expect this cheap brother to be so protective of her. Hee. It's good that you're confident. Li Zhong was relieved. Then, everyone chatted about other things. I'm back. Suddenly, a loud roar entered everyone's ears. Immediately after, a handsome young man strode into the meeting hall. Stinky brat, so be it. You always shout and shout. Li Zhong pulled a long face and glared, pretending to be displeased. Hee. Didn't I want to remind you guys? Big brother, who are they? The 7th boss of Azure Dragon Mountain, Li Xian, looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others sitting in the hall and couldn't help asking curiously. She is Leng Ruoxue, our little sister. The others are her family and subordinates. Li Zhong pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the others and introduced. Oh. Little sister is good. Li Xian said with a smile. Hee. It was good to have a sister. Then he wouldn't be the youngest, and his brothers wouldn't always focus on him. Hello, 7th brother, Leng Ruoxue said obediently. From the conversation just now, she knew that the youngest of the 7 brothers of the Li family of Azure Dragon Mountain was also 2 years older than her. Yes, okay. If Sister Shuer has anything in the future, feel free to look for me. 7th brother will protect you. Li Xin took on the responsibility. Little 7. You want to protect Sister Shuer with your little strength? Li Ren obviously didn't believe Li Xian. 3rd brother, how can you hurt my feelings? Li Xian said aggrievely with tears in his eyes. Alright, stinky brat, stop playing tricks. It's time to eat. We're about to starve to death waiting for you. Li Zhong patted Li Xian on the head and said helplessly. Yes, let's eat. Li Xian's eyes couldn't help emitting a wolf-like glow when he heard that. After everyone finished eating, Li Xian lay on the chair with his limbs spread wide open with a satisfied expression. He sighed in his heart about how beautiful life was. Leng Ruoxue and the others followed Li Xiao to the residence that had been arranged for them. Big brother, why do I feel that the food today is better than the previous ones? Li Xian asked in puzzlement. Of course. Little sister and the others prepared the dishes today. Li Zhong rolled his eyes at Li Xian. Oh. No wonder, hee. Won't we have a feast in the future? Li Xian said happily. In your dreams. Little sister and the others won't stay here often, Li Zhong said irritably. He also wanted to eat such delicious food every day. However, he couldn't force his sister and the others to stay here. Alas. Boo-hoo. What should I do if I can't eat it in the future? Li Xian said with a bitter face. Boo-hoo. Why did he have to eat such a delicious food? Unfortunately, none of the people sitting there paid attention to him. After Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the bandits' den, Leng Ruoxue decided to enter seclusion the next day. Fengde and the others also wanted to break through to mystic supremacy quickly, so they entered the space with Leng Ruoxue to cultivate. Nearly half of them chose to enter seclusion. However, Cheng Wu and the others did not enter seclusion with Leng Ruoxue and the others. After all, they were already mystic supremacies now, so purely entering seclusion could not satisfy them. While Leng Ruoxue and the others were in seclusion, their relationship with the 7 brothers of the Li family advanced by leaps and bounds. When they had nothing to do, they would even go to the Azure Dragon Mountain with those brothers to rob. Moreover, they also knew that Li Zhong and the other brothers didn't want to rob because they lacked money. They mainly wanted to rob because they were too bored. Therefore, they also looked at people when they robbed. If they were pleasing to the eye, they would mean it. If they were not pleasing to the eye, they would rob fiercely. And the eldest miss of the Qi family and the others were definitely the kind of people that the 7 brothers didn't like. The Qi family's team stayed in the Azure Dragon Mountain for nearly a month, but they lived in deep water and fire every day because they were robbed by bandits every day. No matter what gains they obtained on that day, they would become the bandits' bags the next day. Later on, the Qi family simply didn't do anything except hunt. They didn't believe that those bandits could persist. However, it didn't matter if they didn't do it. The bandits could rob their food and clothes. They had no choice but to work tirelessly for the bandits every day. Finally, after persisting for a month, they couldn't take it anymore and left the Azure Dragon Mountain in a hurry. In the meeting hall of the bandits' den, the Li brothers, Cheng Wu, and the others were gathered. The people from the Qi family are really too useless. Why did they run away so quickly? Won't we have nothing to play with in the future if they leave? Li Xiao said with a face full of regret. Hee. In this month, although they hadn't killed a single person from the Qi family, the people from the Qi family were quite frightened. They were on tenterhooks every day, and this was more satisfying than directly killing them. Yes. Looks like we have to find a new toy. Li Xian was also full of regret. Number 7, shouldn't you also go into seclusion to cultivate? Look at how hard Sister Schwer is working. You have to learn well. Li Zhong glanced at Li Xian and said lightly. Big brother, don't compare me to those perverts. Li Xian said speechlessly. Ever since the brothers found out that little Sister Schwer was in seclusion trying to break through to the mystic supremacy realm, they had become the targets of Big Brother's urging. They would nag about it almost every day before they were willing to stop. Especially him, his ears were about to grow calluses when he heard it. Boo-hoo. You have some ambition, okay? You're older than Schwer, but your strength is not as high as hers. Don't you find it embarrassing? Li Zhong said resentfully. Big brother, I'm already very hard-working. In the boundless heaven continent, I can also be considered a genius. Li Xian muttered softly. Boo-hoo. He really didn't know why little Sister Schwer and the others were so freakish. Let's enter seclusion tomorrow too. Li Zhong said after some thought. Well. He might be a mystic supremacy now, but he had to set an example for his younger brothers. No way. Li Xian and the others looked at Li Zhong helplessly with bitter expressions. It's decided. We'll go into seclusion tomorrow. Li Zhong waved his hand and decided on this matter. Alas. The ancestors had provided them with such good conditions. They would really be sorry if they didn't make good use of them. Brother Cheng, please take care of the Azure Dragon Mountain. Our brother is in seclusion, Li Zhong said irresponsibly to Cheng Wu and the others. Okay. Cheng Wu nodded. Bandits were also swift and decisive. After making up his mind, Li Zhong led his younger brothers into seclusion. 2 months later. Cheng Wu was sitting on the grass in front of his door, playing with a furry and somewhat familiar little fox. Suddenly, he felt the heaven and earth spiritual energy gather from all directions and surge in one direction, and that direction was Leng Ruoxue's residence. At the same time, Song Di and the others, who felt that something was amiss, ran out of their rooms. When they saw the dense weather spiritual energy surge into Leng Ruoxue's room, their faces revealed happy smiles because this meant that Miss had broken through. Leng Ruoxue, who was cultivating in the bracelet, was indeed at the critical moment of her breakthrough. The spiritual energy she needed was also aplenty. After all, what she wanted to break through this time was the heaven-defying skill. Her current body was like a bottomless pit, and the amount of spiritual energy she needed was unimaginable. Leng Ruoxue, who was in the purple bamboo house, had already let go of all her senses. Thick heaven and earth spiritual energy surged into her body through her pores. At this moment, her face was in extreme pain, and the spiritual energy that entered her body was not very obedient, it was rampaging in her body. Leng Ruoxue separated a trace of divine sense and guided the heaven and earth spiritual energy in her body forward in one direction. After running 36 cycles, the heaven and earth spiritual energy was gradually fused with the original spiritual energy in her body and became obedient. She even controlled the spiritual energy to attack the same location in one go. Once, twice. After countless repeated and persistent collisions, there was a loud bang. Leng Ruoxue finally broke through to the 5th level of the heaven-defying skill. As she broke through to the 5th level, her body was modified by the heaven-defying skill again. The negligible impurities were cleansed again, and her vital flame also evolved again. After breaking through to the 5th level, the spiritual energy accumulated in Leng Ruoxue's body was used up again, so she could only resign herself to fate and work hard to absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth to replenish the insufficient spiritual energy in her body. After absorbing for 3 days, the spiritual qi in Leng Ruoxue's body recovered to about 20%. Even though it was only 20%, she could absolutely do whatever she wanted in the vast heaven continent. Because these 20% of spiritual qi in her body were enough to bring her to the level of a mystic supremacy cultivating for several hundred years. After Leng Ruoxue opened her eyes, she saw the freak smiling at her. Freak, when did you wake up? Leng Ruoxue leaned into the freak's embrace and asked curiously. Before you broke through, the freak explained with a light smile. Why do you always wake up before me? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be dissatisfied. Because you need more spiritual energy than me, the freak coaxed. That's true, sigh. My body is a bottomless pit. Fortunately, I have the heaven and earth bracelet. Otherwise, I really don't know where to get so much heaven and earth spiritual energy. Leng Ruoxue complained softly. Boo-hoo, the spiritual energy she needed was unimaginable to others. Do you think fortune is so easy to obtain? Other people need much less spiritual energy than you. They also don't have opportunities like you, the freak said affectionately. Yes, that makes sense. Leng Ruoxue nodded repeatedly. Actually, she wasn't complaining. She just wanted to act coquettishly with the freak. She also wanted to be coaxed after all. Swear, let's go out. Cheng Wu and the others are already waiting anxiously outside, the freak said understandingly. Why haven't grandfather and the others come out of seclusion yet? Leng Ruoxue was a little puzzled. According to grandfather and the others' cultivation levels, they should have come out of seclusion before her. Don't be anxious. They should be here soon, the freak comforted. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and pulled the freak out of the purple bamboo house. After exiting the purple bamboo house, Leng Ruoxue directly unlocked the 5th layer of the seal for Qingju. After removing the seal, there were 10 more pieces of land that Qingju liked, and Qingju actually obtained the ability to read minds. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with this ability. Even though the baby could read minds, she had to bring the baby out of the bracelet so that the baby could use it on others. If Qingju also had this ability, then what he possessed would naturally belong to her as his master. Therefore, it would be more convenient for her. Oh. This was what her irresponsible master thought. After doing all this, Qingju brought his little black dog sidekick and ran to a corner to discuss how to use the newly appeared land. Leng Ruoxue and the freak left the bracelet. Just as they left the room, they saw Cheng Wu and the others gathered outside the door, anxiously walking around. Miss, you're out. Cheng Wu and the others immediately surrounded Leng Ruoxue and the freak when they saw them. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. It had been a few months since they last met. It seemed they were living quite comfortably. Miss, why are there only the two of you? Song Di couldn't help asking curiously when he saw that there was no one else behind Mississippi. They haven't come out of seclusion yet. Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh. Cheng Wu and the others nodded. Then, everyone reported their results for nearly 3 months. You're in charge of the Azure Dragon Mountain now? Leng Ruoxue was a little surprised. Brotherly and the others were too easy to trust. That's right. Everything on Azure Dragon Mountain is as usual, Cheng Wu said proudly. Oh. Since Big Brotherly and the others have temporarily handed over Azure Dragon Mountain to you, work hard. Don't let Big Brotherly down, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, Mississippi. When are we leaving Azure Dragon Mountain? Cheng Wu asked curiously. Even though the environment on Azure Dragon Mountain was good and they got along well with the bandits in the mountain, he preferred to take risks with Mississippi. Let's wait for Big Brotherly and the others to come out of seclusion. Leng Ruoxue said after thinking for a while. She originally wanted everyone to leave after advancing, but Big Brotherly and the others entrusted the Azure Dragon Mountain to Cheng Wu and the others. In this way, they couldn't leave easily. Otherwise, if anything happened to the Azure Dragon Mountain, wouldn't they be letting down the trust of Big Brotherly and the others? Okay. Cheng Wu and the others nodded. A week after Leng Ruoxue and the freak came out of seclusion, Leng Qingtian and the others also came out. Grandpa, you're finally out, Leng Ruoxue said happily when she saw Leng Qingtian and the others. Swear, you must be anxious from waiting. Leng Qingtian said happily. It's okay, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She and the freak had not advanced to mystic supremacy after coming out of seclusion because they were waiting for their grandfather and the others. Grandpa, let's advance first. Leng Ruoxue suggested. In the past few days, she and the freak had circled around the bandit's nest and found a place with no one. It was very suitable for them to advance. Okay. Leng Qingtian nodded. After that, everyone followed Leng Ruoxue and the freak to the place they had found beforehand, preparing to advance collectively. Grandpa, almost no one comes here. It's not bad, right? Leng Ruoxue brought her grandfather and the others to a canyon and asked. Leng Qingtian raised his head and looked at the canyon in front of him. This canyon only had one entrance, and the entrance was very small. It could only accommodate 3 people at a time at most, so it could be considered a good secret place. Yes, not bad. Leng Qingtian nodded in satisfaction. This place was quite suitable for seclusion. Moreover, it was easy to defend but difficult to attack. We can begin to advance now, Leng Ruoxue reminded. They had so many beasts, if they didn't find a place with fewer people, they would scare others. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue directly sat cross-legged on a large limestone and moved the beasts out of her bracelet, preparing to advance. The others also found seats and sat down. At the same time, they summoned their beasts. Before long, the dazzling laws of the world descended into the valley. Leng Ruoxue and the others worked very hard to absorb the blessings of the world after advancing to mystic supremacy until the laws of the world slowly dissipated. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Immediately after, the beasts advanced wave after wave. Because Leng Ruoxue's heaven-defying skill broke through the 5th level, her beasts obtained the most benefits. Among them, Baisu's level was still the highest. He had reached level 9 Transcendent Divine Beasts, Fengzhan was level 8 Transcendent Divine Beasts, and Charm was level 7 Transcendent Divine Beasts. He was just a step away from advancing to level 8 Transcendent Divine Beasts. Baby and the other beasts directly advanced to level 6 Transcendent Divine Beasts. The Silver Wolves and the other slightly weaker beasts also reached level 5 Transcendent Divine Beasts. In short, Leng Ruoxue was still the biggest winner in this advancement. At the same time, the advancement of the beasts also brought her huge benefits. As for the others, they naturally had their own gains. In short, everyone was happy. After Leng Ruoxue and the others finished their advancement, everyone celebrated and then temporarily stayed in Azure Dragon Mountain. A month after their advancement, Lin Liang and the others finally came out of seclusion. Everyone chatted for a while, then Leng Ruoxue brought them to the canyon they had advanced to. When Lin Liang and the others came out of seclusion, each of them advanced 2 levels consecutively and directly became mystic supremacies. I say, no wonder you old fellows can't bear to come out of seclusion. So you're all waiting to directly advance to mystic supremacy. Leng Qingtian said in realization from the bracelet. Hehe, we were also forced into a corner. Who asked you to cultivate too quickly? Wouldn't we be dragging you down if we don't work hard? Lin Liang said matter-of-factly. They were already clearly aware of the difference in their cultivations with Leng Qingtian and the others after they came out of seclusion the last time. So, they'd secretly decided that they wouldn't come out unless they advanced to mystic supremacy. After all, everyone was suppressing their anger. Yes, that makes sense. Leng Qingtian nodded in agreement. These old men were all unyielding, so he understood their thoughts very well. If it was him, he would probably do the same. However, he still felt quite aggrieved thinking that he hadn't seen these old friends for so long. Hehe. We won't be in seclusion often in the future, so don't be like this. Lin Liang couldn't stand the expression on Leng Qingtian's face. That's right. I've been busy cultivating as a mystic cultivator recently and haven't refined weapons for a long time, so I shouldn't be in seclusion for the time being, the disheveled old man promised. Yes, I'm afraid you must have lost touch. Leng Qingtian gloated. Of course. No. I have to work hard on weapon refinement recently, the disheveled old man said hurriedly. Then, he turned to Leng Ruoxue. Lass, you have to provide me with more materials for weapon refinement. Okay, just ask Qing Ju for it, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Alright, I'll look for him now. After the disheveled old man said that, he ran off to look for Qing Ju anxiously. Grandpa, you guys chat. I'll go out with the freak, Leng Ruoxue suddenly said. After speaking, she pulled the freak out of the bracelet. Cheng Wu and the others had just returned from their robbery. Recently, Cheng Wu, Feng De, and the others often brought people out to rob and pluck some herbs. They left early and returned late every day. Miss, we gained quite a lot today. Feng De raised the storage ring in his hand and said as if he was presenting a treasure. You robbed something good? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. How can there be good things? The people who come to the Azure Dragon Mountain are afraid that they will be robbed by bandits. They won't bring any valuable things at all. Alas. It's not easy to be a professional bandit. If things go wrong, they will starve to death. Feng De said sympathetically. They didn't know if they didn't enter this line of work. It was also very difficult to be a bandit. Fortunately, the bandits in the Azure Dragon Mountain weren't short of money and only treated robbery as a boring game. Otherwise, they would have starved to death long ago. What did you get? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. We dug up a lot of herbs of good quality and also found some rare ores, Feng De said happily. They might not be alchemists or weapons masters, but because of Miss, they had a certain understanding of herbs and ores. Ever since they came out of seclusion, they would wander around the mountain when they had nothing to do, robbing and picking herbs as a dragon. That's right. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and looked at it. Then she placed the ring into the bracelet and handed it to Qing Ju. Feng De, Grandpa Lin and the others have also advanced to mystic supremacy. Let's celebrate tonight. Prepare yourselves well, Leng Ruoxue instructed. Okay. Miss, are you still in the space? Feng De asked. No, just outside. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Then she handed Feng De a ring containing the food she had prepared beforehand. Okay, let's go get ready, Feng De said and left. At night, Feng De and the others lit a few bonfires in the open space in front of the house and roasted the packed fish and meat on the fire. After all the food was ready, Leng Ruoxue and the others sat around the empty space and started eating. It smells so good. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears halfway through their meal. Big brotherly, you're out of seclusion. Leng Ruoxue said in surprise. Yes. Hee. Li Zhong said with a smile. He did not stand on ceremony and directly picked up a piece of grilled golden meat to eat. I came out after a few months of seclusion and my cultivation improved slightly. You must be anxious. Li Zhong said understandingly. He knew that Leng Ruoxue and the others had other things to do. However, because they didn't come out of seclusion, the Azure Dragon Mountain was leaderless, so they didn't leave. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help warming. No, the environment of Azure Dragon Mountain is good, there are clear mountains and clear waters, and there are countless herbs, why are we in a hurry to leave? Leng Ruoxue said honestly. They had gained quite a lot after staying in Azure Dragon Mountain for a few months. That's good. Li Zhong smiled foolishly. Big brotherly, when are the other brothers coming out of seclusion? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. The spiritual energy in this Azure Dragon Mountain was very good. Moreover, there was a spirit vein under the ground where the bandit's nest was. Therefore, if they didn't have the heaven and earth bracelet, this was a good place to cultivate. I'm afraid they won't be able to come out for a while, Li Zhong said after some thought. Oh. This is a good place to cultivate. You should treasure it. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Yes. This might have been discovered by our Li family's ancestor, but if that ancestor wasn't powerful, he probably wouldn't have been able to protect this Azure Dragon Mountain. Therefore, we will let the ancestors down if we don't cultivate properly. Li Zhong nodded. That's right, big brother Li. There's no banquet that doesn't end in this world. Since you've already come out of seclusion, then we'll leave tomorrow. We'll meet again. Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. This was something she had long planned. Okay, I know Sister Schwer has other things to do. Big brother won't force you to stay since you want to leave. However, you have to remember that this Azure Dragon Mountain will always be your home and you are welcome to return anytime, Li Zhong said very sincerely. Yes, big brother forgot that I still have your Green Dragon Mountains token in my hand. You can come anytime you want, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Hee. That's right. Sister Schwer, if there's anything in the future that requires Big Brother's help, send a letter to Big Brother. Big Brother won't refuse, Li Zhong reminded. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony with my brother, Leng Ruoxue promised. Because of Li Zhong's unexpected appearance, this meal actually became everyone's farewell banquet in the end. However, everyone was still very happy. After dinner, Fengde and the others were basically drunk and directly lay down to sleep. Li Zhong was brought back to his residence by his subordinates. The next day, when Fengde and the others woke up, it was almost noon. They had a simple meal and planned to go on their way. Outside Leng Ruoxue and the others' residence, one of Li Zhong's subordinates was ordered to send Leng Ruoxue and the others off. Miss, our big boss gave this to you. The subordinate handed her a ring. Where is Big Brother Li? Leng Ruoxue took the ring and looked at it. She couldn't help asking in surprise. This ring was actually filled with herbs of the heaven and earth treasure level. This farewell gift was really too precious. Leader isn't awake yet. He instructed me to prepare it before bed yesterday. I hope Miss Leng is satisfied, the subordinate said. I'm very satisfied. Thank you. Help me pass this to Big Brother Li. Leng Ruoxue also handed over a ring. She naturally wouldn't take someone else's things for nothing, so she secretly instructed Qing Ju to prepare a generous gift. Okay, Miss Leng, I'll send you down the mountain. No need, go take care of Brother Li. We can find the way. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she left the bandits' den with everyone. At this moment, Li Zhong was standing at the highest point of the meeting hall, watching Leng Ruoxue and the others leave. Head of family, Miss Leng didn't let me send her and asked me to come back and take care of you. A moment later, his subordinate returned and reported. Then, he handed the ring Leng Ruoxue gave to Li Zhong. Got it, you can leave. Li Zhong took the ring and glanced at it, his face revealing a helpless expression. Alas. This girl. She still called him Big Brother. She didn't even want to take advantage of him, and the value of the thing she returned was more than what he gave away. He didn't know when he would see this little sister again. After a long while, Li Zhong reluctantly turned around and returned to his room to catch up on his sleep when he couldn't see Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue and the others had stayed in the Azure Dragon Mountain for a few months and were already quite familiar with the terrain here. Therefore, they left the Azure Dragon Mountain very smoothly and did not meet any teams training along the way. Miss, where are we going? Lu Tao asked curiously after leaving Azure Dragon Mountain. Dark Night Seas, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Hee. She could finally go to the Dark Night Seas. Hopefully, that place could give her a surprise. Lass, we can finally go there. I heard that there are many ores there. At that time, we have to collect more, the disheveled old man said rather excitedly. When they just arrived at the vast heaven continent, they wanted to go there. However, Icy said that their strength was too low and couldn't go. Now, they could finally go. Hee. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Lass, the Dark Night Seas is famous for its dangers. I've never been there before. Hee, I'm borrowing your light this time, the little old man said happily. Even though he was a mystic supremacy, he didn't dare to go to the Dark Night Seas alone. There will be opportunities if there's danger. Moreover, there won't be any danger if we go together. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Yes. Our strength is here. It would be unreasonable if we encounter danger. The little old man nodded in agreement. Everyone chatted happily as they walked. Unknowingly, they had already walked thousands of meters out of the Azure Dragon Mountain. Leng Ruoxue saw that the place was very spacious, so she let the little peacock out and drove them towards the Dark Night Seas. The Dark Night Seas was very far from the Azure Dragon Mountain. Not only did they have to fly closer to 10 cities, but they also had to pass through 2 mountains and finally reach the vast plain before they could reach their destination. That was also the only entrance to the Dark Night Seas that they had to pass through. Therefore, if they wanted to go to the Dark Night Seas, it would take at least 20 days or a month if it was slow. Due to the long journey, Leng Ruoxue and the others were not in a hurry either. They flew and stopped along the way, and they would even stop to stay for a few days if they encountered a city they liked. And the city they were in now was a very famous city in the vast heaven continent. It was called Green Cloud City. Even though the city was not big, the advantage was that the environment was good, the people were simple, and it was a good place to settle down. Green Cloud City was a city beside a mountain and sea. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others were enjoying a rare peace by the sea. Fengde brought his subordinates and brothers to the sea to fish for seafood. After a long time, Fengde and the others finally came ashore from the sea. "Miss, we're back." Peach couldn't help shouting as soon as she came ashore. Leng Ruoxue, who was lying on the recliner and basking in the sun, raised her eyes slightly and looked at them. However, when she saw the thing in Fengde and the others' hands, 2 drops of cold sweat couldn't help dripping down her forehead. Didn't these people go to the sea to catch seafood? Then what were they carrying? "Miss, we're back." Lu Tao and Cui Zhu ran to Leng Ruoxue's side and repeated. "Yes, what did you catch?" Leng Ruoxue asked casually. "A lot of fish, but we picked up a person," Peach whispered. "Can you also pick up people in the sea?" "Your luck is really good," Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. "Why weren't the people who fell into the sea eaten by the sea beasts?" "Miss, that person is still breathing," Lu Tao added. "Alive? That's really rare," Leng Ruoxue said calmly. This sea area wasn't big, and the seawater was so shallow that one could see the bottom with a glance. However, there were still sea beasts. Even if they were only low-level sea beasts, it would be very easy to eat a person. She didn't expect to actually pick up a living person. "Miss, we've seen that person before. He's that Luo Lin we met in the Azure Dragon Mountain," Lu Tao explained. They all knew the relationship between Miss and the Luo family. Otherwise, they might not have meddled in other people's business. "It's him." Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of suspicion. She might not agree with this cheap servant of the Luo family, but he was her man after all. He had made a blood oath, so she naturally couldn't leave him in the lurch since she had encountered him. "Yes, miss, he's badly hurt," said Peach. "Let him take this." Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and took out a golden pill from her bracelet and handed it to Lu Tao. It was the best healing pill. The herbs needed to refine it were abnormally precious, and they rarely used it usually. "Yes." Lu Tao took the pill and turned to feed it to Luo Lin. The effects of top-notch healing pills were naturally extraordinary. Not long after, Luo Lin slowly woke up. However, when he just woke up, he was still a little lost. After seeing Leng Ruoxue, he suddenly thought that the goddess in the sky had saved him. "Luo Lin, do you remember us?" Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. "You." Luo Lin's brain was in a mess. He couldn't remember anything now. "We met at Azure Dragon Mountain," Leng Ruoxue reminded. "Ah. I remember now. Thank you for saving me," Luo Lin said gratefully. He didn't know what they had fed him, but he knew that his injuries had all healed when he felt the abundant spiritual energy in his body. "Why are you here? Who injured you?" Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly. I met a robber," Luo Lin stammered, his eyes flickering. "Is that so? Luo Lin, I'll give you one last chance. It's up to you to decide if you want to tell the truth," Leng Ruoxue warned with slight displeasure. Even though Qing Ju could read minds, she didn't want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. My Luo family was besieged. It wasn't easy for me to escape." Luo Lin's heart tightened because of Leng Ruoxue's words. He couldn't help telling the secret he wanted to hide. However, he was a little choked up halfway through. "Who?" Leng Ruoxue suppressed her anger and asked. Damn it, one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. How dare he touch her people? He was really tired of living. "Miss, thank you for saving me. It's better if you don't know about this." Luo Lin regretted speaking about the Luo family. Alas. He didn't want to implicate them. After all, these people were his benefactors. The other party is very powerful. "I don't want to implicate you," Luo Lin added under Fengde and the others' unfriendly gazes. "Implicate us? Could it be the Lan and Leng families that attacked the Luo family?" Fengde asked curiously. "No." Luo Lin was a little speechless. How could a super family take a fancy to their Luo family? "Then what are you afraid of?" Fengde said resentfully. He really wanted to kick Luo Lin twice for his displeasure. "I'm afraid I'll implicate you. The other party is very fierce. If I know that you saved me, I'm afraid you'll also be in trouble," Luo Lin said honestly. Those people were probably looking for fish that had slipped through the net all over the world now. "TCH, I've never been afraid of trouble that I shouldn't be afraid of. Brat, tell us quickly who attacked the Luo clan so that we can avenge you." Fengde coaxed. "You're willing to take revenge for me?" Luo Lin was pleasantly surprised and touched. Alas. He had tasted the coldness and warmth of human relationships since the Luo family's accident. The families that were on good terms with the Luo family in the past either avoided him or refused to cooperate. He didn't expect these people who had only met him once to be willing to take revenge for him. "Nonsense, why else would we ask you these questions?" Fengde roared angrily. This kid had to train well. His words were too blunt. He was anxious. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but there are so few of you who can't help me." After the joy, Luo Lin calmed down. "Brat, are you looking down on us? Let me tell you, if we can't help you, then no one in this world can help you." Fengde roared furiously. He and his companions had always been straightforward with each other, saying whatever was on their minds. Therefore, the lack of communication with Luo Lin made him want to beat someone up. Thank you. I'm very grateful for your kind intentions, but you can't help me. The only person who can help the Luo family is our master, so I have to find my master. I'm sorry, I'll take my leave. Luo Lin got up from the beach and turned around, planning to leave. He knew that if he was with them, these people would be implicated by him if the enemy found him. Stop right there. Are you looking for Leng Ruoxue? Leng Ruoxue roared uncontrollably. You know my master? Luo Lin said with some surprise. Master's reputation was very resounding in the boundless heaven continent a few years ago. However, in the recent few years, he disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, there were very few news of Master's matters. Therefore, wanting to look for Master was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, seeing his benefactor knowing his master, he was surprised in his heart. However, he did not dare to have too much hope. Yes, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. How could she not know her? Then do you know the whereabouts of my master? Luo Lin hesitated and finally asked. I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded. It was right in front of her. Can you tell me? Luo Lin asked expectantly, excited. I'm Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Ah. Luo Lin was a little dumbfounded. I say, you silly boy. Think about it. If we had never known you, why would we be so enthusiastic to avenge you? Fengde said helplessly. This boy was most likely scared silly by others. You. Are you really Leng Ruoxue? My master of the Luo family? Luo Lin, who only regained his senses after a while, said in disbelief. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Your Luo family has also sworn a blood oath to me to be my servant. However, the Luo family doesn't seem to be willing to have me as their master, so I don't want to force it. In short, you can only be considered strangers who have a blood oath with me, Leng Ruoxue explained calmly. Master, the Luo family only recognizes you as their master, Luo Lin said with a bitter smile. He knew that the Luo family and master's relationship was not very harmonious, so he did not know what to say. Let's not talk about this first. Tell me what's going on with the Luo family and who attacked the Luo family? Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly. After all, the Luo family had sworn a blood oath, so she couldn't stand by and do nothing even if she didn't acknowledge the Luo family enough. The Luo clan has been developing very well in recent years, so it has aroused the jealousy of some families. This time, it was the Luo clan that was jointly attacked by several families. Now, Luo City and Martial Immortal City have probably been divided up by them, Luo Linyu said with hatred, tears flowing faintly in her eyes. Who are they? Leng Ruoxue asked in an unfriendly tone. With the Su family as the leader, there's still the Bai, Qi, and Zhao families, Luo Lin said with tears in his eyes. The Su family? Leng Ruoxue sighed. After dealing with the Sun family, she was in a hurry to enter seclusion and ignored the Su family. Yes, led by the Su family. Master, the Luo family suffered heavy losses this time. There were countless casualties, Luo Lin said with a pained expression. Does the Luo family have any communication signal? Leng Ruoxue asked. Yes. Luo Lin nodded. Then gather all the surviving members of the Luo family, Leng Ruoxue instructed. Yes, Luo Lin replied. If you need anything, ask Fengde to cooperate with you, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Yes. Luo Lin was very happy. It felt really good to find an organization and have someone backing him up. For some reason, after he knew that the beautiful girl in front of him was his master, his heart actually felt a sense of peace that he had never felt before at this moment. The panic from being displaced and at a loss for what to do seemed to have calmed down at this moment. After making some simple arrangements, Leng Ruoxue brought everyone back to the inn. Previous chapter. Next chapter. A few days later, Leng Ruoxue met the heavily injured Luo Xian and Luo Fei father and son. She also learned more about the inside story from them. However, the more she knew, the angrier she became. This was because this actually involved some people from the Leng family, and these people were most likely here for her. In the guest room. The freak hugged the silent Leng Ruoxue and comforted her gently, Swear, there's no need to be so angry over a few clowns. Just kill them. Yes, looks like we're still too kind. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Hee hee. Fengde and the others will definitely be happy now, the freak teased with a light smile. We'll take action when they return, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She sent Fengde and the others to look for the Luo family members who were still alive. However, almost 10 days had passed, and Fengde and the others had yet to return. Okay. By the way, the injuries of the Luo father and son should be almost healed, right? The freak asked. Yes, your injuries are healed, but your body is still a little weak. You have to rest for a few days, Leng Ruoxue said. The father and son had been injured for too long and hadn't received timely treatment, so their foundation had been injured. Just as the two of them were chatting, there was a knock on the door. The freak stood up and went to open the door. Miss, we're back. Fengde and the others couldn't help but shout as soon as they entered the room. Why did you guys take so long? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. This place was at most 3 days away from Luo City. Miss, we stayed in Luo City and Martial Immortal City for a few days to understand the situation there. Moreover, we rescued many Luo family members who were locked up by them, Fengde explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss, the Su family is really ruthless. I don't know what to say about the Luo family members who were arrested. Feng De said angrily. Tell me. Leng Ruoxue was very calm. She had already guessed that the Luo family, who had fallen into the hands of the enemy, would not have a good life. The men of the Luo clan had their meridians crippled, and the women were. Feng De really couldn't continue. How many people were captured alive? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. Less than 100 people, and the ones who survived are all men, Feng De explained. They only saw the corpses of the women from the Luo clan, and the men were tortured beyond recognition. What about those who weren't caught? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask. After we left the Luo clan's secret signal in Luo City and Martial Immortal City, only 30 people from the Luo clan came to seek refuge. Furthermore, they were all injured. Feng De was very helpless. Let's settle them down. After they recover, we'll go to Luo City and Martial Immortal City, Leng Ruoxue instructed. Yes. Miss, the old ancestor of the Luo clan wants to see you. Feng De said again. Oh, let him in. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Yes, Feng De answered and left. Soon, he brought in an old man in ragged clothes. The old man knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes as soon as he saw Leng Ruoxue. He cried, Master, our Luo family is gone. Boo-hoo. I've let Master down. Where there's life, there's hope. The Luo family didn't die, why are you crying? Leng Ruoxue pretended to reprimand. In her mind, as long as there was still a breath left, there was hope for revenge. Moreover, it was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Even if he couldn't take revenge now, he would one day. Therefore, the most important thing was for someone to live. If everyone was gone, there would naturally be no hope for revenge. Master is right. The old ancestor of the Luo clan wiped his tears and said with some embarrassment. Boo-hoo. He had lived for such a long time, but he was actually not as clear-minded as a little child. Alas. Otherwise, how could she be their master? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help becoming bright. Moreover, he believed that as long as his master was around, there was nothing he couldn't take revenge for. Get up. You don't have to kneel. Leng Ruoxue didn't like to see such an old man kneeling in front of her while crying. It felt strange. Yes. The old ancestor of the Luo clan stood up obediently, but he kept bowing to show his absolute respect for Leng Ruoxue. Do you have any plans? Leng Ruoxue probed. Master, I want to avenge the Luo clan's dead clansmen. Please help me, the Luo clan's old ancestor pleaded. He knew that no one could help him now except for Master. He might not know Master's true strength, but he was confident that Master could definitely seek justice for the Luo clan. There's no problem with taking revenge. However, have you ever thought that even if you take revenge, with your Luo family's current strength, you probably won't be able to have a foothold in the boundless heaven continent either? I have to leave this world sooner or later. If the same thing happens again next time, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything, Leng Ruoxue reminded. After advancing to mystic supremacy, she was clear that she wouldn't stay in this world for long. This time, she could help the Luo family take back everything that they had lost. However, if the Luo family couldn't defend it, they would lose it sooner or later. Please enlighten me, Master. The old ancestor of the Luo clan was very respectful. I'll only give you 10 years. You have to rely on yourselves to develop the Luo family, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. The Luo family had a blood oath with her that they would never betray her, so she was very willing to give them a chance. However, whether they could grasp it depended on themselves. 10 years? Master, you know our Luo family's current appearance. The Luo family's old ancestor was a little hesitant. He could hear what Master meant. If the Luo family could not do anything in 10 years, Master would not be able to help them. However, with the Luo family's current situation, forget 1 decade, even 10 years would be very difficult to recover. Furthermore, even during the Golden Age, the Luo family's strength in the boundless heaven continent could only be considered above average. Therefore, he felt that 10 years was simply not enough. Since I've given you 10 years, I'll naturally provide all of your help. As for the injured clansmen, you don't have to worry. I'll treat them. After taking revenge this time, you just have to focus on developing the Luo clan, Leng Ruoxue explained. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Thank you, Master. Our Luo clan will definitely not disappoint you. The old ancestor felt relieved after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Well. Fortunately, Master did not give up on them. Otherwise, their Luo clan would really be finished. Give these pills to your clansmen. We'll take revenge after they recover. Leng Ruoxue took out a few bottles of pills from her ring and handed them to the Luo clan's old ancestor. Thank you for the reward, Master, the old ancestor of the Luo clan said happily. He bowed to Leng Ruoxue and left the room. Shuer, are you planning to accept these servants? The freak asked with a light smile after the Luo clan's old ancestor left. They're too weak and can't help me much. However, they won't betray me with the blood oath, so I'll help if I can. As for the future, it'll depend on their Luo family, Leng Ruoxue said softly. And, they are indeed too weak now. However, they hugged this big tree of yours, destined to have a place in the boundless heaven continent, the freak said knowingly. It's a little too early to say this now. What if the Luo family is a hopeless situation? Moreover, acknowledging me as your master might not be a good thing for the Luo family, Leng Ruoxue said faintly. She had many enemies. If the Luo family couldn't protect themselves, it would cause a sect-destroying disaster. Someone from the Leng family was also involved in this matter. She didn't know if it was because of her, Sai. Swear, don't think about this. Let's go out and take a walk. The freak changed the topic. He didn't want to see Swear unhappy. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and then the two of them left the restaurant. 3 days later. The injuries of the Luo family members had already healed with Leng Ruoxue's medicinal pills. Not only that, but their strength had actually increased. This made them wild with joy, and the hatred that had lingered in their hearts for the past few days was slightly relieved. At the same time, they saw hope for revenge and even had a trace of anticipation for the Luo family's future. Among the Luo family, other than Luo Xian and his son and Luo Lin, it was basically the first time everyone had seen their master. However, just this time, their admiration for Leng Ruoxue had risen to an unprecedented height. Right now, they were blindly obedient to Leng Ruoxue. If Leng Ruoxue said 1, they would not say 2. They would do whatever she asked them to do and were extremely obedient. At the entrance of the restaurant, Leng Ruoxue looked at the Luo family members who had recovered well and said with a faint smile, "Let's go. Let's go to Luo City first." With that, everyone sat on the back of the little peacock that had been waiting by the side. After everyone sat down, the little peacock flapped its wings and rushed into the clouds. After flying for 2 days, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived in Luo City. At this moment, Luo City had already been occupied by the Bai and Zhao families. The city gate was also plastered with portraits of the Luo family. After the little peacock landed at the city gate, Leng Ruoxue and the others jumped off the little peacock's back and walked directly towards the city gate. Guards! It's the Luo family. Hurry up and report to the city lord. The guards who had recognized the Luo family roared at the top of their lungs before Leng Ruoxue and the others approached. Immediately, the city gate was in chaos. The guards even turned around and returned to the city. At the same time, the city gate was slammed shut with a loud bang. The guards in the city ran to the city wall and looked down at them. Leng Ruoxue looked at the guards' reactions with a black face and was a little speechless. What did they mean? Shouldn't they be the ones afraid in the eyes of these guards? Why were these guards like frightened birds? Well, this reaction was really too strange. You demons, the city lord won't let you go. You're dead meat. A guard roared bravely, but his trembling body revealed his fear. Demon? Did I hear wrongly? Leng Ruoxue didn't expect these guards to have such great ability to distort the truth. Wasn't the person being tortured from the Luo family? Why did they become demons instead? Humph. This was obviously the villain complaining first. Demon, I didn't expect you to still dare to come back. Humph. The city lord has already set up an inescapable net and is waiting for you, the guard continued. However, his head was hit ruthlessly. Sai, why did you hit me? The guard glared at the person who hit him and said unhappily. You idiot, who asked you to say this? That person roared uncontrollably. Didn't you say that we can't lose in terms of imposing manner? The guard was very aggrieved. Are you done discussing? Leng Ruoxue looked at the guards who were out of line and large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. What do you want? The guard asked nervously. Boo-hoo. This woman gave him a lot of pressure. Of course we want to enter the city. If you know what's good for you, quickly open the city gate. Otherwise, I will have to use force. Leng Ruoxue said politely before resorting to force. You. How dare you? The city lord won't let you go. The guard carried the city lord out when he heard that. It doesn't matter. Today will be their death date, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them anymore and directly moved Lao Mao and the pythons out of the bracelet. The two hairy beasts had already acknowledged him as their master before the disheveled old man advanced. Therefore, after the disheveled old man advanced, they also advanced to level 7 transcendent divine beasts. However, because they were already used to living in the space, they stayed in the space after recognizing him as their master. Mississippi. Two hairy beasts and the pythons called out affectionately after coming out. Okay, attack the city, Leng Ruoxue ordered directly. With her order, the two hairy beasts and the pythons immediately returned to their original forms and rushed to the city. Two hairy beasts' huge palm hit the city wall with a bang. Immediately, a crack appeared on the city wall. Seeing this, the pythons did not want to be outdone and shook their thick snake tails. Pa! Pa! They smashed onto the city wall, and the city wall shook. At this moment, the two hairy beasts clapped their hands again and again. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy city wall shattered into pieces like paper. According to the two hairy beasts and the other pythons, this was the result of them showing mercy. Ah! The guards on the city wall fell from high ground as the city wall fell. Leng Ruoxue and the others directly ignored these small fries, stepped on the ruins of the city wall, and walked in with large strides. After entering Luo City, Leng Ruoxue realized that the city was a little bleak. There were pitifully few pedestrians on the streets. Moreover, when they saw them, they all hid with fear in their eyes. Fengde, did you do something bad? Why do the people in this city look like they saw a ghost when they see us? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Miss, we didn't do anything. We only dealt with a few people and conveniently went to the Bai and Zhao families' main residences to cause trouble. Hee hee. Anyway, the Bai and Zhao families are quite close to here, so we were just passing by. Fengde scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded and didn't continue asking. However, she believed that it wouldn't be as simple as Feng De said. Master, the city lord residence of our Luo city is just around the corner in front. The old ancestor of the Luo clan said with 2 drops of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew better than anyone how much of a slander Feng Da's words were because he had seen it with his own eyes. Boo-hoo. It was really too violent. His heart was still trembling when he recalled it until now. Yes, that's also the Luo family's main residence. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Yes, Luo Xian said sadly. To the entire Luo clan, this matter was both a disaster and a great humiliation. Thus, revenge was necessary. Everyone chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the city lord residence. At this moment, the city lord residence had already received news of their arrival, so they had long entered a highly alert state. Oh. Looks like you're all ready. Leng Ruoxue looked at the Bai and Zhao families gathered at the entrance of the city lord residence and said with a light smile. Are you a helper from the Luo clan? A middle-aged man asked. No, Leng Ruoxue replied lightly. Leave Luo city immediately if you're not. I can't bear to hurt a beauty like you, the middle-aged man said wretchedly, his eyes revealing a perverted glint. Do it. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to waste time with them, so she ordered directly. Yes. Feng De and the others replied. After that, they swarmed forward and casually found an opponent to beat up. After they were done, they directly released their profound techniques to annihilate their opponent. Just like that, in less than half an hour, the Bai and Zhao families' allied forces disappeared from the boundless heaven continent without any strength to resist. Feng De and the others were still somewhat unsatisfied because, in their eyes, these 2 families were too ungovernable. The matter in Luo City was resolved so quickly that the Luo family couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They knew that their master subordinates were very strong, but they didn't expect them to be so powerful. How could they bear this? Sigh. If the Luo family had such strength, how could they still be bullied so badly? However, with a master like Leng Ruoxue, the Luo family believed that sooner or later, they would stand at the peak of the boundless heaven continent. However, they were also a little troubled now because master subordinates were too formidable. This made them very uneasy in their hearts. Boo-hoo. What if master despised them? Thinking of this possibility, the Luo family was a little conflicted. I said I would give you 10 years. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but remind them when she saw the depressed expressions on the Luo family's faces. That's right. The Luo family members immediately perked up when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words. They might not be able to help their master now, but they believed that they would definitely become his right-hand man one day, so they couldn't wallow in self-pity. They had to have enough confidence. Thinking of this, their mood immediately became high. Let's go. We'll get rid of the Bai and Zhao families completely and then go to Martial Immortal City. Leng Ruoxue instructed when she saw the Luo family's aura rise. Yes, the Luo family answered in unison, their spirits high. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Then, everyone sat on the little peacock's back and flew straight to the Bai and Zhao families' main cities. After arriving at the main city of the Bai and Zhao families, Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't waste any energy at all to clean up the Bai and Zhao families. Then, they went to Martial Immortal City. Martial Immortal City was similar to Luo City. The city gate was also heavily guarded. However, the guards guarding the city were also panicking when they saw them. Then, they abandoned the city gate and fled in a hurry. The Su family and the Qi family are really cowards. How dare they surround others with this little guts? I really don't know who borrowed their guts, Feng De said with a face full of disdain. Huh, that's right. Cheng Wu echoed. Little peacock, fly directly to the city lord residence. Leng Ruoxue instructed. They were not unfamiliar with the city lord residence of Martial Immortal City. After all, they had stayed there for a few days. Yes. The little peacock nodded and flew directly over the city wall towards the city lord residence. When they arrived at the city lord residence, they saw the door of the city lord residence open wide, but there was no one at the door. Leng Ruoxue and the others were puzzled when they saw this situation. Little peacock, fly in and take a look, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Yes. The little peacock flew directly into the city lord residence after receiving Leng Ruoxue's order. After patrolling around, it finally found a few Martial Immortal City guards in a corner. A few guards were curled up in a corner. When they saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, their bodies trembled like fallen leaves in the wind. Let me ask you, where is the current city lord of the city lord residence? Leng Ruoxue asked speechlessly. Why did these guards look like they saw a ghost when they saw Feng De and the others? Could it be that the guards at the city gate were all for outsiders to see? No. No. A guard said with a trembling voice, not daring to look up at all. Where did you go? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. I don't know where I'm going, the guard stammered, his words a little unclear. Damn it, my young miss asked you a question, how dare you not answer honestly? Feng De roared, scaring the guards into hugging each other. Should have returned to Su Cheng and Qi Cheng. Boo-hoo. You killing gods are too terrifying. They didn't dare to stay here anymore, so they ran away. The guard's eyes were filled with tears as he sobbed. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue was very helpless. She had already asked Qing Ju to search Martial Immortal City. There was indeed no trace of the Su and Qi families. It seemed like they had really been scared away by Feng De and the others. Well. She only knew today that her subordinates actually had such power. Killing God. The little peacock received Leng Ruoxue's order and looked at the trembling guards with disdain. It directly threw a mystic technique and flapped its wings to fly away. After flying for nearly a day, the little peacock brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to Qi City. It was night when they arrived in Qi City, so Leng Ruoxue ordered the little peacock to fly directly over the city wall. Well, it was a little late. It was time for them to rest after cleaning up the Qi family, so they naturally had to end the battle quickly and not waste time on entering the city. Miss, we've arrived at the Qi residence, the little peacock said after finding the Qi family's main residence according to Leng Ruoxue's instructions. Fengde, you haven't been to the Qi family before, right? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and teased. Not yet. We were afraid that Miss would be anxious. Otherwise, she would come, Fengde said with slight regret. At this moment, the main entrance of the Qi residence was silent. However, looking down from the sky, the main residence was brightly lit and lively. The Qi family seems to be holding a banquet. Leng Ruoxue looked at the situation in the Qi family's main residence and said lightly. Miss, how do we get in? The little peacock asked curiously. Well. It meant to knock or smash the door. Just fly in directly. Master is busy. Let's not disturb her and go in ourselves, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Okay, the little peacock said excitedly. Hee. It liked to enter uninvited. It felt more accomplished this way. With that, the little peacock flew directly over the Qi family's tall yard wall and landed in the main yard. Who is it? How dare you barge into the Qi family? The little peacock was discovered by the Qi family's guards as soon as it landed. Of course, it could not be ruled out as doing this on purpose. A troublemaker. Can't you tell? The little peacock blinked its big watery eyes and said innocently. How dare you? How dare you destroy the Qi family's territory, the guard said in disbelief. However, when he saw the Luo family's old ancestor sitting on the little peacock's back, his back turned cold, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. At this moment, he already knew that the Luo family was here to take revenge. So what if it's the Qi family? Is the Qi family a tiger's den? Tell your patriarch that we're smashing the Qi family's territory. Fengde glared and roared loudly. That's right. Hurry up and let your patriarch come out to die. Lin Yuan echoed. How dare you? Our patriarch is entertaining guests. Don't be impudent. At this moment, a man rushed out of the main hall. When he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, he roared in disdain. Esteemed guest. Then please come out and die together. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She felt a few powerful auras in the main hall. They were probably helpers invited by the Qi family. Humph. It was just right to deal with them together. After all, in her eyes, whoever helped the enemy was her enemy. Don't regret it. The man threatened before turning around and returning to the main hall angrily. At this moment, a luxurious welcome banquet was being held in the main hall of the Qi family. The patriarch of the Qi family was sitting at the main table, his face full of charm. However, the strange thing was that he wasn't sitting in the main seat. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man with a terrifying aura and a gloomy face. This man was around 40 to 50 years old, and his strength was unfathomable. On both sides of him sat two older men with strength and bearing that were slightly inferior to his. Other than that, the others sitting at the main table were all the elders of the Qi family. The Qi family's patriarch did his best to curry favor with the middle-aged man sitting in the chair. After a few glasses of yellow wine, the middle-aged man gradually smiled. Patriarch Qi, don't worry. I'll put in a good word for your daughter. However, the young master is stubborn. Recently, he hasn't even been willing to listen to many of his elders, so. The middle-aged man seemed to be in a dilemma. He stopped mid-sentence, his meaning self-evident. Third butler, don't worry. I won't treat you badly. If this matter is completed, you will all be the great benefactors of our Qi family. As for the matter with the Luo family, please extend a helping hand and lend our Qi family a hand. This old man will be endlessly grateful. The Qi family's patriarch was very tactful. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, he gave his subordinate a look. The subordinates beside him immediately sent a storage ring seeing this. The Qi family's patriarch handed the ring to the middle-aged man. The man took it and used his divine sense to scan it. Then he nodded with slight satisfaction, the smile on his face widening. Patriarch Qi, don't worry. I'll do my best regarding your daughter. As for the Luo family, you don't have to worry. The Luo family won't be able to overturn the sky with us around, the middle-aged man promised. He naturally had to be careful after obtaining such a huge benefit. However, he didn't expect the Qi family to be so generous. It seemed like they had paid a huge price this time. The man thought to himself. Hee. With the third butler, this old man can rest my heart in my stomach. The Qi family's patriarch was very good at currying favor. This flip of the conversation made the middle-aged man feel incomparably comfortable. However, his heart also ached a little because the blood lost this time was really not small. However, for the future of the family, he endured it. However, the host and guest didn't last long before the man who had just left Leng Ruoxue and the others with fierce words ran into the main hall and whispered a few words to the Qi family's patriarch. Immediately, the Qi family's patriarch's expression changed again and again. Patriarch Qi, what happened? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Third butler, the remnants of the Luo family are here, and they even let us go out to die. The Qi family's patriarch's face was aggrieved, but he didn't dare to directly order these few people to help them teach the Luo family a lesson. Many people from the Qi family, who were sitting in the living room, had a drastic change in expression when they heard that the Luo family had come knocking on their door. This was because many of them had escaped death from Martial Immortal City and returned. The memories that Fengde and the others had left them back then were still as deep as a nightmare. They could not forget them even if they wanted to. Oh. The Luo family isn't a threat. The Qi family can rest easy with us around. There's no need to be afraid, the middle-aged man said confidently. Since he had accepted the Qi family's money, he naturally had to stand up for the Qi family. Third butler is right. I wonder how the Luo family outside will be dealt with. I hope third butler can tell us, Patriarch Qi asked. Leave it to us. Let's go out and take a look. We'll continue drinking after cleaning them up, the middle-aged man said. Then, he was the first to stand up. After everyone stood up, he led everyone into the yard in large strides. In the yard, Leng Ruoxue and the freak were still sitting on the little peacock's back, while Fengde and the others stood around the little peacock and surrounded them. The Qi family's patriarch and the others happened to see this scene when they came out of the living room. Luo Xian, how dare you come knocking on our door to die? The Qi family's patriarch roared as he saw Luo Xian standing in the courtyard. Isn't this just right? We don't want you to search for us all over the world. Ah. No, it should be to guard against us like we're thieves, Luo Xian said mockingly. Luo Xian, even if you talk big, you won't be able to erase the fact that you're about to die, the Qi family's patriarch said proudly, as if he could already see the Luo family's demise. Yes, yes. These are also what I want to say to you, Luo Xian said calmly. Why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. At this moment, the middle-aged man called third butler spoke impatiently. Where did the Qi family invite a dog? Why didn't they tie it up a little? Fengde said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Who are you from the Luo family? State your name if you have the guts. The third butler was instantly angry when he heard himself being called a dog. His face and neck were red as he roared at the top of his lungs. Third butler, they shouldn't be from the Luo family, the Qi family's patriarch said hurriedly. Oh. So it's also a dog found by the Luo family. The third butler smiled when he heard this. Also? Does that mean this third butler admits to being a dog? Fengde said without anger, not taking the words of the person in front of him to heart. You. Humph. Brat, report your name if you have the guts. My subordinates are not nameless. The third butler suppressed his anger and said. Grandpa is Fengde, remember this name. Otherwise, you won't be able to say it when others ask you how you died when you go to hell, Fengde reminded kindly. Good. You, Fengde, today I'll let you taste my power. The third butler roared and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Fengde. Wait. I don't kill nameless people either. Grandson, tell me your name. Fengde said with a chuckle. You. I'm the third housekeeper of the Leng family, Leng Qing. I'll make you a dead soul under my saber today. Leng Qing's eyes shot out a bloodthirsty light as he said fiercely. Then let's see who dies first. However, I'm a little curious. Does the Leng family know that you're backing the Qi family? Fengde asked curiously. Of course I know. Miss Qi is the future young madam of our Leng family. It's only right for our Leng family to stand up for the Qi family. Humph. Admit defeat if you know what's good for you. I might spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Leng Qing said as if he was showing mercy. Leng Qing, right. Are you sure this is the Leng family's idea? Isn't it your own fantasy? With Qi Honger's character, why would Leng Wuti fancy her? Don't you think your young master is a fool? Fengde said speechlessly. He had killed many members of the Leng family. Why didn't they notice these three butlers at that time? This fellow was also considered a wonder. How dare you? You actually dare to call our young master by his name. Leng Qing's breathing was a little hurried. It was obvious that he was greatly angered by Fengde. Leng Qing, don't mention your young master's name, even if your patriarch stood in front of me, I would still call him by his name, Fengde said disapprovingly. Fengde, how dare you disrespect our patriarch and young master? I'll deal with you on behalf of the Leng family today. Leng Qing said with a face full of anger. Are you sure? Leng Qing. Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked with a light smile. Who are you? Come out if you have the guts. Don't hide yourself. Leng Qing heard a woman's voice, but he didn't see anyone. He couldn't help being a little angry. These people really didn't care about the Leng family. It was really ridiculous. Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling red light flew straight at his face. It was so fast that it caught him off guard, and it entered his mouth with a swish. In an instant, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was just about to open his mouth to speak when half a tongue fell out. Third butler. The Qi family was shocked and a little flustered when they saw this. This. How could this be? They didn't see when the other party attacked, but the third butler was injured. Leng Qing glared angrily and pointed in the direction of Fengde and the others. He was full of hatred, but he couldn't say a word. Third butler, I forgot to remind you. Be careful not to cause trouble with your mouth. Leng Ruoxue's calm voice drifted into the ears of the Qi family. Instantly, everyone's hearts turned cold. Who? Bah. You? Leng Qing asked unclearly, the hatred in his eyes difficult to hide. I'm Leng Ruoxue said softly. With that, she jumped off the little peacock's back, and Fengde and the others consciously made way for her. Are you really Leng Ruoxue? A person beside Leng Qing asked with slight fear. Everyone in the Leng family knew Leng Ruoxue's great name. However, they happened to not be in the family when Leng Ruoxue was a guest in the Leng family at that time. However, they also heard about this demoness' cold blood and ruthlessness afterward. Therefore, they also had lingering fears. It's true. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Leng Ruoxue, you are also from the Leng family. Why are you helping the Luo family? We are your family, the person said in disbelief. After hearing that person's words, the people from the Luo and Qi families couldn't help turning their gazes to Leng Ruoxue. The Luo family didn't expect their master to really be from the Leng family. They had always had guesses, but it was confirmed now. The Qi family didn't expect the Leng family to help the Luo family. They had spent so much money but were going to be destroyed in the hands of the other members of the Leng family in the end. How could they bear this? What a joke. Who's your family? When did I admit that I'm from the Leng family? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Did some people in the Leng family inherit their self-righteousness? You unfilial descendant, how dare you disown your main family? The person immediately roared angrily when he heard that. He originally wanted to use the Leng family's name to make Leng Ruoxue retreat. But who knew that she didn't care at all, which couldn't help making him feel ashamed. Don't use that big hat on me. I don't care about the Leng family at all and won't acknowledge it, Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile. You. The Leng family led by Leng Qing glared at Leng Ruoxue angrily, so angry that they couldn't say anything. However, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's fierce name, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, she even dared to kill the elders of the Leng family, let alone small characters like them. Boo-hoo. This demoness absolutely couldn't be provoked. Fengde, attack. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Okay. Brothers, be quick. After Fengde said that, he went directly to Leng Qing. Leng Qing, who was not mentally prepared and was frightened by Leng Ruoxue's name, was unable to retaliate at all. He was quickly dealt with by Fengde. The people from the Qi family and the Leng family were not in the mood to fight at all under the powerful attacks of Fengde and the others. They were frightened and ran everywhere. However, no matter how fast they were, their fate was destined. Fengde and the others attacked fiercely, and the opponents whose strength were not on the same level were quickly eliminated. After cleaning up the Qi family and the helpers they found, Fengde and the others quickly cleaned up the battlefield. After that, everyone left the Qi family. However, they didn't forget to set a fire before leaving. After resting for the night, Leng Ruoxue and the others headed straight to the last destination, the Su family's main city the next morning. After arriving at the Su family's main city, Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't waste any time. They directly attacked and destroyed the Su family at lightning speed. Then, they arranged for the Luo family. Following that, Leng Ruoxue led everyone to Proud Cold City where the Leng family was. Previous chapter. Shuer, what are you thinking about? The freak looked at the thoughtful Shuer and asked curiously on the way to Proud Cold City. Freak, we didn't see Su Qian in the Su family, right? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Yes, that guy probably ran away long ago, the freak said disapprovingly. Su Qian could not cause much trouble, so he was not worried. I keep feeling that guy is a scourge, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Shuer, don't think about it. Didn't you always say that we should deal with whatever comes our way? It's just Su Qian. Don't take it to heart. That guy won't be able to achieve anything, the freak comforted. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and changed the topic. The two of them talked about something else. 3 days later. Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at Proud Cold City. Leng Shuang was exceptionally happy to see Leng Ruoxue and arranged for them to stay in the Snowfall Garden. In the garden of the Snowfall Garden. Leng Shuang pulled Leng Ruoxue affectionately and kept asking questions. Then, she chatted with her about the Leng family's recent situation. Leng Qianye, who had rushed over, deliberately put on a straight face and walked into the Snowfall Garden. He sat down opposite Leng Ruoxue. The two of them looked at each other without saying anything. After some time. Little Shuer, are you here to see me? Leng Qianye couldn't help but ask when he saw that Leng Ruoxue ignored him after sitting down for a long time. No, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. You. Little Shuer, you're a bad person. To think that I've been thinking about you guys. Boo-hoo. I'm really too sad. Leng Qianye wiped his tears and said aggrievedly. Are you here to see your sister, Sister Shuer? Leng Shuang asked curiously. Not really. Leng Ruoxue shook her head. Little Shuer, are you here to see my grandfather? Leng Qianye guessed with jealousy. Even though he hadn't gotten Leng Ruoxue's answer, he was already jealous. I'm not here to see the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. If you're not here to see our Leng family, are you here to kill us? Leng Qianye said half-jokingly. He even felt that little Shuer was getting better at keeping people in suspense. That's right. I'm here to kill the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Leng Qianye and Leng Shuang were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Sister Shuer, stop joking. Isn't Leng Xing's bloodline already dead? How would the Leng family dare to provoke you? Leng Shuang chuckled. No one in the Leng family dared to provoke Leng Ruoxue now. Sigh. They were afraid of her. Little Shuer, even though you don't like the Leng family, you have to have a good reason to kill them. After all, the Leng family has a bloodline connection with you. Leng Qianya reminded her helplessly. If little Shuer killed a few members of the Leng family for no reason, it would probably be difficult to explain to eldest grandpa. Of course, it would be different if there was enough reason. Ugh. Leng Shuang was speechless after hearing Leng Qianya's words. She thought to herself, your lineage is really protective of your children. It's fine as long as you have a reason to kill your own clansmen. Sigh. I wonder who provoked Sister Shuer again. Don't worry, every debt has its debtor. Although my motto has always been to eliminate the root of the problem, I won't do that on your account. I only kill those who deserve to die in the Leng family, Leng Ruoxue said very respectfully. Sister Shuer, who do you want to kill? Leng Shuang asked in confusion. The family head and elders had strictly ordered the clansmen to stay away from Leng Ruoxue and not take the initiative to provoke her. How could anyone anger Sister Shuer? She really didn't understand. One called Leng Hua, Leng Ruoxue said softly. Leng Hua? What did he do? Leng Qianya asked in confusion. As far as he knew, Leng Hua had never left the clan. How did he provoke little Shuer? He got the Su family, the Qi family, the Bai family, and the Zhao family to besiege my servants. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that I've already gotten rid of the third butler of the Leng family who worked for him, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Leng Hua was the person behind the scenes who had read Leng Qing and the others' minds, so she naturally wouldn't let him off. You mean the Luo family? Leng Shuang was surprised. It was no secret in the vast Heaven continent that the Luo family had been annexed by the Su family and a few other families, so she had naturally heard about it. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Little Shuer, not many people know that the Luo family is your servant, right? Leng Qianya asked thoughtfully. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. In that case, how could Leng Hua know about this? Although that old fellow isn't too obedient, he rarely leaves the forbidden area all these years. If I don't know about this, there's even less reason for him to know. Leng Qianya's face was filled with questions. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. How would Leng Hua know? Why would he attack the Luo family? I'm afraid he can only ask himself, Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. To her, it didn't matter how Leng Hua knew or why he went against her. What was important was that he had to pay the price for daring to be her enemy. Little Shuer, I really can't think of a reason for Leng Hua to do this. What can he gain from dealing with your servant? Leng Qianya frowned. I'm afraid he can only ask himself, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Yes, let's ask him together. Leng Qianya stood up and said. No need, I can find him myself. Leng Ruoxue refused. Leng Qianya was the grand elder of the Leng family. Although she didn't recognize the Leng family, she had to consider his position. All right then. However, I'm the only one who can bring you in, Leng Qianya said proudly. He knew how stubborn little Shuer was, so he didn't force her. In addition, he had to tell his grandfather about this early so that things wouldn't get out of hand. Not necessarily. I can barge in, Leng Ruoxue said calmly when she saw the smug expression on Leng Qianya's face. Little Shuer, if you barge in, you will become the public enemy of the Leng family. Leng Qianya said with a bitter smile. That makes sense. With such a useful trump card like you, it would be a waste not to use it. Forget it, I can't be bothered to waste time. Just bring us in. Leng Ruoxue's attitude changed very quickly. Little Shuer, has anyone ever said that you're bad? Leng Qianya's eyes sparkled as if he was about to cry. Boo-hoo. He could tell that little Shuer was clearly teasing him. If a woman isn't bad and a man doesn't love her, my man will love my badness, Leng Ruoxue said proudly. Yes, yes. I love it when Shuer plays dirty tricks, the freak quickly agreed. Leng Qianya did not know what to say. He even felt that this freak had embarrassed all their men. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. Quickly bring us to the forbidden area. Leng Ruoxue urged. After settling the Leng family's matter, she should be able to go to the Dark Night Seas. Humph. She would never let anyone who dared to cause trouble for her off. Leng Qianya nodded. Then, he brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to the forbidden area in the back mountain of the Leng family. After telling them where Leng Hua lived, he went straight to report this matter to his grandfather. Leng Ruoxue stood at the door of Leng Hua's room and thought to herself. The room in front of her was made of wood. She didn't know if it could withstand the burning of her intrinsic flame. Oh. She could test the temperature of her flame while she was at it. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue released a fire attribute mystic energy without hesitation. As soon as the fiery red mystic energy touched the wooden house, it immediately burned. At this moment, Leng Hua was sleeping in his room, completely unaware of the outside world. It was only when the smoke choked his nose that he was woken up. Leng Hua opened his eyes, but there was black smoke lingering in the room, and he couldn't see anything at all. Moreover, his eyes were choking with smoke and tears. Suddenly, there was a loud thunk. And the flaming roof beam fell off, right into his lap. Leng cried out in pain and frustration. Damn it, how could his room be on fire? Had no one noticed? Leng Hua struggled to get up from the bed and took a healing pill. However, after taking the pill, the injury on his leg showed no signs of improving. This made him even more depressed. With no other choice, Leng Hua dragged his injured leg, fumbled, found the door, and broke out. As soon as Leng Hua left the room, the house collapsed. Miss, this old thing is quite lucky. He actually didn't die. Feng De looked at Leng Hua, who was in a sorry state and still had flames burning on his clothes, and couldn't help but gloat. Damn it, who are you? Did you set this fire? Leng Hua shouted at the sound of the stranger's voice. His eyes were thick with smoke, so he couldn't see very well. He could only judge by the sound, and the man's voice was unfamiliar to him. I'm Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. In fact, she didn't want to use fire to deal with Leng Hua at all. However, she had clearly overestimated this old fellow's awareness of danger. After all, if it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be in such a sorry state like him. Leng Ruoxue. You killed so many members of the Leng family, and you still dare to come back? Leng Hua immediately exploded when he heard Leng Ruoxue's name. In the Leng family now, Leng Ruoxue was probably the most famous. The members of the Leng family might not know their ancestors, but everyone knew Leng Ruoxue's name. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? I'm doing a good deed by getting rid of trash for your Leng family. By the way, you haven't even paid me for my labor. Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. Leng Ruoxue. You still want labor fees? Leng Hua was furious. This Leng Ruoxue was really more shameless than he knew. Not only was she not hunted down by the Leng family after killing a member of the Leng family, but she even dared to enter the house and ask for labor fees. She was really too much. Why not? But don't worry, I'll include your share, Leng Ruoxue said angrily. What do you mean? Leng Hua was shocked and forced himself to be calm. Don't you know what I mean? Then you at least know what you've done, right? Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. I don't understand what you're talking about. I've been cultivating in the forbidden area. Leng Hua pretended to be confused. Leng Hua, I thought you were also a big shot. At least you dared to take responsibility. Unfortunately. You're a coward and a coward. A person like you will only waste food and embarrass your ancestors if you live. Why don't you let me send you on your way? Leng Ruoxue said with slight disdain. Then, she released a cluster of flames from her fingertips and gently slashed in Leng Hua's direction like a meteor. The fiery meteor was extremely fast, but just as it was about to hit Leng Hua, it collided with a white light and fell to the ground. Who dares to cause trouble in the Leng family? When the two mystic energies collided, a questioning voice sounded at the same time. Swoosh. 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 Several figures appeared in the void one after another. Leng Ruoxue looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of them and a faint smile appeared on her lips. This Leng family was really slow. Leng Hua, what's wrong? Another surprised voice sounded. Oh. So it's the house on fire, the man muttered to himself, not caring if anyone responded. What are you doing here? Leng Hua gritted his teeth when he saw the man appear. His face, which was grayish-black from the smoke, darkened even more. I heard that something happened to you, so I specially came to express my condolences. Hee hee. The person gloated. There's no need. Leng said, suppressing his anger. Don't be like that. We're all of the same race. We're supposed to take care of each other, the man said with a smile. Take care my ass. She was clearly here to laugh at him. Leng Hua couldn't help but curse in his heart, and his expression became even uglier. Little girl, who are you? At this moment, the person turned to Leng Ruoxue and asked curiously. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue introduced herself. Ah. You're Leng Ruoxue. I've heard a lot about you. The person's face was filled with admiration, and countless stars appeared in his eyes. Leng Ruoxue, give me an autograph. Suddenly, the person lifted a corner of his shirt and took out a pen. He handed it to Leng Ruoxue and said expectantly. Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the kind-looking old man in front of her. She couldn't help but wonder if this old man was really so out of line or if his reaction was slow. However, according to her guess, the possibility of him doing it on purpose was very high. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Leng Ruoxue said calmly, looking as arrogant as she could. Hee hee. I have to worship you. The old man smiled and thought to himself, there aren't many people who dare to kill members of the Leng family in the Leng family. How can I not worship you? Leng Yu. Damn it, she came to kill me, and you actually asked her to give you her autograph. Leng Hua saw the man's actions and was so angry that he couldn't help but shout. Leng Yu always liked to go against him. It really angered him. Hee hee. What have you done to deserve this? Leng Yu was curious. You. Leng Hua's breathing quickened at Leng Yu's words. He was clearly furious. Leng Hua, calm down. You can't die. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy. Leng Yu quickly comforted her. Humph. How dare you kill people in our Leng family's forbidden area? At this moment, someone who was closer to Leng Hua said. I only kill those who deserve to be killed, Leng Ruoxue said calmly, her beautiful eyes turning to the old men protecting Leng Hua in the middle. These old men must have a good relationship with Leng Hua because one of them had knocked away her mystic energy just now. Among the dozens of old men present, they were the closest to Leng Hua. Actually, Leng Hua did not have a good relationship with the Leng family. However, no matter how unlikable he would still have a few like-minded friends. Therefore, those who were willing to protect him at this time were really the ones who were closest to him in the Leng family. As for the others, even if they came, they were just here to watch the show, just like Leng Yu. You sure talk big, girl, said another. Hee hee. Let's talk nicely. Don't bully the younger generation. Leng Ruoxue didn't speak, but Leng Yu tried to smooth things over. Leng Yu, do you have bad eyesight? I'm the one who was bullied. Leng Hua was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. It was fine if Leng Yu did not help him, but in this situation, he was actually siding with an outsider. It was really outrageous. I'm just afraid that others will say that there are so many of us bullying a little child. Leng Yu said aggrievedly, tears still flickering in his eyes. Shut up. The more Leng Hua listened, the angrier he became. It was obvious that the other party had more people. You said it. Leng Yu was really obedient. He really stopped talking after telling her to shut up. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. I came here today to kill Leng Hua. Whoever wants to help him is my enemy. Don't waste time and attack together. Seeing that no one was speaking, Leng Ruoxue looked around at everyone and said bluntly. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, everyone present had different thoughts. Some admired her courage, but most of them felt that she was too arrogant. Humph. Little girl, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your ancestors today, lest you don't know your place. The first person to speak up for Leng Hua said angrily. Old man, haven't you heard that the bird that sticks out gets shot? Shot? Leng Hua isn't even going to attack, but you're going to stand up for him. Leng Ruoxue chuckled, hinting that Leng Hua was a coward. Leng Ruoxue, can't you see that I'm injured? Leng Hua couldn't help but defend. As a mystic supremacy, what are those injuries? However, even if someone stands up for you, you're dead today, Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. Miss, leave this old turtle to me. Cheng Wu said. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Old turtle, die. Cheng Wu gathered his mystic energy and attacked Leng Hua with a light blue mystic technique. Leng Hua dodged quickly. However, because he was injured and could not move his legs, he was still hit by Cheng Wu's mystic technique. Leng Hua. The person surrounding Leng Hua quickly shielded him and faced Cheng Wu. However, Cheng Wu did not continue fighting with him because his opponent was Leng Hua. Therefore, he specially found an opportunity to attack Leng Hua. Light blue and green mystic techniques were released from his palms continuously. Not long after, Leng Hua was injured even more. It was a tragic sight. The few old men who were helping Leng Hua were quickly pestered by Fengde and the others. They could not spare any time to help Leng Hua. Leng Ruoxue observed the situation on the field. Her beautiful eyes still had to pay attention to those old men from the Leng family who were watching the show to prevent them from launching a sneak attack. Little girl, don't stare at us. We're all pacifists. We won't attack. Leng Yu, who was uncomfortable under Leng Ruoxue's gaze, couldn't help but say. Boo-hoo. He wanted to keep quiet, but this little girl's gaze made him feel so uncomfortable. I don't believe you, Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. She wanted to kill an ancestor-level figure of the Leng family. This was a forbidden area of the Leng family, so she naturally wouldn't believe these ancient words. After all, she was an outsider to these old men. Leng Yu was depressed. Was he that untrustworthy? Even though this little girl wanted to kill Leng Hua, they really didn't dare to attack her. Not to mention whether they could defeat her. If they really attacked this little girl, Leng Qianye would probably be the first to not let them off. Moreover, their relationship with Leng Qianye was much better than with Leng Hua. How could they find trouble with themselves? Stop. At this moment, an imposing roar entered everyone's ears. Then, a few more figures appeared in the void. Leng Yu and the others were shocked when they heard this roar. They thought to themselves, the ancestors are here. Leng Hua's life is probably saved. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others did not react to this voice. As for Cheng Wu and the others in the battle, they did not take it seriously. In their hearts, unless their miss ordered them to stop, no one else could command them. Damn it. The ancestors told you to stop. Leng Hua dodged Cheng Wu's attack in an extremely sorry state and found a gap to shout. F***ck. The ancestors had already asked him to stop, but not only did this barbaric fellow not stop, but he even became more and more enthusiastic. He was really furious. That's your ancestor, not mine, Cheng Wu said disapprovingly, throwing the mystic technique in his hand at Leng Hua like water. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed. A terrifying mystic energy hit Cheng Wu, and Leng Hua took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and knock Cheng Wu to the ground. Everything happened so quickly that Leng Ruoxue and the others had no time to react. When Leng Ruoxue and the others reacted, Cheng Wu had already fallen to the ground and was injured. Cheng Wu. Leng Ruoxue quickly ran to Cheng Wu's side, helped him up, and took out a pill to feed Cheng Wu. Miss, I'm fine. Cheng Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Leng Hua coldly. Ancestor, please help me. Leng Hua felt Cheng Wu's gaze and his heart trembled. He quickly sought protection from the ancestor. Leng Shaoqing looked at Leng Hua and then at the injured Cheng Wu, feeling a little apologetic. After all, he had only attacked just now to make them stop. He did not want to hurt anyone, but Leng Hua had ruined things. Young man, are you alright? Leng Shaoqing asked with concern. With my lady here, you won't die, Cheng Wu said coldly, his knife-like gaze glaring at Leng Hua. Young man, it's not good to be too angry. Leng Xiaoqing reminded him. She was also a little angry. After all, she felt that she had already lowered herself, but the young man in front of her still had such an attitude. This made her feel a little embarrassed. Who are you? Leng Ruoxue narrowed her eyes and asked calmly. However, seeing him standing with that cheap ancestor, she already knew. Little girl, you should call me old ancestor, Leng Xiaoqing said patiently. For the sake of her younger brother, she knew that she couldn't argue with this girl. However, she couldn't let her kill another member of the Leng family. You're Leng Hua's ancestor, not mine, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Humph. Whoever dared to hurt her was her enemy. Hee hee. The little girl has a temper. She's even angry with me, Leng Xiaoqing teased as she glanced at her younger brother. Do you want to stop me from killing Leng Hua? Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly. Little girl, you've already killed many members of the Leng family. You can't kill anymore. We're all family. I'll make the decision now and help you mediate, okay? Leng Xiaoqing asked kindly. Not good, Leng Hua must die. I won't let go of anyone who helps Leng Hua, Leng Ruoxue said without giving him face. Second brother, this little girl's temper is exactly the same as yours. Tell me what to do now. Leng Xiaoqing kicked the ball into Leng Xiaoyu's hand and said. Leng Xiaoyu looked at the stubborn Leng Ruoxue and then glanced at Leng Hua. He was in a difficult position. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, the only relationship he had with this little girl would be damaged. Sigh. This girl's personality was too strong and she was protective. This matter would probably not be easy to clean up. However, it was really not worth it to ruin his friendship with this little girl for Leng Hua. Moreover, this matter was caused by Leng Hua in the first place. Even if he was really killed by little Shuer, he deserved it. The biggest problem now was Big Brother's position. Even though Big Brother said that he would not pursue the matter last time, he knew that Big Brother still minded it a little. This time, Big Brother would probably not give in easily regarding Leng Hua's matter. After all, this concerned Big Brother's absolute authority in the Leng family. Big Brother, Leng Hua is your descendant and Leng Ruoxue is mine. We can't judge who's right and who's wrong. Why don't? Leng Xiaoyu said implicitly and only finished half of her sentence. You mean to let third brother decide? Leng Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows slightly. What I mean is, let them decide on the arena. Life and death are up to fate, Leng Xiaoyu said calmly. Second brother, your descendant even killed the Sun family. If you propose to let them decide on the arena, I'm afraid this will be unfair to Leng Hua, right? Leng Xiaoqing said indifferently. Big brother, the rings are all one-on-one. Their strength is about the same. It's very fair, Leng Xiaoyu said, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Leng Hua deserved to die in the first place. He had suggested the ring to decide life and death because he wanted to save Big Brother's face. Who knew that Big Brother actually didn't appreciate it? Alright, let them decide in the arena. Leng Xiaoqing had no choice but to agree. Little girl, you and Leng Hua will decide life and death in the arena. Leng Xiaoqing turned to Leng Ruoxue and said. Ancestor, this is unfair to me. I was injured. Leng Hua protested before Leng Ruoxue could speak. Shut up. Leng Xiaoqing roared angrily. Hee hee. It seems that Leng Hua doesn't agree. Coincidentally, I don't agree either. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She could have killed Leng Hua now, so why did she have to wait until the arena? Little girl, I've already said that you can't kill anyone from the Leng family unless it's in the life and death ring. Leng Xiaoqing reminded her. Alright. However, I request these old things to go to the arena too. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the old men who had helped Leng Hua just now. When Cheng Wu was injured, everyone's battle was interrupted. Now, Feng De and the others were holding in their anger. If they didn't let them release it, they would suffocate. Alright, there are exactly 5 of them. Send 5 of them to accept the challenge. Leng Xiaoyu said decisively. Does life and death matter in an arena battle? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. Of course. In the arena, life and death are up to fate. Leng Xiaoyu nodded. He was still very confident in the strength of little Shuer and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested such a method. After all, the two sides who had conflicts with each other would decide life and death in the arena. Even if Leng Hua and the others died, at least his big brother wouldn't say anything. This was also well known in the Leng family. Alright, I don't want to waste time. Let's start now. Leng Ruoxue said without hesitation. Go to the martial arts arena, Leng Xiaoqing ordered. It was no longer important who was right or wrong because he knew that the girl would never let Leng Hua off. However, this method would at least make him look better. Ancestor. Leng Hua begged, clearly not wanting to fight in the arena. Leng Yu, take him away. No one in the Leng family can back down. Leng Xiaoqing glared at Leng Yu and instructed. Yes, ancestor. Leng Yu and the others looked at Leng Hua sympathetically before escorting the unwilling Leng Hua to the martial arts arena. A moment later. Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the Leng family's martial arts arena under Leng Xiaoqing's lead. Not long after, when Sun arrived. Little girl, choose 5 of your subordinates to fight. Leng Xiaoqing looked at Leng Ruoxue and said. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss, Leng Hua and I haven't won yet. Cheng Wu reminded her. Miss, we don't either, Feng De and the others hurriedly said. Monster, Cheng Wu, Feng De, and Song Di, the 5 of us will go to the arena. The others will watch the battle, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Leng Qianya had sent her a voice transmission just now and told her about the strength of those old men. That was why she made such an arrangement. After all, this was a life and death battle. Those old men might go all out. Okay. They nodded. In the first round of the arena battle, the freak was the first to appear. His opponent was called Leng Quan. According to Leng Qianya, he was the strongest among the 5 of them. After Leng Ruoxue whispered a few words to the freak, he strode into the arena. Kid, if you admit defeat, I won't kill you. Otherwise, if your beautiful face is ruined, no woman will like you in the future. In the arena, Leng Quan reminded him kindly. Old man, you're mistaken. I'm a capable person, not like you who needs to rely on your looks. The freak chuckled, clearly implying that Leng Quan was a gigolo. As soon as the freak finished speaking, Feng De and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Even though the Leng family members who came to watch the battle did not dare to laugh as exaggeratedly as Feng De and the others, they all lowered their heads and chuckled. Humph. Kid, you have to rely on your strength to speak in the arena. Just talking won't save you. Leng Quan said angrily. Old man, I rely on my strength. Take this. Before the freak finished speaking, several strands of black profound energy had already been released from his hand. The black mystic energy released by the freak danced in the air like lightning. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Before Leng Quan could react, it had already wrapped around his body. Immediately after, the freak's body shot out like a meteor. In an instant, everyone below the stage saw countless shadows dancing in front of their eyes. The afterimages connected and drew beautiful arcs. In just a few minutes, the cold spring in the arena was badly mutilated. Ah! The cries of pain in the arena and the cries of surprise below the stage joined together. After a loud bang, Leng Quan fell flat on the stage, lifeless. It had only been a few minutes, but Leng Quan had died without being able to fight back at all. This could not help but make everyone's jaws drop. At the same time, the image of a monster's violence was even more deeply rooted in their hearts. Immediately after, Feng De went on stage. However, after his opponent witnessed the violence of the freak, he was afraid before the battle even began. Therefore, Feng De took care of his opponent effortlessly. Then, he walked down the arena in high spirits. The third person to go on stage was Song Di. He also quickly finished off his opponent. Then, it was Cheng Wu's turn. Cheng Wu sneered and looked at Leng Hua, who was standing opposite him, with disdain. Leng Hua. You ambushed me just now. Now I want to pay you back double. After Cheng Wu finished speaking, he directly attacked. Ah! Help! Leng Hua limped frantically on the arena and dodged Cheng Wu's attacks. Unfortunately, he could not dodge them at all. Leng Hua, are you still a member of the Leng family? You've embarrassed the Leng family. Cheng Wu roared in disappointment, and his words voiced the thoughts of many members of the Leng family. I don't want to die. Leng Hua said weakly. Humph. You realized it too late. Cheng Wu rushed to Leng Hua's side and picked him up like a chicken. Then, he beat him up. After getting the mystic technique directly blasted onto Leng Hua's body, ending his life. After the battle ended, Cheng Wu jumped off the arena and sat back beside Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue was the last to appear. She first looked around at the Leng family members in the arena and took in their expressions. Then, she walked briskly to the arena. After a long wait, her opponent dawdled into the ring. Leng Ruoxue, can I admit defeat? Leng Ruoxue's opponent said. The few people before him were all dead, so he was a little afraid. Admit defeat? Old man, I've already said that whoever helps Leng Hua is my enemy. It originally had nothing to do with you, but you insisted on standing up for him. In that case, fight bravely. Don't make me look down on you. Leng Ruoxue said mockingly. She had long reminded him that the bird that sticks out gets shot. Now that he had stood up, he wanted to shrink back. How could there be such a good thing? That's right, old man. This is an arena duel proposed by your ancestor. Do you think it's a fight between children? Feng De echoed loudly. Old ancestor. That person looked at Leng Shaoqing for help. Let's start quickly. Leng Shaoqing said without any emotion. She really didn't expect her descendants to be so disappointing. Even if they couldn't win, they should at least die with some backbone. Now, not only did the arena battle not save her face, but it also made her look even worse. Sigh. She felt so stifled in her heart. Did you hear what your old ancestor say? Take this. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. The mystic technique in her hand condensed into a dazzling fire dragon that entangled her opponent. However, she had clearly overestimated her opponent's strength. She originally thought that her opponent could last for a while, but she did not expect her opponent to be evaporated by her fire dragon in just a few seconds. This made her feel a sense of accomplishment. Well. When did mystic supremacy become so weak? In fact, it was not that Xian Zun had become weaker, but that she had become stronger. Ever since her heaven-defying skill advanced, her intrinsic flame had also evolved. Therefore, no matter how hard the mystic supremacy's body was, it could not withstand the high temperature of her flames. In just a few breaths, Leng Ruoxue had eliminated her opponent. This made the Leng family members watching the battle tremble in fear. Damn! This little demon seemed to have become stronger. One had to know that the opponent was a mystic supremacy. He evaporated in the blink of an eye. How could they not be afraid? Second brother, your descendant is not bad. Leng Shaoqing stood up and left. Second brother, I'm afraid big brother is angry. Leng Xiaoxiao looked at his big brother's back and said. Sigh. After this incident, the three of them probably wouldn't be able to be as carefree as before. That can't be avoided, Leng Xiaoyu said expressionlessly. Sigh. He couldn't let little Shuer suffer. Besides, little Shuer wouldn't listen to him. With that, Leng Xiaoyu glanced at Leng Ruoxue, who was walking down from the arena, and left the martial arts arena. Leng Ruoxue and the others left the arena and returned to the Snowfall Garden. It wasn't long before Leng Shuang arrived. Elder sister, are you here to chase us out of the Leng family? Leng Ruoxue teased with a smile. Sister, why would I do that? However, the Leng family is so afraid of you. Leng Shuang said helplessly. Sister, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll repay them 1,000 times over, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. I'll warn the clan, Leng Shuang promised. That's good. Sister, since the matter with Leng Hua has been resolved, we'll take our leave, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. Sister, since you're here, why don't you stay a few more days? Leng asked reluctantly. Elder sister, I'm the most unpopular person in the Leng family now. I know my limits, so it's better to leave as soon as possible, Leng Ruoxue said jokingly. Sister, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Take care, Leng said helplessly. Okay, elder sister, take care too. Leng Ruoxue said and left Proud Cold City with everyone. Miss, are we going to the Dark Night Seas now? Lu Tao asked expectantly after leaving Proud Cold City. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, she summoned the little peacock and carried everyone to the Dark Night Seas. More than half a month later. After a long journey, Leng Ruoxue and the others finally arrived at the vast plain. Girl, this should be the entrance to the Dark Night Seas. After checking the map, the little old man pointed at a narrow path. The trail led into the depths of the vast plain and stretched as far as the eye could see. Furthermore, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but grey mist. However, there was no poison in this mist. Okay, let's go in. Everyone, be careful and don't be too far away, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Then, she took out the elementary detoxification pill worriedly and let everyone eat one to take precautions. Yes, everyone nodded. After which, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked into the legendary Dark Night Seas that was extremely dangerous and mysterious. Previous chapter. The Dark Night Seas was the most mysterious and dangerous place on the boundless heaven continent. After walking along the misty path, they saw a blood sun hanging high in the sky above the Dark Night Seas. The entire Dark Night Seas was black, but the spiritual energy inside was very abundant. The vegetation was lush, which showed that this place was extremely suitable for the growth of plants. It's still daylight outside, miss, but it's dark in here. It's so strange, said Leto, looking puzzled at the dark night sky. This place doesn't differentiate between day and night. It's like this all year round. Moreover, even though this place is called the Dark Night Seas, it's not the sea. It's made up of mountains and forests. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Then, she bent down to pick up a herb and put it into her bracelet. Miss, there are herbs there too. Lu Tao saw that there were herbs growing under a tree vine and quickly ran over. She was about to pick them when Leng Ruoxue stopped her. Be careful. Leng Ruoxue warned. Then, a fiery red mystic energy was released from her fingertips. Lu Tao was shocked, but then she saw that the vines behind her were burned to ashes. The parts that had not been burned were trembling and even letting out cries. Miss, what is this? Lu Tao covered her chest with her hand and said in shock. It was really terrifying. The tree vines were actually bleeding red juice. That's a blood-sucking vine. It's best at disguise and likes to suck blood. Oh. It's also a low-level plant-type beast. However, its intelligence isn't high and it only acts on instinct, Leng Ruoxue explained. Don't act alone here. Don't be too far away from each other in case you don't have time to take care of each other. Be careful when collecting herbs and minerals, Leng Ruoxue added. Yes, said Lu Tao and the others quickly. After that, Leng Ruoxue and the others continued deeper. The deeper they went, the more varieties of herbs there were. Moreover, they found many ores, some of which were relatively precious. The little old man was overjoyed and kept shouting that he had not come in vain. Everyone, set up camp here today. Leng Ruoxue instructed after walking for a while and arriving at a relatively flat area. Yes, Fengde and the others replied. Then, they quickly set up the tent. After setting up the tent, they started cooking again. They had just finished preparing the food when an uninvited guest arrived. How fragrant. Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded in everyone's ears. Leng Ruoxue and the others looked up warily at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of them. No one spoke first. Sorry, I was rude. The young man smiled in embarrassment and sat down beside Leng Ruoxue and the others. Who are you? Leng Ruoxue asked softly, her beautiful eyes constantly sizing up the man in front of her. The man in front of her was in his 20s. He was handsome and his clothes were a little messy. He looked weak and seemed to have no strength. However, Leng Ruoxue knew that this man was definitely not what he looked like. He was probably in some kind of disguise. However, looking at this man's clothes, he did not look like someone from the boundless heaven continent. I'm Ren Xian. I got separated from my family. Can I accompany you? I can pay, the man said in embarrassment. Ren? Leng Ruoxue recalled carefully, but she could not remember the Ren family on the boundless heaven continent. That's right. Our Ren family is the #1 family in the Cloud Wind continent, so if I travel with you, I will definitely treat you well. Ren Xian said very sincerely. Cloud Wind continent? Leng Ruoxue and the others looked at each other when they heard this name. They were even more surprised, but no one showed it. Why did you get separated from your family? Leng Ruoxue temporarily put down the doubts in her heart and pretended to be curious. After all, she knew that there was more than one continent in this world, but she didn't expect to meet someone from another continent in the dark night seas. I'm ashamed to say this, but actually, I was framed by my family and deliberately dumped by them, Ren Xian said with some shame. Right now, our Ren family is at a critical moment in choosing our young master. If there's one less person, there will be one less person to compete with. Therefore, I was deliberately abandoned by them. Ren Xian added. What's your strength? Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly. She knew that this man must have hidden his strength. Otherwise, how could a person who had been dumped by his family members only have slightly wrinkled clothes but survive in the dark night seas unscathed? After all, this place was filled with danger. I'm a mystic supremacy. However, there are many mystic monarch among the Ren family members who came to the dark night seas this time, and I'm also here as an elite of the family with the strength of a mystic monarch. Therefore, you have to keep it a secret from me. Ren Xian blinked and said with a light smile. In fact, he was not interested in the young master. However, some people in the family did not believe him and even used such a clumsy method to scheme against him. Sigh. He really had nothing to say. Don't worry, we're not talkative people. Since you're behind, you can go with us for the time being, Leng Ruoxue said kindly. Hee. Thank you. It's dangerous here. It's really dangerous to be alone. Ren Xian heaved a sigh of relief. You haven't eaten anything yet. Leng Ruoxue handed over a piece of roasted meat. Yes, thank you, Ren Xian said a little embarrassedly. Then, he started eating in big mouthfuls. Oh. Compared to these people in front of him, he seemed to be in a sorry state. Fengde, Chengwu, you two keep watch today. Leng Ruoxue instructed after dinner. I'll keep watch tonight. Ren Xian volunteered. No need, you should rest well. Leng Ruoxue said considerately. In fact, she was not at ease letting a stranger keep watch. Even though she had just let Qing Ju read Ren Xian's mind and knew that what this man said to them was true, she still could not trust a stranger. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Ren Xian said with a smile. Then, he set up a tent and went in. After Leng Ruoxue and the freak entered the tent, they entered the bracelet directly. In the purple bamboo house. The freak hugged Schwer tightly and asked jealously, Schwer, why are we bringing strangers? I'm curious. Don't you find it strange? We actually met someone from another continent here. Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and said lightly. Oh. She knew that this jealous lover was letting her imagination run wild again. Oh. Then why don't we let him keep watch? We have to let him do some work. The freak pouted, slightly disgruntled. To put it bluntly, he was jealous. Don't worry, we'll let a stranger keep watch for us. Leng Ruoxue asked. Of course I'm worried, Freak said honestly. That's it. Go to sleep. I've already asked Qing Ju to monitor the area within 100 miles. Leng Ruoxue coaxed. Yes, Freak agreed, and they fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning. When Leng Ruoxue and the freak left the tent, they saw that everyone had already started cooking breakfast, and Ren Xian was actually helping. Good morning. Ren Xian greeted them warmly when he saw them. Good morning, Leng Ruoxue replied politely, then pulled the freak over to help. After Leng Ruoxue and the others finished breakfast, they set off. Ren Xian, have you met anyone else in the dark night seas? Leng Ruoxue chatted with Ren Xian as they walked. Other than our Ren family, you're the only ones I've met. Ren Xian replied. The dark night seas is very big. It's very difficult to meet someone here, Ren Xian added. Why did your family choose the dark night seas as a place to train? Isn't this place very dangerous? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. It's very dangerous, but those who can survive the danger are definitely promising talents for the family. Moreover, the family has many descendants and has always chosen the best among the best. Therefore, it's normal to eliminate some inferior products. Well. I'm a defective product that's going to be eliminated. Ren Xian said self-deprecatingly. Are you sure you're defective? Leng Ruoxue blinked and asked calmly. That's right. I've been weak and sickly since I was young. I don't know how I cultivated to the mystic supremacy realm, Ren Xian said with a puzzled expression. Oh. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. If she didn't know that Ren Xian was telling the truth, she would really suspect that Ren Xian was showing off. However, every family had its own difficulties. Ren Xian didn't seem to be in a good situation in the family. Will the other families on the Cloud Wind continent also come here to train? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic. Other than super families like the Ren family, there aren't many who dare to come to the Netherworld Sea to train. However, all the descendants of the families who know that they are coming to the Dark Night Seas to train are prepared to die. Ren Xian replied. As long as they can return alive, they will be put in an important position? Leng Ruoxue said with some understanding. More or less. The young master of the family will basically choose from the surviving descendants. Ren Xian nodded. I don't care if it's young master or not. I just want to return alive, Ren Xian said. You'll go back alive, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. I hope so. However, I have to stay here for 3 months. Sigh. Ren Xian sighed and said helplessly. 3 months? Why? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. This is the rule of the Dark Night Seas. As long as you enter here, you have to stay here for 3 months. Otherwise, you won't be able to find the way out. Ren Xian explained. Don't tell me you don't know. Ren Xian couldn't help but ask when he saw the confusion on Leng Ruoxue and the others' faces. We really don't know. Leng Ruoxue and the others looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. Sigh. How could there be such a rule in the Dark Night Seas? They were all rookies who came for the first time and had never heard of this. The Dark Night Seas is very mysterious. No one knows what they will encounter inside. Anyone who has come here and left alive was already 3 months later when they left. However, ordinary big families should know about such rapid breathing. Didn't anyone tell you? Ren Xian said in disbelief. Any big family would tell their descendants some precautions when they came to the Dark Night Seas to train. Therefore, it was difficult for him to imagine that Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't know about these things. We don't have a family clan, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Ah. I see. Ren Xian understood. However, he admired Leng Ruoxue and the others for coming here without knowing anything. We know it's dangerous here, but danger is often accompanied by opportunity. Apart from courage, luck is also important. We came here to try our luck, Leng Ruoxue explained lightly. Yes, that makes sense. It's precisely because this place is very dangerous that the opportunities are greater. Oh. I saw that you guys have collected a lot of herbs and minerals along the way. Could it be that there are alchemists and artifact masters among you? Ren Xian guessed curiously. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Hee. When I was alone, I found a place with a lot of herbs. Let me bring you there. Ren Xian said excitedly. With an alchemist, it would be much easier to live in the Dark Night Seas for 3 months. Well. His luck was really good. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Follow me. With that, Ren Xian led the way. Not long after, he brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to a small mountain half the height of a person. Even though the hill was not tall, the top and bottom of the hill were filled with herbs. Even though there were not many precious herbs, they still needed ordinary herbs very much. Wow. There are so many herbs here. Zheng Yan's eyes lit up. As an alchemist, he naturally loved herbs the most. After saying that, Zheng Yan ran straight to the small mountain and quickly gathered the herbs with both hands. Everyone, attack together. Leng Ruoxue ordered, and Feng De and the others started moving. At the side, Ren Xian looked at their well-trained movements and could not help but click his tongue. Oh. These people were really fast. About 2 hours later, they finally finished gathering the herbs on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Hee. I've really gained a lot from this trip. Ren Xian, thank you. This is a pill I refined myself. I'll give it to you as a thank you. Zheng Yan took out a white jade porcelain bottle and handed it to Ren Xian. It could be seen that he was really happy, and the corners of his mouth were constantly curled up. No, thank you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ren Xian wanted to say that there was no need, but when he opened the porcelain bottle and saw the medicinal pill inside, he couldn't refuse. This was because it actually contained a heaven-grade pill, the spirit convergence pill. Even though the spirit convergence pill only had the effect of replenishing spiritual energy and might not be of much use usually, it was very useful at critical moments. Moreover, this was a heaven-level medicinal pill. It was definitely priceless. However, he was more interested in the person who could refine the spirit convergence pill. He did not expect this inconspicuous man to be an alchemist grandmaster. This really surprised him. One had to know that an alchemist grandmaster was not a cabbage, and it was even more difficult to befriend a grandmaster alchemist. Hee. No wonder his master said that he was very lucky. Now it seemed that it was true. However, he was so lucky that no one would be jealous. If a random companion could find a grandmaster alchemist, no one would believe him. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to tell anyone. However, after knowing that Zheng Yan was a grandmaster alchemist, the way he looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others immediately changed. Don't look at us like that, or you'll regret it, Leng Ruoxue warned. Hee. I'm just a little excited. My luck is a little too good. Ren Xian said excitedly. You're excited in 3 months. It's a little early. Leng Ruoxue poured cold water on him. That's true. Ren Xian calmed down, but his fiery eyes still drifted to Zheng Yan from time to time. Don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in men. Zheng Yan's hair stood on end from Ren Xian's gaze and he hurriedly said. I'm not interested in men either. I'm just interested in alchemists, Ren Xian said honestly. Then don't look at me with that disgusting gaze. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Zheng clenched his fists and warned. You're so violent. Ren Xian shrank his head and lowered it, not daring to look at Zheng Yan again. Boo-hoo. The situation was pressing, so he had to lower his head. Who asked him to be alone? Everyone is a little tired today. Let's camp here. We'll walk in tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue calmly looked at Ren Xian, who looked aggrieved, and said with a light smile. Okay. Everyone nodded and got to work. 3 days later. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked almost a quarter of the way in the dark night seas, and the herbs and minerals they passed naturally fell into their pockets. Miss, this place is really big. If we really have to stay here for 3 months, I think we have to find a fixed place to camp, Cheng Wu suggested. Yes, let's find a suitable place while walking. After all, there are still many places we haven't been to. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said. Yeah. They all nodded. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the woods where they were. What's that noise? Peach asked fearfully. Why did it sound so pathetic? Lu Tao, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Feng De quickly comforted her. At the same time, everyone rolled their eyes at him. Rustle. Rustle. The sound grew louder and reached their ears from all directions, accompanied by a fishy smell. Everyone, be careful. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and held the cold shadow in her hand. She already knew what this sound was coming from. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, a black shadow as fast as lightning suddenly pounced at her. The cold shadow in her hand turned and directly split the black shadow into two. Then, everyone saw a black snake as thick as an arm lying on the ground, its broken body still twisting. More than that. In an instant, more snakes surged toward them from all directions. They were now standing in a small copse of trees, so many of the snakes were poking their heads out of the branches, staring at them with dark eyes like prey. Damn it, where did so many snakes come from? Ren Xian said with his scalp tingling. He hated snakes the most. They looked strangely disgusting. Hee hee. Delicious humans. At this moment, the snakes made way for a golden python that crawled out slowly. It was not difficult to tell that it was the king of these snakes. Oh. A delicious snake. Leng Ruoxue looked at the golden python as if she was looking at a prey. The golden python was huge, almost 100 meters long and about 10 meters thick. The scales on its body were as transparent as golden crystal, and there were complicated dark patterns on them. In short, it was a rather beautiful snake. I can't eat humans. The golden python was furious when it heard Leng Ruoxue's words. You're just a small snake, what's there to not eat? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. Little snake? How am I small? Open your eyes and take a good look. Am I small? The golden python roared. Oh. It doesn't look small, and it's quite fat. There's also quite a lot of meat, enough for us to eat, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Damn it, human, I told you I can't eat it, the golden python snarled, his temper flaring. He was clearly furious. Calm down. In my eyes, you can eat it. Moreover, it should taste good. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Well. This snake was a level 9 transcendent divine beast. She had never eaten such a high-level snake before. Damn it. I can't eat it. The golden python's anger surged. Then, it directly ordered its subordinates, go, except for this woman, everything else is yours. Previous chapter. The reward that it mentioned meant that its underlings could eat it. Therefore, when the snakes heard its words, they were all rather excited. However, they were soon not happy. Let's not stand on ceremony. Other than this golden one, we don't care about anything else, Leng Ruoxue instructed. Then, with a slight twist of her wrist, the cold shadow in her hand emitted a terrifying sword light. At the same time, along with her meteor shower, thousands of sharp sword lights emitting cold air attacked the snakes present. In an instant, countless snakes died. Leng Ruoxue's attack stunned all the snakes. However, when they reacted, they were all killed by Feng De and the others. In an instant, the golden python and Ren Xian were stunned. This was because none of them expected Leng Ruoxue and the others to attack so quickly and ruthlessly. They were even merciless. In the blink of an eye, the golden python became a lone commander. How does a delicious snake feel? Leng Ruoxue asked with a naughty smile. Air. 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 I can't eat that, whispered the golden python, wincing. At this moment, it was simply two extremes compared to the snake king who was showing off just now. If Leng Ruoxue wasn't very sure that this golden python was still the one just now, she would probably think that it had been switched. You're a level 9 transcendent divine beast. The meat is definitely more delicious than other snakes, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Usually, the higher the level of the beast, the more delicious the meat. However, very few people dared to eat a level 9 transcendent divine beast. The reason why she didn't eat it was that divine beasts could transform into humans, so she couldn't eat it. My meat is smelly and doesn't taste good, really. Don't eat me. Boo-hoo. The golden python begged. As it spoke, fist-sized tears kept rolling down its huge snake eyes. Don't pretend to be pitiful. You're the king of those snakes and a level 9 transcendent divine beast. Is that all you have? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She still liked the snake that was a little arrogant just now. At least, she would feel a sense of accomplishment if she beat it up, but this one. She wasn't even interested in beating it up. Yes, I'm very timid. Other than scaring those snakes, I don't dare to bully others. Boo-hoo. Let me go. The golden python's eyes were filled with tears as it begged pitifully. Boo-hoo. These humans clearly didn't look very strong, but it didn't expect them to be so tough. If it had known earlier, it wouldn't have found trouble with these guys even if it was beaten to death. However, it seemed to be too late now. Its life. It still didn't know if it could keep its life. Let you go just because you say so? How embarrassing would that be for me? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at the golden python. Well. It could only be considered unlucky since it dared to find trouble for her. I have many treasures. I'll give them all to you. Let me go, the golden python begged pitifully. In front of these ruthless humans, it didn't dare to move, let alone have any other thoughts. These people were really too scary. Boo-hoo. Oh. Take it out and take a look. If you satisfy me, I can let you go, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, even though she didn't think that a snake would have anything she liked. It's all in my hole, the golden python said honestly. Where's your hole? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Not far from here. Do you want to come with me, the golden python asked cautiously. Of course, if I don't go with you, where can I find you if you run away? Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. Even though it was said that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, this snake was obviously a native of the Dark Night Seas, so she naturally wouldn't let it go. She was still counting on this snake to be their guide. In case they got lost here. Then come with me, the golden python said like a little wife. Lead the way. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes. The golden python did not dare to resist at all. Even though it was a level 9 transcendent divine beast, it was born timid. Therefore, under Leng Ruoxue's strength, it did not dare to resist at all. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue had killed so many snakes just now, which made it feel fear. How could it dare to disobey? After all, its life was still in the hands of this terrifying woman. The golden python transformed into a small snake and crawled on the ground. Leng Ruoxue and the others followed closely behind it. Not long after, they followed it to a cave. This cave was not big, and the mountain was only half the height of a person. Moreover, in the Dark Night Seas, there seemed to be many hills of this size. Don't play tricks. Leng Ruoxue warned. I wouldn't dare. The golden snake whined. Boo-hoo. It was a cowardly snake. Why didn't these people believe it? Then, Leng Ruoxue and the others followed the golden snake into the cave. They made several turns and finally arrived at the snake's nest. How did a snake like you get so many things? Leng Ruoxue looked at the items that almost filled the entire cave and couldn't help but ask. Previous chapter. The items in front of him were piled up like a small mountain. There were all kinds of things. In addition to herbs and ores, there were actually human weapons. Hee. It's just a robbery. The little golden snake smiled shyly. Didn't anyone realize that you're just a strong-looking but useless guy? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help teasing. Woo. You're the ones who are too perverted, okay? The golden snake muttered aggrievedly, tears still flickering in its eyes. Damn it, how are we perverted? Fengde roared unhappily when he heard this. The golden snake coiled itself into a ring in fear and buried its head, not daring to look at Fengde and the others. Boo-hoo. These people were so scary. When would they leave this place? Thinking of this, it couldn't help but pray to the heavens, hurry up and let these terrifying humans leave this place. Ren Xian agreed with the little golden snake's words. Boo-hoo. This little snake was right. These people were indeed abnormal. He was a mystic supremacy after all. However, he had no chance to attack in front of them. Boo-hoo. This hurt his pride too much. Little snake, are you sure you want to give us all these things? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. Yes, I'll give it all to you, as long as you're willing to let me go, the golden snake said quickly, revealing a small head. But most of your things here are useless to me. Leng Ruoxue deliberately sighed and said regretfully. Woo, then what will it take for you to let me go? The golden snake asked pitifully, its eyes filled with pleading. Tell me first, do I have to stay in the Dark Night Seas for 3 months? Otherwise, I won't be able to get out? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Well. She had to confirm this. I think so. I'm not really sure. The golden snake was honest. Aren't you a beast from the Dark Night Seas? How can you not know? Leng Ruoxue glared and questioned unhappily. Woo, you said I was a beast, too. How could I know? The little golden snake cried. It was just a snake that liked to eat and sleep. It had been here since it was born, so naturally, it didn't know how long it would have to stay here before it could leave, because it never wanted to leave. Sigh. Since you don't know, forget it. I can't force you, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Hee. That's great. You're willing to let me go, the golden snake said happily, but it was obvious that it had misunderstood. When did I say I was going to let you go? Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. What do you mean? The golden snake's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder the beasts here said humans were cunning. Boo-hoo. Humans were so bad. You haven't satisfied me yet? You can't answer the questions I ask, Leng Ruoxue said with slight disappointment. Woo. Then what do you want? As long as you don't eat me, you can do whatever you want. The golden snake lowered its head in grievance. It's very simple. Be our guide and we'll let you go after we leave the Dark Night Seas. How about that? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Even though Leng Ruoxue was asking for the golden snake's opinion, the little snake knew very well that if it didn't agree, it would definitely become a dead snake in the next moment. Boo-hoo. The situation was very disadvantageous to it. I promise. Those who knew what they were doing were wise, and the golden snake was certainly no exception. That's a good snake. I only want herbs and ores here. I'm not interested in anything else. Take us to find more herbs and ores. When we leave this place, we won't treat you badly. Leng Ruoxue said, using the carrot and stick approach. She still needed this guide very much after all. Moreover, with the level 9 transcendent divine beast in the dark night seas, she believed that the transcendent divine beasts below level 9 wouldn't dare to disturb them. Okay, nodded the golden snake. Let's head out. Leng Ruoxue put all the herbs and ores in the cave into the bracelet and said. Everyone nodded and left the cave the way they had come. After leaving the cave, they followed the guidance of the golden snake and found a spacious and flat place to be their temporary camp. According to the snake, this place had a good view and could be the first to discover danger. Everyone set up their tents and started to make a fire to cook. Naturally, they ate snake meat. The golden snake lying nearby smelled the fragrance of the snake meat and felt extremely depressed. Boo-hoo. Those were its subordinates. Now they had become food for these humans. It regretted finding these perverted humans. After the snake meat was roasted, everyone ate heartily. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the others let the beasts out to enjoy the delicious snake meat. They also asked the golden snake, but the snake told them that it was vegetarian. However, seeing the obvious disbelief in their eyes, the golden snake lowered its head and looked away from them. This snake says it's a vegetarian, miss. Is that possible? She asked curiously as she ate and stared at the little golden snake. How is that possible? In the beginning, it even said that we were delicious humans. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Hee. She didn't expect the snake in front of her to have a conscience and was unwilling to eat its own kind. This was quite rare for beasts. Yes, but what if it doesn't eat? If it starved to death, we wouldn't have a guide, said Peachy worriedly. Send this to it. I don't mistreat employees. Leng Ruoxue took out a rabbit from her bracelet and handed it to Lu Tao. Yes. Lu Tao took the rabbit and roasted it over the fire for a while. Then, she walked to the golden snake and placed the rabbit meat in front of it before returning to Leng Ruoxue and the other seats. The golden snake looked up at Leng Ruoxue and the others, then at the roasted rabbit in front of it. It took a deep breath and finally couldn't resist the temptation of food and ate the rabbit. Previous chapter. Smells good. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. When everyone heard this voice, they all looked at Ren Xian at the same time. Why are you looking at me? Ren Xian asked awkwardly. Another person like you. Feng De teased. They're different from me. Ren Xian felt wronged. He was alone, okay? However, from the sound of the footsteps, it was obvious that there was more than one person. As soon as Ren Xian finished speaking, the person who spoke had already arrived in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. His eyes were fixed on the snake meat roasting on their fire as he asked, this meat smells so good. Can you sell us some? Feng De raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the man who spoke. He said calmly, there are so many of you. Don't tell me you can't even get some food. We're too tired to hunt. Before the man could say anything, a young woman interrupted. Then, she ran in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others and kept winking at Feng De. Oh. It seemed that the person who spoke was their leader. The woman guessed self-righteously. Moreover, she felt that with her outstanding looks, she could definitely get food from these people. Miss, your reason is really... Feng De smiled helplessly, not knowing what to say. Wonderful. You'll have pity on us, the woman said narcissistically. It sucks. Cheng Wu interrupted. That's right. Just admit that you failed at hunting. Why are you still saying that it's too tiring? What does it have to do with us if you're tired? Besides, if your stamina can't keep up here, you'll drag others down. Lin Yuan sneered. Damn it, what did you say? I'm talking to your leader. It's not your place to speak. The woman retorted unhappily. How did you know I was their captain? Feng De was very puzzled. This woman didn't look like such a discerning person. Humph. I can tell from the clothes you're wearing. Look at what you're wearing. Look at them. The woman's beautiful face was filled with disdain for Lin Yuan and the others. Ugh. Feng De was speechless. He knew it. How could this woman have good taste? It turned out that she was another person who judged people by their appearance. Sigh. Actually, the clothes on his body were the worst. If he hadn't been afraid of dirtying his clothes while cooking, he wouldn't have changed into this. Now, he had been misunderstood and even treated as his head. What was going on? Can you give us some food? The woman pretended to be shy and asked. Her eyes were watery and charming. No. Feng De rolled his eyes and said in a neutral tone. Why? I'm the #1 beauty in the Royal Dragon Continent. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She was so surprised. She had never dreamed that a peerless beauty like her would be rejected by a man. So what? Feng De asked in disdain. This woman was really narcissistic. Didn't she see his miss? His miss was much more beautiful than this woman. So what? I'm the most beautiful woman on the royal dragon continent, and now I'm asking you for a favor. What a great opportunity. Shouldn't you be coaxing me and trying to please me? The woman glared at him and said matter-of-factly. Even in her heart, she thought that she was thinking highly of him by being willing to beg Fengde. After all, it wasn't often that she gave people such opportunities to help her. Hee hee. You're the most arrogant woman we've ever seen. Cheng Wu couldn't help but laugh. Sigh. There were all kinds of birds in a big forest. This woman in front of him was really a top-notch woman. When the others heard Cheng Wu's words, they could not help but sneer. Humph. That's because I have the right to be arrogant. Others can't do this even if they want to. The woman said indifferently because she felt that Cheng Wu was praising her. Ugh. It was Cheng Wu's turn to be helpless. Boo-hoo. He had underestimated this woman's shamelessness. Boo-hoo. She was shameless to the core. Miss, can you please stay away from us? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll accidentally vomit everything I just ate, Fengde said. Sigh. He had really never seen such a woman. Today was an eye-opener. How dare you do this to me? You'll regret it. The woman stomped off angrily. I'm sorry. She's been spoiled since she was a child, the man said sheepishly, his face alternating between red and white. After all, the woman's words had embarrassed him as well. I can give you guys some food, but can you promise me something? Fengde said mysteriously. What is it? The man was curious. If we give you the food, you'll immediately leave with your team. How about that? Fengde discussed. What he meant was that he would take the food and scram. Well, we've been walking a lot today and we're really tired. How about tomorrow? We'll leave immediately tomorrow morning. How does that sound? The man bargained. Leave now. Otherwise, go hunt yourselves, Fengde said without hesitation. Cousin, why are you still talking nonsense with them? If you want to fight, then fight. Humph. Who cares about their things? When the woman heard Fengde's words, she immediately shouted unhappily. You heard me. Hurry up and hunt for yourselves. If you're late, the little animals will sleep, Fengde said with a smile. Then, he ignored the man. The man sighed in exasperation and turned back to his companions, who had set up their tents. It looked as if they planned to camp there, too. You guys should rest early after eating. Seeing that the stranger was no longer pestering her, Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak up and put away the beasts before entering the tent. Once inside the tent, they went straight back to the bracelet. In the purple bamboo house, Leng Ruoxue lay in the freak's arms and observed the commotion outside through Qingju. Fengde and the others were still eating, and the man had also arranged for someone to go hunting. However, the woman had started arguing with her companion again. Swear, we encountered another team from the Royal Dragon Continent this time, the freak said with a chuckle. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. There were about 30 people in this team, and only one woman. Woman. The others were all around mystic sovereign strength, and that woman was mystic monarch. I wonder if I'll encounter people from other continents here. The freak was looking forward to it. Hee hee. This dark night seas was not simple. Since you're here, take it easy. Leng Ruoxue closed her eyes. Hee hee. The freak chuckled and hugged Shuer to sleep. The next day. Leng Ruoxue and the freak had just left the tent when they found Lu Tao confronting the arrogant woman from yesterday. Cui Zhu, what happened? Leng Ruoxue asked Cui Zhu softly. Hee hee. That woman took a fancy to our breakfast. Just as she was about to use her charm to ask Fengde for it, she was seen by Lu Tao, Cui Zhu said, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Is Lu Tao jealous? Leng Ruoxue was very curious. No, she was bored, Cui Zhu said knowingly. Oh. Then let's have breakfast. Leave to Lu Tao to clean up that woman, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. With that, she pulled the freak to the dining table. Okay. Cui Zhu said with a smile, but her eyes kept glancing at the peach. Focus on eating, Leng Ruoxue chided. Hee hee. Cui Zhu stuck out her tongue and started eating. On Lu Tao's side, the two of them were already fighting. However, he did not see any sword flashes because Lu Tao defeated the woman in one move. Lu Tao clapped her hands again and came to the table to sit down and eat breakfast. On the other side. Cousin, you have to avenge me. The woman ran to the man and wailed. Revenge for what? The man asked mildly, frowning. I was beaten up. Aren't you going to avenge me? The woman said with tears in her eyes. Boo-hoo. That woman was too ruthless. She actually slapped her in the face. How could she face anyone? Aren't you going to have a fair duel? Then what's the point of revenge? You can't expect me to hit a woman. The man suppressed the impatience on his face and spoke even more coldly. But I was the one who was beaten. She wasn't hurt. Boo-hoo, cousin, you don't love me anymore, the woman whined. Behave yourself and don't cause trouble for me. This isn't a family where you can do whatever you want, the man warned, then ignored her. Seeing that her cousin was unwilling to help her, the woman had no choice but to seek help from her admirers. Unfortunately, those people all acted according to the man's instructions. If her cousin was unwilling to avenge her, they naturally did not have the guts. Humph. Are you still men? Seeing that her goal could not be achieved, the woman said hatefully and ignored the people around her angrily. The farce here did not affect Leng Ruoxue and the others' mood for eating. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue ordered the golden snake to bring them around. However, when they left, the team had yet to leave, so Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak around their tent and sprinkled some colorless transparent things. Well, she was afraid that their tent would go in and steal something. Moreover, they would return here later, so there was naturally no need to pack up the tent. Is it all right if we leave like this, miss? Said Lu Tao worriedly on the way. No problem, I've already arranged it. Leng Ruoxue chuckled, not worried at all. The golden snake leading the way couldn't help but feel uneasy after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. It had never seen the poison this perverted woman had scattered around the tent, but it knew very well that the poison was very poisonous. Whoever touched it would be unlucky. Evening. Leng Ruoxue and the others circled the vicinity and gained a lot. Then, they returned to their camp. However, as soon as they returned to their residence, the man greeted them. Why are you still here? Fengde asked in confusion. Were these people here to camp in the dark night seas? It seemed like they had been here for a day. My cousin has been poisoned. Can you save her? The man pleaded, his handsome face filled with resignation and frustration. How did your cousin get poisoned? We couldn't save her, could we? Lu Tao said dismissively. She went around your tent by accident. And then she was poisoned. The man's face was a mixture of green and red. He looked embarrassed and angry. How is that possible? Why would she come around our tent for no reason? We weren't here. Ah. Could it be that she wanted to steal something? I really couldn't tell that your cousin was that kind of person. Lu Tao exclaimed in pity. Her words made everyone laugh. She, just accidentally, walked around your tent. The man was clearly not confident because even he did not believe this, let alone these people in front of him. However, he could not admit that his troublesome cousin wanted to enter his tent to drug him. Sigh. This time, his family's reputation had been completely lost by his cousin. If this were to spread, outsiders would definitely think of their Xianyuan family clan. Then she's really careless, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. She. Xianyuan Yi looked up at Leng Ruoxue, who was speaking, and his eyes immediately revealed a stunned expression. What a beautiful woman. Why didn't he notice her yesterday? In fact, it wasn't that he didn't notice it yesterday, but Leng Ruoxue had deliberately lowered her presence. In addition, it was dark at night in the dark sea, so it was normal that he didn't see Leng Ruoxue. But now, he couldn't help but be shocked. His cousin's looks were like the moon and dust compared to the woman in front of him. There was no comparison. How is she? Leng Ruoxue looked at Xianyuan Yi with a faint smile. She has already been punished. Can you give her the antidote? Xianyuan Yi begged, his eyes filled with sincerity. Previous chapter.